Konoha village, corner of the commercial street. As night enveloped the surroundings, one would hardly notice the presence of a small shop nestled in the far corner of the bustling commercial street. Scattered across the table lay the Ching's 64 hexagrams and tarot cards, alongside a half-eaten bowl of Ichiraku ramen. Dongfang Xuan languidly reclined in his chair, engrossed in a novel, the debut work of Jiraiya, as a rightful time traveler. Dongfang Xuan had yet to showcase his ambition to dominate the shinobi world, especially with the Third Shinobi World War looming on the horizon. In his previous life, as an orphan, he had unwittingly perished while uncovering the dark underbelly of the hospital, leaving behind only his cherished edition of the I Ching's 64 hexagrams. Dongfang Xuan was determined not to follow in Kakashi's foolish footsteps, revealing his talents prematurely and finding himself on the assassination lists of various shinobi villages. He could not afford to die in confusion once more. The position of Hokage was fraught with peril, inhabited by individuals like Orochimaru and Obito, who were both fanatical and deranged. With closed eyes, Dongfang Xuan envisioned a complete set of I Ching hexagrams in his mind. Fortunately, his hexagram had traversed with him, serving as his guiding talisman. This talisman proved to be immensely useful, though Dongfang Xuan had only begun to grasp one function. He could expend half of his chakra daily to perform an oracle reading for others. After numerous attempts, he discovered that these readings were unfailingly accurate. Thus, he established a quaint shop in Konoha village. The storefront was merely an arm's width, with a sign displaying the name Konoha Oracle House. An ordinary plaque carved from redwood hung above, already adorned with withered branches, and the paper windows bore patches, while a large section of the wall had crumbled away. It resembled an elderly man in appearance, yet indeed, an old man stood at the entrance. The door creaked open. As the elder entered, the sole illumination in the shop emanating from a flickering candle. Apologies, but the Oracle House is now closed. If you wish to consult the Oracle, please return tomorrow. Noticing the visitor lingered, Dongfang Xuan peered through the dim light, the yellow glow casting shadows on the old man's face. Grandfather Sarutobi. Dongfang Xuan nearly toppled from his chair, well aware of the visage before him, familiar due to his knowledge of the Hokage. Xuan, why are you still awake at this hour? Hiruzen Sarutobi regarded Dongfang Xuan with a benevolent expression, dressed simply like a kind neighbor. Grandfather, may I fetch you a cup of tea? Uncertain of Sarutobi's intentions, Dongfang Xuan inquired. No need, Xuan. The elder produced a mask from his pocket, or rather, half of one, seemingly a fox spirit mask, shattered in two. I came to seek your oracle regarding this half mask. He extended the mask towards Dongfang Xuan. A friend of mine has traveled far and is unreachable, so I sought your counsel. Dongfang Xuan accepted the mask with a smile, saying, Ah, so it concerns your kin. I shall perform a thorough reading. Taking the mask, he grabbed a bamboo strip from the table, which he had crafted into his version of the 64 hexagrams, and began the divination process. A certain decorum was indeed necessary. Meanwhile, within Sarutobi's perception, he could distinctly sense Dongfang Xuan depleting nearly half of his chakra. Dongfang Xuan could vividly observe a hexagram manifesting within him. He turned over a bamboo strip on the table, revealing the inscription, Heaven and Lakely. Upon seeing this hexagram, Dongfang Xuan explained, those who receive this hexagram tread upon thin ice or find themselves ensnared in a mire though their steps may be fraught. With trepidation, they shall ultimately navigate peril into safety, a minor misfortune heralding a stroke of good luck. It seems your friend will return in a few days. Hearing this, Sarutobi nodded in satisfaction. That is reassuring, Xuan. I shall not disturb you further. Do rest early. As Sarutobi stepped outside the shop, he paused a short distance away, where two ninjas adorned with animal masks leapt forth, kneeling before him. Sarutobi casually handed the mask to them, stating, Minato has yet to return from his mission. Take several umbu to scout the borders of the land of Earth and prepare for a potential rescue. Understood. The umbu acknowledged, accepting the half-mask before vanishing into the night. Inside the small shop, Dongfang Xuan released a sigh of relief as a new hexagram appeared in his mind, inscribed with Earth Release Earth Dragon. Were it not for the desire to extract Sarutobi's skill card, Dongfang Xuan would not have indulged the old man in this charade. His divination also had the capacity to randomly extract, and store one of the other skills. Currently, Dongfang Xuan's experience card contains Saratobi's Fire Release Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Although merely a brank ninjutsu, it represented a full-force attack of a cage level. At present, he could only retain one card, and while it was replaceable, he had yet to acquire any superior skills that it equated to possessing a skill experience card. While not an overwhelmingly powerful ability, it at least provided a safety net. Dongfang Xuan listened intently to the outside silence reigned, so he rose to lock the door and, candle in hand, retreated to the inner room. The shop was modest in size, with the front serving as the store and the back as living quarters. After properly hanging the candle, Dongfang Xuan lay down on the tatami mat, acutely aware of his precarious situation. As an orphan without parents in the world of Naruto, this often signified a lack of potential. After all, both Naruto and Sasuke hail from illustrious lineages, and none among the Konoha 12 were weak, each backed by powerful clans. The gravest challenge facing Dongfang Xuan was the enhancement of his strength. Otherwise, Saratobi might well hand him over to Danzo, that old schemer, treating him as a mere tool for prophecy. The looming issue was the imminent Third Shinobi World War. This conflict would prove arduous, even for geniuses like Kakashi. Yet, Dongfang Xuan held confidence. For he possessed the Ching's 64 hexagrams as his talisman. He would not bring shame upon the identity of a time traveler. Dongfang Xuan rose to extinguish the candle. It was time to sleep. For tomorrow, he must attend the Ninja Academy. The next day, Ninja Academy. Uchiha Bido, you are late once again. The Chunin teacher, holding a roster, spoke with evident frustration. My apologies, sensei. I encountered an elderly lady along the way. Gazing at the familiar spiky hair and goggles, it was clear that this was the later formidable adversary of Naruto, albeit a tragic figure yet. At present, Obito remained a passionate youth. Might Guy, Kurenai Yuhi, Asuma Saratobi, Kakashi Hitaki, Obayusho, Ino Yamanaka, and Shino Aburame were among many familiar faces, all pillars of Konoha to come. Numerous clan descendants were present, with a girl playing with a dog likely belonging to the Inuzuka clan, while another in the corner fiddled with bugs, presumably from the Aburame clan. Schwankoin, why not divine Obito's fortune for today? Yahiko Rin suggested playfully, covering her mouth with her hand to suppress a giggle. Certainly. Dongfang Xuan retrieved a hexagram from his pocket, placing it before Yahiko Rin. Go ahead, draw one. Yahiko Rin casually selected a hexagram, which read, Water and fire not yet merged. Seems Obito's luck is rather poor today. Dongfang Xuan returned the hexagram to the pile, and Yahiko Rin responded with a smile. Let's hope Obito doesn't have too rough a day. The children of Konoha exhibited remarkable maturity in his previous life. Dongfang Xuan was still playing in the dirt at 11, while Konoha's children were already embroiled in rivalry by the ages of 7 or 8. The prodigious Kakashi graduated early, while the other boys foolishly vied for attention. This rendered Dongfang Xuan appear more mature, coupled with his striking appearance and knowledge of divination, endearing him to the girls, including Yahiko Rin. Today, Obito will not impose any punishment on you since there is an examination, but please accompany me to the office after class. The Jounin instructor declared the outcome with a single phrase. Obito, feeling disheartened, returned to his seat, occasionally glancing back at Rin, who sat behind him. Today's examination required each student to take their turn. As the instructor called out names, each student approached the podium for their ninjutsu assessment. Next up, Asuma Saratobi. With an air of arrogance, Asuma strode to the front, a toothpick lodged in his mouth, casting a disdainful look at the quietly sitting Dongfang Xuan. Especially since his childhood friend, Kurenai Yuhi, often sought out Dongfang Xuan for fortune-telling. Dongfang Xuan sighed, bemused by the jealousy that seemed to permeate the children of Konoha. Suddenly, a plume of smoke erupted beside Asuma, revealing a shadow clone nearly identical to him. Asuma Saratobi, 97 points. Upon hearing the score announced by the Jounin instructor, Asuma provocatively tilted his head towards Dongfang Xuan. Next, Yawara Rin. Upon hearing her name, Rin stood up and turned to Dongfang Xuan, saying, I'll go first. Good luck. Dongfang Xuan smiled back, his earnest gaze causing Rin to blush slightly. Yawara Rin, 94 points. Next, Dongfang Xuan. Hearing his name, Dongfang Xuan rose and approached the podium. Standing there, He felt the palpable hostility emanating from the boys surrounding him. Relaxing his mind, he formed the necessary hand seals, and a formless energy surged from his core, resembling a stream of colorless water that flowed through his chakra pathways. A clone emerged beside Dongfang Xuan, albeit not quite resembling him. Dongfang Xuan, 89 points. Instantly, the boys around him erupted in loud jeers. Silence. Next, the Jounin instructor's voice echoed, leaving Dongfang Xuan feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet for a commoner with no promising future. Merely passing was a commendable achievement. Returning to his seat, he heard Rin offer consolation. 89 points is quite impressive, Shinkun. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito, who was poised to take his assessment, noticed the light-hearted exchange between Dongfang Xuan and Rin, causing a momentary disruption in his chakra flow. With a loud bang, a grayish-white clone appeared beside Obito. Uchiha Obito. The assessment concluded swiftly, with most students passing, as the looming threat of war necessitated such outcomes. For the next evaluation, everyone was instructed to gather at the training ground to assess combat ninjutsu. Those unfamiliar with the techniques were to remain in the classroom. In an instant, most students began to rise, and not far away, Asuma chuckled. Dongfang Xuan, you might as well rest well in the classroom. As he spoke, a grin spread across Asuma's face. Shinkun? Rin was at a loss for words, recognizing that Dongfang Xuan lacked any notable talent. Let us go? Dongfang Xuan replied with a smile, standing up. Sigh, putting on a brave face. Asuma glared at Dongfang Xuan, feeling indignant, for in previous sessions, Dongfang Xuan had not mastered any ninjutsu, merely waiting in class while others practiced. Students gathered in the training field, many looking on in astonishment at Dongfang Xuan, who remained unfazed, observing as each student took their turn to perform their ninjutsu. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Uchiha Obito unleashed a fireball that struck the target with precision, turning back proudly to glance at Noera Rin, as if to showcase his prowess. Dongfang Xuan sighed. The Leaf Village was truly a bastion of aristocratic monopoly and entrenched hierarchy. Although the first and second Hokage established the Ninja Academy to solicit secret techniques from noble clans, it merely addressed the symptoms rather than the root causes. He noted that while the descendants of the great clans had access to secret arts, the commoners were limited to publicly available ninjutsu or had to risk life and limb to earn the right to learn them. Dongfang Xuan sighed again. But these matters were ultimately not of immediate concern. Next, Dongfang Xuan. All eyes turned towards him, as speculation arose about whether he was merely putting on a facade. Dongfang Xuan approached the target, aware that his inability to perform ninjutsu stemmed from his struggle to alter his chakra's nature and transform it into one of the 5 elemental attributes. However, he had recently acquired a novel method. The 64 hexagrams of the I Ching revolved within him, with the hexagrams of Sun, Wind, Li, Fire, Zhen, Thunder, Jin, Earth, and Kan, Water, manifesting. His colorless chakra entered the Jin hexagram, and a surge of earthy chakra enveloped him. Earth-style, earthquake. The ground trembled beneath him, and the earth below the target fractured, astonishing all present, including Dongfang Xuan himself. This was his inaugural attempt. He had anticipated merely causing a tremor rather than a rupture. Could it be that the hexagrams had augmented his chakra, or perhaps its potency? What if chakra could be amplified through 2 hexagrams? His musings were abruptly interrupted by the voice of the Chunin instructor. Dongfang Xuan, full marks. Noera Rin gasped in disbelief. So, you are truly remarkable. Not too shabby. He replied modestly. The unusual commotion in the training field drew the attention of many, students, teachers, the Umbu lurking in the shadows, and Uchiha Shisui observing from the second floor. Though Shisui was a few grades below Dongfang Xuan, he too was regarded as a prodigy, often looked up to by others. He smiled at Dongfang Xuan on the training field, remarking, that strike was equivalent to a Chunin's attack. Are you fortunate, or merely concealing your true abilities? If it's the latter, you certainly value your life more than that Kakashi fellow. As dusk settled, classes at the Ninja Academy concluded. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood before the window, gazing down at the entirety of Konoha. In the darkness, Danzo's figure emerged, leaning on his cane as he spoke. Minato has returned from the land of Earth, and he is unharmed. The journey was fraught with tension, yet he brought back valuable intelligence. Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled from his pipe, but remained silent. Danzo continued, Hiruzen, the intelligence Minato has gathered is crucial. The land of Earth is mobilizing. War is imminent. And we must prepare ourselves. Tobirama spoke at length, yet Sarutobi Hiruzen remained unresponsive. After all, Hiruzen was acutely aware that Tobirama's visit to the Hokage office today was not merely for idle conversation. The atmosphere grew tense and quiet. Finally, unable to contain himself, Tobirama broke the silence. The power of the oracle, Dongfang Xuan, is exceedingly formidable. Should it fall into the hands of a foreign nation, it would spell devastation for Konoha. Entrust him to me. I shall cultivate him as a vital root within Konoha, nourishing its growth. Tobirama recognized that Hiruzen's greatest flaw lay in his indecisiveness, and the smoke emanating from Hiruzen's pipe mirrored the ambiguity clouding his judgment. Hiruzen remained silent until an umbu suddenly emerged, kneeling in a corner. Hiruzen slowly inquired, "What is it?" The umbu glanced at Tobirama, refraining from speaking directly and instead seeking Hiruzen's consent. "Speak." This afternoon, during the assessment at the academy, Dongfang Xuan utilized Earth Release, Ground Shatter, demonstrating power nearly equivalent to that of a Chunin's full strength. Hiruzen's pipe faltered for a moment. The implications were clear. A student from the Ninja Academy exhibiting Chunin-level prowess could not simply be attributed to luck. It suggested inherent ability. The question of why he had not previously showcased such talent did not arise from a desire for ostentation. Hiruzen suddenly thought of Kakashi Hatake, a prodigious talent from Konoha, who had repeatedly faced assassination attempts from foreign nations. It seemed to be a case of hiding his capabilities, quite astute indeed. "Tobirama?" Hiruzen queried, tapping his cane and demanding a response. The strength of a Chunin was trivial compared to the oracle's potential. "Now, my old friend, this is a budding talent in Konoha. How could we expect him to become a root so soon? He requires guidance, and handing him over to you would only transform him into your loyal subordinate." Hiruzen firmly rejected Tobirama's proposition, recognizing that a new sprout needed nurturing. Entrusting him to Tobirama would only result in his becoming a mere pawn. Hiruzen considered another individual, one who was also in need of cultivating his own foundation. After all, rapid advancement does not equate to becoming Hokage. As night descended, Dongfang Xuan opened the door, illuminating the lantern at the entrance, signaling the commencement of business at the Konoha divination house. Seated at the counter, he leisurely held a novel, content in his work. Operating for merely a couple of hours each day, any shop would likely falter. For Dongfang Xuan, this establishment was more of a passion. As for supporting himself, Sarutobi Hiruzen periodically provided financial assistance, which Dongfang Xuan considered his divination fees. If his quaint little shop could thrive into the new generation, it would become a cherished establishment in Konoha. The thought of Naruto visiting after devouring ramen, eager to consult the most accurate oracle in Konoha regarding his fate with Sakura, brought a smile to Dongfang Xuan's face. Perhaps he could even persuade Naruto to keep an eye on Sasuke as well. Shinkuin, lost in his musings, Dongfang Xuan was abruptly interrupted. Upon regaining focus, he first noticed large, round, red eyes before him. It was none other than Kurenai Yuhi. "Welcome." Kurenai stood at the counter, arms crossed, her demeanor slightly awkward, as if feeling a bit embarrassed. Always captivated by the lively personality of Sunset Red, Dongfang Xuan initially believed her to be spirited. However, after spending some time with her, he discovered that she was quite shy, while Naira Rin emerged as the most vivacious among the group of girls. "What troubles you, Sunset Red? What are you pondering?" Observing the little lowly, Dongfang Xuan felt a surge of curiosity and drew forth the I Ching's 64 hexagram cards from his desk to shuffle them. "I wish to divine matters of love," he declared. Sunset Red, visibly bashful, barely managed to whisper her agreement. "So love is it?" Dongfang Xuan's voice boomed, causing her cheeks to flush a deeper shade. "Enough of the teasing. Extend your right hand and place it upon the table." As he laid out the hexagram cards, he gestured for Sunset Red to do the same. With a hint of shyness, she extended her hand and placed it gently on the table. The little lowly had mustered her courage to inquire about love, and he felt it imperative to treat her query with sincerity. With that thought, the 64 hexagrams within him began to stir, and he felt a significant portion of his chakra dissipate. The hexagram revealed itself, Heavenly Wind Gua. Upon seeing this hexagram, Dongfang Xuan hesitated, as it was not a favorable omen. Nevertheless, he ultimately revealed the Heavenly Wind Gua card on the table. Sunset Red looked puzzled at the sight of Heavenly Wind Gua, for she was unfamiliar with hexagram meanings. Dongfang Xuan explained, Heavenly Wind Gua, indicates that those who receive this hexagram regarding love are likely to encounter more misfortune than fortune. In this lifetime, romantic entanglements will be fraught with difficulties, and pursuing love will present numerous challenges, with femininity prevailing over masculinity. After hearing his words, Sunset Red simply nodded gently and reached for the wallet at her waist. Xianjun, how much is the divination fee? Hearing her soft, melodic voice, Dongfang Xuan replied with a smile, there's no need for payment. We are classmates. Consequently, Sunset Red tucked away her wallet, expressed her gratitude with a cheerful thank you, and departed from the quaint little shop. What an adorable girl. It must be said that Sunset Red was a quintessential little loli, with enchanting eyes and a sweet voice that charmed all. Her bright gaze and delicate features evoked an image of porcelain beauty, complemented by her innocent heart. In a previous life, she would likely have become the official mascot for some popular game. Just then, the door to the fortune-telling shop was forcefully kicked open. You scoundrel Xian, what have you been telling Red? The door crashed to the ground as Asuma Sarutobi stood at the entrance, seething with rage. Sunset Red's voice was barely audible, and all that Asuma could discern from outside was Dongfang Xian's mention of love. Let me tell you, Dongfang Xuan, Sunset Red will only marry me in the future. How dare a mere villager like you speak of love with her? You should be grateful to our Sarutobi clan for allowing you to attend the Ninja Academy. Such childlike candor. However, Asuma's words were sharp and straightforward. Any child from an ordinary family would find themselves overpowered by him, given the weight of the Sarutobi name. Dongfang Xuan, do you have the capability to challenge me in the graduation assessment? Whoever emerges victorious shall be forbidden from approaching Sunset Red. Asuma's words flowed smoothly, suggesting he had prepared them in advance, while a crowd of onlookers gathered outside, likely comprised of Asuma's eager followers. Dongfang Xuan chuckled softly. While most would likely succumb to Asuma's pressure or be coerced into battling him, facing the elite of the Sarutobi clan with their myriad secret techniques, he remained indifferent. Dongfang Xuan harbored no desire for confrontation with Asuma, especially considering Asuma was the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He wished to avoid any discord with such a prominent figure. However, he was confident that such petty disputes would not incite lasting resentment from Sarutobi Hiruzen, who valued his reputation. With a playful smile, Dongfang Xuan remarked, is the graduation examination in 5 days? Isn't it rather presumptuous for a scion of the Sarutobi clan to challenge a mere commoner like myself? This statement caused Asuma to flush slightly, yet he bravely responded, I am not invoking my clan's name in this challenge. It is merely Asuma standing before you. A ninja's true worth lies in their strength. Let us speak through our abilities. One had to commend Asuma for his audacity, skillfully presenting his case while conveniently omitting the advantages of his clan's training and secret arts. Nevertheless, Dongfang Xuan achieved his objective. Very well. I, Dongfang Xuan, accept your challenge. Let all bear witness that Sarutobi Asuma has proposed this duel as an individual, separate from any familial ties. Outside, a crowd of onlookers had gathered, already privy to the unfolding drama. Dongfang Xuan doubted Asuma would have the audacity to escalate the matter to a familial level. As the crowd dispersed, Dongfang Xuan began tidying his space, mindful of the dust Asuma's kick had stirred up. He closed the door and retreated to the inner room. Having accepted Asuma's challenge, Dongfang Xuan knew he must prioritize his training. Although he had engaged in practice previously, his mediocre aptitude had hindered significant progress. In the world of Naruto, a ninja's prowess was primarily categorized into 4 domains: ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, and chakra. Firstly, ninjutsu was concerned, but the techniques accessible to commoners lacked distinction, and family secrets were out of reach. He was particularly intrigued by the sealing techniques and the flying thunder god technique. However, he shook his head, recalling that Naruto, the son of the 4th Hokage, had stolen the sealing scroll. As a mere commoner, he would likely be met with fatal retribution from the Umbu were he to attempt the same. As for taijutsu, Dongfang Xuan diligently practiced daily, aware that regardless of innate talent, physical prowess was ultimately truthful. No amount of talent could bridge the gap between the competent and the mediocre, unlike ninjutsu, which often yielded stagnant results despite effort. Genjutsu? It seemed premature to concern himself with it, as its utility waned in later stages. The most pressing issue remained chakra. While the other domains had alternative paths, chakra presented a formidable obstacle. It appeared he had no option but to pursue the tailed beasts. With a resigned sigh, he he decided to retire for the night. In the public training ground, Dongfang Xuan stood upon the grass, feeling the chakra flow within him. The I Ching's 64 hexagrams harmonized with his chakra, which surged through the Li hexagram, enveloping him in a crimson aura. Fire release, fireball technique. A series of massive fireballs erupted forth, striking the nearby target and obliterating half of it. Observing the damage, Dongfang Xuan was assured that his chakra, channeled through the hexagrams, would amplify his abilities, rendering the same amount of chakra from others significantly less potent. The amplification has effectively doubled. This may be the reason why Dongfang Xuan has been unable to achieve a transformation in chakra nature. However, what if chakra were to be influenced by various hexagrams? Contemplating this, Dongfang Xuan felt a surge of curiosity. The public training ground was bustling with individuals, so he decided to seek a more secluded location. Departing from the public training area, he arrived at a hidden spot beside a towering tree, reminiscent of the secret base of Konoha. Standing before the grand tree, Dongfang Xuan concentrated deeply. From a distance, he felt the chakra within him surge. First, the chakra flowed into the Li hexagram, and then the crimson energy surged into the Zhen hexagram. A startling transformation occurred. Dongfang Xuan's chakra was rapidly extracted, and his hands instinctively began to form seals. The fire thunder technique unleashed a blue flame infused with violet hues, shooting forth from Dongfang Xuan's mouth. Simultaneously, countless arcs of electricity flickered along the projectile, which swiftly pierced through the trunk of the tree and detonated in the air. The thick trunk was perforated, its edges scorched and crackling with electric arcs. The sheer power of this ninjutsu left Dongfang Xuan astounded, yet an overwhelming fatigue washed over him, as his chakra was nearly depleted. It seemed that this technique could only be employed as a last resort. Once expended, it would either spell his demise or that of his opponent. Hastily, he vacated the area, for the commotion could attract the attention of the Umbu, potentially alerting Sarutobi Hiruzen and leading to his capture by route. Returning to the training ground, Dongfang Xuan found his chakra completely exhausted. Nevertheless, he was elated by the potency of the ninjutsu. However, he realized that he could not solely focus on ninjutsu. With the impending Fourth Shinobi World War looming, various immunity techniques and defenses against conventional attacks would be crucial. Taijutsu also remained an essential discipline. Alright, let the taijutsu training commence. The sun hung low in the sky, and the training ground was nearly deserted, save for Dongfang Xuan and two individuals with watermelon-shaped heads. Come on, Kai. Let us unleash the vigor of youth. Yes, Dad. The two watermelon-headed individuals crawled on their hands while inverted, which made Dongfang Xuan feel somewhat awkward, as his conventional pillar-kicking training seemed out of place. Dongfang Xuan, you must also unleash the vigor of youth, encouraged Might Guy, who was inverted. Upon hearing his son converse with Dongfang Xuan, Might Daisuke performed a flip and righted himself, followed by Might Guy. It has been a while since I have encountered such a determined young person. Are you a classmate of Kai? Indeed, I am Dongfang Xuan. He paused his training. Recognizing Might Daisuke's commendable perseverance, having himself mastered the 8 gates to lay a foundation for Kai, and providing Dongfang Xuan a glimpse into the 8 gates technique. Regardless of the circumstances, this man commanded Dongfang Xuan's respect. Dongfang Xuan, I am Might Daisuke, the father of Might Guy. It is rare to see a young person with such resolve. Join us in unleashing the charm of youth. He gave Dongfang Xuan a thumbs up, feeling slightly embarrassed. Dongfang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. I apologize, Uncle Daisuke, but I must return to open my shop and welcome customers. Might Guy interjected. Xuan is an orphan, managing the shop alone to make a living. Upon realizing this, Might Daisuke felt quite awkward and quickly apologized. I am truly sorry, Xuan, I was unaware. My sincerest apologies. No worries at all. Dongfang Xuan swiftly reassured him with a wave of his hand. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Dongfang Xuan departed from the training grounds, making his way back to the small shop, as he had grown weary after a long day. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted Noera Rin standing outside. Rin? What brings you here? Dongfang Xuan inquired, curious as to why Rin, who should be resting at home during her break, was instead here, perhaps to seek guidance on fate. Upon noticing Dongfang Xuan, Noera Rin appeared somewhat anxious. Come in, she urged, pulling him inside and shutting the door behind them. What's the rush? You haven't even brought in the door panel yet, he remarked, puzzled. Noera Rin shot him an exasperated glance, retorting, Are you still concerned about your door panel? What's the matter? Dongfang Xuan asked, intrigued. How can you accept Asuma's challenge? Noera Rin replied, her worry palpable. Do you not realize that Asuma's strength is nearing that of a Chunin? What if he holds back nothing during the battle? Understanding her concern, Dongfang Xuan reassured her. It's nothing to fret over, just a minor issue. A minor issue? Noera Rin exclaimed, hearing of Asuma's grandstanding. She hastily sought out Dongfang Xuan without fully considering the implications. You must train with me at the training ground tomorrow, at the very least. You cannot afford to be injured in the duel. Despite Dongfang Xuan's display of formidable jutsu during the assessment, most were unaware of the true destructive capacity of his earth-style techniques, merely attributing his success to luck. Faced with Noera Rin's insistence, he found it impossible to decline. All right, be serious, she commanded. Yes, Teacher Rin. I assure you I will arrive punctually tomorrow, Dongfang Xuan replied respectfully, causing Noera Rin to blush slightly. Make sure to come. With that, she exited the small shop. Dongfang Xuan chuckled to himself, and as he did, the door closed of its own accord. A shadow descended from the rooftop, revealing the familiar figure of Hatake Kakashi, his white hair and mask unmistakable. Observing Kakashi, Dongfang Xuan smirked and asked, when did you start following me? Kakashi, with a look of feigned melancholy, replied slowly, it was probably during my patrol when I nearly got hit by an explosive tag. Dongfang Xuan scrutinized Kakashi, noting that he wore the Chunin vest of Konoha, his arms exposed, indicating he had not yet attained Jonin status. Reflecting on Kakashi's promotion timeline, it appeared he had officially become a Jonin at the age of 12, yet now he was merely 11, suggesting he had risen during the Third Great Ninja War. What technique was that? Kakashi inquired, for in his estimation, Dongfang Xuan's explosive tag had the power to pierce a colossal tree, likely an A-rank or even S-rank jutsu. That is a secret technique of my own, Dongfang Xuan admitted, unsure of how to articulate it, caught off guard by the situation. With such power, why do you remain in the ninja school? Kakashi pondered, believing there was little to gain from staying there, as it seemed an impediment to enhancing one's abilities. I do not intend to showcase my strength or stand out. After all, my life is not as resilient as yours, Dongfang Xuan replied, while Kakashi regarded him with a contemplative expression, lost in thought. Do you intend to employ secret techniques against Asuma? The news regarding Asuma has already spread throughout the village, especially since tensions between villages are escalating. The higher-ups in Konoha have been subtly encouraging a martial spirit among the villagers. The confrontation between Asuma and Dongfang Xuan is neither too grand nor too trivial. It is just enough to satisfy the villagers' curiosity. If this secret technique strikes Asuma, I reckon he won't even need a coffin. Just a simple jar would suffice, Kakashi jested. No, I want to use any secret techniques. I only practice ordinary ninjutsu, Asuma replied. Kakashi cast a puzzled glance at Asuma before opening the door to the divination shop. Remember to keep this confidential. After all, it's a secret technique. Dongfang Xuan called out as Kakashi departed. Understood, Kakashi replied, vanishing into the streets in a flash. Observing the sky outside, Dongfang Xuan closed the door, deciding to focus on training today. After all, running a shop would merely waste time. He returned to the inner room, sitting cross-legged. Gradually, he began to attempt the circulation of chakra within him, which began to gather in his palms. The faint blue chakra illuminated the entire room, but dimmed shortly after. The challenge of mastering the Rasengan is indeed formidable. Without guidance, it proves difficult to achieve. Since arriving in this world, Dongfang Xuan has been diligently training to perfect the Rasengan, which initially consists of non-elemental chakra and can subsequently undergo elemental transformation. However, his progress has been sluggish. Thinking of Naruto, who can utilize the shadow clone technique to train at an astonishing speed and with an unimaginable amount of chakra, Dongfang Xuan felt a pang of frustration, realizing that he had yet to grasp the shadow clone technique himself. It seems that only after graduating from the Ninja Academy will he be able to discuss such matters. Ultimately, chakra remains a significant hurdle. He decided to continue practicing chakra compression. After a night of training, Dongfang Xuan stepped out early the next morning. Good morning, Xian-kun. He greeted, noticing that the training ground was nearly empty. In the distance, he spotted Noera Rin waving at him while holding something. Sorry, Rin, I'm late, he apologized. No, I arrived early. This is for you, she said, handing him a pink bundle. Dongfang Xuan received it without opening it, inquiring, what is this? You surely haven't had breakfast yet. I made a little something for you to try, Noera Rin said with a smile, revealing a hint of her small fangs. I truly appreciate it. Dongfang Xuan and Noera Rin found a patch of grass to sit on. Slowly, he opened the bundle, revealing a flat blue lunchbox. Upon lifting the lid, the delightful aroma of rice wafted out. Thank you so much, Rin. The lunchbox contained neatly wrapped rice balls and several side dishes. Dongfang Xuan picked up a rice ball and took a bite, savoring the one wrapped in seaweed, which concealed a savory plum inside. It's delicious. Did you make this yourself? He asked, eyes sparkling with admiration. With a smile, Noera Rin responded, I prepared each one for you while they were still warm this morning. As Dongfang Xuan gazed at Rin's small hands, he felt a blush creep onto his cheeks. The rice ball he was eating might have been touched by her hands, heightening its flavor, and he nearly choked while looking at Noera Rin before him. Do you harbor fondness for the little girl before you? Dongfang Xuan could not help but offer a silent prayer to Freud, contemplating his own suppressed desires. After finishing the rice ball, he neatly packed away his lunchbox, while Noera Rin placed hers back into her bag. With a smile brimming with confidence, she declared, Today, you must train diligently. Yes, Teacher Rin. What shall we focus on today? In response, Noera Rin glanced at the towering tree nearby and approached it slowly. Dongfang Xuan, do you know how to infuse your chakra? Of course, he replied, following her lead. Although chakra infusion is a fundamental skill, it remains quite advanced for students of the Ninja Academy. And then, Dongfang Xuan inquired as he and Noera Rin stood side by side atop the tree, one tall and one short. Just as he asked, Rin unexpectedly delivered a swift kick. Dongfang Xuan quickly leaped back to evade her attack, but Rin was quick to pursue him. As he dodged her onslaught, he remarked, Ah, so it is a practice spar. Do be careful. He recognized the advantages of such training, as it served to hone one's control over chakra. It seemed that the objective was to enhance Dongfang Xuan's agility, preparing him for future encounters, even if he might not be able to best Asuma. In the realm of chakra manipulation, Rin was indeed a prodigy. With a nimble leap, Dongfang Xuan evaded her strike and ascended to another tree, as a gentle rain began to fall from the heavens. Observing his movement, Noera Rin also leaped after him. However, as she landed on a tree branch, her foot slipped, causing her to fall backward. Oh no, my chakra is nearly depleted, she exclaimed, realizing that her energy was insufficient to maintain her grip on the slick branch. Rin, Dongfang Xuan reached out in an attempt to catch her, but his hand fell short. He swiftly jumped down from the tree, grasping her just in time while adjusting his position, aware that the height posed a risk of injury. Striving to secure Rin in his embrace, he extended his other hand toward the ground, channeling his chakra. Wind release, vacuum sphere. The gust of wind struck the ground, sending grass and debris flying. The recoil propelled them higher, allowing Dongfang Xuan to flip gracefully midair. I'm going to fall. Rain pattered down, drenching Rin's hair as she sat up, only to realize she was perched upon Dongfang Xuan, her hands resting on his chest. Instantly, her face flushed crimson. Rin quickly stood, helping Dongfang Xuan to his feet. Are you hurt? Despite her embarrassment, she was concerned. I'm fine, he replied, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. Observing Dongfang Xuan's prowess, Rin felt a rush of emotions. Embarrassment mingled with admiration, as her cheeks grew even warmer. Dongfang Xuan, I had no idea you were this impressive. Clad in her black fabric attire, the rain had rendered it translucent, revealing hints of pink beneath. Flustered, she exclaimed, I apologize, I must take my leave now. With that, Noera Rin hastily gathered her belongings and departed from the training ground. Dongfang Xuan watched her retreating figure, feeling a mix of bewilderment and uncertainty as he absently rubbed his neck. Lifting his gaze to the heavens, he noticed the rain beginning to intensify. It would be prudent to return home. All the while, the rain continued to patter softly, and Dongfang Xuan chose not to use an umbrella. The droplets fell gently upon his head as he walked, quietly reciting the truths of Freud. Upon reaching the entrance of the divination shop, he spotted someone taking refuge beneath the eaves from the rain. As he approached, he discerned the figure. Ziyuri Hong? What brings you here? Observing the young girl clutching a scroll, it seemed she had sought shelter from the downpour while out shopping. Seeing Dongfang Xuan return, Ziyuri Hong quickly moved aside to allow him to open the door. Dongfang Xuan unlocked the shop, propped the door to one side, and ushered Ziyuri Hong inside as he pushed the door open. The shop was dimly lit, compounded by the rain obscuring the daylight, creating an atmosphere of gloom. Dongfang Xuan lit the candle at the front desk. Please, take a seat. Ziyuri Hong, holding the scroll, appeared somewhat at a loss. Dongfang Xuan smiled and pulled a lounge chair from behind the counter. Feeling a bit shy, Ziyuri Hong sat down. Watching as Dongfang Xuan moved into the back room, the sound of rummaging ensued, and Dongfang Xuan emerged with 2 long towels. Here, use this to dry your hair. After all, wet hair can be quite uncomfortable. However, Ziyuri Hong did not accept the towel. Instead, she extended the scroll from her embrace, which was tied with a string, concealing its contents. Taken aback by her gesture, Dongfang Xuan pondered. If this scroll was meant for him, it implied that Ziyuri Hong had come specifically to seek him out. What urgent matter could compel her to brave the rain? Did she require his assistance? He placed his towel on the counter and, while accepting the scroll, gently draped the other towel over Ziyuri Hong's head. Please, dry your hair first. Catching a cold would be unfortunate. As he untied the scroll, he watched Ziyuri Hong begin to dry her hair in silence, and his mind raced. Surely, it couldn't be a mission scroll? What purpose could she have in bringing this to him? He unfurled the scroll, reading the inscriptions. Shadow clone technique, fire style, fireball technique, ensnaring tree kill. Ensnaring tree kill? Kill. Dongfang Xuan's hand trembled. This seemed inappropriate for him to peruse. This must be a family secret of Ziyuri Hong's. Hastily, he rolled the scroll back up, noticing that Ziyuri Hong was still diligently drying her hair. Perceiving Dongfang Xuan's scrutiny, she paused her task and, with a touch of timidity, apologized. I am truly sorry, Xianjun, for involving you in this. Do you think you could learn from what's inside? My father said this is something I can only study once I become a ninja. It was evident that the young girl was flustered, feeling responsible for dragging someone else into her predicament, yet uncertain of how to amend it. But what could Dongfang Xuan do? Noticing his troubled expression, Ziyuri Hong quickly added, I can ask my father to guide you. It will surely be possible then. Beholding the sight of the crimson sunset, Dongfang Xuan found himself both amused and bewildered, pondering whether Xinhong might indeed be a daughter's slave. After all, from Dongfang Xuan's understanding, it was highly likely that Xinhong had gone to seek her father's approval to obtain this scroll for herself. Closing the scroll, he handed it back to Xinhong, declaring, I cannot accept this. It is your family's treasured ninjutsu. How could Dongfang Xuan dare to take this scroll, being a precious heirloom of Xinhong's clan? Xinhong, though perplexed, felt she could not, in good conscience, accept the scroll. After all, she possessed her own unique advantages. Observing Dongfang Xuan's steadfast refusal to accept her scroll, Xinhong suddenly sniffed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Wait, why are you crying? Dongfang Xuan was startled by the impending tears in Xinhong's eyes and hurriedly fetched a tissue from the table. Xianjun, it is all my fault, if it were not for me. As Xinhong's tears began to flow, Dongfang Xuan quickly offered her the tissue. It's all right, Hong. This matter does not pertain to you. It is between Asuma and me. Even if you had not been present that day, this would still have transpired. Dongfang Xuan endeavored to alleviate Xinhong's burdensome thoughts, for he could not allow her to believe that this was entirely her fault. After all, Asuma's animosity towards him was not a fleeting sentiment. Xinhong was merely a convenient excuse, as Asuma had long harbored a desire to confront him. Yet, Dongfang Xuan was not someone easily subdued. Listening to Dongfang Xuan's words, Xinhong's sobs gradually subsided, though her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red. Upon noticing that Xinhong had ceased crying, Dongfang Xuan smiled gently and spoke. Hong, I appreciate your kindness, but I truly cannot accept this. It is your family's ninjutsu, and I must respectfully decline. Moreover, your father would never permit me to view it, so please take it back. He extended the scroll back towards Xinhong. Wiping her tears with the tissue, Xinhong, her face still flushed yet earnest, asserted, Xianjun, I have already sought my father's consent. With that, she pushed the scroll back into Dongfang Xuan's embrace. As the rain outside ceased, Xinhong stood up and declared, I must take my leave now, Xianjun, Hong. Before he could finish his thought, Xinhong dashed out of the shop and stood at the entrance. Xianjun, you must win. With that, she vanished from sight. Dongfang Xuan held the scroll, shaking his head in bemusement. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe while listening to the report from the Umbu member, who wore an animal mask. Today, a powerful ninjutsu trace was discovered at the outskirts of Konoha. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Sarutobi inquired slowly, what ninjutsu? What level? The appearance of ninjutsu around Konoha was not particularly alarming, given the escalating tensions between nations and the increasingly audacious actions of spies and assassins among the villages. It remains unclear. Only remnants of the ninjutsu were found. From the traces, it appears to be fire-type ninjutsu, but, noticing the Umbu's hesitation, Sarutobi pressed, elaborate. The potency of the ninjutsu is at least of the secret technique level. Secret technique level? Upon hearing the Umbu mention the potency of this jutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed taken aback. After all, it is one thing to encounter traces of minor jutsu, but an ultimate technique is an entirely different matter. Pray elaborate, he urged, turning to face the Umbu with a serious gaze. We discovered the traces upon that grand banyan tree. The tree was completely penetrated by a singular strike of jutsu. The charred edges indicate it was a fire release technique. Yet, none of the known fire release techniques possess such devastating power. After absorbing the Umbu's account, Hiruzen took a deep draw from his pipe. He had seen that banyan tree by the village. The thickness of it made it inconceivable that even he could achieve such penetration using a fire release technique, which is inherently about combustion rather than slicing. Hiruzen spoke, reinforced the perimeter security of Konoha by recalling some of the dispatched Umbu. We may have a formidable assassin infiltrating our village. Understood. Is there anything else? The Umbu inquired. If not, you may withdraw. The Umbu paused momentarily before adding. There is a recent matter concerning Asuma. Asuma, you say? Proceed. It pertains to a wager between Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai regarding the assessment at the Ninja Academy. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen chuckled softly, remarking, such childish affairs are hardly worthy of concern. Indeed, the Umbu replied, vanishing from sight. Hiruzen's meaning was clear. Such trivial wagers of youth need not escalate. Even if he had resolved to look after Asuma, he could not entertain the notion that Asuma would struggle against a mere civilian child. Meanwhile, Yuhi Kurenai was in a secluded training space with Yuhi Jin. With a sudden crash, an individual bearing an uncanny resemblance to Yuhi Jin vanished from sight, immediately followed by an overwhelming wave of fatigue enveloping him. No wonder Naruto sometimes collapsed after training. Beads of sweat dotted Jin's brow as he faced the ninja scroll that Kurenai had brought, which contained detailed instructions on the shadow clone technique. Since Kurenai had assured him that she had obtained the consent of Yuhi Akane, Jin delved into his studies with ease. It appeared that he had grasped the fundamentals of the shadow clone technique. Diligent practice would follow. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Jin smiled, recognizing the myriad possibilities that the shadow clone technique afforded him. While it may not rival Naruto's training pace in the original narrative, it was certainly an improvement over his current speed. As for the other divination cards, Jin discovered many remained unawakened, with his chakra barely able to penetrate them, save for one. Within him, 64 divination cards whirled rapidly, and one card emerged, inscribed with the words, Resurgence of the Landmine. Cycle and renew, life re-emerges. The card floated within him, continuously generating formless chakra. As Jin sat in meditation, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, the operation of Resurgence of the Landmine gradually steadied his breathing, swiftly alleviating his exhaustion. With a gentle exhale, Dongfang Xuan opened his eyes, filled with exhilaration. After all, the mere presence of this landmine resurrection left him astounded. Possessing this omen was akin to having a swift and potent means of recovery. In just a short while, the fatigue that enveloped him had dissipated significantly, and his chakra had replenished considerably. While deep in thought, he noticed the door of the small shop being opened, only to be swiftly closed again. Dongfang Xuan smiled as someone stepped into the inner room. You've arrived, Kakashi. The visitor was none other than Kakashi, clad in his signature mask. When will you finally spar with me? Since the last encounter where Kakashi witnessed Dongfang Xuan unleash a formidable ninjutsu, he had frequently sought Dongfang Xuan, eager to gauge his true strength. Yet, Dongfang Xuan understood Kakashi's motives. After all, Kakashi was a prodigy who had advanced beyond his peers, yet deep down, he was quite solitary. His relentless pursuit of advancement stemmed largely from the death of his mentor, Tsukumo Hatake. Very well, I know you won't relent until we fight. Dongfang Xuan conceded, rising with resignation. Engaging in a match with Kakashi seemed quite reasonable. Nurturing their camaraderie was indeed essential. At the back mountain, Kakashi and Dongfang Xuan arrived at a hillside not far from Kakashi's home, where an array of training equipment and targets were situated. This was evidently Kakashi's training ground. Picking up a kunai from the ground, Dongfang Xuan inquired, what style of combat do you envision? Just refrain from using your secret technique. The rest is fair game. Kakashi responded, his gaze fixed on Dongfang Xuan. He had opportunities to counter other ninjutsu, but if Dongfang Xuan unleashed that particular secret technique, evasion would be impossible, and he would likely be reduced to ashes. Shall we commence? No sooner had Dongfang Xuan uttered the word begin than Kakashi flicked his hand, launching several shuriken directly at Dongfang Xuan's face. With a swift motion, Dongfang Xuan deflected the shuriken with his kunai. You scoundrel! What happened to the code of martial ethics? Dongfang Xuan glanced towards Kakashi's previous position, only to find him vanished. From above, Kakashi's voice echoed. We are ninjas. What need have we for ethics? Looking up, Dongfang Xuan saw Kakashi soaring through the air, having completed his hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A torrent of flames erupted, transforming into a fireball that hurtled towards Dongfang Xuan. Sensing the imminent threat, Dongfang Xuan felt his chakra surge within him, activating the 5 elemental divination cards. Water style, water barrier. He formed hand seals, summoning a massive wave that surged forth, creating a water wall to block the fireball. Kakashi landed back on a tree branch, astonished to witness Dongfang Xuan conjuring such a substantial water-based ninjutsu from dry land, as summoning vast amounts of water in an arid environment was a considerable drain on chakra. As Kakashi descended from the tree trunk, he seized the opportunity when the water barrier obstructed Dongfang Xuan's line of sight. Simultaneously, as the earth-style rock bullets collided with the fireball and the water wall, a vast cloud of mist erupted. Amidst the swirling vapor, Kakashi unleashed several rock bullets, striking with precision. The sound of clashing echoed, thud, 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 as a fireball surged forth from the mist, tearing through it and hurtling towards Kakashi. The fireball matched Kakashi's intensity, the searing heat palpable. He deftly sidestepped, but just as he leaped into the air, he noticed Dongfang Xuan pulling his hands forcefully. Several shurikens, entwined with wires and ablaze, shot forth from the fireball. What? Shurikens? Kakashi was taken aback as they sped towards him. Suspended midair, he found himself unable to evade. Rapidly forming hand seals, Kakashi unleashed a powerful gust of wind from his mouth, sending the shurikens spiraling away. As he landed, propelled by the recoil, he dashed forward, drawing the short blade from his back. Realizing he lacked an advantage in ninjutsu, he opted for close combat, a testament to his exceptional combat awareness. Dongfang Xuan, retreating swiftly while throwing several kunai, recognized that with the support of his divination cards, he could suppress Kakashi in ninjutsu, yet he was uncertain in hand-to-hand combat. He could not afford to exploit his weaknesses to target Kakashi's strengths. The kunai posed no hindrance to Kakashi's advance. He effortlessly deflected them with his white fang. Increasing his speed, Dongfang Xuan, planting his hands on the ground, raised an earthen wall to obstruct Kakashi's path. Expecting Kakashi to leap over or circumvent the earth wall, he was suddenly startled by a tremendous crackling sound, akin to a flock of birds chirping in his ears. A deep blue lightning erupted from the center of the wall, enveloping Kakashi's right hand with a shimmering blue blade of electricity. Chidori. Dongfang Xuan gasped internally, witnessing Kakashi's signature technique for the first time. Kakashi charged forward, gripping the electrified Chidori, rushing towards Dongfang Xuan, who swiftly retreated. In an instant, their distance shrank to mere inches. Direct hit. Kakashi's Chidori penetrated Dongfang Xuan's body. But the next moment, it erupted with a bang, transforming into smoke. Shadow clone technique. Kakashi was taken aback. When had Dongfang Xuan employed the shadow clone technique? Had he used it to substitute his position while casting the earth wall? Upon unleashing the shadow clone technique, Dongfang Xuan concealed himself amidst the surrounding grass. As Kakashi's Chidori struck the clone, Dongfang Xuan swiftly formed hand seals. Earth release, crumbling earth. The ground beneath Kakashi fractured, forcing him to leap away, while Dongfang Xuan sprang forth, launching several shurikens even as his ninjutsu was activated. The Easy Novel Network has released the latest chapter. The technique of fire release. Great Fireball was unleashed, with fireballs and shurikens hurtling towards Kakashi, suspended in midair. It was presumed that Kakashi could not evade this strike. Yet to everyone's astonishment, he erupted in a burst of water vapor, dispersing the fireballs and shurikens. Water clone. As Dongfang Xuan stood in shock, a whistling sound resonated behind him. He crouched to evade the white fang blade aimed at his head, delivering a powerful kick. Kakashi raised both hands defensively in front of his chest, successfully blocking Dongfang Xuan's strike. Utilizing the momentum, Dongfang Xuan flipped forward, creating distance between them. Just as Kakashi was about to charge at him again, Dongfang Xuan hastily raised a hand to halt Kakashi. "Stop. I concede." Kakashi paused, taken aback by Dongfang Xuan's declaration, and sheathed the white fang blade behind him. "Why concede? You still had a chance." Kakashi questioned, puzzled, as Dongfang Xuan had just created distance between them once more, and the outcome was still uncertain. "I cannot win." Dongfang Xuan sat down, finally catching his breath as the landmine resurgence within him began to activate. "I cannot win. My only advantage lies in ninjutsu. If we close the distance, I would merely be waiting to meet my demise. Moreover, I lack the strength." Kakashi nodded, acknowledging the impressive nature of Dongfang Xuan's ninjutsu. However, he recognized that Dongfang Xuan was not an expert in close combat, and if it came down to a battle with Kunai against his white fang, defeat would be inevitable. "Given your remarkable strength, why do you remain at the Ninja Academy?" Kakashi inquired, pulling Dongfang Xuan to his feet. Dongfang Xuan stood up, smiling as he replied, "I would rather not be beheaded in a haze of confusion." Kakashi frowned at this remark, sensing it was a veiled critique of himself. "So," Dongfang Xuan chuckled, "at the Ninja Academy, I have more time to delve into my ninjutsu." Kakashi nodded in agreement, recognizing Dongfang Xuan's considerable talent in ninjutsu. With continued effort, he could evolve into a formidable ninjutsu powerhouse, crucial on the battlefield. Indeed, training in ninjutsu is far more vital than undertaking those missions. "Of course, but remember to keep it a secret from me," Dongfang Xuan remarked, not wishing to reveal his potential too soon. "And Asuma." Kakashi began but paused. Never mind. He had intended to inquire about Asuma. But considering Dongfang Xuan's extraordinary strength, he realized that perhaps his concerns should lie with Asuma instead. After leaving the back mountain, Dongfang Xuan returned to his small shop to resume his training. The chakra within him surged continuously, but ultimately remained within a fixed range. "It seems my talent is indeed limited." Initially, Dongfang Xuan could use chakra to push the reserves within his body, but now, despite his efforts, there was no change in his chakra levels, indicating that his chakra capacity would not increase in the near future. It seems that the enhancement of ninjutsu has reached an impasse. Thus, the focus now shifts to taijutsu and jinjutsu. After sparring with Kakashi, Dongfang Xuan has come to a clearer understanding of his combat capabilities. His strength likely aligns with that of a chunin. Yet considering the potency of his ninjutsu and the strategic combinations of his divination techniques, he could be regarded as an exceptionally advanced jonin. However, aside from the fire-thunder assault technique, he still struggles to create effective combinations with his other divination techniques. Is it possible that his chakra reserves are insufficient? Dongfang Xuan felt somewhat troubled, as his advancement seemed to have hit a wall. He remains merely a high-damage chunin. In the context of the Third Shinobi World War, such a rank is hardly noteworthy. The thought of Minato Namake's effortlessly dispatching over 50 jonin left him speechless, truly a game-breaking entity. On the battlefield of the Third Shinobi World War, even jonin were little more than cannon fodder. Most ninjas typically possess high offensive capabilities, but low defenses, with a minimal margin for error. For Dongfang Xuan, while he possesses formidable ninjutsu as a safety net and his offensive power is ample, the issue lies in his lamentable defensive capabilities. One single kunai could potentially spell his demise. As he pondered his defenses, Dongfang Xuan recognized that in the world of Naruto, there are few ninjutsu available to enhance defense. The 100 Healings Technique, Lightning Release Body Forging Technique, Susanoo, and the Tailed Beast Cloak. Unfortunately, he has not had the opportunity to learn any of these techniques. The 100 Healings Technique requires apprenticeship under Tsunade, and it appears that only women may learn it. The Lightning Release Body Forging Technique is solely in the possession of the Reikage. What right does he have to learn it? As for Susanoo and the Tailed Beast Cloak, they seem utterly unattainable. There is no room for error. Suddenly, a thought struck him, the Flying Thunder God Technique. If he could master this technique, his margin for error would significantly increase, providing him with an escape option even against formidable foes. Yet, the question remains, how could he acquire it? Seeking out Minato Namake's for apprenticeship? Dongfang Xuan's name does not carry weight. After all, in the original story, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin, his 3 original disciples, never attempted to teach the Flying Thunder God Technique. How Minato himself learned it remains a mystery. The Flying Thunder God Technique is likely tightly regulated. Rubbing his temples, Dongfang Xuan decided to set this troublesome thought aside for the moment. It is not that he is idle. Upon reaching a bottleneck in ninjutsu and chakra, he has begun to devote himself to taijutsu. Xuan, it has been quite some time since I've seen a young individual like you, remarked Might Guy, as he, Dongfang Xuan, and Dai delivered powerful kicks to a wooden post during their training session. Might Guy held a deep admiration for Dongfang Xuan. After all, in the Hidden Leaf Village, even those with a modicum of talent often let their ambitions soar to lofty heights. Additionally, unlike the Hidden Cloud Village, many in the Hidden Leaf do not favor taijutsu. Most talented individuals come from prestigious clans with family secrets as their trump cards, making it quite normal for the humble art of taijutsu, often associated with poverty, to be looked down upon. Uncle Dai, I feel as though my training has hit a plateau recently. Could you impart some of your wisdom to me? The Eastern mystique is articulated with striking clarity. After all, despite being a commoner, Dongfang Xuan is on the verge of graduating from a ninja academy, and with steady progress, he is destined to become a chunin. In contrast, Might Guy remains merely a genin, struggling to meet his basic needs. Xuan, it is not that I lack the desire to instruct you. Rather, I am but a genin myself, with scant expertise in physical techniques, he explains. Guy's assertion lacks merit, as his peer, Kai, is exceptionally gifted in the same discipline, having attained the rank of jonin at a tender age. However, without opening the 8 gates, Guy remains merely a proficient genin. Nevertheless, Xuan, I can recommend someone. Intrigued by Might Guy's words, Dongfang Xuan is eager to learn about this expert in physical techniques, for few can earn such a recommendation from him. He is renowned as the strongest physical ninja in Konoha, Teacher Chun. Teacher Chun, upon hearing Might Guy's mention, Dongfang Xuan can surmise who he is referring to. In the commoner district of Konoha, Xuan searches for Teacher Chun's residence, but struggles to locate it. It is not due to a lack of direction. Rather, Might Guy's map is overly abstract. After turning past a convenience store, he enters a long alley adorned with climbing vines on the green brick walls, and a drainage ditch gurgling with flowing water accompanies the path. This place exudes an old-world charm. It's surprising that Konoha hasn't renovated such an aged neighborhood. At the end of the alley lies Teacher Chin's abode. Knock, knock, knock. After rapping on the door, Dongfang Xuan stands patiently at the threshold. The wooden door creaks open to reveal a girl with brown hair, gazing at him with a look of curiosity. Noticing her expression, Dongfang Xuan bows respectfully and states, "Greetings. I am Dongfang Xuan. I am here today at the recommendation of Uncle Guy to visit Teacher Chun." His tone is earnest. After all, he is here to acquire knowledge. The girl smiles at him and calls back, "Dad, someone is here to see you." The girl, not much younger than Dongfang Xuan, has her brown hair tied in a ponytail. "Oh ho ho, who would come to visit me without reason?" A voice emanates from within. The girl steps back, gesturing for Dongfang Xuan to enter. "Pardon the intrusion," he remarks as he enters the room. Seeing Dongfang Xuan's courteous demeanor, the girl can't help but chuckle. "You must be Dongfang Xuan. Quite young, yet very polite." The room is decorated in a vintage style, furnished only with simple wooden pieces. Teacher Chun reclines on a bamboo lounge chair, leisurely fanning himself. "Yes, Teacher Chun," Dongfang Xuan replies, taking a seat before him with utmost decorum. The girl, observing the interaction, smiles and says, "You two can converse. I shall step into the inner room." "Is this your daughter?" Dongfang Xuan inquires. Hearing his question, Teacher Chun bursts into hearty laughter. "Little Xuan, in the world of martial arts, there is no need for such formalities regarding titles. This is my daughter, Chun Waner." With that, Teacher Chun fixes a serious gaze upon Dongfang Xuan. "You are the one recommended by Might Guy, correct?" "Indeed, it was introduced by Uncle Dai, who mentioned that you are the strongest master of physical arts in the entire Konoha." Upon hearing this, Teacher Chun nodded, for when it comes to physical techniques, his Konoha Shenlong undeniably stands at the pinnacle. "However, if you seek to become my disciple, that is out of the question." Taken aback by Teacher Chin's words, Dongfang Xuan hastily interjected, "Teacher Chun, is there something I have not done well enough?" Teacher Chin shook his head. "Am I not qualified?" Teacher Chin again shook his head. Just as Dongfang Xuan was left in confusion, Chin Waner suddenly appeared, laughing as she said, "It's because my father only accepts those devoid of talent." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Xuan felt enlightened, recalling Teacher Chin's disciple, Lin. "Indeed, I only accept those proficient in physical arts. My disciple, Lin, is one who solely practices physical techniques. As for you, Dongfang Xuan, I know you can unleash powerful earth release techniques, thus I cannot accept you as a disciple." Teacher Chin's words left Dongfang Xuan somewhat speechless. After all, no one desires to be without a mentor. However, Teacher Chin shifted his tone. I am aware of your situation with Asuma, and I harbor no fondness for noble clans, so I can guide you as a teacher, but not as a disciple. Hearing this, Dongfang Xuan nodded with great delight, as he merely needed guidance from someone rather than a mentor to rely on for life. Having Teacher Chun instruct him would indeed be a mutually beneficial arrangement. Yet, do not rejoice too soon. Teacher Chin's tone turned serious. This comes with conditions. You must demonstrate your talent in physical arts. Dongfang Xuan sincerely replied. You must defeat Asuma using only physical techniques in your wager. Teacher Chin's demand was quite stringent. After all, Asuma, being the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen, excelled in both ninjutsu and physical arts. To outsiders, Dongfang Xuan's strength was already inferior to Asuma's, and now Teacher Chin required him to rely solely on physical techniques, making it even more challenging. No problem. To Teacher Chin's surprise, Dongfang Xuan accepted without hesitation or fear, exuding confidence in his victory. Then, teacher, after I defeat Asuma, I will pay you another visit, Dongfang Xuan joyfully proclaimed, for in his view, overcoming Asuma was not a formidable task. After Dongfang Xuan departed, Chun Wanner spoke up, Father, isn't this a bit too difficult for Dongfang Xuan? After all, Asuma has far surpassed his peers in strength since childhood, and no one at school can defeat him. Teacher Chin chuckled lightly. It's all right. I merely wish to see if Dongfang Xuan possesses the unwavering belief of a martial artist destined for victory. If he is more concerned with self-preservation when faced with a formidable opponent, then he is not suited for the path of physical arts. After all, most of the time, physical arts do not provide overwhelming advantages. They merely draw the enemy into a battle of wills. Without a strong will, one cannot reach the heights of physical arts, and it would be better to wholeheartedly delve into ninjutsu. Therefore, as long as Dongfang Xuan perseveres in battle, even if he loses, I will still acknowledge him. The training ground was bustling with numerous individuals, predominantly students preparing for their graduation assessments, alongside a fair share of villagers drawn by curiosity. So, how have you prepared? Queried the ever-curious Noera Rin, who seemed to appear from thin air beside Dongfang Xuan. It's all right. Asuma is not much of a concern, Dongfang Xuan replied, his demeanor seemingly distracted. Intrigued by his nonchalance, Rin reflected on her understanding that Asuma had already mastered at least 3 Serank jutsu, not to mention various auxiliary techniques. Furthermore, the Sarutobi clan placed great emphasis on physical prowess, making Asuma one of the top contenders in terms of physical fitness among his peers. From Rin's perspective, it wasn't that Dongfang Xuan couldn't defeat Asuma, but the challenge would certainly not be trivial. However, Rin felt reassured. Having witnessed Dongfang Xuan's formidable strength during their previous training session, where his chakra control surpassed her own by a noticeable margin. Today marked the graduation assessments of their ninja academy, comprising several distinct evaluations as the Chunin instructor continued his lengthy discourse on the platform. The audience below seemed equally disengaged, with few paying attention to the lecture. Shinkuin, a soft voice broke through, prompting Dongfang Xuan to turn. It was Yuhi Kurenai, rushing towards him, a box clutched in her hands, breathless as she handed it over. Shinkuin, this is for you. Dongfang Xuan hastily accepted the box, inquiring, Kurenai, what is the hurry? Her cheeks flushed. She whispered, I'm sorry, this is for you. You can use it later. Shinkuin, you must win, she exclaimed before dashing away, leaving Dongfang Xuan puzzled as he slowly opened the box to reveal a green orb. Rin gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. That must be the Akimichi clan's secret medicine. The green spinach pill. Consuming it can temporarily triple your strength. Excitedly, she added, Kurenai must have feelings for you, especially since your duel with Asuma is tied to her. And it seems she doesn't want you to stray far from her. Enough of that, Dongfang Xuan replied, tucking the pill back into his pocket. Reminding himself that the young girl had said nothing overtly implying her feelings, so there was no need for him to get overly excited. Just then, a commotion arose from the crowd as Asuma strode towards Dongfang Xuan, flanked by several others, his countenance marked by fury. Asuma was incensed, as Kurenai had delivered something to his opponent before their duel, effectively signaling his defeat even before it began. In that moment, Asuma appeared almost foolish, realizing that if Kurenai harbored affections for Dongfang Xuan, all his efforts would be rendered meaningless. In a fit of anger, Asuma reached for Dongfang Xuan's collar. But Rin stepped forward, positioning herself in front of him. "Asuma, what do you intend to do?" she demanded, leaving Asuma momentarily at a standstill. As the setting sun cast its crimson glow, the words of Yuan Lin echoed. "If Hong wishes to bestow a gift upon someone, let her do so. What concern is it of yours?" Unbeknownst to them, a chunin clad in a Konoha vest had silently appeared nearby. "If you seek to brawl, wait until the examination concludes. Any who dare to raise a hand now shall forfeit their eligibility." Asuma glared around him in frustration, acknowledging that his time had diminished. And only by vanquishing Dongfang Xuan in the assessment could he reclaim his lost honor. With indignation, Asuma spat at Dongfang Xuan. "You coward, hiding behind a woman." To this, Dongfang Xuan remained unfazed, while Yuan Lin's cheeks flushed in embarrassment. Leaning out from behind Yuan Lin, Dongfang Xuan chuckled. "Why don't you shield yourself? Is it that you do not wish to?" Asuma found himself speechless, his anger boiling over as he turned to leave. "Thank you, Lin." Dongfang Xuan expressed his gratitude. For Lin had stood protectively before him, even though the matter had little to do with her. "It's nothing. Just do your best." Dongfang Xuan flashed a confident smile and declared, "Of course, I shall surely prevail." "Please, both parties, enter the training ground," announced the Chunin instructor. Asuma and Dongfang Xuan took their positions at opposite ends of the arena. The rules of engagement were clear, primarily for the purpose of sparring, and the use of personal weapons was prohibited. Armed with wooden kunai provided by the instructor, they remained fixed on each other, brimming with anticipation. "Begin," with the instructor's command. Asuma advanced, kunai in hand. In response, Dongfang Xuan swiftly launched several wooden shuriken aimed directly at Asuma's face. Asuma deflected the oncoming shuriken with a flick of his kunai. Asuma executed a wind release technique while sprinting, expelling a gust of wind. Dongfang Xuan infused his feet with chakra, retreating swiftly and leaping onto a nearby tree. "You won't escape." Asuma, having missed his technique, hurled his kunai with precision. Flying swallow vacuum blade, perched on the tree trunk. Dongfang Xuan observed as the wooden kunai soared towards him at an incredible speed, accompanied by a thunderous rush of air. He deftly sidestepped, allowing the kunai to whiz past him, trailing a fierce whirlwind. With a resounding thud, the kunai embedded itself deep into the tree, nearly halfway through. Adorned with a layer of white-green chakra. Isn't this Asuma's signature technique? It appears he has already mastered it. The kunai, not being a specially crafted chakra dagger, had its potency diminished by Asuma's chakra attachment. Had it been a true chakra blade, it would have pierced the tree entirely. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a nearby building, a crowd had gathered, their eyes riveted on the unfolding duel. Among them were Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, and the ever-watchful Hong. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened, for among such elite shinobi, Asuma's performance was difficult to commend. He had relentlessly pursued offensive maneuvers from the outset, expending chakra even from a distance. To the onlookers, this seemed an extravagant waste of chakra, yet out of respect for Sarutobi Hiruzen, none dared to voice their thoughts. "Ladies and gentlemen, as the two have engaged, let us offer our guidance, for they are the blossoming flowers of Konoha." Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with remarkable candor, his words straightforward and easily comprehensible. He urged others not to be swayed by personal sentiments, but rather to offer praise or criticism as warranted. Nonetheless, despite his encouragement, silence enveloped the gathering. Asuma's ninjutsu was indeed formidable, and his chakra levels appeared to be extraordinary, rendering him nearly unmatched among his peers. Yuhi Kurenai finally broke the silence. Recognizing that her esteemed companions possessed higher status than herself, thus she took it upon herself to flatter. "So, do you believe Asuma will triumph in the competition?" Hiruzen's inquiry caused Kurenai a moment of hesitation. For her tacit approval of allowing Yuhi Red to showcase their family's ninjutsu, to Uzumaki Naruto had already hinted at her stance. Hiruzen's words sent a chill down Kurenai's spine. Could it be that he was aware of her family's secret ninjutsu? How could he have known? Surely, Naruto wouldn't be boastful enough to flaunt such knowledge. Noticing Kurenai's prolonged silence, Hiruzen chuckled softly. "Relax, I merely inquired. After all, competitions typically involve wagers." With a serious demeanor, he proposed, "Since we are all present, why not indulge in a little betting?" The suggestion took everyone by surprise, as they exchanged bewildered glances. "Allow me to initiate," he declared, pulling a stack of cash from his pocket and placing it on the table. "I wager 10,000 on my son. After all, I must have faith in my own child." Inspired by Hiruzen's confidence, others began to produce their own funds. I'll wager 5,000. I'll put down 7,000. I'll stake 10,000. I firmly believe the young lord will emerge victorious. The majority of the onlookers placed their bets on Asuma, leaving only Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya, and Kurenai yet to commit their wagers. And you three? Will you all bet on Asuma? Hiruzen inquired, directing his gaze at them. Jiraiya, with a grin, retrieved a bundle of cash from his pocket and remarked, "We cannot place all our faith on a single individual. I shall bet 10,000 on Naruto." Jiraiya possessed a shrewd political acumen. After all, Hiruzen's mention of gambling was intended to legitimize the rivalry between Asuma and Naruto. By establishing a betting scenario, Hiruzen effectively masked his son's involvement. However, for the wager to maintain its vigor, there needed to be a diversity of bets. If everyone solely backed one contender, the game would lose its essence. Thus, Jiraiya was designated as the sacrificial lamb for the betting pool. This was also why Hiruzen favored Jiraiya among his three disciples. Ascending to the role of Hokage did not solely depend on strength. Political savvy was equally paramount. In comparison to a fervent scientist or a gambling drunkard, Jiraiya's political insight stood out distinctly. As Jiraiya placed his money on the other side of the table, representing his bet on Naruto, Kurenai, seeing her mentor's choice, decided to follow suit. "I shall wager 6,000 as well." After Naruto placed his bets, all eyes turned to Sunset Crimson. "I'll wager 5,000, he declared, pulling 5,000 bills from his pocket, though the question of where to place them loomed large. Why is no one betting on Eastern Xian? If he wins, I'll make quite a profit. Just as Sunset Crimson hesitated, Jiraiya interjected, prompting him to act. Relieved, Sunset Crimson deposited his bills among Eastern Xian's pile. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a knowing glance at him, smiling silently. As Sunset Crimson returned to the group, he suddenly realized he was drenched in sweat. On the training ground, Asuma's skills were relentless as he unleashed his ninjutsu upon Eastern Xian. Multiple high-pressure wind bullets shot forth, yet Eastern Xian deftly evaded, causing the projectiles to strike the tree trunks instead. "Eastern Xian, why aren't you using your ninjutsu?" Rin wondered aloud from the sidelines, observing the clash. Despite Eastern Xian's formidable abilities, he remained inactive, allowing Asuma to dominate the battlefield. Uchiha Obito, standing beside Rin, expressed his frustration. "Asuma is such a fool. He hasn't even grazed Eastern Xian's clothing, while Eastern Xian hops around like a rabbit." Rin glanced at Obito but chose not to comment. Asuma must be running low on chakra, she surmised. Eastern Xian took refuge behind a tree, camouflaged by the leaves. He had no intention of confronting Asuma head-on, as he aimed to rely solely on his physical prowess to defeat him. Seeing his wind bullets strike the tree, Asuma leaped into the air, channeling chakra into his legs to gain a vantage point. Yet, there was no sign of Eastern Xian. Asuma sprang to another tree, but just as he landed, he felt a chill creep up his neck. Startled, he turned to see Eastern Xian descending from the branches, armed with a wooden kunai, poised to strike at his throat. In a split second, Asuma, also wielding a wooden kunai, slashed towards Eastern Xian. Their weapons clashed in close combat, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. Eastern Xian ducked under Asuma's attack, delivering a powerful side kick to Asuma's abdomen, sending him flying. "You!" Asuma gasped in pain as he soared through the air, while Eastern Xian tightened his grip on the wooden kunai, preparing for a follow-up assault. With a resounding thud, Asuma's original position transformed into a solid oak stump. Eastern Xian's kunai struck the stump with force, carving a deep gash. Wind release, great breakthrough. Asuma reappeared on a nearby branch, hands forming seals, drawing in a deep breath. He distanced himself from Eastern Xian, who remained suspended in midair, unable to move. A significant breakthrough, a powerful ninjutsu that requires preparation, is now being employed at the perfect moment. The enormous tempest erupts, visibly swirling with a pale green wind, charging toward the airborne Dongfang Xuan. "Be careful," Lin exclaims, her concern evident as she witnesses the formidable wind-style ninjutsu. Meanwhile, the Jonin instructor beside her forms the hand seals for the body flicker technique, ready to intercept the attack should Dongfang Xuan be unable to evade it. Impressive. Dongfang Xuan marvels, recognizing the prowess of the strong warriors from Konoha. Indeed, without his presence, Asuma would undoubtedly rank as the foremost after Kakashi. Excluding Obito, who is an anomaly, Asuma's overall abilities have reached the level of a Jonin. As the pale green wind draws near, Dongfang Xuan lightly propels himself off a wooden stump, ascending slightly while tossing a rope into the air. The rope catches on the treetop, allowing him to swing gracefully above the tempest. What? Asuma, having expended nearly all his chakra on the powerful ninjutsu, stands dumbfounded as he watches Dongfang Xuan evade his attack with a mere rope. In the end, all that remains in Asuma's line of sight is a large, dark shoe sole. Next, Uchiha Obito steps forward, forming hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. He exhales a massive fireball that crashes against the target opposite him. As the flames subside, the Jonin instructor notes on his assessment sheet, 93 points. Uchiha Obito graduated, handing Obito a Genin forehead protector. He eagerly accepts it and fastens it around his head. Turning to Lin, Obito beams with pride, playfully pointing to himself. As he approaches Lin, she offers, "Congratulations, Obito, on becoming a Genin." Her radiant smile is endearing, causing a blush to creep across Obito's cheeks. Next, Dongfang Xuan steps forward. "Good luck, Shin-kun," Lin encourages him, only to hear Obito huff in jealousy, prompting Lin to giggle playfully. Standing before the target, Dongfang Xuan knows he possesses the strength to earn a Genin forehead protector. But he must adhere to the formalities. "Let us begin. Release an offensive ninjutsu," he states. Dongfang Xuan nods, forming hand seals. Lightning style, lightning ball. A sphere of lightning, the size of a soccer ball, materializes before him, hurtling toward the target and piercing through it, vanishing behind. The brilliance of his ninjutsu astonishes many. Most students are awestruck by Dongfang Xuan's ability to penetrate the target with a single strike, while the Jonin are even more impressed by his mastery of lightning release techniques. The 5 great nature transformations, among which the most challenging is the lightning release. Without an inherent affinity for lightning, even the slightest deviation in control could result in self-harm. Thus, it is widely believed that Dongfang Xuan, who has successfully utilized both earth and lightning release, must either possess a profound understanding of the elemental transformations or be a prodigy in chakra control. "Graduated," declared the Chunin instructor, inscribing a perfect score of 100 on the assessment sheet. Wearing the forehead protector of a Genin, Dongfang Xuan returned to the side of Noera Rin, who beamed, "Congratulations, Shin-kun, on becoming a Genin." "Thank you," replied Dongfang Xuan, scanning the surroundings for Asuma, yet finding no trace of him. "Stop looking. Asuma has already left," Noera Rin chuckled. And Uchiha Obito beside her nodded in agreement. He departed early with a black shoe print on his face, having lost the bet. Dongfang Xuan acknowledged her words with a nod, recognizing the truth in them. After all, Asuma had lost the wager, and lingering here would only serve to humiliate him further. "Rin, come to my house this Sunday evening," Dongfang Xuan proposed. Upon hearing this, Noera Rin's face flushed crimson, and she shyly retorted, "What are you talking about?" Uchiha Obito, equally flustered, interjected, "Dongfang Xuan, what are you saying?" Observing their reactions, Dongfang Xuan was puzzled and inquired, "What's wrong? Is there something inappropriate?" With a curious tone, Noera Rin questioned, "Is that suitable? What's unsuitable about it?" "Celebrating with hot pot doesn't he require tickets?" Dongfang Xuan responded, his expression suggesting that they were misinterpreting his intentions. "How infuriating. You're teasing me." They laughed together, while above them, a group of individuals found no humor in the situation. "It seems we underestimated them," Sarutobi Hisashi remarked, as everyone else remained silent, wary of disrupting the tense atmosphere. Unexpectedly, it appeared that Asuma had been overly casual. No one dared to elaborate, aware that the more they spoke, the more likely they were to err. "It seems you all have gained quite a bit today," Sarutobi Hisashi noted, glancing at the money on the table. "Thank you indeed," Jiraiya replied, collecting the money and distributing it to Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. As Jiraiya placed his share into Kushina's hands, she hesitated, uncertain whether to accept it. Having never anticipated that Dongfang Xuan would triumph over Asuma, the son of the Sarutobi clan, it appears Dongfang Xuan possesses considerable talent. He should be cultivated carefully, Sarutobi Hisashi remarked before descending the stairs, leaving the remaining individuals exchanging glances. In the Konoha divination house, Dongfang Xuan had just tidied up the room when someone entered. "Teacher Chun," Dongfang Xuan exclaimed, wielding a broom to sweep the floor as the bespectacled Teacher Chun stepped inside. Waving his hand, Teacher Chun smiled, prompting Dongfang Xuan to quickly pull out a chair for him. "I was just about to look for you," Dongfang Xuan stated. "I know, which is why I came to find you," Teacher Chen replied with a smile. Dongfang Xuan presented a cup of tea to Teacher Chen. After taking a sip, Teacher Chen remarked, I observed your assessment today. You performed admirably, exceeding my expectations. I initially anticipated your failure, and even if you had not succeeded, I would have acknowledged your efforts. Yet, I am pleasantly surprised by your success. Henceforth, I shall offer you my guidance. Upon hearing these words, Dongfang Xuan felt immense joy. For with Teacher Chen's mentorship, his shortcomings in physical techniques would surely be addressed. In my opinion, you are indeed ill-suited for training in physical techniques. Teacher Chen's words piqued Dongfang Xuan's curiosity. Noticing the intrigue on Dongfang Xuan's face, Teacher Chen chuckled and continued, physical training requires unwavering perseverance, without decades of dedication. Achieving results is challenging. After another sip of tea, he added, you possess a remarkable talent for ninjutsu, which is why I do not wish for you to pursue physical techniques. Instead, you should delve deeper into ninjutsu. However, the choice is ultimately yours. Teacher Chen smiled at Dongfang Xuan. So, come find me the day after tomorrow. I shall teach you some foundational physical techniques and introduce you to your senior brothers. With that, Teacher Chen finished his tea, rose, and said, all right, you may resume your tasks. There is no need to see me off. As Teacher Chen departed, Dongfang Xuan continued sweeping the floor. After a few moments, another person entered. Xianjun? A familiar voice called out, and Dongfang Xuan looked up to see Shiyu Hong standing at the door. Hong, you have arrived. Seeing Shiyu Hong brought Dongfang Xuan great happiness, especially considering her generous gift of the family ninjutsu scroll. Congratulations, Xianjun, on becoming a genin. Shiyu Hong wore a genin headband, indicating she too had passed the assessment. Perhaps she had been shy, not appearing earlier due to the presence of a summa. Congratulations to you as well, Hong. The sun had just risen in the sky, and Dongfang Xuan's chakra had settled, bringing him a sense of calm. It was morning, a perfect time to return this. Before Dongfang Xuan lay an open ninjutsu scroll. The skills inscribed within had been thoroughly learned by him. In the Konoha commercial district, Dongfang Xuan held a gift in one hand, and she used ninjutsu scroll in the other. Standing at her door, he felt somewhat awkward, as it was his first visit to a classmate's home. He recalled the character of Shiyu Tsubaki from the original story, who was generally easy to get along with. By the later stages of Naruto, Shiyu Tsubaki vanished, likely having perished during the Nine Tails incident. Shaking off such thoughts, Dongfang Xuan knocked on the door. Tap, tap, tap. After a brief wait, the door creaked open to reveal the face of a brooding middle-aged man. Who are you? Dongfang Xuan. As the door opened, Dongfang Xuan realized this man must be Shiyu Tsubaki. Good day, sir. I am Dongfang Xuan, and I am here for this. He lifted the ninjutsu scroll in his hand. Shiyu Tsubaki examined Dongfang Xuan from head to toe, then glanced at the scroll. Come in, he said. Dongfang Xuan bowed respectfully and stepped inside. As the crimson sun set, Yuhi Kurenai was somewhat taken aback upon encountering Dongfang Xuan. Initially, when her daughter sought to obtain the ninjutsu scroll from her, Kurenai had numerous considerations. After all, her relationship with the Summa, becoming a member of the Sarutobi clan, was deemed a commendable fate. However, Dongfang Xuan's emergence opened her eyes to other possibilities. Being a commoner, if Dongfang Xuan possessed talent, becoming a son-in-law and revitalizing the Yuhi clan was indeed a promising prospect. Please, have a seat. Kurenai gestured, settling herself in a chair while Dongfang Xuan took a place opposite her, observing him with a cold smile. She reflected on how Dongfang Xuan had nearly been frightened to death by Sarutobi Hisashi, and reclaiming her stature before her prospective son-in-law felt quite gratifying. Seeing Dongfang Xuan place a gift on the table, Kurenai was genuinely surprised. The treasured ninja tools from the 1010 family? You have indeed gone to great lengths with this gift. The 1010 ninja tool shop was well known throughout Konoha, and their exquisite items held significant collectible value. Nonetheless, no gift can compare to the ninjutsu you bestowed upon me, Dongfang Xuan replied. Kurenai smiled and remarked, I'm glad you understand. Thus, I presume your visit today is not solely to express gratitude. Dongfang Xuan nodded and spoke. Kurenai, you may not grasp the significance of this ninjutsu, but I do, and I cannot treat it lightly as if I were a mere child. Kurenai regarded him, taken aback by his words. Aren't you still a child? Dongfang Xuan found himself at a loss for words, as few children of his age in Konoha exhibited such maturity. He could only smile and respond. I might be a bit more mature than the average person. Kurenai chuckled, her interest piqued. recalling the battle she witnessed from the rooftop during the assessment. Why didn't you utilize ninjutsu in your fight against the Suma? Although Dongfang Xuan's battle with the Suma was swift and smooth, predominantly involving him evading and exhausting a Suma before delivering a decisive blow, there was surely more to the story. Particularly given his last-minute escape using a rope. I made an agreement with Teacher Chun. If I could rely solely on taijutsu throughout my fight with the Suma, he would offer me guidance in that discipline. Dongfang Xuan's words were light, yet they resonated differently in Kurenai's ears. After all, Teacher Chun was considered the foremost authority on taijutsu within Konoha, a figure of notable stature even among the village's higher echelons. In comparison to her status as an ordinary elite jonin, Teacher Chun's reputation and position were vastly superior. From Dongfang Xuan's implication, it seemed that Teacher Chun hadn't formally taken him on as a disciple, but merely provided guidance. Yet, to Kurenai, this was far from mere guidance. Especially since Teacher Chun had only one apprentice to date. So, do you plan to specialize in taijutsu moving forward? As the sun dipped below the horizon, its crimson hue painted a picturesque scene. The esteem of Higashuri Akane for Higashuri Jin steadily ascended. Possessing an innate talent for ninjutsu, honed in various disciplines, and being mentored by the foremost practitioner of taijutsu in Konoha, Jin displayed emotional intelligence and a profound understanding of circumstances. Moreover, he shared a childhood bond with Akane. And most notably, he hailed from humble beginnings. Should Jin achieve remarkable success in the future, it would not be deemed inappropriate for Akane to wed him. Conversely, if his future accomplishments fell short, he might still be welcomed as a son-in-law, thus revitalizing the Higashuri family. Akane calculated these prospects in her mind, finding the equation concerning Jin to be quite favorable. Jin, acutely aware of Akane's unwavering gaze upon him, felt a surge of discomfort, pondering, what could she be thinking? His expression remained a foolish grin. Father, we are running low on milk in the refrigerator. Akane's soft voice broke the moment. At that instant, she stood before the refrigerator, still bleary-eyed, cradling a glass bottle of milk. Akane's father, Higashuri Akane, called out, his voice tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Across the room, Jin sensed the subtle shift in atmosphere and hastily turned his face away, striving to mask his own embarrassment. Clad only in a pink nightgown, Akane, still half asleep, had merely intended to grab a snack, completely unaware that there were others in the living room. Upon hearing her father's call, she instinctively turned her head, only to discover Jin seated directly across from her. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Akane's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a lobster, radiating warmth from head to toe. Father, why didn't you say anything? She exclaimed, a mixture of reproach and shyness lacing her tone as she directed her words at Akane. Without delay, she spun around and hurried up the stairs. The sound of her footsteps echoed through the stairwell, culminating in a resounding slam of the door, plunging the living room into an abrupt silence. For a brief moment, Akane and Jin exchanged glances, the atmosphere growing palpably awkward. Jin scratched his head and sheepishly remarked, I apologize, it seems my timing was ill-fated. Meanwhile, upstairs, Akane flung herself onto her bed, clutching a pillow tightly as her heart raced within her chest, her cheeks aflame. Father, how annoying. Jin-kun arrives. And you don't even mention it, she mumbled softly, her tone laden with reproach. She recalled her disheveled appearance as she stumbled to the refrigerator for milk, glancing down at her nightgown, which only intensified her blush. She could vividly imagine how embarrassing it must have been for Jin to witness her in such a state. Half awake and in disarray. I wonder what Jin-kun thinks of my attire, she mused, her shyness escalating. Burying her face deeper into the pillow, it was as though she sought to shield herself from the outside world. The room fell into a profound silence, save for the relentless thumping of her heart. I wonder if Jin-kun even likes me. As the setting sun cast its crimson hues, Yugao quietly pondered the words spoken by Dongfang Xuan during their last encounter at the divination house. This is a matter between Asuma and me. It does not concern you. Did Xuan also harbor feelings for me? As Yugao mused, a sudden question struck her. How did Xuan come to my home? Why did he bring gifts and engage in conversation with my father? In the Hokage's office, the expansive desk was cluttered with a mountain of files, all documenting the records of graduates from the Ninja Academy. Each file meticulously chronicled the students' life experiences, familial connections, and various skill metrics. These papers embodying the hopes and future direction of Konoha Village. Class assignments, Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured softly, his gaze reflecting profound contemplation. He slowly picked up one file, his eyes wandering over the roster, the pen in his hand occasionally dancing across the paper. This seemingly straightforward process of class assignment was, in truth, laden with intricacies. Most of the children graduating from the Ninja Academy were either descendants of illustrious clans or exceptional prodigies from common backgrounds. They were akin to pristine sheets of paper, their political inclinations yet to be defined. Despite the pervasive influence of their families, the children were still young, with careful nurturing. They could easily become allies on their paths to political prominence. With this thought, a faint smile graced Sarutobi's lips, for this was indeed one of his signature political strategies. His gaze settled upon the photograph of Yugao in her file, capturing her youthful radiance. He scrutinized the data within: ninjutsu, A. Jinjutsu, A. Taijutsu, C. Chakra, B. Yugao? If it weren't for Dongfang Xuan, I would be quite pleased to see you marry Asuma. After all, the eldest daughter of a Jinjutsu master would make a fitting match for him. Sarutobi contemplated inwardly. He held no prejudice against Dongfang Xuan. He welcomed any opportunity that could serve his interests. As for Asuma's affection for Yugao, in his view, Konoha boasted a plethora of beauties, and Asuma's options were plentiful. There was no need for the eldest son of the Sarutobi clan to fixate upon a single choice. After a moment's reflection, Sarutobi inscribed Yugao's name upon the class assignment list. He then picked up another file, densely packed with mission records. This particular file belonged to Hitaki Kakashi. Kakashi had graduated early, continually honing his skills through practical missions. However, it was regrettable that he had never undergone formal training as a lead instructor. The data within the file was impressive: ninjutsu, S. Jinjutsu, A. Taijutsu, A. Chakra, A. Nevertheless, Kakashi exhibited significant issues, having frequently clashed with his comrades over differing ideologies, even abandoning teammates to accomplish missions independently. At that moment, the office door creaked open, and Danzo entered, leaning on his cane. Noticing Sarutobi holding Kakashi's file, a slight smile emerged on his lips, his cane rhythmically tapping the floor. "Do you still not know where to place this child?" Danzo initiated, his tone laced with a hint of provocation. "Leave it to me. I will ensure he is well trained." Tawanzo continued, his gaze resolute. Sarutobi Hiruzen lifted his pipe and took a slow drag, his eyes sweeping over Tawanzo. "Do you intend to mold Xuan Mao's child into an emotionless tool? We have already wronged Xuan Mao once." Sarutobi's voice carried a hint of displeasure. Tawanzo let out a mocking laugh, retorting, "The one who should feel remorse is you, not me." His words caused Sarutobi's brow to furrow, prompting him to inquire, "This matter does not concern you, so why are you here?" Tawanzo snorted, placing the documents he held onto Sarutobi's desk. "There have been movements in the Mist Village. I have come to ascertain your stance." Sarutobi took another puff from his pipe. The situation within the ninja world was growing increasingly tense, with persistent friction among the villages and a united front against Konoha, as the Land of Fire was the most resource-rich nation. Nonetheless, Sarutobi had no intention of yielding in the face of such interests. Even if it meant war with the four nations, Konoha was prepared to fight. This was the very foundation of Konoha's dominance for decades. Slowly exhaling a plume of smoke, he spoke in a deep voice, "Let us exert some deterrence. The probing has gone too far. I shall leave this matter to you. It is time for the root to take action. After all, we must appropriately demonstrate our strength." Upon hearing this, Tawanzo smiled with satisfaction. "Very well," he replied, turning to exit. Just as he reached the door, he turned back and said, "Sarutobi, he is Xuan Mao's child. Do not squander his potential." As the office door closed behind Tawanzo, Sarutobi fell into deep contemplation. The son of Hitaki Xuan Mao, Kakashi's evident talent weighed heavily on Sarutobi's mind. Kakashi's situation was quite delicate. Otherwise, Sarutobi would not have invested so much time in him. The image of Hitaki Xuan Mao surfaced in his thoughts, along with that fearsome white fang and the Hokage's half-sleeve. Shaking his head, Sarutobi sighed. Xuan Mao's death had left Konoha in a vulnerable position, prompting the other ninja villages to engage in subtle maneuvers. After all, Konoha had lost a formidable force in the White Fang, lacking senior combat power, while the new generation had yet to mature. Now was the perfect opportunity before Konoha's emerging strength could solidify. Kakashi, affected by Xuan Mao's demise, often clashed with his predecessors. Tawanzo's suggestion was not without merit, as Kakashi's disposition did not lend itself to conventional methods. Even ordinary high-ranking shinobi would struggle to rein him in. Shuamao, I apologize for your death. You would not have compromised. Thus, I shall make proper arrangements for your child, as my form of compensation. He slowly inscribed Kakashi's name onto the class allocation sheet. Subsequently, he wrote the name of Minato Namikaze in the teacher's column. Minato would also need to stabilize the Uchiha clan, as their support was crucial. Sarutobi contemplated further, taking up his pen once more to inscribe several Uchiha names on the list, only to swiftly strike them out. These direct descendants of the Uchiha clan would likely become ambitious once Minato ascended to Hokage. Uchiha Obito, a member of the collateral branch, with only an elderly grandmother as kin, seemed quite suitable. Sarutobi Hiruzen mused to himself, contemplating that even if the Uchiha clan chose not to support him, they would at least refrain from opposition. After inscribing the name of Uchiha Obito, he fell into deep thought once more. Might Guy, Noira Rin, and Dongfang Xuan were next on his list, and he subsequently wrote down Rin's name. The roster comprised noble families, commoners, and prodigies alike. Thus, the foundation for Minato's future support was firmly established. As long as Namikaze Minato proceeded methodically and achieved merit, his ascension to the position of fourth Hokage would be an assured outcome. After finalizing the list, Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up Dongfang Xuan's file. The thought of Xuan troubled him. Given that aside from his combat abilities, his extraordinary prophetic skills were indeed formidable. However, as Xuan hailed from the commoner faction, it was implausible to replace Noira Rin with him, as a team of 2 men and 1 woman was the most optimal configuration. With a smile, Sarutobi suddenly recalled someone and gently tapped his fingers on the table. An Umbu, clad in a mask, promptly emerged. Here, the Umbu member knelt on one knee, respectfully stating, "Please summon Tsunade. You and Rin train slowly. I have already imparted the fundamentals to you. Your foundation is sound, and with perseverance, you will surely achieve results," said Teacher Chun, his mouth full of rice balls, speaking indistinctly while occasionally scattering grains. Dongfang Xuan and Rin were practicing horse stance together, standing firm like statues since the morning. Meanwhile, Teacher Chun was savoring the lunch prepared by Chun Wanner, while Xuan and Rin could only watch enviously, lacking such special treatment. Large beads of sweat rolled down Xian's forehead, and he felt as though his legs had ceased to belong to him. This form of self-torturous training was unprecedented for him. Rin, though equally drenched in sweat, maintained her composure, unlike Xian, whose body had begun to tremble uncontrollably. Persevere. Only by surpassing your limits can you truly unleash the allure of physical technique, Teacher Chen encouraged, his words punctuated by the occasional spattering of rice. Xian's inner thigh muscles quivered violently, and he couldn't help but wonder if enduring such prolonged horse stance was excessive for a child of his age. Just as he inwardly complained, a sudden whistling sound pierced the air. Teacher Chen hurled a rice ball in his direction with such speed that Xian found himself momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, Xian leaned back to evade the flying rice ball, performing a backflip to regain his stance. However, Teacher Chen's assault did not end there. His powerful kick was already aimed at Xian. In haste, Xian lifted his leg to counter the attack, but Chun, being a seasoned instructor, effortlessly swatted Xian's leg aside and forcefully stomped down on him. Xian quickly sidestepped, but Chen's foot struck the ground with tremendous force, creating fissures in the grass as though the very earth trembled beneath his might. As Dongfang Xuan steadied himself, Teacher Chen, relentless, charged forward once more. Konoha whirlwind. Teacher Chen soared into the air, a fierce roar escaping his lips as a powerful whip kick aimed directly at Dongfang Xuan's head. The wind from his leg slicing through the air. Dongfang Xuan hurriedly raised his hands to shield his head, yet Teacher Chen's strength was formidable, far beyond what Dongfang Xuan could withstand. The kick sent both his hands and head flying, and he felt as if he traced an arc through the air before landing heavily on the ground. He rolled several times before finally coming to a stop, lying on the ground and gasping for breath. Teacher Chen had expertly calibrated his force, merely propelling Dongfang Xuan away without inflicting any serious harm. Nevertheless, Dongfang Xuan felt as though his entire body was on the verge of disintegration. Very good. I initially thought you would only evade that rice ball. Yet you managed to execute a series of counterattacks, Teacher Chen remarked with satisfaction as he stood before Dongfang Xuan. The latter's body was swollen, particularly his legs, which ached to the point where standing was nearly impossible. The prolonged stance had already left his muscles taut, and the sudden bout of combat had rendered his leg muscles feeling as if they had torn. At that moment, he harbored doubts about Teacher Chin's teaching methods. Such training could only lead to one becoming increasingly inept, could it not? A pang of regret washed over him for having chosen Teacher Chun as his mentor. Rest for now. You may return home to recuperate later. Remember to use this list for your bath. Teacher Chin seemed to sense Dongfang Xuan's thoughts, offering no further commentary as he handed him a piece of paper and turned to seek Lin. Dongfang Xuan sat up, accepting the list. Yet his mind lingered on the recent training. Just as he settled into a meditative posture, preparing to catch his breath, the 64 divination cards within him began to operate instinctively. A card materialized internally, and chakra flowed into it like a gentle stream. Qian represents heaven. Dongfang Xuan was taken aback, feeling his chakra continuously pouring into the card. Soon, a surge of golden energy erupted from the card, swiftly enveloping his entire being. The pain throughout his body began to diminish, as though it were being cleansed. What is this? Dongfang Xuan's eyes widened, his heart brimming with confusion and astonishment. This energy was not only mending his physical injuries, but also enhancing his overall physique. He quickly halted the card's transformation. After all, Teacher Chin was still nearby, and he wished to keep his abilities concealed. After departing from the training ground, Dongfang Xuan made his way home. Along the journey, he activated the Qian represents heaven card, feeling the golden energy coursing through his body. Exhaling heavily, he couldn't help but marvel at the card's extraordinary potential. The ability to enhance his physique through the card was a continuous process of augmentation. If he were to consistently absorb the energy from this card, to what heights could his physical prowess ascend in the future? Dongfang Xuan couldn't help but think of the sage body of Senju Hashirama, a legendary constitution said to possess immense vitality and chakra. As long as one follows the proper steps, one can ultimately attain such a realm. Dongfang Xuan's heart swelled with joy, for his most significant shortcoming had, to some extent, been addressed. Regarding chakra, if he could cultivate an immortal physique, the deficiencies in his chakra would become far less pronounced. Presently, it appeared that his shortcomings were not as conspicuous. His future trajectory unfolded primarily in three directions. First, there was physical martial arts. His divination cards could enhance his physical prowess, and with the formidable 8 Gates technique, Dongfang Xuan dared to imagine whether his future mastery of martial arts might surpass that of Guy. Previously, he could not guarantee this. He had acutely felt the widening gap between himself and Guy in physical training. However, with the augmentation provided by the divination cards, the situation was now different. Secondly, there was ninjutsu. This was an area where Dongfang Xuan could not make significant strides in the short term, as he lacked access to advanced ninjutsu. He was not yet qualified for superior techniques, and when he would be able to open the sealed tome remained uncertain. At this stage, he could only attempt to replicate experience cards, and he had only managed to obtain the strongest fireball technique from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lastly, there was ninja tools. Ninja tools were what Dongfang Xuan most urgently needed to explore. With the third great ninja war looming, any enhancement to his strength would be advantageous. He also needed to thoroughly consider the developmental direction of his future weaponry. Dongfang Xuan recalled Asuma's chakra short blade and Sasuke's Kusanagi sword, both infused with elemental chakra, exhibiting tremendous power. It seemed that elemental weaponry held great promise, and perhaps he could forge a formidable ninja tool of his own. The atmosphere felt increasingly tense. As Dongfang Xuan walked through the streets of Konoha, he keenly sensed an unusual air of tension permeating the atmosphere. Compared to the security measures in place before graduating from the Ninja Academy, the overall security of the village had escalated to a notable degree. The number of ninjas on the streets had surged, and patrol shifts had been reduced from 1 hour to half an hour per rotation. And this was merely the visible change. Beneath the surface, how many members of the Umbu were silently operating? A feeling of being observed surged within Dongfang Xuan, as if an invisible chakra were shadowing him. He speculated that a sensory Umbu member was monitoring him. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he continued along his path, outwardly displaying no signs of alarm. After several moments, the peculiar sensation gradually dissipated. Dongfang Xuan could not help but furrow his brows and mutter softly, "What is happening? Is it necessary to employ sensory ninjutsu within the village?" At that moment, tensions between villages were escalating. Perhaps Konoha had discovered spies from other nations? While pondering this, a sudden exclamation erupted from the neighboring grocery store. What? How did the price of rice soar to 1,800 yen per bag? Dongfang Xuan turned to see Mike Guy staring in agony at the price tag marked 1,800 yen, which was stuck in a pile of rice. The exclamation of Mike Guy caught the attention of many. The grocery store owner, with a scowl on his face, approached with evident displeasure. Dear customer, please refrain from such loud outbursts. Currently, the rice supply to Konoha village has been disrupted, leading to soaring prices, and there is little we can do about it. Mike Guy seemed to realize his indiscretion, scratching his head and awkwardly chuckling. My apologies, my apologies. The owner's expression softened slightly, and he turned to return to the counter. Left alone, Mike Guy gazed gloomily at his wallet, where the meager coins within seemed to mock his predicament mercilessly. As a mere genin without any talent for ninjutsu, he lacked the qualifications for solo missions. Without the activation of the 8 gates, his physical prowess could hardly be deemed formidable. Typically, he could only take on odd jobs such as searching for lost pets. With considerable expenses and a growing child at home who had an insatiable appetite, it was indeed true that a young lad could consume his father's earnings. At this moment, he could only painfully resolve to purchase a bag of rice. It appeared that the situation in Konoha was worsening. With the food supply to the outskirts of the village halted, it seemed surrounded by shinobi from foreign lands. Meanwhile, Dongfang Xuan muttered quietly to himself as he turned into a butcher's shop. He had finally found this somewhat remote area on the outskirts of Konoha, where the Might family resided, which was indeed quite secluded. Had he not asked for directions several times, he might have wandered for half a day without finding this place. The Might residence stood near a bamboo grove, a modest wooden house that appeared to have been constructed by Might Guy himself. Dongfang Xuan approached, gently placing his fingers on the door, and knocked 3 times. The crisp sound echoed in the tranquil atmosphere. After knocking, he withdrew his hand and patiently awaited a response at the door. Coming, came Mike Guy's somewhat puzzled voice from within, clearly wondering who was at the door. The door opened slowly to reveal Mike Guy, who paused for a moment in surprise before breaking into a smile. Xuan, what brings you here? Dongfang Xuan politely replied. Uncle Guy, I have some inquiries regarding taijutsu that I would like to discuss with you. Very well, come in. Mike Guy warmly welcomed Dongfang Xuan into the house. The interior was exceedingly simple and sparse, even to the point of being described as shabby. It's been quite a while since anyone visited. The place has become somewhat neglected, Mike Guy admitted somewhat sheepishly. Indeed, the Might residence seldom welcomed guests, lacking even a coffee table and sofa. With only a set of table and chairs serving multiple purposes for receiving visitors and dining. As they sat beside the table, Dongfang Xuan placed the fine meat he had brought on the surface. It was only then that Mike Guy noticed what Dongfang Xuan had in hand. Upon seeing nearly 2 pounds of exquisite meat, his eyes widened in astonishment. Given the current soaring prices, it had been quite some time since they last purchased meat at home. For a moment, Mike Guy was at a loss, feeling unworthy of such a generous gift. Dongfang Xuan discerned the intricate emotions swirling within Mike Guy and took the initiative to speak first. Uncle Guy, this is a gift I purchased for you. Mike Guy swallowed hard, yet he waved his hand in refusal, saying, This is too extravagant. You should take it back, considering your family's circumstances. Though he harbored a desire for the delicacy, he was reluctant to accept such a generous offering without cause. Please accept it, Uncle Guy. After all, I have yet to express my gratitude for Mr. Chen's introduction, Dongfang Xuan earnestly implored. I also wish to seek your guidance regarding martial arts. With these words, Mike Guy could only shyly ruffle his hair and, albeit reluctantly, accepted the fine meat into the kitchen. Xuan, do you have any questions about martial arts? Mike Guy inquired, regarding Dongfang Xuan with a hint of perplexity, as he pondered why Dongfang Xuan, having already received instruction from Mr. Chen, would seek him out as a secondary option. Uncle Guy, I've noticed that during my training at the limits of my capabilities, I can feel an unmistakable restraint within my body, an apparent shackle that seems to be constraining me. I am uncertain, which is why I sought your counsel. Dongfang Xuan stated earnestly. Mike Guy listened, and his complexion flushed slightly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The 8 gates. You can sense the presence of the 8 gates at such a young age, he exclaimed, exhilarated by the notion that someone could perceive what he had devoted decades to understanding, evoking a profound sense of kindred spirit. What are the 8 gates? Dongfang Xuan feigned confusion, prompting Mike Guy to elucidate. The 8 gates refer to the 8 constraints of the human body. Each time one is transcended, it unleashes several-fold strength. Yet this comes at a significant cost to the body. Might Dai patiently elaborated. However, the 8 gates technique I have developed minimizes the damage incurred when unlocking these gates. He proceeded to share the intricacies of the 8 gates technique with Dongfang Xuan. After absorbing Might Dai's explanation, Dongfang Xuan rose earnestly and offered a respectful bow as a disciple. No need for that. These teachings go unheard by others. Might Dai quickly assisted him to his feet. Smiling warmly, I am deeply grateful, Uncle Dai. I will express my thanks again in the future, Dongfang Xuan responded sincerely. Might Dai felt a surge of joy. The willingness of someone to learn his technique indicated that his perseverance had not been in vain, and he sensed a profound respect emanating from Dongfang Xuan. However, Xuan, I advise against unlocking the 8 gates unless absolutely necessary. Your current age could hinder your future achievements if you force it, Might Dai cautioned earnestly. Dongfang Xuan nodded gravely in acknowledgement. As dusk fell, Dongfang Xuan stood at the door, once more declining Might Dai's invitation for dinner, as he needed to hurry back to prepare medicinal baths. Noticing Dongfang Xuan's lack of interest in dining, Might Dai relented. Next time you come, I shall compile everything into a book for you. Then I thank you in advance, Uncle Dai, Dongfang Xuan replied with a smile, gradually walking away. Both Might Dai and Dongfang Xuan found themselves reflecting on the 2 pounds of pork, truly worth it. As night descended, one could not deny that Might Dai's home was indeed quite remote. As Dongfang Xuan traversed the narrow path, the art of 8 gates left him in a state of exhilarating anticipation. With years of arduous training, Kai had nearly delivered a fatal blow to Abido. Might Dai, too, had relied on the explosive power of the 8 gates to vanquish the 7 ninja swordsmen. Reflecting on the circumstances surrounding Might Dai's demise, Dongfang Xuan felt a pang of melancholy. The Third Shinobi World War had claimed the ninja swordsman, and time was of the essence. If he could, he would endeavor to save Might Dai as a tribute to the 8 gates technique. Crack, crack. Faint sounds emanated from the woods, reminiscent of leaves rustling against an object. On high alert, Dongfang Xuan recognized the desolation around him. It was unlikely that mere travelers were wandering in these wilds. Could it be a ninja from another nation? The divination cards within him began to operate instinctively. Kuin is earth. Dongfang Xuan's chakra radiated outward, expanding his sensory reach to its utmost limits. The sounds were subtle, yet indicated movement. Unable to discern friend from foe, he opted for caution, retreating into the shadows of a tree to listen intently. The rustling of leaves and the weighty sound of footsteps suggested a gradual retreat. Dongfang Xuan exhaled, relieved. Regardless of the identity of the presence, he wished to avoid confrontation. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a frown creased his brow. Something had intruded upon his perception, akin to a stone plunging into water. From the treetops, several shurikens hurtled through the night, glinting coldly and cutting through the air towards Dongfang Xuan. Nearly a dozen shurikens came from various angles, effectively sealing every escape route. Damn! Dongfang Xuan cursed silently. He had been detected. Chakra surged rapidly within him. Earth release, earth flow rampart. With a clap of his hands against the ground, a wall of earth rose before him, shielding him from the incoming projectiles. The shurikens clanged against the earthen barrier. Seizing the moment, Dongfang Xuan leaped to the trunk of a tree, glancing towards the source of the shurikens. Not far away, another figure stood atop a branch, illuminated by the moonlight. Dongfang Xuan discerned that the forehead protector worn by this individual bore 2 stones, not the spiral of Konoha. The Wagakure. What a surprise! A mere child managed to evade my attack. The Wanmura chuckled, though his expression soon turned cold. In the next instant, he brandished a long staff and swung it towards Dongfang Xuan. As a jonin of a Wagakure, the Wanmaru had expended considerable effort to evade the attention of Konoha's Umbu. Recently, he had been spotted by Umbu operatives, forcing him to hide in these desolate outskirts. Little did he expect to encounter a freshly graduated genin from Konoha. Iwanmaru regarded Dongfang Xuan's forehead protector. For a newly graduated chunin to evade his shuriken was indeed a mark of exceptional talent. This ends here, he declared, striking with his staff. In response, Dongfang Xuan leaped from the tree trunk, narrowly evading the assault. The situation was becoming increasingly precarious. As beads of sweat began to form on Dongfang Xuan's forehead, he understood that his adversary, who dared to infiltrate Konoha alone, was at least a special jonin. Yanwan swung his long staff down once more, striking the ground and leaving a spider web of cracks in its wake. As Dongfang Xuan evaded, he quickly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball erupted from his mouth, and he used the recoil to distance himself. The staff crashed into the earth, and in an instant, a large chunk of rock emerged at its tip, forming a hammerhead. Yanwan dispersed the fireball with a heavy swing, chuckling, "Not bad. You managed to avoid the assassination list. It seems you have concealed yourself well." He felt quite pleased, for although he had not slain the son of Konoha's White Fang, he could still eliminate another promising talent, a trophy to bring back home. Yanwan's assault was fierce, as he aimed for a swift resolution, knowing that Konoha's would arrive shortly. As he advanced, he formed additional seals. Earth release, earth movement technique. Just as Dongfang Xuan was about to land, the ground beneath him shattered, and Yanwan's rock hammer descended. The relentless barrage forced Dongfang Xuan to draw a kunai from his waist in an attempt to block the hammer. The impact sent sparks flying as the hammer struck the kunai, propelling Dongfang Xuan through the air. Struggling to regain control, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His body was already at its limits, and the force of the hammer inflicted further blunt trauma. With no time to dwell on his injuries, another attack was imminent. Earth release, rock bullets. Several rock projectiles gathered at Yanwan's feet and shot toward Dongfang Xuan with alarming speed, leaving him no time to evade. Truly, the pressure exerted by a jonin was overwhelming. He realized that this could deplete his chakra reserves. Dongfang Xuan's combat instincts kicked in, and instead of attempting to dodge, he prepared to counter. Earth release, earth flow wall. He slammed his hands to the ground once more, raising a wall of earth to intercept the rapidly approaching projectiles. It was futile. The rock bullets struck the earthen barrier, sending dust swirling into the air. Yanwan raised his rock hammer and brought it crashing down upon the wall. With a resounding thud, the barrier shattered, revealing Dongfang Xuan as he executed a hasty retreat. The game of cat and mouse was at an end. As Yanwan's hammer descended upon him, the collision resulted in a sudden explosion. Dongfang Xuan had used the shadow clone technique. When had he performed it? Yanwan was taken aback. Perhaps it was after he had just released the earth flow wall. Turning around, he found Dongfang Xuan standing directly behind him, his chest thrust forward with determination. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. A massive fireball shaped like a dragon's head erupted from Dongfang Xuan's mouth, illuminating the entire forest. What? Such a powerful ninjutsu. Yanwan was astonished. The potency of Dongfang Xuan's technique surpassed his own significantly. This kid posed an even greater threat than the son of White Fang. Realizing the formidable nature of Dongfang Xuan's ninjutsu, Yanwan concluded that large-scale, high-damage techniques were the most perilous on the battlefield. Earth release, earth flow wall. Yanwan slammed his hands to the ground, conjuring a wall of earth twice as thick as Dongfang Xuan's before him. The colossal dragon-headed fireball collided with it, erupting in a tremendous blaze and wave of flames. The potency of fire release ninjutsu is indisputable. However, its extensive range and lethal force come at a cost. Even the formidable fire release employed by Madara struggles to breach earthen walls. After all, without a cutting edge, it is exceedingly difficult to shatter the thick barriers of earth, which is precisely why Iwamura utilized the earth flow wall. Crouched behind the earthen barrier, Iwamura merely felt the oppressive heat surrounding him. Such a formidable technique. This boy is truly terrifying. He must be eliminated before he fully matures. As Iwamura pondered, the center of the earthen wall before him suddenly fractured. A fireball, imbued with a bluish-purple hue, pierced through the fire dragon flame bomb, forcefully embedding itself into the center of the earthen wall. Upon tearing through the barrier, the entire fireball penetrated Iwamura. How could there be a fire release capable of breaching an earthen wall? Iwamura's final sight was that flickering arc of electricity dancing upon the bluish-purple fireball. Dongfang Xuan's execution of this ninjutsu nearly exhausted all his chakra, causing the internal divination talisman, Qian is heaven, to activate. As his muscles began to recover, chakra surged forth anew. What terrible luck to encounter such a situation. Dongfang Xuan did not approach Iwamura's lifeless body. Instead, he leapt onto a tree branch and vanished into the night sky. After all, such a commotion would not go unnoticed by Konoha's Umbu. As soon as Dongfang Xuan departed, several Umbu members, donned in animal masks, appeared. The leading Umbu pointed and declared, Over there. They swiftly encircled the earth flow wall. The leader approached Iwamura's body for inspection, simultaneously plunging a dagger into the nape of Iwamura's neck. There was no spurt of blood, and the Umbu remarked, "He's completely dead." They then examined Iwamura's entire form. Upon turning his body, they noticed the forehead protector of a Wagakure adorning his head, prompting several Umbu to exchange glances. Is this the Jonin who escaped a few days ago? How could he have perished here? They had initially assumed that a villager or Konoha ninja had been slain, only to discover it was an enemy village Jonin. The leading Umbu formed a series of hand seals, releasing an invisible wave of chakra to probe the area. It seems he has already departed. But who could it be? To eliminate a Jonin so swiftly suggests a formidable opponent. Yet, why did they not choose to confront us? Another Umbu examined the wounds on the corpse, noting that the chest had been pierced, indicating death by some form of ninjutsu. It appears to be a type of lightning release, he mused, observing the entrance wound. The group exchanged puzzled glances, as the number of those skilled in lightning release within Konoha was exceedingly limited. Amidst their uncertainty, one Umbu spoke up, "Look." He held aloft a fragment of the earth flow wall that had been pierced, which initially went unnoticed by the others. After all, penetrating an earthen barrier with lightning release was not an extraordinary feat. At least, the standing members could manage it. Could this possibly be a fire release technique? As he rubbed the charred earth in peace, it crumbled to ash. The leading Umbu suddenly commanded, "One of you return to report. The rest of you, maintain vigilance around the perimeter. I will attempt to reconstruct the scene." With that, a swift rustle marked their disappearance from the spot. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window, absorbing the report from the Umbu, momentarily taken aback. The death of the Iwnin Jonin had two potential explanations. The first hypothesis suggested that a formidable lightning release technique was employed, which had simultaneously shattered the earth wall and claimed the Jonin's life. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, gesturing for the Umbu to continue. The suspicion arose that the entire confrontation had commenced with a surprise attack from the Iwnin, who had tested the waters with shuriken. However, the Iwnin's combat approach was excessively slow, leaving one to ponder whether they were holding back, exercising caution, or hunting with intent. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the Iwnin was a Jonin. Upon witnessing the adversary wielding lightning release techniques, he would undoubtedly have refrained from employing the earth release for defense. What of the other theory? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. The Umbu, sensing his curiosity, extended a small paper package, containing some dark soil and remnants of clothing. The alternative explanation posited that a powerful fire release technique had been unleashed, piercing the earth wall directly into the Jonin's chest. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed deeply. As a master of ninjutsu, he was no stranger to its intricacies. The notion that fire release could penetrate earth release was unprecedented. Retrieve the body and convene a meeting with all the elite Jonin in the village, he commanded. Understood. With that, the Umbu vanished from the office. Gazing out the window, Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts drifted to the grand tree outside. The situation was becoming increasingly chaotic. In the secret chamber, the lifeless body of Iwamura lay upon the table. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood before the corpse, examining the wounds, the charred edges serving as undeniable evidence of a potent fire release technique. The chamber was filled with several elite Jonin, with only a few absent due to missions. "Have they all arrived?" he asked. In response, Jiraiya and a host of Konoha's elite Jonin stood among them. The Umbu interjected. The only elite Jonin unaccounted for is Namikaze Minato, who is patrolling outside the village. "Very well, we shall not wait for him," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. Just as he finished speaking, a golden flash illuminated the room. "Am I late?" Namikaze Minato, clad in the standard attire of Konoha, entered the chamber. Acknowledging Minato's arrival with a nod, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, "Since everyone is present, let us discuss today's events." He pointed to Iwamura's corpse, indicating that it was the focal point of their gathering. "This is the Iwnin who infiltrated Konoha some time ago. He met his demise on the outskirts of the village last night. Was it any of you who struck him down?" After his inquiry, the elite Jonin began to murmur among themselves, shaking their heads in unison. "None of you?" Sarutobi Hiruzen took a drag from his pipe, his expression tightening with concern. If it was not a Konoha ninja who had delivered the fatal blow, then another possibility loomed: ninja from other villages. The thought weighed heavily on him. If the assailant was indeed from another village, it would render Konoha's security utterly inept, akin to a bustling marketplace where anyone could come and go at will. This Iwanin was killed by some form of ninjutsu. He had activated the earth wall prior to his death, but it was breached. Can anyone discern any clues from this? The elite Jonin approached, scrutinizing the wounds on the Jonin's chest with keen attention. Most of the Jonin merely cast a cursory glance, for the wound was a gaping hole, offering little information to glean. The force capable of penetrating the earth-style wall must have been some form of A-rank lightning release technique. Setting aside the ordinary Jonin, Jiraiya and a few other formidable Jonin, such as Minato, discerned the underlying clues. Jiraiya stepped closer to examine the wound, his expression one of deep suspicion. This could not have been caused by a lightning release technique. As a master of all 5 elemental natures, Jiraiya quickly recognized certain anomalies. Minato, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Although he did not frequently utilize the 5 elemental techniques, he sensed something amiss but could not articulate it. Could it have been Kakashi's doing? One of the Jonin spoke up, noting that the nature of the wound bore a striking resemblance to a certain individual's jutsu. Kakashi? Sarutobi Hiruzen mused, pondering the possibility. I had once led a team with Kakashi, who had employed a particularly powerful lightning release technique, known for its hand-sealing form, which closely resembled this wound. Jiraiya remained silent. Despite his belief that it was not a lightning release technique, he deemed it prudent to wait before voicing his thoughts. Summon Kakashi. Understood. One of the Umbu vanished from the chamber. Reflecting on Kakashi, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself harboring doubts. Could it truly be Kakashi? If so, Shikaku, your child has surpassed all expectations. How far he has grown. Kakashi entered the room, and upon seeing numerous Jonin gathered, he was momentarily perplexed. It appeared to be a clandestine meeting of Konoha's upper echelons. Why had he been summoned? Kakashi, you have arrived. The assembly parted to reveal the body on the platform. Kakashi, is this your handiwork? Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled from his pipe, hoping fervently that it was indeed Kakashi's doing. For this would not only elevate Kakashi's standing, but also expedite the resolution of the matter. Kakashi gazed at the corpse, filled with confusion, and eventually shook his head. Observing Kakashi's demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen scoffed. Is this not the result of your original jutsu? When Hiruzen inquired, Kakashi once again shook his head. This Iwa ninja perished an hour ago, having released the earth-style wall in defense. Responding to Hiruzen's question, Kakashi extended one arm while grasping his wrist with the other. A resounding avian cry pierced the air, accompanied by a tremendous flash of lightning. Is this your new technique? Sarutobi Hiruzen was astonished by Kakashi's jutsu. Recognizing from this singular technique that Kakashi was indeed a true prodigy. This is my jutsu, Chidori, though it is not yet perfected. While I can penetrate the earth-style wall with my technique, the nature of the lightning release cuts does not allow for such a grievous wound. Kakashi's words jolted everyone back to reality. They had all overlooked the fact that lightning release techniques could not inflict such exaggerated injuries. Then who is responsible for this? Sarutobi Hiruzen seethed with anger. Konoha already faced enough troubles, and now this calamity had arisen. This appears to be a form of combined ninjutsu, likely not lightning release. After all, if it were, the rock ninja would not have utilized the earth flow wall for defense, yet it simultaneously possesses characteristics of lightning. Jiraiya deduced, while pinching the carbon ash at the wound, stating that there should also be an element of fire release involved. Jiraiya's analysis was quite logical, yet the others remained perplexed. Kakashi, upon hearing Jiraiya's explanation, momentarily paused. Lord Hokage, I believe I may know who is responsible for this. The crowd was taken aback at Kakashi's words. As everyone was indeed curious about the matter, Kakashi glanced at the assembly, refraining from elaborating further. It's all right, speak freely. We are all part of Konoha's core. And there shall be no repercussions, Sarutobi Hiruzen encouraged. With that, Kakashi continued, it is highly likely to be one Dongfang Xuan. The mere mention of Dongfang Xuan's name astonished everyone, given that Asuma's incident had just concluded, and no one was particularly keen to discuss Dongfang Xuan. Dongfang Xuan? Why would it be him? Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his shock, for during the confrontation between Dongfang Xuan and Asuma, no extraordinary combat prowess was evident. One could only conclude he was somewhat stronger than average, yet how could he possibly slay a Jonin? With a serious demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, are you certain? What leads you to believe it is Dongfang Xuan? He was reluctant to bring Dongfang Xuan into the spotlight unless absolutely necessary. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's plans, he intended for Dongfang Xuan to advance through the ranks unobtrusively, ultimately becoming a Hokage's advisor, utilizing his prophetic abilities to serve the Hokage. However, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen circumstances. I have witnessed Dongfang Xuan's ninjutsu. It is extraordinarily powerful, having once pierced through the grand tree of Konoha. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes brightened. It all connected. If Dongfang Xuan could unleash such ninjutsu, it would be entirely plausible for him to have killed that rock ninja. Having already disclosed Dongfang Xuan's identity, Kakashi decided to fully reveal his potential, for in his understanding, talent should be showcased, and one must hone both martial and literary skills. For the pursuit of excellence is akin to serving the royal family. In truth, Dongfang Xuan's strength surpasses my own. I once sparred with him. And his talent in ninjutsu is exceptional. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly coughed, for given the current state of the ninja world, it was rather alarming that a genius was idly passing time in the ninja academy, unnoticed by the assembly present, who bore some responsibility for this oversight. Kakashi saw no reason to fabricate lies, as such matters could be easily verified. He had no necessity to deceive. Dongfang Xuan is stronger than Kakashi? With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded the meeting. The elite jonin departed, their minds awash with questions, yet they all remembered one name, Dongfang Xuan. A wave of fervor swept through Konoha, reminiscent of Kakashi's rise to prominence in the past. Now, Dongfang Xuan's ascent stirred a similar excitement, albeit primarily circulating among the jonin. However, most prominent clans exhibited little reaction, for one or two talents posed no threat to their established power. Yet, some individuals harbored intricate thoughts. As the sun began its descent, Yuhi Red faced a stroke of fortune, witnessing the remarkable prowess of Dongfang Xuan. The Yuhi clan's prospects appeared promising. Exiting the Hokage's office, Yuhi Red was met with a chorus of admiration from her fellow clansmen, who had all discerned her affections for Dongfang Xuan during his battle with the Suma. After all, the heir of the Yuhi clan shared a profound connection with Dongfang Xuan. Unable to articulate a response, Yuhi Red could only manage a wry smile while graciously acknowledging the accolades, her heart swelling with excitement at the burgeoning potential of her investment in Dongfang Xuan. Meanwhile, the likes of Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze exhibited keen interest, indicating that Dongfang Xuan would warrant closer observation in the future. His demonstrated strength was undeniably captivating. Each individual occupied their own social circles, with the exception of two, Uchiha Fugaku and Kakashi. Uchiha Fugaku walked alone towards the Uchiha compound, deep in thought. The Uchiha clan situation was increasingly precarious, and the integration of external talents could significantly alter their fate. Despite their reputation for exclusivity, the Uchihas were not as rigid as the Hyuga clan. Kakashi, a member of the Hatake clan, emerged from the office, still reeling from the shock of having witnessed Dongfang Xuan's jutsu. However, the sight of the slain Idainin before him sent a chill down his spine. The realization that Dongfang Xuan, at merely 11 years of age, could vanquish an elite jonin was a feat Kakashi deemed nearly impossible for himself. Yet, excitement outweighed his astonishment. Having such a formidable rival invigorated him, promising that his path would not be a solitary one. This thought brought him a sense of joy. Upon returning to the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his chair, puffing on a pipe. The mere thought of Dongfang Xuan left him astounded. For Kakashi had already emerged as a new prodigy of Konoha. Now, another master of ninjutsu had appeared. Konoha was indeed blessed. If it were true that Dongfang Xuan had slain the Iwnin, the terrifying talent of a mere 11-year-old capable of defeating an enemy jonin in mere moments was nothing short of extraordinary. Sarutobi took a deep drag from his pipe, exhaling a cloud of smoke. As Dongfang Xuan followed a masked Umbu agent towards the Hokage's office, he reached the door, only to see the agent vanish. Unfazed, he was about to knock when a voice beckoned, "Come in." Entering the office, he found Sarutobi Hiruzen clad in Hokage robes, with Kakashi standing beside him. "Kakashi, you're here as well," Dongfang Xuan remarked, causing Kakashi's cheeks to flush with embarrassment, for he had previously been instructed by Dongfang Xuan to maintain discretion, yet had inadvertently revealed his presence. Noting Kakashi's discomfort, Dongfang Xuan smiled, having anticipated the likelihood of being discovered upon his return. After all, in such matters, The Umbu only needs to meticulously investigate the personnel movements during the relevant time frame, and any abnormalities will soon be uncovered. Sarutobi Hiruzen rose and approached Dongfang Xuan. Upon seeing Hiruzen, Dongfang Xuan felt a certain pressure. After all, Hiruzen was at the pinnacle of his power, now possessing the strength of a Kaga-level ninja. Whether in taijutsu, ninjutsu, or jinjutsu, although Hiruzen's title as the strongest Hokage is somewhat inflated, he undeniably stands as the most well-rounded among them. Other Hokages possess certain weaknesses, yet Hiruzen has a means to counter them. Even against the formidable Uchiha Madara, who could face thousands alone, Hiruzen could attempt to employ the Shiki Fujin in desperation. In comparison, Dongfang Xuan's capabilities seemed insignificant before Hiruzen. He began to sweat. Noticing this, Hiruzen smiled softly. It seems you are aware of my identity. That makes things easier. Dongfang Xuan nodded, acknowledging that Hiruzen had previously concealed his identity when seeking his fortune, and now revealing everything was a form of recognition towards him. There's no need to be anxious, Hiruzen said with a smile. Today, I am merely here to inquire about a few matters. You were the one who eliminated the rock ninja, correct? Dongfang Xuan hesitated momentarily. Yes. Given that he had already been identified, feigning ignorance would be futile. So he chose to be forthright. After all, his talents had already been displayed, at least garnering Hiruzen's attention. Otherwise, he feared Danzo would have designs on him. Hiruzen remained silent, merely taking a puff from his pipe, his mind swirling with thoughts. Please recount the details. Hiruzen began slowly. Dongfang Xuan nodded in response and gradually recounted his visit to Might Guy, where he encountered the rock ninja. He simplified the battle's details, although he portrayed it as quite arduous. So, the rock ninja underestimated you due to your youth, and you ultimately ambushed him to death, Hiruzen concluded. Dongfang Xuan nodded. After all, being somewhat formidable could be attributed to talent, but being excessively powerful could not be easily explained. Hiruzen nodded in agreement, as this aligned with his suspicions. Indeed, if Dongfang Xuan possessed a talent for ninjutsu, it was reasonable to ambush an enemy who underestimated him. Though my talent may not be extraordinary, my ninjutsu is quite formidable, he stated. Hiruzen's gaze flitted between Dongfang Xuan and Kakashi. While Kakashi was undoubtedly a genius, he was merely a strong ninja. Yet, if Dongfang Xuan could distinguish himself in ninjutsu, he would be of great value. After all, both the battlefield and the academy require masters of ninjutsu. Given your considerable strength, why do you still attend the ninja academy daily? Those Chunin instructors should have little to teach you, Hiruzen inquired while puffing on his pipe. I simply wish to run my shop peacefully in the village. I have no desire for the limelight, Dongfang Xuan replied, casting a glance at Kakashi. His meaning was clear, making Kakashi quite uncomfortable. I mainly believe that a ninja who relishes in competition does not qualify as a good ninja, Hiruzen nodded, recognizing the validity in Dongfang Xuan's words. Kakashi had indeed drawn attention, yet he had also faced numerous assassination attempts. Is that so? Hiruzen mused. Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to Dongfang Xuan's words and couldn't help but feel a sense of agreement. You are far more mature and composed than your peers. Although both Dongfang Xuan and Kakashi are orphans, it seems that Dongfang Xuan possesses a greater sense of maturity, likely due to his years of life experience. At such a young age, he has achieved a calm disposition, devoid of the desire for competition. It appears that Dongfang Xuan has undergone significant mental fortitude. The more Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Dongfang Xuan, the more satisfied he became. After all, Dongfang Xuan not only possessed talent, but also cunning, complemented by his formidable divination skills. Let us change locations. I wish to witness your abilities in earnest, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, for as an esteemed master of ninjutsu, he was indeed curious about the techniques Dongfang Xuan employed to penetrate rock ninja defenses. Upon arriving at a spacious training ground, Dongfang Xuan was intrigued, as he had never been to this particular site before. This is the training ground of the Umbu. You surely have not encountered it, Sarutobi Hiruzen announced, standing in the open space and forming hand seals, pressing his hands against the ground. Earth release, earth flow wall. The ground trembled as a massive earthen wall rose, thick and wide, far surpassing what Dongfang Xuan could conjure. Witnessing Sarutobi Hiruzen's ninjutsu, Dongfang Xuan was momentarily taken aback, indeed, as a ninja instructor. Sarutobi Hiruzen was unparalleled in the arts of ninjutsu. Come now, unleash your technique, Sarutobi Hiruzen encouraged, yet Dongfang Xuan hesitated to initiate his jutsu. What troubles you? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, puzzled by Dongfang Xuan's delay. Please do not stand behind me. I fear I might inadvertently harm you, Dongfang Xuan replied, chuckling at the remark. Sarutobi Hiruzen responded, very well, I shall step aside. He positioned himself beside Dongfang Xuan, observing him with a smile, as he believed Dongfang Xuan could not possibly harm him. Dongfang Xuan focused on the earth flow wall, channeling his chakra. Fire release, fire thunder strike. A blue flame tinged with purple erupted from Dongfang Xuan's mouth, accompanied by numerous arcs of electricity dancing around the projectile. The emergence of this fiery orb astonished Sarutobi Hiruzen. How is this possible? Flames imbued with lightning. The fiery orb struck the formidable earth flow wall, resulting in a tremendous explosion of flames, sending a cloud of smoke billowing into the air. As the smoke dissipated, a gaping hole nearly 2 meters wide appeared in the once impenetrable wall. Such power! Sarutobi Hiruzen swallowed hard, realizing that had he been foolish enough to stand behind the wall, he might have sustained injury. While a mere fireball might not have been remarkable, the ability to penetrate the wall was a different matter altogether. For the secret techniques of the Lightning Village could withstand fire techniques, but not this one. Dongfang Xuan, you are exceptionally gifted. After executing his jutsu, Dongfang Xuan found that he had only expended half of his chakra, indicating a notable increase in his capacity. Dongfang Xuan, you may return for now, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided. Having recognized Dongfang Xuan's capabilities and intending to adjust his future plans accordingly. Would you like me to read your fortune? Dongfang Xuan asked as he retrieved divination tokens from his pocket, causing Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression to darken. With Dongfang Xuan's departure, only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kakashi remained. Kakashi, in matters of the ninja world, you find yourself outclassed by Dongfang Xuan. Your intellect pales in comparison to his maturity. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Kakashi couldn't help but smirk. Why did you not mention my inferiority to Dongfang Xuan before? Is it merely because he has become formidable now? It all boils down to strength. In a hot spring and located in a small town within the land of fire, Danzo sat on a tatami mat dressed in a yukata, with an exquisite meal laid out before him. He savored his rice, taking slow, deliberate bites. Lord Danzo, a similarly masked ninja, entered the room, distinct from the umbu directly under the Hokage, as this one belonged to Danzo's root. What is it? Danzo inquired. It concerns news from Konoha, specifically regarding Dongfang Xuan. At the mention of Dongfang Xuan, Danzo's brow furrowed. For him, Dongfang Xuan's prophetic abilities were of paramount importance. Had it not been for Sarutobi Hiruzen's interference, Dongfang Xuan would likely be residing at the root base, serving as a machine for prophecy. Dongfang Xuan, what has he done? The root ninja knelt, bowing his head. He single-handedly eliminated an IWA ninja yesterday evening. IWA ninja? Danzo was taken aback by the report. Considering Dongfang Xuan had only just graduated from the ninja academy, how could he possibly encounter an IWA ninja? Was it a scout? If it were an IWA scout, potentially a sensory-type chunin, it was indeed plausible for them to cross paths with Dongfang Xuan. However, upon Danzo's inquiry, the root ninja remained silent. Not a scout. Danzo set down his bowl and turned to the root ninja. Lord Danzo, Dongfang Xuan has killed a jonin from IWA. What? Danzo nearly spat out the rice in his mouth. How could a mere child, freshly graduated from the academy, possibly slay a jonin? A chunin, perhaps, but a jonin. Even in the 5 great ninja villages, jonin were the backbone of the community. Quick, explain everything in detail. Danzo had no time to concern himself with his meal, and the root ninja hastily recounted the events. So it was true that Dongfang Xuan had killed a jonin, and the news was contained within the upper echelons. Was Sarutobi Hiruzen attempting to suppress this information? Danzo processed the information. It seemed Dongfang Xuan's value had risen once more. The room fell silent as Danzo stroked his chin in contemplation. The root ninja remained bowed, awaiting Danzo's command. Dongfang Xuan, it appears you can no longer remain. Seemingly coming to a conclusion, Danzo spoke. Order root to act. We must apprehend Dongfang Xuan before he is assigned to a team, and then bring him directly back to the base to implant the curse mark of tongue destruction. Yes, the root ninja accepted the command and vanished from the room. Sarutobi Hiruzen, your indecisiveness shall be your downfall. Allow me to teach you how to lead Konoha toward a brighter future. With that, Danzo cheerfully lifted his bowl. resuming his meal with relish. In the Konoha divination shop, Dongfang Xuan was tidying up the premises. The shop, already modest in size, had its tables pushed together, and the central counter was moved to the corner by Dongfang Xuan. This should suffice. He arranged the tables and chairs into a large communal table, surrounded by seats. In the center, a hot pot was placed, connected to a power strip, with an assortment of prepped ingredients laid out on the table. This should be enough for several people. It was not surprising to Dongfang Xuan that there was a hot pot restaurant in Konoha, complete with electricity and appliances. As the door to the divination shop swung open, a large bag was brought in. Noticing this, Dongfang Xuan hurriedly stepped forward to take it. "Hong, why did you bring so much?" The bag contained numerous frozen products purchased from a convenience store, as well as fresh deer meat specially supplied by the Nara family. "Xianjun, thank you for inviting me. This is a token of my appreciation." Before Hong could finish her sentence, the shop door was pulled open again. "Xianjun, sorry for the interruption." Lin entered, carrying a bamboo basket, followed closely by Obito and Kakashi. Obito walked in, leaves clinging to his shoulder, and brushed them off while calling out, "Dongfang Xuan, we're here." Seeing Dongfang Xuan approach, Lin quickly handed over the basket, which contained fine fresh bamboo shoots. "Xianjun, these are the bamboo shoots I bought. They are perfect for hot pot." Kakashi entered last, shutting the door behind him and placing a paper bag on the table, filled with various beverages. He took out some chilled drinks from the bag and set them on the table, his gaze sweeping over the well-prepared hot pot. Everyone had brought something, except for Obito, who appeared somewhat awkward with empty hands. Nevertheless, they remained silent, and Obito merely scratched his head, diverting his attention to the enticing hot pot in the center. "It smells wonderful. What is cooking in there?" He reached to lift the pot lid, but Dongfang Xuan swiftly slapped his hand away. "It's not ready yet. Why the rush?" Hong, assisting Dongfang Xuan with the tableware, chuckled, "Xianjun has truly prepared abundantly." Lin, having processed the bamboo shoots, placed them on a platter and set it on the table. "Everyone, please take a seat." Since the hot pot required little preparation, Dongfang Xuan urged everyone to sit. However, how they sat was of great significance, as each person's thoughts varied. Dongfang Xuan took the seat facing the entrance first, while Lin naturally seated herself beside him, holding a bottle of drink. "Here you go," Xianjun observing Lin sit next to Dongfang Xuan. Hong wished to join but hesitated due to shyness. "You sit here, I'll sit there." Kakashi, exasperated, moved forward and sat in the seat farthest from Dongfang Xuan, pushing the empty space beside him towards Hong. Flushing, Hong promptly took a seat. Kakashi was flanked by Hong and Obito, while Lin was seated between Obito and Dongfang Xuan. "Shall we begin?" With that, Dongfang Xuan lifted the pot lid, releasing a rich aroma. Given that the villagers of Konoha were not accustomed to spicy food, he had prepared a bone broth base for the hot pot. Kakashi casually picked up a bottle of beverage, twisting it open and taking a sip, his gaze drifting among the group, observing the varied thoughts of each individual. Yugao noticed the flush on Dongfang Xuan's face, while he remained utterly focused on the bottom of the pot. Obito rubbed the back of his neck, sulking next to Rin. "Can we eat now?" "Yes," came Dongfang Xuan's affirmation as he lifted the lid from the pot, revealing the frothy, white bone broth within. He then added the freshly cut deer meat into the broth, which had been brought by Rin and was ready to be enjoyed after a brief cook. In an instant, everyone eagerly began to toss their ingredients into the pot. Kakashi savored the deer meat in his bowl, acknowledging that the Nara family's venison was indeed of exceptional quality. Rin, meanwhile, was continuously serving Dongfang Xuan fresh bamboo shoots from the pot, while Obito watched with a hint of jealousy. Dongfang Xuan raised his drink, prompting the others to do the same. "Cheers to our promotion to Genin." Rin, Yugao, and Obito responded with smiles, clinking their bottles together. Kakashi also smiled at the merriment, raising his cup in unison. "Cheers to us." A pitiful wooden post, already deformed from repeated kicks, had been the target of Dongfang Xuan's relentless training throughout the morning. 1387, 1388, 1389. It had been some time since he had slain a jonin, and news of his feat had circulated among the upper echelons of Konoha. Teacher Chun had praised him, yet the training had become even more rigorous. Dongfang Xuan's strength had seen significant improvement, with his training results becoming increasingly evident. His proficiency in ninjutsu had heightened as well. He could now simultaneously utilize the 5 elements hexagrams along with other auxiliary hexagrams. His mastery of the 8 gates technique had progressed to the opening of the first gate, marking a noteworthy advancement. While the increase in power from the first gate was modest, it nonetheless represented a clear step forward. However, the most significant change lay in Dongfang Xuan's physique. His forearms seemed to be undergoing a transformation. Under the influence of Qin as heaven, it appeared that his body was indeed evolving, with the modifications seemingly ongoing. At this rate, will I achieve the sage body? The thought of the legendary strength of the sage of the 6 paths, Senju Hashirama, stirred excitement within him. If he could attain the sage body, the greatest dilemma regarding his talent would be effortlessly resolved. Yet, he knew he must remain focused on the present, for bodily transformation is not something accomplished overnight. At this juncture, enhancing his taijutsu was paramount. While continuing to kick the wooden post, the hexagrams within him began to activate. Kuin as earth. The earth embodies profound virtue and bears all. Dongfang Xuan's chakra radiated outward from his core. Although he lacked innate talent in sensory perception, his mastery of chakra was not yet proficient. However, with the augmentation of the Kuin as earth hexagram, he could be considered a sensory ninja, and his sensing range expanded in tandem with the growth of his chakra. TSK, 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 it seems there are hardly any others training in this training ground. The chakra of Dongfang Xuan enveloped the entire training ground, which was not particularly crowded. Apart from himself and the vibrant Might father and son duo, only a handful of others were present. The training area was, however, filled with numerous young couples enjoying their dates. With the Ninja Academy now on break, and given the precocious nature of the inhabitants of the Hokage world, children have begun to pair off in twos. Some of the more liberated and precocious girls have started to experiment with certain unique experiences, which left Dongfang Xuan both amused and perplexed. After all, the authorities in Konoha have been encouraging early marriages and pregnancies, so he felt no need to voice his opinions. He had received numerous invitations from girls, but Dongfang Xuan had politely declined each one, believing that physical relationships devoid of love were no different from mere animalistic urges. He recalled a day spent dining on hot pot, where Lin had boldly served him food, a seemingly daring act that, within the confines of Konoha, was rather conservative, while Hong was even more traditional in her demeanor. The thought of the two girls made Dongfang Xuan chuckle. As he was no fool, he could easily perceive their feelings for each other. Yet, the issue remained that they were far too young. As a young pioneer raised under the red banner, how could he possibly act upon such feelings? Moreover, with the third great ninja war looming, he could not afford to be distracted by romantic entanglements. His strength was still insufficient. After all, he needed to possess the power to alter Lin's fate. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Dongfang Xuan intensified his kicks against the wooden post. Just as his chakra began to expand, he sensed an unusual presence encroaching upon his awareness. Someone was approaching him at great speed. Who could it be? It seemed as though they were coming for me. As Dongfang Xuan pondered this, a strange chakra adhered to him. For directions, flame formation. A dark purple wall of flames surged up from around him, momentarily enveloping him in a sealing technique. What? The sudden turn of events was overwhelming, leaving Dongfang Xuan no time to react. In an instant, several figures clad in black rushed towards him. The two foremost figures swiftly formed hand seals, their chakra coalescing. Fire release, fireball jutsu. Earth release, earth spear. Two ninjutsu were unleashed from the leading black-clad assailants, one soaring high and the other low, both aimed directly at Dongfang Xuan. What? An attack in Konoha? Who dares to act so boldly within the village? The elite forces of Konoha are present, so why go to such lengths to target me? Recognizing the ferocity of the assault, Dongfang Xuan prepared himself for a fierce battle, channeling the energy within him. Heaven above, a formless energy surged forth, continuously nourishing his body and chakra. He leapt backward while forming hand seals. Body flicker technique. The moment the technique activated, Dongfang Xuan's figure moved swiftly through the air, propelling himself toward the wall of flames. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was convening with several elite shinobi of Konoha. Recently, disturbances in the ninja world had been escalating, prompting Sarutobi to gather the village's core members for strategic discussions. Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru had already been dispatched on missions, while a host of elite jonin attended to their respective tasks. It can be said that today, Konoha is in a state of weakened strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen had just begun to address his task when a colossal wall of flames erupted not far from the window. The four corners flame array. The sight of this formidable technique raised questions among the onlookers. After all, who in the village would dare to wield such advanced ninjutsu? Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind raced, and he quickly deduced the answer. With a heavy sigh, he declared firmly, "Everyone else, continue with the plan. I shall handle this matter personally. Tsunade, accompany me." Upon finishing his words, he donned the Hokage hat from the table and stepped out of the Hokage's office alongside Tsunade. "What on earth is happening, old man? Why is someone unleashing such sealing techniques within the village?" Tsunade inquired, perplexed. Given the current turbulent circumstances, the release of ninjutsu in the village would only incite further panic among the villagers. "Danzo." Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth as he spoke. "Danzo? How could it be him?" Tsunade was filled with confusion. Danzo had always been a man of low profile, rarely appearing in the village, and had effectively minimized his presence. Why would he cause such a commotion now? Because of Dongfang Xuan. No wonder Danzo returned from the border early. He must have been plotting against Dongfang Xuan. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Tsunade, saying, "We must hasten to rescue Dongfang Xuan. We cannot allow him to fall into Danzo's clutches." In an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade dashed toward the wall of flames, but the distance was great, and it would take time to reach their destination. "Dongfang Xuan, you must escape from Danzo's subordinates." Water release, water chaos wave. A massive pool of water erupted beneath Dongfang Xuan's feet, surging towards several cloaked figures. The black-clad individuals leapt away, and although no harm was done, their movements were momentarily restricted. Who are these people? Each one is at least of Chunin rank. Dongfang Xuan dared not approach them. After all, they had ambushed him and were undoubtedly prepared for battle, so he could not afford to engage in close combat recklessly. Body flicker technique. The leading dark-clad figure employed the body flicker technique, closing in on Dongfang Xuan rapidly. Once activated, the technique could not alter its course, making an attack perilous. Seeing the adversary approach with such speed, Dongfang Xuan was astonished. This was a fight to the death. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball erupted from Dongfang Xuan's mouth, but instead of evading, the dark-clad figure charged directly into it. What? The opponent emerged from the flames, his clothing scorched. Numerous burns visible across his body. On his shoulder was a distinctive mark. Root. No wonder he dared to attack me. It turns out to be Danzo's doing. Mind transfer technique. The opponent formed a hand seal for the mind transfer technique. The Yamanaka clan. At that moment, Dongfang Xuan found himself suspended in midair, unable to evade the mind transfer technique. With a sound of ugh, the technique struck Dongfang Xuan's body. Dongfang Xuan and the root ninja plummeted rapidly toward the ground, while other root ninjas closed in, sever his hands and feet. Other root ninjas drew forth their kunai, targeting the fallen Dongfang Xuan. Thunder water release. A divination card surged to life within him, its energy rapidly diffusing throughout his body, and in an instant, Dongfang Xuan's consciousness was sharply restored. With an electrifying swiftness, Dongfang Xuan's chakra surged into the Zhun and Sun hexagrams, causing an overwhelming torrent of chakra to erupt from his being, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Several approaching root ninjas were violently thrown back by the force of the lightning chakra, their bodies overwhelmed and paralyzed by its intensity. Is this the new combination technique? Dongfang Xuan, feeling the abundant lightning chakra coursing through him, experienced an exhilarating awakening, as if every fiber of his being had been activated. Enhancing his physical prowess with the lightning chakra, he felt as if he had transcended into a heightened state, reminiscent of the secret arts of the cloud-hidden village. There was no time for contemplation. He had to extricate himself from danger immediately. Employing the earth release, earthquake technique, Dongfang Xuan struck the ground, causing the earth to fracture around him. The paralyzed root ninjas found themselves ensnared by the jutsu. Without hesitation, Dongfang Xuan leapt up and dashed backward. With the enhancement of his newfound speed, his movements nearly doubled. Knowing that Danzo was behind the attack, Dongfang Xuan took the situation seriously. After all, if Danzo dared to act, it was difficult to ascertain whether Sarutobi Hiruzen had tacitly approved of this aggression. Such occurrences were not uncommon. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He had begun to make a name for himself, and there was someone who would surely protect him. As Dongfang Xuan sprinted southward, the root ninjas hastily extricated themselves from the earth. That direction. This is bad. Quick, pursue him. Dongfang Xuan arrived at the southernmost edge of the flame array. Faced with the sealing technique, he felt a pang of uncertainty, for his understanding of sealing jutsu was limited. But he resolved to apply brute force to overcome it. Dongfang Xuan's chakra surged once more. Fire Thunder Strike. A bluish-purple fireball pierced through the inferno wall, creating a massive void. Success! Dongfang Xuan swiftly leaped through the gap in the flames. The pursuing root ninjas were hot on his heels. You brat! Don't run! A gust of wind release technique was hurled toward him. Dongfang Xuan's chakra had been nearly depleted, although he had some restoration from Qian is heaven. He was no longer fit for battle. The wind technique struck him from behind, propelling him further away. Enduring the blow, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He was nearly there. Having traversed the forest, Dongfang Xuan now stood at the southern edge of Konoha. Murder! He cried, leaping atop a nearby dwelling. The villagers on the street turned their gazes toward him. Dongfang Xuan jumped down from the roof, shattering it upon landing, while the root ninja stood amidst the rubble, cursing furiously. You brat! Shut your mouth! Simultaneously, he unleashed a powerful wind technique directed at Dongfang Xuan. Who dares commit murder here? Shadows flickered forth. Wind release breakthrough. A powerful gust of wind was unleashed from the side, colliding directly with the wind technique behind Dongfang Xuan, resulting in a mutual nullification. The ninja who came to Dongfang Xuan's aid wore the attire of a Konoha ninja, albeit distinguished by a fan emblem on their back. Uchiha guard. Ignore them. Eliminate that brat. The root ninjas refrained from attacking the Uchiha guards and instead directed their offensive ninjutsu towards Dongfang Xuan. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Fire release. Fireball. Earth release. Earth flow rock bullet. A barrage of formidable ninjutsu surged towards Dongfang Xuan, who stood his ground. And even the guards found it difficult to withstand such an onslaught. Get out of the way, brat. Upon witnessing the impending attack, the guard ninja shouted. No need. Dongfang Xuan declared with unwavering confidence, for he knew assistance had arrived. The tides of battle were shifting. As various ninjutsu approached Dongfang Xuan, a powerful water release technique surged forth before him. Water release. Water barrier. A thick wall of water rose to obstruct all attacks. The ninjutsu collided with the water wall, erupting into a massive cloud of smoke, which astonished the onlookers from the village. As the smoke dissipated, Dongfang Xuan stood unharmed. But a figure now stood protectively in front of him. Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader. Who dares to commit violence beneath the Uchiha's watch? With the arrival of their clan leader, the morale of the Uchiha guards soared. Uchiha Fugaku surveyed the root ninjas before him, tension thick in the air, yet neither side made a move. The root ninjas exchanged glances with Uchiha Fugaku, their discontent evident. Retreat. In an instant, the root ninjas leapt away, vacating the area. With the departure of the root ninjas, both Dongfang Xuan and Uchiha Fugaku breathed sighs of relief. After all, this was Uchiha territory. Fugaku wished to minimize losses, while Dongfang Xuan feared the potential for reckless destruction. The crisis had abated. Uchiha Fugaku turned to Dongfang Xuan, his gaze appraising. You are Dongfang Xuan? Dongfang Xuan nodded and replied, Indeed, I am Dongfang Xuan. Uncle Fugaku, I have long wished to pay you a visit. The Uchiha clan's territory was considerable, almost resembling a village within the village of Konoha. The streets were lined with Uchiha merchants, each living a modest life yet imbued with a vibrant spirit, appearing to thrive in their existence. Have you never visited the Uchiha territory? Is there anything different? Uchiha Fugaku inquired. This is indeed my first visit, but from my perspective, the Uchiha clan is quite different from what is portrayed outside, Dongfang Xuan responded. Pleased by Dongfang Xuan's words, Uchiha Fugaku encouraged, Pray, tell me what is different. The negative narratives about the Uchiha clan had been circulating for quite some time, but Fugaku remained unfazed, while the outside world deemed the Uchiha clan as restless seeds. In his view, there was nothing restless about them. All individuals yearned for stability. I observe that the Uchiha clan is imbued with aspirations for life. The so-called restless spirits are merely labels affixed to them. Hearing the words of Dongfang Xuan, Uchiha Fugaku is filled with joy. Tonight, I shall treat you splendidly, he declares, his smile radiating happiness. After all, Dongfang Xuan's attitude towards the Uchiha is exceedingly favorable, and given today's events, should everything proceed smoothly, Dongfang Xuan might very well stand alongside the Uchiha in both triumphs and tribulations. Considering the current state of the Uchiha, despite any stubbornness within the clan, Uchiha Fugaku is eager to welcome a commoner genius like Dongfang Xuan into their fold. As Dongfang Xuan and Uchiha Fugaku engage in conversation while strolling, a member of the Uchiha guard approaches. Lord Fugaku, the Hokage has arrived. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku's brow furrows with concern. The Hokage? He turns to Dongfang Xuan. His expression unmistakable. It must be for me. Let us go and see. Nodding, Uchiha Fugaku walks alongside Dongfang Xuan towards the entrance of the Uchiha clan grounds. At the entrance, Sarutobi Hiruzen, adorned with the Hokage hat and cloak, stands at the gate, flanked by the ever-classic Tsunade. That rascal has dared to venture into the Uchiha territory? Tsunade exclaims, her frustration palpable as she glares at the guards stationed at the entrance. The discrimination against the Uchiha clan is a sentiment shared across the noble families. The Uchiha guards at the entrance regard the pair with evident disdain, further fueling Tsunade's ire. The Uchiha's political standing has been consistently suppressed, rendering the Hokage's position unable to even breach their gates. Hence the Uchiha have little regard for Sarutobi Hiruzen or his lineage. Rather than rushing to the village center, Dongfang Xuan veers into the Uchiha territory. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grows increasingly frosty. After all, Dongfang Xuan's identity is already sensitive. And now, due to Danzo's machinations, he finds himself entwined with the Uchiha clan. The circumstances have changed significantly. Could it be that Dongfang Xuan, pressed by the situation, seeks refuge with the Uchiha? Regardless, the connection is now firmly established due to Danzo's influence. If Dongfang Xuan can be swiftly escorted away, all will be well. Lost in thought, he soon sees Dongfang Xuan and Uchiha Fugaku emerge. Upon noticing them together, Sarutobi Hiruzen inwardly curses. The two have evidently formed an alliance. Xuan, may I inquire about the commotion that prompted my arrival? Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot directly allude to Danzo's interference nor reveal the actions of Root. For Danzo's role as his assistant implicates him in the matter. Acknowledging it would equate to admitting his tacit approval. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo share a mutual downfall. While he might act against Danzo in private, it must never be made public. My dear nephew, it is quite alarming to hear of a ninja attack today. This indeed reflects a grave dereliction of duty on the part of the Konoha guards. Dongfang Xuan remains silent, as Uchiha Fugaku takes the initiative to respond. The political issues surrounding the Uchiha clan have never escaped the scrutiny of Fugaku Uchiha. After all, the transformation of the Konoha Guard into the Uchiha police force has been a deliberate suppression of the Uchiha since the second Hokage's era. I shall hold accountable those responsible for the negligence of the Konoha Guard. However, the immediate priority is to safeguard Dongfang Xuan. I will arrange for the protection of the Umbu. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze towards Dongfang Xuan. Xuan, today I will arrange your accommodation, and you will be under the close protection of the Umbu. No sooner had Sarutobi finished speaking than Fugaku Uchiha responded sharply. Given today's circumstances, it is highly likely that the assailants are from within the village, and the Umbu may be compromised. It would be safer for my nephew to remain within the Uchiha compound, where our police force is present. At the mention of the police force, the two guards nearby nodded with pride. You. Sarutobi was incensed. Fugaku's words were akin to branding him incompetent. What do you mean? How can you be so certain that the assailant is not one of your Uchiha clan? Tsunade, with her fiery temperament, stepped forward upon witnessing her mentor's discomfiture. I can assure you, none of my Uchiha clan were involved. Fugaku retorted, his face one of disdain, exuding confidence. You. Tsunade pointed an accusing finger at Fugaku, her expression filled with fury. While others may be unaware of the true culprit, both Sarutobi and Tsunade were acutely aware that pursuing the matter further would be unwise. Let us see what Xuan decides. Sarutobi gently pulled Tsunade's hand back, quietly observing Dongfang Xuan, awaiting his response. After all, the most crucial factor was the stance of the victim, Dongfang Xuan. Observing the situation, Dongfang Xuan stepped forward, bowing gracefully as he spoke. Thank you for your concern, Hokage-sama. Just as Sarutobi felt a surge of joy, Dongfang Xuan shifted the conversation. However, Hokage-sama, today's attack was sudden. The enemy lurks in the shadows while I am exposed. Furthermore, I am injured. It would be prudent for me to remain within the Uchiha compound to tend to my wounds. What do you mean? Are you implying that I cannot protect you? Tsunade retorted angrily, for if she could not even safeguard a mere leaf genin, what claim did she have to the title of one of the legendary three? That is not what I meant. Before Dongfang Xuan could finish, Sarutobi interjected, "Very well. Umbu will come to protect you tomorrow." With that, he turned to leave, and Tsunade, casting a glance at Dongfang Xuan, followed in Sarutobi's wake. As they distanced themselves, Sarutobi's expression darkened further. "What shall we do now, sensei? For now, we must address the matter concerning Danzo." Sarutobi's spirits were low, not only due to Danzo's audacity in acting unilaterally, but also because of the entanglement involving Dongfang Xuan and the Uchiha clan. He turned to look at the Uchiha compound. "Dongfang Xuan, I sincerely hope you remain here out of fear, and you must not reveal your prophetic abilities." "Welcome, Xuan," Fugaku Uchiha said, opening the door to usher Dongfang Xuan into his home. Dongfang Xuan, merely a talented genin, hardly warranted such a grand reception from Fugaku Uchiha. After all, dining at the residence of the clan leader is an affair reserved for the esteemed figures of the Hidden Leaf Village, whether they be the Hokage, a prominent noble, or at the very least, someone of notable standing. Dongfang Xuan was acutely aware that, given his current display of prowess, there was no necessity for Uchiha Fugaku to extend such cordiality towards him. Upon entering the abode, one could not help but admire the refined decor of Uchiha Fugaku's home. It was devoid of ostentatious embellishments, instead exuding an aura of antiquity, adorned only with a few carefully selected calligraphic pieces hanging on the walls. At the entrance, a particular piece of calligraphy caught his eye: "Uphold loyalty and righteousness to establish oneself. Harbor resilience and adaptability in the face of change." "Uncle Fugaku, do you have an affinity for calligraphy?" Dongfang Xuan inquired with genuine interest, for since their first encounter, Uchiha Fugaku had exhibited an air of inscrutability, leaving Dongfang Xuan pondering his true intentions. "It is indeed a personal interest of mine, inherited from my ancestors," Fugaku replied. Dongfang Xuan nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to delve further into the topic. Nevertheless, the inscription did reflect Fugaku's mindset, perhaps even foreshadowing his fate. As they proceeded into the main hall, which was brightly lit and adorned with tatami mats underfoot, a table was set at its center. Uchiha Mikoto was kneeling gracefully before the table, arranging an array of dishes. At merely 27 or 28, she embodied the peak of allure. Upon seeing Mikoto, Dongfang Xuan was reminded of Itachi and Sasuke, and a rather peculiar thought flitted through his mind. "Madam, you wouldn't wish for the Uchiha clan's demise, would you?" Dismissing such strange notions, he took a seat alongside Fugaku. "Do sample the dishes. They are all prepared by Aunt Mikoto herself," Fugaku urged with a smile, encouraging Dongfang Xuan to indulge. "I certainly shall," he responded just as the door swung open. "Father, I'm back." A slight figure clad in black training attire entered. "Itachi, you've returned. Come and greet your elder brother, Xuan," Fugaku called out. Itachi approached respectfully, greeting, "Brother Xuan, greetings." Dongfang Xuan's name had been conveyed to Itachi through Shisui. Yet Itachi perceived no extraordinary qualities in Dongfang Xuan, merely noting that he was slightly more formidable than the average person. Why, he wondered. Was his father hosting such a banquet for him today? The 3-year-old Itachi could not fathom. Observing Itachi's reluctance, Dongfang Xuan found the situation amusing. After all, the illustrious Itachi, known as a prodigy, was now bowing respectfully before him. "By the way, Itachi, would you kindly fetch Sister Shizen?" "Yes, father," Itachi replied, and exited the room. Once Itachi had left, Dongfang Xuan spoke again. "This young man must be your son," he noted, to which Fugaku responded with evident pride. Indeed, Itachi is 3 years old this year, and quite mature for his age. Dongfang Xuan nodded, redirecting his attention to the meal laid out before them. The Uchiha family banquet was quite ordinary, featuring some home-cooked stir-fries, rice, and a delicately steamed fish, perfectly suited for two. Although he pondered why Mikoto chose not to dine with them, he wondered if there existed certain customs within the Uchiha regarding women at the table. As they enjoyed their meal, Fugaku and Dongfang Xuan engaged in light conversation. Fugaku, steadfast in his resolve, commanded a respect that even the likes of Dongfang Xuan dared not undermine. Having long since detached himself from the shadow of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he understood that the pursuit of independence came with its own burdens. In Dongfang Xuan's eyes, Fugaku was indeed a commendable leader of the Uchiha clan, possessing commendable abilities. His strength as an elite jonin assured his standing, yet one wondered if Fugaku possessed the Sharingan. This curiosity lingered within Dongfang Xuan. In terms of strategy, probing, and overarching vision, Fugaku could not be deemed exceptional, but he certainly met the standards. His loyalty to Konoha, as well as to the Uchiha clan, was unwavering. His life epitomized the principle of steadfastness in loyalty and resilience in the face of adversity. However, it was a pity that in such a pivotal role as the leader of the Uchiha clan, incompetence was a grave fault. The fact that his own son had become a pawn of Sarutobi Hiruzen signified the impending doom of the Uchiha clan. Even if Fugaku were to unleash his full potential and rally the Uchiha for a last stand, it would ultimately be in vain, as the clan's demise was already a foregone conclusion. This might explain why Fugaku ultimately chose to allow Itachi to carry out the fateful act. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the door creaked open once more. "Father, I have returned. I shall take my leave for now." The young Itachi entered the room, his gaze fixed intently on Dongfang Xuan throughout his passage. "Uchiha sure, you have arrived. Please, do take a seat." The woman accompanying Itachi gracefully settled to Dongfang Xuan's left. "Thank you for your gracious invitation, esteemed leader," she spoke softly, perhaps out of a measure of reverence for Fugaku. Upon observing the young woman's appearance, Dongfang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. "Uchiha Izumi?" he inquired, causing Fugaku to pause in surprise. "Izumi? Are you referring to my sister?" she questioned, her expression tinged with confusion as she scrutinized Dongfang Xuan with caution. Dongfang Xuan gazed at the young woman before him, his breath hitching in disbelief. She bore an uncanny resemblance to Izumi. If not for the discrepancies in time, he would have sworn she was indeed Uchiha Izumi. Izumi was Itachi's childhood companion, and by all accounts, she should be of the same age as him now. Sensing the awkwardness in the atmosphere, Fugaku chuckled. "Dongfang Xuan, allow me to introduce you." He gestured with his hand. "This is Uchiha Sure, a year your junior, a rising star within the Uchiha clan." Then, turning to Dongfang Xuan, he continued, "And this is Dongfang Xuan. Do not be deceived by the minor age difference. He is a veritable genius." Uchiha Sure regarded Dongfang Xuan with skepticism. After all, they both attended the same ninja academy. If he were truly a genius, why had she not heard of him until now? "You are of similar age. It would be good for you to become acquainted," Fugaku suggested. Uchiha Sure looked at Dongfang Xuan with curiosity, while he, in turn, found himself suppressing a smile. It was rather unconventional to extend invitations in the midst of a banquet. Izumi's sister? He pondered, having never encountered her in the original narrative. She was likely to have perished in the Third Shinobi World War. Such was the nature of war. The trio conversed over their meal. Yet it was evident that each was somewhat preoccupied, lost in their own thoughts. "Xuan, how fares your business in the village?" Fugaku inquired. "It is satisfactory. Neither prosperous nor destitute," Dongfang Xuan replied. "Should you consider moving to the Uchiha compound? After all, divination is quite popular here. And I can help you find an excellent location," suggested Fugaku. However, Dongfang Xuan merely smiled in response. "Thank you for your kind offer, Uncle Fugaku. But I have grown attached to the old house where I spent my childhood." Fugaku did not reply, but Uchiha Sure, who was nearby, appeared quite intrigued. "Divination? You practice divination?" Noticing Sure's expression, Dongfang Xuan nodded. "Are you referring to the divination shop on the commercial street?" Upon receiving a nod from Dongfang Xuan, Uchiha Sure's confusion transformed into astonishment. "I've heard of you. They say your predictions are remarkably accurate." As Sure chattered away, Dongfang Xuan chuckled, realizing that young girls of this age are often captivated by astrology and divination. Fugaku, too, smiled gently. The two conversed amiably, suggesting that their friendship would flourish over time. Observing Sure's animated demeanor, Dongfang Xuan felt a sense of rarity. This was indeed the visage of youth. The third great ninja war loomed closely, claiming countless young lives. Setting down his chopsticks, a wave of melancholy washed over Dongfang Xuan. "War," he began slowly. Sensing his unusual demeanor, Sure halted her chatter, and Fugaku's gaze sharpened. "Enough, Xuan. Do try this dish," Fugaku interjected abruptly, leaving Dongfang Xuan momentarily taken aback. Understanding Fugaku's intent, Dongfang Xuan complied. After their meal, Meichin and Sure busied themselves with the aftermath, while Fugaku and Dongfang Xuan retreated to the study. "I apologize, Xuan. Those words should not have been spoken in public," Fugaku said, seated before Dongfang Xuan, with the Uchiha clan's fan emblem behind him. "Are you referring to the war?" Dongfang Xuan inquired curiously, as he had merely been indulging in his own melancholic musings at the dinner table. Fugaku nodded and continued. "You must have sensed it as well. War is imminent. After Fugaku's statement, Dongfang Xuan nodded gravely. Despite his foreknowledge of the plot, the impending war still weighed heavily on him. This matter had been discussed recently. The third Hokage mentioned that a significant number of elite ninjas from the village had already been deployed, yet manpower remained critically insufficient. The third great ninja war would see Konoha standing against 4 villages alone. It would not be long before the village's chunin would also be dispatched, followed by the genin. And ultimately, those who had just graduated or had yet to graduate. Information was still tightly controlled, but it would not remain concealed for long. Following Fugaku's words, silence enveloped the room. Uncle Fugaku, if there is something you wish to discuss, please speak candidly. Dongfang Xuan finally broke the silence. Knowing that if he did not prompt Fugaku, the latter might hold back all night. Upon Dongfang Xuan's invitation to address the topic, Fugaku's smile broadened. My dear nephew, do you know why you were targeted in that recent attack? Dongfang Xuan was aware it was related to the Root organization. I am unaware, Uncle Fugaku. Please enlighten me. Fugaku's smile grew even more gleeful. The Root, an assassination organization under the sole command of Danzo. In astonishment, Dongfang Xuan inquired. Isn't Lord Danzo the assistant to the third Hokage? Why would he take action against me? The intricacies of this relationship eluded him. There was no need for Fugaku to articulate his thoughts too clearly. After all, Fugaku merely needed to plant the seeds of suspicion. As long as Dongfang Xuan refrained from aligning himself with the Hokage lineage, he would retain the opportunity to win him over. A sly smile crept onto Dongfang Xuan's face. Fugaku was indeed a master of political maneuvering, adeptly guiding the conversation. However, Fugaku erred in his pacifist stance. Had he chosen confrontation instead of peacekeeping, Konoha might not enjoy such favorable days. My dear nephew, there is indeed something I wish to discuss with you today. With that, Fugaku retrieved a set of divination cards from the drawer of his desk. Upon seeing the oracle cards in Fugaku's hands, Dongfang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. A splendid opportunity had presented itself. This was what he had been waiting for. I have heard from the neighbors that you possess remarkable accuracy in divination. So I wish to request your insights for the Uchiha clan. After hearing this, Dongfang Xuan chuckled softly. Who would genuinely believe in matters of fate and romance? Clearly, Fugaku had received messages from spies in the Hokage's office. Of course, but it depends on what you wish to discern, Uncle Fugaku. As he spoke, he skillfully shuffled the oracle cards that Fugaku had handed him. Perhaps the recent fortunes of the Uchiha, or maybe concerning a specific individual, the fate of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku affirmed, his eyes resolute. It seemed that even Fugaku was uncertain about the destiny of his clan. With Shisui and Itachi still in their formative years, Fugaku had yet to uncover the undercurrents of the Uchiha's impending rebellion. He shuffled the cards thoroughly. If he were to divine, it would likely yield the hexagram of GG, for the Uchiha clan appeared to be in a period of great promise, brimming with talent. Yet, the fundamental issues plaguing the Uchiha would ultimately come to light. After all, intense emotions could harness formidable power, often cultivating many strong-willed zealots. As he pondered, half of Dongfang Xuan's chakra dissipated. He casually flipped over a card. Zerhua, gazing at the revealed card, Dongfang Xuan was filled with astonishment. How had the fate of the Uchiha clan shifted? What did this Zerhua signify? Fugaku regarded the card in Dongfang Xuan's hand with utmost seriousness, for it bore significance for the Uchiha's destiny. Smooth sailing, yet fraught with contradictions, necessitating transformation. Excellent fortune. Upon hearing Dongfang Xuan proclaim such auspiciousness, Fugaku's furrowed brow relaxed. However, Dongfang Xuan's expression grew tense. Why had the Uchiha's fate transformed into one of favorable change? Had he himself altered the course of the Uchiha clan's destiny? This warranted careful contemplation regarding future matters. As night fell completely, the Uchiha Guard's patrols became increasingly meticulous and earnest, as mandated by the clan leader himself. Dongfang Xuan was accommodated in a local inn by Fugaku. Meanwhile, at the clan leader's residence, only Fugaku and Shizuku remained in the study, the rest having retired for the night. Fugaku, shedding his usual amiability, now wore a countenance of authority. Shizuku, seated before Fugaku, abandoned her usual vivacity at the dining table, instead sitting quietly and obediently in her chair. Xia, though I feel somewhat remorseful, if you could wed Dongfang Xuan, it would indeed be the greatest contribution to our family. Fuyue spoke slowly, but Xia, seated across from him, merely lowered her head and listened in silence. The 11-year-old girl had already come to understand the complexities of the world. Fuyue's intentions were, after all, quite transparent. I am aware that you may be reluctant, yet Dongfang Xuan is destined for great achievements. You would not be wronged. As he spoke, Fuyue's fingers began to tap softly on the table. However, you must understand that in the face of collective interests, what do personal gains and losses amount to? If it were not for the absence of a daughter on my part, this opportunity would not have been extended to you. Xie slowly nodded and finally spoke. I understand, esteemed clan leader. Fuyue sighed as he observed Xie, who remained with her head bowed. You may refuse if you wish. I shall seek out another suitable woman from the clan. Yet, you must recognize that this represents a chance to alter the fate of your family. Reflect upon it carefully this evening and discuss it with your parents. Provide me with your answer by tomorrow. The flickering candlelight in his hand cast a long shadow of Xie upon the ground. As she walked back to her modest courtyard, her heart felt like a saturated cotton ball, heavy and weighed down. After all, this was a lifelong engagement. Shrouded in the authority of the clan leader, how could it compare to the ordinary affections of common families? What was she really? Merely an inconspicuous girl from a lesser branch of the clan. Even the courage to refuse was burdened by the clan leader's words about the opportunity to transform her family's destiny. The streets of Uchiha were quieter than elsewhere, with sporadic street lamps hanging at the alley's entrance. Xie gazed down at her fragmented shadow cast by the lamplight. The darkness seemed to consume the entirety of the Uchiha clan's territory, as if it were also devouring her own shadow. Perhaps, like this clan's land, she too was ensnared in an unfathomable gloom. Deep within the roots of Konoha, the underground resembled a shadowy lair. No one wished to venture here unless absolutely necessary. The air was thick with damp, musty scents, oppressive enough to cause discomfort, and the exposed pipes on the walls occasionally dripped water, forming small puddles on the floor. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow, already furrowed, tightened further, anger concealed within the lines of his face. Clad in his Hokage robes, he walked ahead, his steps heavier than usual. With Tsunade following closely behind, fists clenched. Though their group was small, they exuded a palpable air of retribution. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, they arrived at Danzo's lair. The root ninja at the entrance displayed no emotion upon seeing the Hokage, silently pushing the door open. You have arrived, Hiruzen. What a show of force. As Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped inside, he found Danzo seated in the chair opposite him, his back turned to the dim light. His sinister eyes fixed on him, devoid of much emotion. Danzo, you have overstepped this time. Hiruzen's voice simmered with restrained fury. You took it upon yourself to mobilize root against Dongfang Xuan. Do you not respect the village's regulations? Danzo straightened slightly in his chair. Overstepping? If I do not act, can you guarantee he will not become a threat when he matures? When the situation spirals out of control, will you bear the responsibility? You have already allowed the situation to spiral out of control. Now, Dongfang Xuan has infiltrated the Uchiha clan's territory, and Fugaku has encountered him. Should Dongfang Xuan's abilities be revealed, the Uchiha would undoubtedly absorb him, and reclaiming him thereafter would prove to be no simple matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly roared, as the incident with Danzo had nearly driven him to despair. Everything appeared to be progressing normally, as long as Dongfang Xuan matured slowly. He would eventually be absorbed into Sarutobi's fold. However, due to Danzo's machinations, not only was Dongfang Xuan not controlled, but he was also pushed away. Now, the events within the village have spread, and how can they take action against Dongfang Xuan? Moreover, following such a severe political incident involving an ambush within the village, how many prominent clans would be scrutinizing him for impeachment tomorrow? Just the thought of Danzo creating chaos and leaving a pile of mess for him to handle was infuriating. Boom. Sarutobi Hiruzen's chakra erupted violently, radiating an overwhelming pressure that caused the scrolls on the table to tremble. Tsunade instinctively stepped back 2 paces, raising her hand to shield herself from the oncoming wave of energy. Danzo immediately stood, his own chakra surging forth to counteract the oppressive force. With a swift motion, 2 root ninjas at the entrance leaped in front of Danzo, chakra swirling around them as they assumed a defensive stance. Are you seeking to engage me, Sarutobi Hiruzen? Danzo's inquiry was not merely a question but a warning, for the threat ahead was formidable. Engaging Danzo would be tantamount to battling the entire root organization, effectively crippling oneself. Most importantly, without the Sharingan, Danzo was merely a skilled jonin with wind release abilities. Currently, Sarutobi Hiruzen was at the peak of his prowess, a legitimate master of ninjutsu. I will tolerate your mistakes this once. Should there be a next time, I shall not show mercy. Sarutobi Hiruzen fixed Danzo with a long, penetrating gaze before gradually retracting his chakra. Ultimately, neither party wished to engage in combat. Their interests aligned for the moment. Sarutobi needed Danzo as a tool, while Danzo required Sarutobi as a shield. Tsunade remained silent in the background, her eyes piercing through to Danzo's face like nails. As Sarutobi turned towards the door, Danzo's voice echoed from behind. I did nothing wrong. I merely failed. The response was a resounding slam of the door. Danzo stood still, staring at the closed door. And after a considerable pause, he muttered softly, his tone laced with incredulity. I was not wrong. That young man is simply extraordinary. 2 Jonin and 6 Chunin could not contain him. Upon leaving the Uchiha clan's territory, Dongfang Xuan returned to his divination shop. Hanging up the sign, his establishment was once again open for business. Koin as earth, his chakra spread out, and Dongfang Xuan's perception reached its zenith. Almost the entire commercial street lay within his awareness. It seems that the perception granted by Koin as earth truly depends on the volume of one's chakra. Generally speaking, an individual's perception is determined solely by their mental strength. As he continued to extend his awareness, Dongfang Xuan sensed 2 distinct sources of chakra. A grand tree stood not far away, while another figure disguised as a vendor lingered at the entrance. Dongfang Xuan smiled knowingly. It appeared to be a covert operation arranged by Sarutobi Hizashi, especially considering the recent overt attacks. Should he encounter any misfortune, the label of incompetence would be firmly affixed to Sarutobi Hizashi's reputation. Regardless of the 2 operatives, Dongfang Xuan remained seated at the counter. The greatest boon from this venture was the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Kenjutsu. Ever since he utilized Sarutobi Hizashi's Fire Dragon Rock technique to eliminate an enemy, he had long been devoid of such a potent skill. Now he had acquired the abilities of Uchiha Fugaku. The Kenjutsu, a power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, could equalize the chakra levels of all individuals within a designated area, simultaneously draining their chakra reserves. The powers of the Sharingan are birthed from the aspirations of individuals. Shisui yearned to alter the mindset of the higher-ups. Thus he attained the Kodo Amenotejikara. Itachi craved strength, leading to the manifestation of Amaterasu and Tsukuyami. Obito, having isolated himself and rejected the world, acquired Kimui. Fugaku desired peace between the village and his clan, demonstrating the courage to take decisive action. Thus, the Kenjutsu epitomizes Fugaku's innermost yearnings. With this skill, he gained a measure of assurance. At the very least, he would not be swiftly defeated in future battles. Even against formidable foes, the suppression of chakra would render it challenging for them to unleash their terrifying might. As he pondered, the wooden door of the fortune-telling shop was pushed open from the outside, interrupting Dongfang Xuan's thoughts. Welcome, he greeted, raising his gaze toward the entrance. Standing there was Yuhi Kurenai, her large eyes wide open, intently scrutinizing him, as if searching for something within. Kurenai, what brings you here? He inquired, his tone laced with a familiar casualness. Kurenai did not respond immediately. Instead, she stood still, her gaze traversing from his face down to his neck and shoulders, finally resting on his arms and legs, inspecting him thoroughly. After a prolonged moment, she exhaled softly. Yet, in the next instant, her cheeks flushed red, and her right hand instinctively raised the cloth bag she held to shield her face, her fingertips gently brushing against its surface. Shinkuin, I heard that you were attacked by ninjas from a hostile nation, she spoke, her voice soft and tinged with lingering anxiety. I came to the shop yesterday looking for you, but you were not here. I am so relieved to see you safe. Witnessing Kurenai's bashful demeanor, Dongfang Xuan couldn't help but smile, a softness blooming in his heart. The worry evident in her bright eyes while she scrutinized him moments ago was unmistakable, and now her sudden blush wrapped her concern in a veil of shyness. I appreciate your concern, he replied, taking a half-step closer, narrowing the distance between them. His gaze fell upon the bag she was using to conceal her face. What do you have in there? Surely you aren't just showing me the bag. No sooner had he spoken than the bag quivered slightly, the tips of her ears turning an even deeper shade of crimson. This is a tonic my father bought for you, she confessed, her eyes fixed on the bag, too shy to meet his gaze. Are you truly unhurt? Hong's heart trembled with the fear that Dongfang Xuan was deceiving himself, pretending to be unscathed despite being gravely injured. Observing her tightly clenched fingers around the bag, which turned pale from exertion, and the way her fingertips brushed against the knot at the bag's opening. Dongfang Xuan's smile faded slightly, replaced by a more serious demeanor. He raised his hand to grasp the cuff of his sleeve, rolling it up to his elbow, revealing a smooth forearm, unblemished and devoid of even a bruise. Indeed, he was unharmed. His voice was steady, devoid of the earlier jest. I reacted swiftly yesterday, evading the attack just in time. Not a single thread of my clothing was touched. Hong's gaze lingered on his forearm for a moment before swiftly scanning his erect spine, seeing him standing firm, breathing evenly, and not appearing to be in pain. Her anxious heart began to settle. She extended the bag towards him, cradling its bottom with both hands. Regardless, please take this nourishment. My father says it replenishes energy and blood. Consuming it can only be beneficial. Dongfang Xuan accepted the bag, his fingertips brushing against her cool skin, and nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you. Hong softly responded with an refraining from inquiring further about his injury. Yet, she remained rooted in place, her gaze fixed on the bag in his hands. Her voice lowering further. If you feel any discomfort later, please do not endure it. Understood. Thank you, Hong, Dongfang Xuan replied, stepping forward and gently enveloping her in an embrace. Hong, taken aback by the sudden affection, stiffened, as if frozen in place. Her face flushed crimson, reaching the roots of her ears, her neck also tinged with a delicate hue. Xianjun, she stammered, her voice trembling and slightly pitched. Her hands raised in the air before becoming rigid, unsure where to place them. Dongfang Xuan simply murmured, I truly appreciate you, Hong. After releasing her, he stepped back a half pace. Hong lifted her gaze to meet his, her face reddening further, and in a flurry, she covered her face with her hands and dashed toward the door. Xianjun, I must take my leave. Her voice carried a hint of panic as she nearly stumbled over the threshold, her hurried footsteps fading away outside. Dongfang Xuan watched her retreating figure until it vanished around the corner before slowly withdrawing his gaze and shaking his head gently. His fingertips absent-mindedly caressed the nourishment bag, the fabric's texture brushing against his skin. Even if he were truly injured, with Qianwei Tian at his side, he would recover swiftly. That embrace had likely conveyed the unspoken feelings he had harbored deep within. Lost in thought, the faint creak of the doorframe announced the arrival of an unexpected visitor. As a head peeked from behind the door, half of a face remained shrouded in shadow, revealing only crescent-shaped eyes twinkling with mischief. It seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment, Lin's voice chimed, playful as a stone cast into the stillness of a lake. Dongfang Xuan looked up, nearly losing his grip on the bag in surprise, exclaiming, Lin? When did you arrive? With a smile, Lin stepped inside. She lightly tapped her cheek with her fingertip, her gaze sweeping the room before returning to Dongfang Xuan's face, deliberately elongating her words. When exactly did I arrive? The tone of her voice subtly ascended, laced with unabashed teasing. Dongfang Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort under her gaze, his ears discreetly flushing. Instinctively averting his eyes from her and shifting half a step aside. Lin, observing his demeanor, could not suppress a laugh. I was at the door when you two were embraced. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Xuan's face turned a deep shade of crimson, his embarrassment palpable. He instinctively scratched the back of his neck, his gaze drifting towards a potted plant in the corner, his voice dropping a few octaves. That is indeed somewhat embarrassing. Being caught while holding a young lady. Yet, Lin was relentless, stepping forward a couple of paces, hands clasped behind her back, tilting her head to scrutinize him. It seems you have a fondness for her, engaging in fights for her with asthma, and stealing moments to hold her. She paused, a mischievous glint sparkling in her eyes. Moreover, she appears quite fond of your embraces as well. When she dashed out earlier, I saw her covering her mouth, laughing, her steps noticeably lighter. Dongfang Xuan felt his embarrassment deepen. Just as he was about to offer a defense, Lin waved her hand dismissively. All right, enough teasing. Here. As she spoke, she extended a paper bag toward him. Upon receiving it, his fingertips grazed the bag, feeling the contours of a hard box and a soft tube within. He glanced down to find it contained ointments for treating wounds, sprays, and several rolls of emergency bandages. Take these with you. Lin's tone abruptly shifted to seriousness, her brows furrowing slightly, resembling a diligent nurse. I noticed during my last visit that you didn't even have any spare medication. In an emergency, these supplies can be life-saving. One must not be negligent. As Dongfang Xuan nodded in agreement, Lin suddenly reached out, her fingertips cool against his arm. A gentle yet determined gesture. In the next moment, her expression tightened further. You can fool her, but not me. Her voice grew somber, discontent evident on her face. Your arm is fractured, isn't it? Before Dongfang Xuan could respond, she withdrew her hand, her fingers fidgeting as if recalling the earlier sensation, her eyes brimming with uncertainty. But curiously, why has it healed partially? And why haven't you gone to a hospital? Questions came at him like a barrage, and while speaking, Lin deftly opened her wallet, extracting several bills and unceremoniously thrusting them into Dongfang Xuan's hands. Is it because you lack funds? Take this and hurry to the hospital. Do not delay. Her brow remained furrowed, her tone imbued with undeniable concern. No need, Lin. Dongfang Xuan quickly grasped her wrist, gently returning the money to her wallet. A touch of earnestness mingled with helplessness on his face. My condition is somewhat unique. I truly do not need to go to the hospital, and it is not due to financial constraints. Lin scrutinized his eyes for a long while, her expression rife with skepticism. Really? Truly? Dongfang Xuan met her gaze, his tone considerably more earnest. I would not deceive you. Only then did Lin relax her brow, nodding in acquiescence. Very well, since you insist, there is no issue. I shall take my leave. As she spoke, a smile suddenly brightened her face, her head tilting playfully, the corners of her mouth curving into a sly arc as she took a step back. I am leaving. Won't you give me a hug? Dongfang Xuan was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly smiled. Just as he lifted his arm, ready to approach, Lin, like a nimble little deer, swiftly darted aside to evade him. You've already taken advantage of the red. I won't let you take mine. She made a face at him and turned to dash towards the door, laughter lacing her voice. Though the skin behind her ears blushed ever more vividly as she exited, Dongfang Xuan watched her retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation. Yet his lips could not help but curl upwards in a smile that lingered. The door creaked again. This time, a youthful face with characteristic thick eyebrows peeked through, radiating a smile as bright as summer sunshine. Might Dai leaned in, his voice resounding. Xuan, it seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment. In the ensuing days, the divination shop was frequently visited. One afternoon, the wooden door was gently pushed open, and Sarutobi Hisashi entered, leaning on his cane. The embers of his pipe flickered. His gaze swept across the room's decor before finally resting on Dongfang Xuan, laced with scrutiny. Xuan, how's the recovery going? Dongfang Xuan, who was wiping the table, halted his movements and stood up straight. Thank you for your concern, Lord Hokage. I am completely well now. How were your recent days with the Uchiha? Did Fugaku treat you well? His tone was neutral, yet his eyes remained fixed on Dongfang Xuan's face. Quite well, after dinner. Lord Fugaku arranged for me to stay at an inn, even assigning someone to watch over me. Dongfang Xuan did not lift his gaze, his voice steady, devoid of emotion. Sarutobi Hisashi refrained from probing further, exchanging a few casual remarks before taking his leave. The moment the door closed, Dongfang Xuan paused, staring blankly at the entrance. After all, he had placed his bets with the Uchiha and needed to prepare for future plans. There were still 14 years until the clan's extinction, and he had to play this game slowly. Much groundwork remained to be laid beforehand. On the training field, with a resounding thud, Dongfang Xuan's shadow clone dissipated into white smoke, the resulting gusts scattering the surrounding grass. Leaning on his knees, he took a breath. Sweat droplets from his brow plummeting to the ground. Still too slow, he murmured to himself, his brow furrowed. The flow of chakra within him had evidently slowed, as if obstructed by some unseen force, making progress increasingly difficult. This bottleneck was likely a consequence of age. While his techniques were impeccable, kunai throwing and taijutsu had reached mastery. Dongfang Xuan understood that in the world of Hokage, mere proficiency with kunai was far from sufficient. If excelling with kunai could slay a shadow-level ninja, this world would be far too simplistic. I can't seriously go learn from Danzo and start stabbing Susanoo with kunai. Kunai? The next step was to see which class Sarutobi Hisashi would assign him. Aside from the information he had about Minato's class, he knew little of others. It would be best to encounter a respectable teacher, as the master-apprentice tradition in Konoha made it exceedingly difficult to ascend without a mentor from the Hokage lineage. Dongfang Xuan sighed softly. This matter was beyond his control, and he could only resign himself to fate. After a sufficient respite, he rose to his feet and brushed off the remnants of grass clippings. It was time to test his current capabilities. The chakra within him began to circulate slowly as Dongfang Xuan took a deep breath and uttered a low command. The 8 gates, first gate, open. In an instant, the chakra within him erupted explosively. His muscles tensed, and a fine crimson hue spread across his skin. The grass beneath his feet was uprooted by the force of the air, revealing the moist earth below. It felt as though all constraints had been torn asunder, and his veins surged with newfound strength and speed. To gauge his power, he swiftly moved, almost instantaneously appearing before a wooden post. With a powerful twist of his waist, his right leg swept out like a gust of wind. Leaf whirlwind. A dull thud resounded as the wooden post was driven inward at its center, uprooted with a clump of earth, and sent soaring into the air. Before the post could descend, Dongfang Xuan was already before it again. In midair, he unleashed a whip-like kick with all his might. The sound was even louder as the post shot upwards. Simultaneously, Dongfang Xuan flicked both hands back, and two glimmering shurikens appeared in his grasp. With a deft twist of his wrist, the shurikens traced elegant arcs through the air. His fingertips danced, swiftly forming seals. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Several small fireballs erupted from his mouth, accurately colliding with the spinning shurikens. With a thunderous explosion, flames surged forth, enveloping the shurikens and propelling them with increased velocity. Wind release, breakthrough. With a heaving chest, he expelled a powerful gust of air that struck the shurikens directly. The wind intensified the flames, causing them to swell nearly twice in size, crackling with energy. In the next moment, the two blazing shurikens struck the wooden post with tremendous force. With a sizzling sound, the post was cleaved into an X shape, flames rapidly spreading along the cut, soon engulfing the entire structure. As the remnants of the post crashed to the ground, shattering into pieces, the fire continued to lick at the splintered wood. Only then did Dongfang Xuan descend from the air. He raised his hand and formed seals, softly murmuring, "Water release, water flow wave." A fine stream of water shot from his fingertips, accurately dousing the flames. With a hissing sound, white smoke billowed up as the fire was extinguished. Assessing the charred remains of the wooden post, Dongfang Xuan nodded to himself. Excluding the secret arts of the I Ching's 64 hexagrams, in terms of raw strength, he was likely on par with a special jonin level in ninjutsu, yet still fell short in other aspects compared to a full jonin. Without pausing, he activated his chakra once more. The chakra within him surged into the Jun hexagram before entering the Sun hexagram, thunderous and swift. In an instant, an overwhelming torrent of lightning chakra erupted from his body, crackling and spraying outward. Countless tiny, charred holes appeared in the branches of the surrounding trees. The lightning chakra collided within him, invigorating every muscle fiber. His hair stood on end as if electrified, resembling a spiked porcupine. This power, clenching his fists, his knuckles turned white, and he could distinctly sense an increase in both strength and speed. With a sudden force, he struck the ground. A crack erupted beneath his fist, spreading outward like a spider's web, rapidly transforming into a fan-shaped fracture, sending tiny stones flying in all directions. The force was nearly on par with Tsunade's monstrous strength. Dongfang Xuan observed the fissures on the ground, lost in thought. He attentively sensed the flow of chakra within him, gradually clearing his mind. The lightning release body forging technique of the hidden cloud relies on lightning chakra to activate cells, enhancing speed, strength, and defense. In contrast, his lightning fast wind technique intertwines gentle wind release chakra with lightning release chakra flowing through his meridians. The essence is quite similar, Dongfang Xuan mused, realizing that the effectiveness is approximately 80% of the body forging technique, with the added benefit of being less taxing on the body. Dongfang Xuan slowly clenched his fists, his knuckles turning a pale blue from exertion, a subtle ache radiating through his bones. This was a sign of muscle overtension under the dual enhancement of the 8 gates and the lightning fast wind technique. In the next moment, his figure abruptly vanished from sight, leaving behind a faint afterimage, while the gust of wind stirred the surrounding grass into a frenzy. Almost simultaneously, at the edge of the training ground, the air around a large tree seemed to tighten abruptly. Boom! A dull, thunderous sound erupted as his fist collided with the trunk, causing the bark to peel away, spiderweb-like cracks radiating from the point of impact. The sound of cracking reverberated as the fissures spread rapidly. Before the cracks could traverse the entire trunk, the tree had already split in two, the upper portion crashing heavily to the ground, sending dust and leaves swirling into the air, while the lower stump swayed slightly, its fibrous edge curling outward, still glistening with fresh sap. Dongfang Xuan retracted his fist, feeling the lingering numbness across his knuckles. He glanced at his hand, the palm displaying an unusual crimson hue. This was a side effect of the two techniques combined. But compared to the explosive power unleashed, this discomfort was almost negligible. With the enhancements of the 8 gates and the lightning-fast wind technique, his taijutsu prowess had indeed surpassed that of an average jonin. Dongfang Xuan rubbed his aching shoulder, his gaze sweeping over the fallen trunk, his mind settling into clarity. An ordinary jonin, when it comes to taijutsu alone, would find it challenging to break such a thick tree with a single punch. More importantly, it was about survival. Dongfang Xuan squinted slightly, recalling the enemy ninjas he had encountered from other nations and the hidden currents within Konoha. When the time came to reveal his trump cards, he would undoubtedly be able to escape. At least now, he had that confidence. Xuan, it's time to get up. A voice called urgently in his ear. Dongfang Xuan, eyes still closed, burrowed deeper into his blankets, his voice muffled as if wrapped in cotton. Just a little longer fatigue washed over him like a tidal wave. Heavy and relentless, his eyelids feeling as if glued shut. The exhilaration of yesterday's training stood in stark contrast to the grueling struggle of today. The side effects of the 8 gates and the lightning-fast wind technique had clung to him throughout the night, leaving his muscles stiff and sore. A sensation that made him long to curl up in bed and groan. The combined effects of the 2 secret techniques had amplified the after-effects, causing him to wince even when turning in bed at night. Just a moment he intended to say, but the words faltered, reduced to a breathy whisper. It wasn't a lack of desire to rise. It was as if his bones had disassembled, every slight movement sending jolts of soreness through his arms. Xuan, today is the class division day. Lin's voice drew closer, tinged with urgency. She absolutely could not afford to be late. Dongfang Xuan reluctantly cracked his eyelids, only to find Lin standing at the bedside, clutching his coat. Lin, how did you get in? Dongfang Xuan's voice was hoarse. Lin smirked slightly. Your door is more of a decoration. It opens with just a gentle tug. Dongfang Xuan rolled his eyes internally. That faint clicking sound earlier was undoubtedly the noise of a lock being picked. When had this girl acquired such skills? All right, enough about the door. Hurry up and get up. As she spoke, Lin reached out to pull him up. Wait. Dongfang Xuan quickly shrank deeper under the covers, wrapping himself tighter. You go out first. I need to get dressed. Seeing him swathed like a dumpling, Lin suddenly blinked and stifled a laugh. So, it turns out Xuan Jun enjoys sleeping in the nude? Dongfang Xuan's ears flushed crimson, not from embarrassment, but from anxiety. He was not sleeping nude. It was merely the exuberance of youth, fervent and fiery. Who wouldn't he pitch a tent in the morning? Hurry up and leave. All right, I'll step out. Lin laughed as she turned, heading to the front room, where she pulled up a chair and sat down. Inside, Dongfang Xuan waited until the sounds from the outer room subsided before slowly emerging from under the covers, propping himself up against the headboard. Every movement sent jolts of pain through his muscles. He exhaled, reaching for his pants at the foot of the bed. Just as his fingers brushed the fabric, a sudden ache coursed through his arm, causing him to drop the pants, which fell to the floor. He clicked his tongue softly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he bent down to retrieve them, moving as slowly as a marionette on strings. Yesterday had truly been madness. His back felt stiff and sore, and any slight motion felt as if sand were grinding within his joints, an uncomfortable sensation indeed. In the front room, Lin, seated on her chair, heard muffled groans from within and furrowed her brow, softly inquiring through the door, Xuan, are you all right? Do you need assistance? Her voice was laced with concern, her gaze sweeping over him, suddenly recalling the last attack, her expression darkening. Could it be that an old injury had resurfaced? No need, came Dongfang Xuan's muffled response, sounding as though it emanated from a jar, tinged with forced fatigue. I'll be fine shortly. After what felt like an eternity, the inner door creaked open just enough for Dongfang Xuan to lean against the frame, his hair tousled and unruly. Lin immediately sensed something was off and hurried towards him. What happened to you? Her tone betrayed her worry. Dongfang Xuan managed a faint smile, his voice low and raspy. Don't mention it. I overexerted myself during training yesterday, and I've strained my muscles. Before he could finish, Lin had already grasped his arm, her fingertips gently probing his bicep. At her touch, Dongfang Xuan's entire body tensed, a half-suppressed groan escaping his throat. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, trickling down his cheek. This strain looks quite serious. Lin's eyes were filled with urgency. It is essential to seek medical attention. Otherwise, what if complications arise? Dongfang Xuan shook his head and gestured dismissively with his hands. There's no need. My constitution is unique. After resting for 2 days, I will be fine. Today is merely a class reallocation. And there will be no strenuous activities. I can manage. Lin observed the pallor of Dongfang Xuan's face and contemplated urging him further, but upon meeting his resolute gaze, she swallowed her words and sighed. Very well, but if the pain worsens, you must speak up. She supported Dongfang Xuan's arm, assisting him as they walked. Let's go. This way, you can conserve some strength. Dongfang Xuan instinctively leaned towards her, his shoulder resting against hers, feeling the firmness of her arm. He felt somewhat embarrassed. I appreciate your help, he said, his voice tinged with discomfort. The playground of the Ninja Academy buzzed with excitement as freshly graduated genin congregated in small groups. A Chunin instructor stood on the platform, clutching a list, and cleared his throat, his voice amplified by a jutsu that carried far and wide. Noara Jinkan, Yamashiro Aoi, and Inazuka Reiku proceed to training ground number 3. As names were called, murmurs rose and fell among the crowd. For the division of classes significantly influences a ninja's future and potential. Dongfang Xuan and Lin slowly approached the edge of the playground. Beads of sweat forming on Dongfang Xuan's forehead. The arm Lin supported trembled slightly, and with each step, the muscles in his calves tightened painfully. For a moment, eyes around them lingered, but quickly shifted back to the class allocation list, their focus elsewhere. Kakashi stood a short distance away, noticing Lin assisting Dongfang Xuan. He raised an eyebrow and sauntered over. Do you need support? His tone carried a hint of vague mockery, his eyes rolling as they briefly met Dongfang Xuan's pale face. Dongfang Xuan forced a smile and wiped his brow. It's just the after effects of training. I've strained my muscles. Kakashi rolled his eyes again, his expression suggesting skepticism. He refrained from further inquiry, merely stepping aside. What brings you here? Dongfang Xuan asked, surprised. Kakashi was known for his solitary nature, and given his talent, it seemed unnecessary for him to partake in such gatherings. Kakashi's gaze shifted to the platform, his voice even. It's the Hokage's directive. After a pause, he turned his head slightly. However, I don't believe we require a supervising instructor. This statement did not stem from arrogance. With the legacy of Konoha's White Fang and his extraordinary ninjutsu skills surpassing his peers, few among Konoha's jonin could genuinely mentor him. Even Minato, the 4th Hokage, would likely only offer advice based on experience and mindset, with limited guidance in terms of raw strength. After all, the study of ninjutsu among ninjas often diverges into various paths, making it a challenge to instruct others effectively. Shinkuin, what's wrong? A soft, timid voice called from behind, laced with a gentle apprehension. On the Shinyu Reading Network, the updates are the quickest. Dongfang Xuan turned around to see Hong standing 2 steps away, clutching a small cloth bag, her eyes wide with a mixture of concern and an inexplicable confusion as her gaze shifted between him and Lin, who was supporting his arm. Upon seeing Dongfang Xuan, her cheeks flushed slightly, possibly due to their previous embrace. Ah, Hong. Dongfang Xuan smiled, attempting to raise his arm in greeting, only to find himself halted mid-motion by the soreness in his muscles from the previous day's training. Fortunately, Lin was there to support him, otherwise, he would have truly struggled. Upon hearing this, Hong's furrowed brow eased somewhat, the worry in her eyes dissipating, yet for some reason, a faint blush crept back onto her cheeks as she glanced at Lin's hand resting on Dongfang Xuan's arm. Xianjun, would you like me to assist you as well? Or shall I take over? Lin interjected with a smile, her tone straightforward as she gently guided Dongfang Xuan's arm towards herself. My height is just right to support him. The implication was unmistakable. It almost suggested that Hong's stature might not be sufficient. Pausing, Lin's gaze fell on Hong again as she added, moreover, you lack medical knowledge, and you might inadvertently aggravate his injury. The moment her words hung in the air, it felt as if time had momentarily frozen. Out of the corner of his eye, Dongfang Xuan noticed Hong's gaze locking onto Lin's, her eyelashes fluttering yet unwavering, her expression tinged with a hint of defiance. Lin maintained her gaze, her smile fading slightly as she tightened her grip on Dongfang Xuan's arm. In the next heartbeat, Hong stepped forward slightly, reaching to gently rest her hand on Dongfang Xuan's other arm, mimicking Lin's earlier actions with a serious tone. I'll support you slowly. I won't pull on your injury. Hong's eyes remained fixed on Lin's face, unyielding. Dongfang Xuan felt the pressure on his arms intensify, each side seemingly engaged in a silent contest. And beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. It seemed that the weight of affection from both girls was more than he could bear. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, an exuberant voice broke through. "What are you all doing?" Obito had appeared out of nowhere, his wild hair tousled by the wind. Eyes wide with shock as he pointed at Dongfang Xuan, his fingers trembling slightly in disbelief. Dongfang Xuan felt a throbbing at his temples and sighed deeply. Turning to the side where Kakashi had been observing the scene with an indifferent expression, his tone laced with resignation. "Kakashi, perhaps you should assist me instead." Kakashi raised an eyebrow, snorted dismissively, but nonetheless stepped forward. It must be said, with Kakashi's support, Dongfang Xuan felt significantly more at ease. The voice of their teacher resonated louder, cutting through the previously buzzing playground. "Hatake Kakashi, Nara Lin, Uchiha Obito, proceed to training ground number 1. As soon as the announcement ended, Obito let out a loud cheer, leaping up in excitement. "Yes, I'm in the same team as Lin and Kakashi." Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at him but said nothing, simply guiding Dongfang Xuan closer to Hong, gently lifting his arm to indicate for her to take over. Hong quickly reached out to support Dongfang Xuan's other arm. Lin glanced at Dongfang Xuan, a fleeting look of disappointment crossing her face, but she soon brightened with a smile. "Xianjun, Kakashi and I will head over first. Off you go." Dongfang Xuan nodded, his voice somewhat faint. "If it hurts too much, make sure to go to the hospital." Lin added another reminder before following Kakashi and Obito towards training ground number 1, glancing back after a couple of steps. Dongfang Xuan waved at her retreating figure, and just as he lowered his hand, he heard the teacher call out the next group, Sarutobi Asuma, followed by 2 unfamiliar names. Dongfang Xuan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Asuma wasn't paired with Hong? Although it wasn't explicitly stated in the original work, it was highly likely. Currently, those in Asuma's class were merely nameless rookies. Lost in thought, the teacher's voice rang out again. "Might Guy, Dongfang Xuan, and Yuhi Kurenai, proceed to training ground number 7. Upon hearing his and Yuhi Kurenai's names, Dongfang Xuan felt a sharp pain in his arm. Hiss. He inhaled sharply, wincing at the discomfort. Only then did Hong realize. Her face flushing crimson as she hurriedly loosened her grip but was hesitant to fully let go. Stammering, she said, "I am sorry, Xianjun. I'm fine." Dongfang Xuan took a deep breath, managing a smile. "It's quite nice that we're grouped together." The grass at training ground number 7 had just been watered, exuding a hint of moist earth. The 3 stood in the open area, scanning their surroundings. There was not a single shadow of their instructor in sight. "Where's our supervising teacher?" Guy scratched his head, his voice resonant. "Surely he hasn't forgotten us? Perhaps he's delayed on the way," Dongfang Xuan mused. Leaning against a nearby tree trunk, rubbing his aching arm, recalling Kakashi's tardiness during Naruto's class division, feeling somewhat reassured. "Let us wait a bit." Yet, Hong furrowed her brow. Scanning the area, her voice lowered. "I can't shake the feeling that something isn't right. It's too quiet around here." Dongfang Xuan's heart stirred as he fished out his divination cards. His daily practice of fortune-telling hadn't waned. He hadn't drawn today as card yet. So it was perfect timing. He pinched the card between his fingertips, slowly channeling chakra into it, half of his chakra flowing from his fingertips into the card, causing them to turn slightly pale as his breath steadied. Zhan, representing thunder. The Zhan hexagram signifies the arrival of thunderous action, warning to avoid its sharpness. Just as Dongfang Xuan's mind began to ponder the implications, a thunderous sound pierced the air, accompanied by shouts. "Incoming!" Almost instinctively, Dongfang Xuan wrenched his arm from Hong's grasp, seizing Gai's collar with his left hand and yanking him backward with force. Simultaneously, he grabbed Hong's wrist, using the momentum to pull her into his embrace. As their bodies barely separated, his free left hand swiftly formed seals, chakra roiling in his throat. Fire style, great fireball technique. An orb of fiery orange erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards the figure slicing through the wind behind them. However, just as the fireball reached its midpoint, it was cleaved by a powerful leg strike infused with dense chakra. With a whoosh, the fireball was split in two, the flames narrowly brushing past the approaching figure. Boom. A resounding crash echoed as the person's foot landed heavily on the ground. Centered around the point of impact, a web-like network of cracks spread audibly, extending to a width of half a meter. Debris mingled with soil flew into the air, causing even the atmosphere to tremble. "Impressive, young man." A clear voice emerged from the dust. A woman clad in a blue garment stood tall, the character for gamble emblazoned on her back, gleaming under the sunlight. It was Tsunade. She brushed the dust from her trousers, her gaze imbued with approval. No wonder even the Jonin cannot capture you. Standing beside her, Hong and Kai observed the shattered ground beneath Tsunade's feet, their mouths slightly agape as they instinctively swallowed. Had it not been for Dongfang Xuan's intervention, Tsunade's foot would have come crashing down upon them. Apart from Dongfang Xuan, your vigilance and reaction times are sorely lacking, Tsunade chastised, hands on her hips. Her brow furrowed tightly. I announced my technique before launching my attack. If it weren't for Dongfang Xuan's timely assistance, you both would have already fallen in a real battle. Kai's face flushed crimson as he clenched his fists and struck the ground in frustration. Yes, Lady Tsunade. He responded fervently. Lady Tsunade, you are our team leader? Dongfang Xuan, helping Hong to her feet, looked up at Tsunade with a hint of confirmation in his eyes. Tsunade straightened her back, chin lifted slightly, exuding the unique pride of the Sannin, and nodded. Indeed, from now on, the three of you will be under my guidance as Team 4. She paused deliberately, eager to witness the surprise on their faces. After all, being led by one of the Sannin was a tremendous honor among the lower ranks of Konoha. However, to her surprise, Dongfang Xuan's lips subtly curled downward, his tone betraying disappointment. Oh, is it really you? Inwardly, he felt conflicted. Tsunade's prowess lay predominantly in her extraordinary strength and medical expertise, with her physical techniques relying on her own body enhancement, skills that were not easily acquired. While Sakura had learned medical ninjutsu and the Byakugan technique from her, he found himself unable to utilize them. Surely one must first undergo a significant sacrifice to master such divine abilities. He had two young ladies waiting for him, after all. Tsunade's temper flared instantly, her eyes widened, and her fists made a cracking sound. Dongfang Xuan, what do you mean by that? Do you look down upon me? Since hearing that this young man had been associating closely with the Uchiha clan, her impression of him had soured, and her frustration surged. No. Dongfang Xuan quickly adopted a sincere smile, waving his hands in protest. I would be overjoyed to be under the guidance of Lady Tsunade. Tsunade huffed, turning to rummage in her pocket for 2 copper bells, shaking them to produce a clear, ringing sound. Since you are now Team 4, you must pass my test, the bell-snatching challenge, as per Konoha's tradition. She held up the bells, her gaze sweeping across the trio. I presume none of you have had breakfast? Dongfang Xuan, Kai, and Hong nodded in unison. After all, gathering so early left no time for a meal. Here are 2 bells and 2 lunches. The 3 of you must compete for them. Those who fail will return to the Ninja Academy for further training. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Kai and Hong immediately frowned. After all, Dongfang Xuan's strength was evident. How could they possibly secure the remaining bell? After all, Kai and Hong both had no desire to return to the Ninja Academy. Dongfang Xuan observed their reactions and couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, the bell snatching was an age-old tradition of Konoha. Let us begin, Tsunade declared, shaking the bell, its copper surface glimmering under the sunlight. No sooner had she spoken than Kai, Hong, and Dongfang Xuan simultaneously retreated, swiftly dispersing behind the trees and into the underbrush. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. They exhibited some combat awareness, not foolishly charging in. With her arms crossed over her chest, she surveyed the surroundings leisurely. Having experienced countless battlefields, the trio's hiding spots seemed utterly exposed. From behind the grass, Dongfang Xuan gestured toward Kai and Hong not far away. He pointed to himself, indicated the number 1, and then directed his finger towards Tsunade, signifying that he would go first, followed by Hong, with Kai bringing up the rear. However, Kai, upon seeing the signal, suddenly let out a roar, veins bulging at his temples, and charged forward like a cannonball. Take this. Just to Gale Palm. His right leg swept towards Tsunade, the fabric of his pants billowing in the wind. What a fool, Dongfang Xuan muttered, exasperated. His fingertips barely able to pinch his brow before he himself darted out from the underbrush. Tsunade, observing the oncoming Kai, did not flinch. Just as Kai's leg was about to reach her, she swiftly extended her hand, precisely grasping his pant leg. With a gentle flick of her wrist, she sent him soaring through the air like a spinning top. At that moment, Dongfang Xuan had completed his hand signs, channeling energy in his throat. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Several fireballs shot towards Tsunade, accompanied by a wave of scorching heat. Simultaneously, he flicked his wrist. sending a few shuriken flying along the trajectory of the fireballs. This was a basic ninjutsu combined with shuriken, with the fire riding the wind, making the shuriken enshrouded in flames even harder to block. Well done. Tsunade's eyes glinted with approval as her right hand enveloped itself in a layer of deep blue chakra, thick as unyielding ink, pulsating with energy. In the next instant, she brought her fist crashing down onto the ground. With a thunderous boom, the earth cracked open like a spider's web, and a boulder half her height was violently upheaved. Tsunade lifted her foot and delivered a fierce kick to the boulder, which instantly transformed into a projectile, hurtling toward Dongfang Xuan and shattering both the fireballs and the shuriken into fragments. TSK, Dongfang Xuan grinned, recognizing the sheer brute force of her technique. He pivoted sharply, his body slanting sideways as he glided almost parallel to the ground. The boulder whizzing past him and crashing into a tree behind, snapping it in half with a resounding crack. Just as Tsunade retracted her foot, a voice called out from behind her. Illusionary tree, binding kill. Hong had somehow circled around to Tsunade's back, her hands forming seals with remarkable speed. Her gaze intensely focused on Tsunade's silhouette. The moment the illusion activated, a phantom of a withered tree emerged from beneath Tsunade's feet, its countless dead branches coiling like serpents around her limbs, seeking to entrap her within its trunk. How naive. Tsunade emitted a cold snort, and the chakra within her surged explosively, radiating outward like an invisible shockwave. The phantom of the barren tree instantaneously dissipated, and Hong was jolted backward by this surge of chakra, her complexion paling as she nearly stumbled. Just as Tsunade intended to check on Hong's condition, a sudden wave of chakra fluctuations erupted behind her. 8 gates released, open. First gate, open. Dongfang Xuan's figure materialized behind her, muscles taut and skin glowing with a faint crimson hue, chakra billowing from his head like steam. Ignoring Tsunade, he reached out to securely catch Hong midair, gently placing her on the grass. Tsunade turned to observe his taut muscles, curiosity flickering in her gaze. You possess such secret techniques as well. Dongfang Xuan crouched down, his fingertip brushing against Hong's forehead as chakra seeped in to assess her condition, confirming that she was merely stunned by the chakra and not seriously injured. He sighed in relief and addressed Tsunade. It's merely a technique of body arts. Seeing Dongfang Xuan's demeanor, Tsunade chuckled. Are you truly concerned about someone being injured before me? After all, I am Tsunade Haim, the pinnacle of medical ninjas in the entire ninja world. Not quite, Tsunade-sensei. It appears it's just you and me now. Looking at Tsunade, Dongfang Xuan suddenly smiled, realizing he too had walked the path of the third Hokage. His blood surged with fervor, ignited like oil, and the thrill of battle coursed through his veins since his training began. He had never engaged in such a direct clash with anyone. 8 gates released, second gate, rest gate, open. The chakra within him surged violently, more potent than before, coalescing into a pale white wave that swept along the ground, bending the grass downward. Noticing the sudden intensification of his chakra wave, Tsunade raised an eyebrow, her eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. This secret technique was indeed peculiar. The manner in which the chakra erupted was unlike anything she had encountered before. As she pondered this, Dongfang Xuan abruptly vanished from her sight. He moved with astonishing speed, the grass beneath him still holding the arc from moments prior. Raging gale. A rush of wind accompanied his movement from behind, sending a shiver down Tsunade's spine. Without a moment's thought, she instinctively raised her elbow to guard her neck. Bam! His whip-like kick struck her elbow with tremendous force, akin to 2 blocks of solid iron colliding, causing the ground beneath them to sink half an inch. Tsunade steadied herself, instinctively launching a punch toward Dongfang Xuan as he retracted his leg. The fist collided with his returning limb once more, producing another resonant thud. In an instant, their movements became a blur, leaving afterimages in their wake. Dongfang Xuan executed his leg techniques with swiftness, sweeping, kicking, and striking with ferocity. Tsunade countered with powerful punches, straight, hook, and swing, each strike laden with force. The sounds of their clashes echoed like a torrential downpour, as the ground beneath them erupted, shaking the surrounding leaves loose. Tsunade decided not to prolong the exchange of body techniques. A glint of cold light flashed in her eyes. Suddenly, she retracted her punches, her right leg tensing as chakra surged downwards, a blue aura shimmering around her ankle. Painful heaven foot. Tsunade's foot slammed heavily onto the ground. With a thunderous roar, The earth trembled as if struck by a heavy hammer, spiderweb-like cracks radiating from her position, and countless pebbles were sent flying like a swarm of arrows, hurtling toward Dongfang Xuan. As a stone struck his body, Dongfang Xuan let out a muffled groan, and several lines of blood appeared on his arm, oozing droplets of crimson. Utilizing the force of impact, he leaped backward, retreating several steps to create distance, squatting on the grass while gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. Indeed, the disparity was overwhelming. Dongfang Xuan wiped the sweat from the corner of his mouth. Tsunade had not taken him seriously at all. If she were to truly engage, even opening 2 gates would be insufficient. To stand a chance, he would need to reach at least 5 gates, yet his current physique simply could not manage that. Taking a deep breath, he gradually retracted the chakra waves emanating from his body, dispersing the stance of the 8 gates. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Are you not going to continue? Unable to win, you concede. She approached and playfully kicked his leg, a hint of mockery in her eyes. So, you forfeit? Forfeit? Dongfang Xuan sensed something amiss. Tsunade lifted her chin, signaling for both of them to open their lunchboxes. Try this, I made it. Hong tightened her grip on the lunchbox, casting a glance at Tsunade before looking back at Dongfang Xuan, who was bound by rope, his lips pressed together, clearly hungry. Kai, holding a lunchbox, glanced nervously between the two, uncertain of what to do. Why are you looking at me? Dongfang Xuan tugged at the corner of his mouth, his voice tinged with self-deprecation. Go ahead and eat. After all, I conceded. Hong and Kai exchanged a glance, slowly picking up their chopsticks, each taking a small bite of rice, chewing slowly as if they were consuming something tasteless. Dongfang Xuan watched them, a helpless smile gracing his lips. There was no way around it. Rules were rules. Waving her hand dismissively, Tsunade turned to leave. I have something to attend to. I'll return in the afternoon. Remember, don't let Dongfang Xuan touch the food. Her last words were delivered with finality, and as soon as she finished speaking, she had already vanished from sight. Once Tsunade departed, Hong immediately tiptoed to the direction she had gone, seeing nothing but the rustling of the grass before swiftly returning to the wooden pillar. Kai also peered around to confirm there were no onlookers before hurriedly approaching. Xuan, why not eat mine? Kai offered his lunchbox forward, his ears slightly reddening. His tone filled with embarrassment. I only took a small bite, and I got knocked away at the start, so I couldn't help at all. It doesn't sit well with me to eat. Shin-kun, please eat mine. Without waiting for Dongfang Xuan's response, Hong had already opened her lunchbox. Using her chopsticks to delicately offer him a bite, her hand trembling slightly, her eyelashes lowered. You're not feeling well, and after expending so much energy earlier. You must be hungry. I'm not hungry. Dongfang Xuan chuckled softly, intending to turn his head away, but Hong's hand moved forward again. Just have a bit. Her voice was gentle, laced with a hint of stubbornness. Feeling his ears warm, Dongfang Xuan ceased to resist and opened his mouth to take a bite. Kai scratched the back of his head, his expression perplexed as he looked at him. Xuan, why won't you eat mine? Do you dislike that I've already had some? Hong's chopsticks clinked against the lunchbox, her face flushing crimson. Warmth spreading from her cheeks to the nape of her neck, almost losing her grip on the chopsticks. Realizing she had indeed taken a small bite with those very chopsticks, which felt akin to an indirect kiss, she abruptly lowered her head, her chopsticks poking into the rice, too embarrassed to raise her gaze. Her ears burning as if they were cradling a small heater. I specifically mentioned that dinner should not be consumed by Xuan, did I not? Tsunade's voice suddenly resonated from behind. Yuhi Kurenai, already overwhelmed with thoughts, startled, and nearly dropped the bento in her grasp, but fortunately, she managed to catch it just in time. Tsunade stood there, her eyes narrowed into slits, surveying Kurenai's chopsticks, the bento held by Guy, and finally resting her gaze upon the bound figure of Dongfang Xuan. Faced with Tsunade's unwavering stare, Dongfang Xuan could only smile awkwardly, acutely aware of his predicament. Both Kurenai and Guy froze, a sheen of cold sweat forming on their foreheads, trickling down their cheeks. You have disobeyed my orders. Tsunade's tone was flat, yet imbued with an oppressive presence. Kurenai's lips moved as if to offer an explanation, yet no words emerged. Her fingers gripped the chopsticks so tightly that the knuckles turned white. Guy stood rigid, opening his mouth to speak, but ultimately scratching his head, his eyes betraying a sense of helplessness. However, you have passed. Tsunade's words shifted abruptly, leaving Kurenai and Guy in stunned disbelief, scarcely able to trust their ears. Passed. Kurenai's voice quivered, apprehensive of mishearing, seeking confirmation. Combat is never a solitary endeavor. Tsunade took 2 steps forward, her gaze falling upon the 2 bentos as she smiled. By placing only 2 bells, I intended to see if you would resort to harming a comrade for the sake of qualification. If you were to fracture your unity for mere bells, you would be unworthy of the title of ninja. Tsunade gestured toward the chopsticks still clutched in Kurenai's hand. This test is to discern whether you regard one another as true companions. It was only then that Kurenai comprehended, exhaling a sigh of relief. She looked down at the bento and murmured, "I apologize, Lady Tsunade. We did not heed your instructions. The process may have been a bit rough, but the intention was clear enough." Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, a rare smile gracing her lips. "All 3 of you are diligent, earnest, and talented." Kurenai lacks the arrogance often found in those from prestigious clans, which is commendable. Guy, overhearing this, straightened his posture and nodded vigorously. "We will strive to do our best." Lady Tsunade. Dongfang Xuan observed this scene with a smile, understanding fully. The grilled meat enjoyed last night was simply exquisite. The flavor lingered in his memory. "I savored 3 large plates," Guy exclaimed, seemingly lost in the delightful reminiscence of the previous night's feast. Kurenai, recalling the sight of Guy devouring his plate with fervor, could not help but smile. Indeed, it was delicious. She turned to glance at Dongfang Xuan, noticing a faint smile on his lips, causing her cheeks to warm slightly. In celebration of their completion of 10 D-rank missions, Tsunade had taken the trio to the barbecue restaurant of the Akimichi clan. Regardless of the food's quality, Guy certainly relished every bite. Currently, the situation in Konoha was relatively stable, yet the rise in prices was an inevitable reality. Relying on Might Guy's commissions, both he and Lee could barely manage to meet their basic needs day by day. Guy scratched his head, shifting the topic to their missions. Kurenai gently inquired, "So what shall we do today? Are we still searching for cats?" D-rank missions typically fell into 2 categories, primarily involving the search for lost pets or assisting with garden upkeep. If it comes to doing menial tasks, both Dongfang Xuan and General Kai would eagerly compete to take charge, never allowing a girl like Hong to take the lead. However, when it comes to finding cats and dogs, there is no need for either Dongfang Xuan or Kai to lift a finger. Each time Hong stands at the alley's entrance and calls out a couple of times, the cats and dogs hidden in the nooks and crannies come scrambling out, eagerly nuzzling against her. At that moment, Dongfang Xuan must reach out to retrieve those little creatures from Hong's embrace, as that should rightfully be his position. As the morning sun just began to rise above the rooftops, the 3 of them chatted while making their way to the mission assignment office. Upon entering, they spotted Tsunade standing at the counter, holding several rolled-up mission papers. "Finally, you 3 have arrived," Tsunade exclaimed, turning with a smile and offering the papers to them. "Here, take a look at this." Her expression suggested she was concealing something delightful. Each of them took a sheet, their fingertips brushing against the coarse paper. Dongfang Xuan unfolded the paper, his gaze sweeping over the lines. "Mission level, see mission type, escort mission location, land of grass mission information. The grain merchant convoy from the land of grass is recruiting escort ninjas to accompany the convoy into the capital. Meals will be provided by the convoy. Anticipated enemies, mountain bandits, robbers." Dongfang Xuan's fingers paused over the words mountain bandits and robbers without uttering a word, folding the paper twice and holding it tightly. Meanwhile, Kai had already finished reading and suddenly clenched his fist, slapping it against his thigh. "This is fantastic. Much more exciting than chasing after cats and dogs." Kai's eyes sparkled with eagerness, practically ready to set off immediately. Hong, having finished reading the paper, smoothed it out, neatly folding it and tucking it into her pocket, then looked up at Dongfang Xuan. She had no particular thoughts, as long as she was with Xiankun. Any task would suffice. Tsunade's gaze swept across the faces of the 3 before finally resting on Dongfang Xuan, raising an eyebrow. "What do you think? Are you confident?" Her tone carried a hint of challenge, with something more concealed in her gaze. However, Dongfang Xuan, interpreting Tsunade's mischievous look, had a fair idea of her intentions. Given the current turbulent circumstances, and considering the many D-level missions they had undertaken, Tsunade likely aimed for them to confront some bandits and robbers, at least to draw blood. Otherwise, stepping onto the battlefield might leave them unable to even grip a kunai properly. Of course, Kai stepped forward, standing tall and straight. "Lady Tsunade, I can hardly wait." His excitement was palpable. A sea-level mission not only promised combat, but also offered significantly higher rewards than a D-level task, allowing for the purchase of some meat to take home later. Tsunade glanced at Kai, then turned to Hong, noticing her calm demeanor, and smiled. What about you, Hong? Are you not fond of this? Hong quickly shook her head, her hair swaying, her voice soft. No, it sounds great. Finally, Tsunade's attention returned to Dongfang Xuan. Her eyebrows raised higher in a deliberately provocative manner. And you? What are your thoughts? Dongfang Xuan met her gaze, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. I can handle it on my own. Tsunade rolled her eyes, exuding playful exasperation, tilting her head slightly to the side. Suddenly, it struck me that this young man had previously slain a jonin, making his encounter with a few bandits rather trivial. Beside him, Hong, having overheard Dongfang Xuan's words, spoke with genuine admiration. Xianjun, you are truly remarkable. In an instant, Tsunade's expression darkened even further. Since there are no issues, let us depart, she declared, turning towards the door with a hint of impatience, her hand resting on her waist. The merchant caravan awaited at the village entrance. Hong paused momentarily before swiftly catching up to Tsunade, her pace quickening as she softly inquired, Teacher Tsunade, do we not need to prepare? Are we leaving just like this? Tsunade glanced back at her without halting her stride. Ninjas do not have the luxury of preparation time, she replied. After a brief pause, she continued, many missions are spontaneous. By the time you are ready, the target may have already fled. The caravan from the land of grass has brought ample supplies. And since the journey will only take 2 days, there is little to prepare. Understood, Lady Tsunade, Hong responded, her voice now devoid of doubt. The 4 of them exited the mission office in a line, making their way towards the gates of Konoha. The gates stood wide open, the towering steel and wooden doors bearing several old scars. The Konoha guards stood upright at the entrance, meticulously checking each individual entering or exiting. One person was halted, and the guard examined their belongings while quietly inquiring about something. The individual nodded repeatedly, their face displaying apprehension. Seeing the long line of people being scrutinized, Dongfang Xuan couldn't help but sigh. The tightening security measures in Konoha indicated that ninjas from other countries had begun to infiltrate the Land of Fire, even loitering around the vicinity of Konoha village. It appeared that war was drawing ever closer. A figure approached from beside a cart, enveloped in a thick gray cloak, their neck wrapped tightly, and their face obscured by a black cloth, revealing only a pair of keen eyes. The eyes darted around, scrutinizing the group. The individual was not tall, standing before Tsunade with their head barely reaching her shoulder. You are the hired ninjas? They inquired, their voice muffled by the fabric, tinged with uncertainty. Tsunade crossed her arms, regarding him without a word. The stranger's gaze lingered momentarily on Kai and Hong, then swept over Dongfang Xuan, finally settling on Tsunade's jacket emblazoned with gambling symbols, his brow furrowing even more. Are you truly ninjas from Konoha? The skepticism in his tone was unmistakable. Are you reliable? It's not that I demand too much. It's just that you 3 seem like mere children. And a woman dressed like a gambler hardly looks the part of capable protectors. Upon hearing these words, Kai became agitated, taking a bold step forward and pointing to the forehead protector adorning his brow. What do you mean by that? I am a legitimate chunin of Konoha. His sudden movement startled the man, causing him to retreat a couple of steps, nearly colliding with the cart behind him. All right. The man quickly raised his hands in a placating gesture, palms facing outward. Please, do not come too close. My old bones cannot withstand such fright. Once Kai stepped back, the man exhaled in relief, lowering his hands, his voice stabilizing. My name is Lingmu, and I am the leader of this caravan. He cast his gaze over several individuals, muttering to himself, however, since you are ninjas, you should be capable enough. He waved his hand dismissively, reasoning that encountering mere mountain bandits along the way was hardly significant. Tsunade then let out a huff, shifting her arms across her chest. Rest assured, no one will perish. Lingmu glanced at Tsunade and then at Kai, whose eagerness to engage was palpable, and swallowed hard before turning towards the merchant convoy. Shall we set off now? The carts are all prepared. Kai immediately responded, yes. Let us depart at once. Dongfang Xuan followed behind, observing Lingmu's heavily bundled figure with a slight furrow in his brow. The weather was not particularly cold, making the excessive layers somewhat peculiar. The Konoha gatekeeper remarked as he lifted his notepad, the pages densely filled with names, some ink fresh and others faded. His gaze swept over the merchant convoy, his finger pausing on the page. So, You are the convoy bound for the land of grass. The gatekeeper stepped forward slightly, scanning from the first cart to the last, not even overlooking the wheels, as if counting the wood grain upon them. Lingmu stood at the forefront, accepting the document handed over by the gatekeeper with his bundled hands, his fingertips moving beneath the fabric. After thoroughly inspecting the entire convoy, the gatekeeper picked up a seal and stamped it onto the document with a resounding clap, the red imprint settling onto the paper. All right, you may proceed. He returned the document to Lingmu, adding, by the way, if you transport grain back to Konoha from the land of grass, the village will offer a certain subsidy. Thank you. Lingmu's voice came through the fabric. He tucked the document into his garments and turned to wave at the merchant convoy. The gatekeeper stepped aside, shifting his spear with a clatter. As the sound of hooves echoed upon the ground, the convoy slowly exited Konoha village, heading towards the land of grass. The convoy was modest in size, comprising a total of 5 carts. The first was a supply cart, taller than the others, its canvas wrapped tightly. The 4 subsequent carts were ordinary freight vehicles, laden with burlap sacks, the ropes cinched securely, with hints of pale yellow grains peeking out, resembling food supplies. Upon boarding, Lingmu immediately retreated into the supply cart, pulling the canvas curtain closed from within, and did not re-emerge. The surrounding armed guards mounted their swift steeds, dispersing into pairs to guard various directions. The formation was orderly, the spacing between the riders consistent, exuding an air of discipline. It was a standard marching formation. It must be noted that the entire convoy seemed rather unique, lacking the haphazard essence typical of mercenary groups, instead emanating a military aura. Tsunade settled herself at the edge of a freight cart, leaning against the burlap sacks, her hand resting on her knee, her brow slightly arched. She had encountered numerous merchant convoys before, often chaotic and cramped, or attended by lackadaisical guards, but had never witnessed such efficiency. Dongfang Xuan Kai and Hong also took their places at the edge of the freight cart. The bags were uncomfortable, their corners digging into their backs, but it was preferable to walking. Kai found it difficult to remain still, shifting restlessly on the burlap sack beneath him, his eyes wide with anticipation as he scanned the surroundings. Why has no one arrived yet? He murmured, secretly yearning for a band of robbers to emerge, so he could showcase his skills. When would the mountain bandits make their appearance? Hong sat upright between Tsunade and Dongfang Xuan, occasionally glancing up at Dongfang Xuan, who was gazing at the distant woods. Following suit, Hong stole a glance in that direction. Tsunade, with a look of disdain, shifted away slightly to avoid Kai's fidgeting arms. Had she known that accepting this mission would involve sitting in a dusty carriage, she would have certainly opted for a different task. She patted her pant legs, her fingertips collecting a bit of dust, and her brow furrowed deeper. Dongfang Xuan remained silent, his chakra quietly emanating from within. The chakra spread like rippling water, instantaneously enveloping the entire convoy. The supply carts in front, the freight wagons behind, and even the scattered light cavalry were all within his perceptive range. It was remarkably quiet. After all, this was merely a C-rank mission. The likelihood of danger was minimal. With ninja guards, well-trained light cavalry, and the small scale of the 5 horse-drawn carts, they hardly constituted a tempting target. Dongfang Xuan doubted that any bandits would dare to confront ninjas and light cavalry for such meager spoils, unless, of course, they were utterly reckless. Yet, for reasons unknown, a sense of unease settled in Dongfang Xuan's heart. What was amiss? His perception swept over the supply carts once more, the outlines beneath the canvas indistinct. He could sense that there were individuals inside, their breathing steady, devoid of tension. The breaths of the light cavalry remained calm, their hands gripping their sword hilts with little movement. The burlap sacks on the freight wagons felt heavy. Probing with chakra, he discerned that they contained granular material, indeed resembling foodstuffs. Everything seemed normal. Kai continued to gaze around, muttering, "Perhaps the bandits are hiding in the woods ahead." His words made Hong a bit anxious, prompting him to inch closer to Dongfang Xuan and whisper, "Xianjun, do you really think there will be bandits?" Dongfang Xuan was about to shake his head when an unusual sensation suddenly brushed against his perception, as if something were observing him. This peculiar feeling was difficult to articulate. Abruptly, he raised his head to peer toward the woods on the right. Something had seemingly crossed into his perceptual range, only to vanish into the air. The leaves swayed in the wind, showing no signs of abnormality. Yet, it was also possible that something had blended into the myriad falling leaves, eluding his scrutiny. What's wrong? Tsunade noticed his movements and sat up straighter. She was aware of Dongfang Xuan's perceptive abilities. Otherwise, he would have long perished at the hands of the Jonin from Awagakure. It's nothing. Dongfang Xuan diverted his gaze, though his inner turmoil intensified. That reaction had been too subtle, akin to a mere gust of wind. Yet within the realm of his perception, that momentary tension could not be concealed. Was it merely an illusion? Taking a deep breath, Dongfang Xuan expanded his chakra once again, more intricately than before, as if casting a net over every inch of his surroundings. The wind continued to blow, the horses trod onward, and the wheels turned. Yet, the unsettling sensation lingered. Refusing to dissipate, Dongfang Xuan furrowed his brow, fervently wishing it were nothing more than his imagination. This evening, we shall set up camp here. Lingmu spoke, gesturing with his heavily wrapped hand towards the open ground ahead. His voice, muffled by the fabric, conveyed an undeniable command. The guards around him promptly dismounted, their movements synchronized. And as the sound of hooves striking the earth faded, they dispersed into several groups. Some guards unfastened the ropes from the saddles, beginning to secure the tent poles. Others led their horses to the stream, bending down to scoop water for them to drink. Still others gathered dry twigs, piling them on the ground, striking flint to ignite a small blaze that soon flared into life. Konoha observed their tent-raising efforts, raising an eyebrow, noting their apparent enjoyment. She pulled Hong to sit beside the campfire and stirred the kindling, causing sparks to dance upward. Kai, unable to contain himself any longer, dashed over to the group of guards, seizing an axe and joining them in chopping wood. Hong sat by the fire, its glow casting a rosy hue upon her cheeks. Noticing Dongfang Xuan standing idle nearby, she patted the empty space beside her, her voice soft. Xianjun, would you care to join me? The flames flickered in her eyes, hinting at anticipation. Thank you, Hong, Dongfang Xuan replied, shaking his head as his gaze swept over the surrounding woods. I will scout the area. Hong paused, then nodded, her fingers nervously gripping the hem of her clothing. Please be careful. Konoha glanced up at him, stirring the branch in the fire. Go ahead, but stay alert. Konoha was well aware of Dongfang Xuan's exceptional perceptive abilities, as well as his combat prowess, which far surpassed that of ordinary lower-ranked ninjas. He acknowledged her words, his chakra subtly shifting within him as he propelled himself off the ground, leaping to land atop the treetops. The leaves beneath him dipped slightly, and using that momentum, he leaped again, quickly distancing himself from the camp, his figure vanishing into the forest. How strange. Dongfang Xuan perched on a sturdy branch, his chakra expanding to its limits. His senses detected only the rustling leaves stirred by the wind and the distant babble of the stream, devoid of any other sounds. Yet, the unsettling feeling within him persisted unabated. Is this merely my imagination? Dongfang Xuan withdrew a divination card from his pocket, running his fingertips over its cool surface. Chakra surged through his fingertips, causing his internal chakra to dwindle by half, the card slowly flipping in his palm. Mountain stripped, Dongfang Xuan's gaze fixed on the card, his brow furrowing deeply. A dire omen. The situation is grave. Advancing would be ill-advised, and any rash actions would lead to setbacks. But what does advancing refer to? Is it about the caravan traveling to the land of grass? Or should he venture deeper into the woods? As he pondered, a faint sound reached his ears from behind, akin to fabric brushing against grass. Were it not for his keen focus, he might have overlooked it entirely. Has something happened at the camp? A twinge of anxiety struck Dongfang Xuan. If the ominous card warned against straying far from the camp, then the camp must surely be facing some disturbance. 8 doors of Duanjia. First door, open. Second door, rest door, open. In an instant, his chakra erupted within him, his skin taking on a crimson hue as his muscles tensed, power surging through his veins toward his limbs. With a sudden push from the tips of his toes against the branch, it bent into a bow, and in the next instant, he shot forth like an arrow released from its string, racing towards the camp, weaving through the trees and stirring up a gust of wind. Meanwhile, at the center of the camp, Tsunade raised her right leg high, chakra coursing down the length of her leg, accompanied by a whooshing sound as it struck the ground with tremendous force. The ground trembled, cracking like a spider's web, with debris flying in all directions. The nearby ninjas were swept off their feet by the shockwave, their kunai slipping from their grasp. Seizing the moment, Tsunade clenched her fist, gathering chakra upon her knuckles. With a sharp exclamation, she drove her fist into the chest of one ninja. He was sent hurtling backward, colliding against a tree trunk with a resounding thud before crashing to the ground, his animal mask shattering to reveal a pale face beneath. Just as she dispatched one foe, several more ninjas sprang forth, each adorned with different patterns on their masks, their kunai glinting menacingly. Cursing under her breath, Tsunade sidestepped a speeding shuriken, her brow furrowing in frustration. Why were there Umbu members on this mission? These individuals exhibited agility and coordination far beyond that of ordinary ninjas. Hong and Kai positioned themselves back-to-back with her, forming a triangle. Hong swiftly formed hand seals with both hands, while Kai gripped his kunai tightly. Eyes wide and fixed intently on the approaching ninjas, his breath quickening, yet his stance unwavering. Lady Tsunade, to your left. Hong called out anxiously, noticing a fireball hurtling towards Tsunade. Water release, water collision wave. Hong completed her seals, summoning a torrent of water from beneath her feet that collided with the fireball, showering warm droplets over Tsunade's head. Captain, shall we engage? Murmured a member of the Umbu, wearing a wolf mask, his voice low as he surveyed Tsunade and her companions. Twirling his kunai, the hawk-masked captain remained still, his gaze fixed on Tsunade. No need, he rasped. Our objective is to capture the target. Let the rest take care of itself. We simply need to wear them down. The camp was effectively cleaved in two by the Umbu. One half contained Tsunade, Hong, and Kai, surrounded at the center, while the other housed Lingmu, protected by guards, as the Umbu closed in relentlessly. Lingmu lamented silently, wishing they had hired more ninjas. Cowering behind her guards, she observed the encircled trio with a voice laced with regret. No sooner had she spoken than several shurikens whistled through the air. Clang, clang, clang. The guards swung their katana, the blades clashing against the shurikens with sharp, ringing sounds. Yet, they were already panting, blood seeping from multiple wounds, dripping down their garments and staining the earth beneath. How did you discover our presence? Who provided the intel? Lingmu shouted from behind her guards, her voice trembling. Let us just say you should have been more discerning, sneered an Umbu member with a serpent mask, his gaze sweeping over one of the guards. One of your guards has been dead for some time. He has been my spy all along, and you have yet to realize it. As the words left his lips, one guard suddenly turned, his katana slicing viciously into the back of his companion. The wounded guard gasped and fell to the ground, while the assailant staggered slightly. With a resounding bang, white smoke erupted, revealing the dark attire of the shinobi. A few swift movements allowed them to leap out of the circle, evading the slashes of the other guards. Young master, you must flee, the lead guard exclaimed, shoving Lingmu aside while raising his katana high. We will hold them off. Lingmu's body trembled slightly as he staggered back from the push, watching the guards' retreating figures, his throat constricting. Let these ninjas witness the strength of our loyal retainers. The lead guard shouted, a surge of intense chakra erupting from within him, a crimson aura illuminating his surroundings. Following suit, the other guards unleashed their own chakra, which spread like waves. Bang, bang. The sounds echoed continuously, their skin turning a deep crimson, their speed and strength surging, their blade strikes blurring into afterimages. In the treetops, Dongfang Xuan concealed himself behind the leaves, taking in the scene with keen eyes. Observing Lingmu, seizing the opportunity to flee deeper into the forest. He furrowed his brow. This secret technique resembled the 8 gates, reminiscent of a martial artist's style. The situation was dire. Tsunade and her companions were surrounded, while Lingmu was alone in his escape, leaving both sides unable to assist one another. Dongfang Xuan swiftly formed hand seals, channeling his chakra. With a bang, a shadow clone appeared beside him, identical in appearance and gaze. The shadow clone dashed towards the center of the camp, while Dongfang Xuan turned to follow Lingmu, his fingers gripping shuriken, eyes scanning the surroundings warily. 3 groups, for groups, pursue the target, commanded the dark-clad captain with an eagle mask, raising a hand to point in Lingmu's direction. Other teams, eliminate these individuals. Yes, the surrounding shinobi responded in unison, their voices low and subdued. In an instant, numerous figures sprang into action. The hand seals were executed so swiftly they became a blur, chakra coalescing in their palms. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique, shouted the dark-clad shinobi wearing a wolf mask, as orange flames shot forth, trailing like a comet towards Tsunade and her companions. Wind release, wind cutter. Another ninja crossed his hands, a grayish-blue gust swirling with debris, following closely behind the fireball. Lightning release, Thunderstrike. The shinobi with a snake mask unleashed blue-white sparks from his fingertips, the electricity crackling along the ground, advancing towards the red figure. Simultaneously, dozens of shuriken flew from various directions, their silver edges reflecting the firelight, weaving an impenetrable net over the trio. Tsunade's face paled, her hands forming seals in a hurried manner, but the enemy's jutsu came too swiftly. She barely completed her first seal when the fireball was already upon her. "Watch out," Kai shouted. It was at this moment that Tsunade sprang into action. Light on her feet, she leaped in front of the red figure. Her feet firmly planted on the ground, seemingly oblivious to the fireball looming just inches away. The veins on her forehead throbbed, her previously furrowed brow tightening suddenly. With a thunderous release, a colossal chakra erupted from her being, akin to a tidal wave surging forth, enveloping her entirely. The air pressure surged outward, lifting the surrounding dead branches and leaves into the air, while the dust on the ground was swept into a circular shockwave, rapidly expanding. The grass around her bowed as if in submission, pressed firmly to the ground, unable to move. The fireball, wind blades, and lightning surged towards her. As these ninjutsu techniques surged forward, they were deflected by Tsunade's almost tangible chakra, as if they had been swept away by a substantial hand. The fireball was sent crashing into a nearby tree, igniting it in flames. The wind blades were shattered by turbulent air, scattering debris all around. The lightning serpent dissipated under the pressure of chakra. The shuriken fared even worse, being violently propelled away by the fierce gusts, clattering against the trees, some even rebounding back, narrowly missing the Umbu's mask. "What?" The captain, donned in an eagle mask, staggered back, his eyes widening beneath the mask, his grip on the kunai tightening. This chakra surpassed that of an ordinary jonin. Who could this person be? Tsunade did not pause. A faint purple pattern began to unfurl from her forehead, akin to a flower blossoming, spreading gracefully to the sides. Her hands slowly rose, palms facing forward. The chakra surrounding her swirled with a faint white luminescence, causing the very air to tremble under the weight of her power. Sealing technique, release. Her voice, though not loud, carried an air of authority, and the fluctuations of her chakra surged dramatically. The ground beneath her cracked with fine fissures, and the surrounding campfires were swept skyward by the gusts, sparks flying high into the air. The chakra thickened, the purple patterns on her forehead extending like vines towards her temples. Tsunade remained steadfast, yet the invisible pressure bore down with the weight of a boulder, causing the Umbu around her to struggle for breath. The eagle-masked captain was the first to regain his composure, gritting his teeth and forming a hand seal. Earth release. Earth dragon bomb. He pressed his hands to the ground, chakra surging into the earth, summoning a massive earthen dragon that erupted from the soil, its scales composed of dirt, opening its gaping maw. With a thunderous roar, it charged towards Tsunade, shattering stones in its wake. "Break!" Tsunade uttered a single word, raising her hand to deliver a punch at the advancing earth dragon. With a crack, the moment her fist collided with the dragon, fissures spiderwebbed along its body. The earthen scales crumbled and fell away. Then, with a resounding explosion, debris and dust were sent flying back, striking the Umbu captain. Like a heavy blow, both he and his mask were sent hurtling backward, crashing into a tree, leaves cascading down upon him. The other Umbu, witnessing this, collectively swallowed hard, yet none retreated. In the next instant, all the Umbu synchronously charged towards Tsunade. A chain suddenly whipped out from the shadows, its end armed with barbs, slicing through the air with a hiss, aiming to ensnare Tsunade's wrist. She sidestepped, twisting her wrist, her fingertips deftly catching the end of the chain. As chakra surged through her fingertips, she yanked forcefully. The Umbu gripping the chain found himself lifted into the air, tracing an arc bang. Midair, the chain exploded, its rings shattering into pieces, violently striking the face of the Umbu who had grasped it. He let out a cry of anguish as he crashed heavily to the ground, raising a considerable cloud of dust. "Guy, protect Sakura." Without turning her head, Tsunade's voice trembled with chakra, causing the dust on the ground to rise. Although she had activated the 100 healings technique, the numerous Umbu surrounding her posed no immediate threat. However, the concern lay in the fact that any attack directed towards her apprentice could prove fatal. It was uncertain where Dongfang Xuan had vanished to. Kai, gripping his kunai, positioned himself protectively in front of Hong, observing Tsunade's silhouette. Hong steadied herself, her hands swiftly forming seals, Jinjutsu. Tree binding death. One Umbu, attempting to flank them, had just lifted his foot when phantom trees suddenly emerged behind him. In the next instant, countless vines ensnared his limbs. What? Jinjutsu. The Umbu reacted swiftly, recognizing the situation and immediately attempted to disrupt the chakra in his mind. Yet, even after breaking free from the illusion, his body remained rigid, his movements delayed. It was in that brief moment of hesitation that Tsunade closed the distance. Chakra coalesced around her fist, accompanied by the sound of slicing air. Bang! Her fist struck the Umbu's chest, an overwhelming surge of chakra coursing into his body. The Umbu's mask shattered instantly, and he was propelled like a severed kite, crashing into a comrade and sending both tumbling to the ground. The Umbu donned in a snake mask attempted to employ the same tactic, gathering lightning at his fingertips. Yet the moment the current flickered to life, it was dissipated by the chakra-infused air surrounding Tsunade. His pupils constricted, just as he intended to retreat. Tsunade's figure loomed before him. Too slow. Tsunade raised her hand, a gust of wind accompanying her strike aimed at his mask. Crack! The mask shattered, revealing a youthful face filled with terror. Struck by the force of her palm, he was sent flying sideways, crashing into a tree and losing consciousness. In mere moments, the majority of the attacking Umbu had fallen. The remaining few exchanged glances. Tsunade discerned that those who had yet to engage were the true threats, each radiating chakra fluctuations of a Jonin level. The previous ones were merely ordinary Chunin. Water release, great waterfall technique. Earth release, earth flow river. Wind release, vacuum wave. The three simultaneously completed their seals, unleashing their most formidable jutsu. A torrent of water roared forward like a waterfall, followed closely by a surge of earth transforming into a yellow flood. The vacuum wave produced a sharp sound, slicing through the air. The three attacks wove together like a net, bearing down upon Tsunade and her companions. Tsunade furrowed her brow. These were all large-scale destructive techniques. While she could evade, Kai and Hong would be unable to escape. Taking a deep breath, chakra surged within her, preparing to withstand the impending assault. Just then, a familiar voice resonated in her ears. Earth release, earth flow wall. The ground trembled violently, a thunderous roar echoing through the air. A massive earthen wall emerged before Tsunade. Towering 3 meters high, its surface rugged and uneven, standing defiantly in front of them. Water, earth, and wind collided with the wall, producing a deafening sound, causing the wall to shake violently, debris cascading down, yet it steadfastly withstood all attacks. Everyone present was momentarily stunned, instinctively turning towards the source of the voice. In the next instant, the figure of Dongfang Xuan leaped from the treetops, chakra swirling around him. As 3 Umbu simultaneously unleashed potent ninjutsu, their forms converged, presenting him with an opportunity. Fire Thunder Strike. A fireball tinged with blue and purple erupted from his mouth, crackling with countless arcs of electricity, racing towards the trio with astonishing speed. In the mere span of a breath, the fireball had pierced through the 3. The 2 closest were instantly engulfed by flames. Their screams silenced before they could escape, leaving only ashes swirling in the air. The furthest Umbu exerted every ounce of strength to evade, yet was still grazed by the fireball, half of his body crashing to the ground, writhing in agony, organs and blood mingling with shredded flesh, creating a gruesome scene. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Tsunade's pupils constricted as she gazed at the scorched trees and the blackened earth, her heart racing with shock. Just as Tsunade was taken aback, Dongfang Xuan's figure plummeted from the treetops. Dongfang Xuan. The ground beneath Tsunade erupted with a resounding crack, and she instinctively reached out to catch him. However, a figure was swifter. Hong rushed forward, arms wide open, and Dongfang Xuan landed perfectly in her embrace. Her brow furrowed. She held him tightly, worry etched across her face, her fingertips trembling slightly. As Hong descended with Dongfang Xuan, Tsunade approached, noticing his pallid complexion and cracked lips. Dongfang Xuan, are you all right? Hong's voice quivered with urgency, laced with a hint of tears. I'm fine, just a bit low on chakra, no need to worry. Dongfang Xuan's words emerged hoarsely from his throat, barely audible. No sooner had he finished speaking than, with a sudden pop, his form dissipated into white smoke within Hong's arms. Shadow clone. Tsunade's words caught in her throat as she stared at the dissipating smoke, then glanced back at the sturdy earthen wall, and finally at the tree stump pierced by the fireball, her expression complex. Dongfang Xuan, was that merely a fraction of your chakra? And that near dust release level of destruction? She pondered. Hong looked up, her eyes slightly red, inquired, Lady Tsunade, where did Dongfang Xuan go? Tsunade fell silent for a moment, then replied slowly, he must be searching for the spirit wood. Leaves brushed against her sleeves, stirring a gentle breeze. Dongfang Xuan crouched low. Weaving through the forest, his footfalls nearly soundless upon the ground, only occasionally disturbing pebbles that gave a soft clatter. His pace varied, at times swift as an arrow, leaving a faint shadow. At other moments, he moved with such delicacy that he seemed to tread upon cotton, minimizing even the tremors of the leaves. Exhaling, Dongfang Xuan pressed his tongue to the roof of his mouth, regulating his breath as chakra flowed down his throat, surging into every limb. Kuan represents the earth. The chakra spread forth like faint azure ripples, extending for miles and sweeping over every inch of the forest floor. The essence of the spirit wood was distinctly recognizable in his perception, though he stumbled slightly, breathing heavily, the cloth on his back soaked with sweat. The presence of his pursuers loomed heavier behind him, their footsteps rapid yet composed, chakra taut like a drawn bowstring, relentlessly trailing in pursuit of the spirit wood. Dongfang Xuan paused momentarily. He accurately gauged the distance, remaining just beyond the perceptual threshold of his pursuers. Suddenly, Dongfang Xuan halted, refraining from stepping into the range of their awareness. This spirit wood, indeed, harbored issues. His mind raced, scanning the direction in which the spirit wood had fled. The members of the Dark Division had a remarkably clear objective. Initially, Dongfang Xuan suspected that other villages were seizing the opportunity to raid the Konoha merchant convoy. However, considering the scale and coordination of the operation, it was evident that this was no ordinary plundering. It was a specialized mission aimed directly at the spirit wood. Moments ago, at the edge of the camp, he had overheard a conversation between the spirit wood and the Dark Division, though obscured by the shadows of the trees. The terms young master and vassal were unmistakably clear. The identity of the spirit wood was undoubtedly more complex than merely being a merchant leader. Dongfang Xuan furrowed his brow, his pace slowing slightly. If it were merely a case of common vendetta, he would have no reason to involve himself. The trouble the spirit wood had attracted, given the formation of the Dark Division, had clearly exceeded the parameters of a C-rank mission, potentially escalating to an S-rank. His team had come as protectors, yet they were now ensnared in a predicament that felt akin to betrayal. There was no need to risk his life for an unfamiliar young master, especially considering that today's events had been instigated by the spirit wood himself. Unlike the foolish Naruto, he planned to probe the true identity of the spirit wood momentarily. Once he confirmed the nature of the spirit wood's predicament, and if it proved irrelevant to him, he would promptly retreat to find Tsunade and the others. Kiba and Hinata remained at the camp. Although Tsunade was formidable, there was no guarantee that some of the Dark Division had not slipped through the cracks. Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder as a faint white chakra intertwined with his body. With a sudden impact, chakra surged through his limbs, carrying the residual awareness and memories of his shadow clone. Dongfang Xuan's fingertips tingled, and beads of sweat formed on his brow as he felt the toll from the clone's usage of the Fire Thunder Strike technique reverberate through his chakra pathways, akin to tiny needles pricking at him. Tsunade had activated the 100 Healings technique. Dongfang Xuan murmured to himself, vividly recalling the purple markings on Tsunade's forehead and the overwhelming chakra that accompanied it. It made sense, of course. Tsunade's ninjutsu leaned toward support. And without the backing of the 100 Healings chakra, enduring the Dark Division-esque techniques would indeed be arduous, particularly while safeguarding Kiba and Hinata. However, Dongfang Xuan abruptly halted, his eyes brightening. The sensation of the divination cards in his clone's memories was exceptionally vivid. Could the clone utilize the divination cards? His heart raced a beat faster. This was no trivial matter. If the clone could indeed wield them, did that imply the possibility of activating multiple cards simultaneously? Or perhaps allowing the clone to employ the abilities of experience cards while he retained his power? For instance, if the shadow clone could use the Fire Thunder Strike technique, could he not deploy another simultaneously? If that were the case, his capabilities would be significantly enhanced. Yet, this was not the time for such contemplations. The primary focus remained on the mission. The divination cards could wait for further study upon his return. Dongfang Xuan licked his lips, suppressing his excitement. Once this task was concluded, he would seek a place to experiment. In the perceptive realm ahead, the spirit wood's aura suddenly hesitated, as if impeded by some unseen force. The breath of the pursuers rapidly intensified, their chakra fluctuations surging as they accelerated. The Eastern mystic's gaze sharpened, thoughts quickly cast aside. With a powerful push from his foot against the ground, chakra surged into his calves, propelling him forward like a shadow in pursuit of Lingmu. Regardless of the circumstances, he must first ascertain the identity of this young master before devising his next move. "Seize him," commanded the leader of the Umbu, deftly flicking his wrist to retrieve a shuriken from his tool pouch, which he flung with precision. The gleaming blade sliced through the air, striking the ground mere inches in front of Lingmu, sending dirt flying and forming an arc that obstructed his path. Instinctively, Lingmu darted to the left, only to trip over a protruding tree root. Losing his balance, he tumbled forward with a thud, his palms scraping against the gravel, drawing blood and allowing dust to pour into his collar, prompting a fit of coughs. Infuriated, Lingmu gritted his teeth, managing to prop himself up with his arms, determined to rise and flee once more. However, an Umbu agent had already closed in from behind, their right foot crashing down upon Lingmu's back, forcefully pinning him back to the ground. Lingmu let out a muffled groan, his cheek pressed against the cold earth, the tip of his nose brushing against the soil, filling his mouth with a gritty taste. "Run? You think you can escape?" The icy voice of the Umbu echoed from beneath their mask. "You are the treasure we seek. If you elude us, who shall bear the cost?" With that, the agent shook the rope in their left hand, its end adorned with tiny barbs. In a swift motion, it ensnared Lingmu's wrist, tightening painfully as the barbs embedded into the fabric. The rope quickly coiled around his arms and waist. Each turn pulled taut until Lingmu's body was bound straight, culminating in a tight knot behind him that pressed painfully into his flesh, leaving a crimson mark. "Stand up," commanded the Umbu, yanking the rope sharply. Lingmu stumbled to his feet, his knees trembling, a cold sweat forming on his brow from the pain in his back. Yet, he clenched his jaw, refusing to utter a sound, his eyes scanning the surrounding Umbu with a flicker of defiance. Bound like a twisted piece of twine, he was forced forward by the agent gripping the rope, resembling a beast driven onward. The path grew increasingly narrow, the trees on either side thinning to reveal a gray, overcast sky. The wind rustled through the dry leaves on the ground with a whisper, as if someone were trailing behind him. Suddenly, the surroundings brightened, revealing an abandoned warehouse standing in a clearing. The outer door had decayed significantly, with only a half-remaining panel clinging to the frame, creaking mournfully in the breeze, reminiscent of a cry. Before the warehouse lay a heap of darkened wooden crates, alongside a partially extinguished campfire, ash still containing unburned wood, emitting a faint charred aroma. This was the Umbu's makeshift camp. As his back collided with the brick wall of the warehouse, Lingmu heard a thud resonate through his bones. The force of the Umbu's push was overwhelming, and he fell inside like a rag doll, his knees striking the ground heavily, gravel embedding itself in his trousers. A sharp sting against his skin. A wave of earthy taste flooded his mouth as he inhaled the dust from the ground, choking him. Coughing violently, Lingmu hunched over, tears streaming from his eyes, mingling with the dirt smeared across his face, creating a sticky and uncomfortable sensation. The rope around his wrist constricted painfully, and he instinctively struggled against it. Yet the knot seemed to have embedded itself in his flesh, tightening with every movement. The fibers chafed against his skin, igniting a searing sensation as if he were being burned. There was no point in exerting himself further. Outside, the voices of the shadowy figures echoed, tinged with mockery. This rope was designed specifically to bind ninjas, becoming tighter the more one resisted. Lingmu ceased his struggles and allowed himself to slump onto the ground. The warehouse was shrouded in darkness, save for a small patch of light that filtered through a hole in the ceiling, illuminating the space beside his feet. Countless specks of dust danced in the beam, fluttering like tiny insects, and as he gazed at them, memories of his childhood flooded back. The sunlight used to stream through the wooden window panes of his father's study, casting a warm glow on the back of his hand. In those days, he would reach out to grasp it, and his father, seated across from him, would chuckle as steam rose from his teacup, saying, "That is light. It cannot be caught." Light, Lingmu murmured softly. Indeed, light could not be captured. In the blink of an eye, it vanished. He curled up slowly, burying his face in his knees. His back ached, his wrist throbbed, but the emptiness within his heart ached even more fiercely. The guards, the loyal vassals who called him young master. Just moments ago, in the camp, they had unleashed such potent chakra, like torches burning out, ultimately transforming into blood upon the ground. They had vowed to protect him at all costs. Lingmu bit down on his lower lip, tasting the metallic tang of blood as his tongue tingled. He was aware that his lineage was extraordinary. His father had never explicitly revealed his mother's identity. His status was one that inspired envy, yet it also drew disdain, akin to a kite suspended in midair, the string held by an unknown hand. Now he truly was a solitary figure. All of his faithful retainers had become mere nourishment for the earth. That father, who always wore a stern expression towards him, likely wished for his disappearance. A click echoed as the iron lock outside fell into place, and the iron chain threaded through a hole in the door, wrapping around twice. The end of the chain clanged against the ground, producing a sound that resonated ominously within the silence of the warehouse. Outside, the campfire crackled, sparks flying from the burning wood. Most of the shadowy figures had dispersed to scout the area, leaving only two by the fire to rest. One of them poked the flames with a branch, sending embers flying that illuminated the chin beneath his mask, his voice laced with curiosity. What is the true origin of this girl? The captain's gaze was fixated more intently than on their mission target, now leaving everyone behind to make contact with the village. The other shadowy figure added a log to the fire, which hissed as it met the flames. Who knows? The one tending the fire scoffed. But I overheard the captain discussing with the contact that she hails from that side. That side. The one adding would paused, lowering his voice to nearly a whisper, almost swallowed by the crackling fire. Who else could it be? The fire tender glanced toward the warehouse. The kind of lineage that the Fire Country's daimyo would prefer to keep hidden. A bastard child? The log-adding figure swallowed hard, his throat bobbing. The offspring of the Fire Country's daimyo were usually well concealed. Capturing one, even a bastard, would be sufficient to exchange for a wealth of resources or a substantial sum of money. Close enough. The fire tender chuckled, his laughter tinged with greed. Do not underestimate her merely because she is an illegitimate daughter. She possesses inheritance rights. Inheritance? The eyes of the Umbu member responsible for gathering firewood narrowed, nearly dropping the branch he held. The inheritance rights of the Fire Country, even if only nominal, are sufficient to incite envy among countless individuals. Our captain has gone to contact the village. The Umbu member tending the fire leaned closer to the flames, extending his hand to warm himself. If reinforcements can be dispatched, they should bring this girl back for a thorough discussion. If not, we shall see how matters unfold. Our journey cannot be in vain. The wood-gathering Umbu shivered, glancing around, his voice shaky. Can we truly escape by threatening the daimyo? The fire-tending Umbu remained silent, merely fixating on the flickering flames, his brow furrowing. I wonder why the captain has not returned yet. It has been quite some time for a few lower-ranked shinobi from Konoha. Do you think something might have gone awry? The Umbu's words carried a hint of uncertainty, for in his memory, the woman clad in green had swiftly eliminated one of his comrades. What is there to fear? We have left behind a full contingent of 5 jonin and 10 chunin. Even if the legendary 3 of Konoha were to arrive, we could still put up a fight. After hearing this, the opposing Umbu chuckled. Your words suggest you have encountered the legendary 3 of Konoha before. How can you be so certain that woman is not one of them? The Umbu's eyes were filled with disdain. The legendary 3 of Konoha are merely slightly stronger than ordinary jonin, just a name without substance. Even if she were one of them, so what? I refuse to believe she could eliminate all of our men. The opposing Umbu nodded in agreement. That is a valid point. Dongfang Xuan pressed his back against the tree trunk, one hand firmly planted on the ground. Holding his breath and focusing, he heightened his senses. Dongfang Xuan's figure remained concealed behind a large tree, the lush underbrush providing excellent cover. His perception, like a net, firmly enveloped the interior and exterior of the warehouse, capturing the Umbu's conversation, the clinking of chains, and even the suppressed breathing of Lingmu. The daughter of the daimyo? Dongfang Xuan's throat tightened. This was a figure he had never encountered. The offspring of the Fire Country's daimyo were typically well hidden. How could an illegitimate daughter possibly infiltrate a merchant convoy? Narrowing his eyes, he peered through the gaps in the grass, fixating on the 2 shifting Umbu figures at the warehouse entrance. However, the outcome for Lingmu could only be one of 2 possibilities. One possibility is a successful negotiation, wherein the daimyo of the Fire Country pays a sum to redeem Lingmu. Yet, based on Dongfang Xuan's deductions, this seems unlikely. After all, Lingmu had already been cast out, mingling among merchant convoys, which only suggests she is not favored and faces danger within her family. Nonetheless, A legitimate heir poses a significant threat to anyone. That leaves only the alternative. If negotiations fail, it is highly probable that Lingmu will not be redeemed. Thus, an unvalued illegitimate daughter would hold no utility. The ensuing fate is all too predictable. For in the battlefield, everything is exploited to the fullest. This individual at the entrance is likely to queue up, as ninjas despise waste. The Umbu before the campfire stood, rubbing his hands together, casting a glance towards the warehouse. You wouldn't have any nefarious intentions, would you? The other one grasped his arm, his voice tinged with hesitation, yet lacking any force. She is the daughter of a powerful lord, and trouble is brewing. What trouble? The Umbu member shrugged off the hand that grasped him. She is merely a captive. Every female ninja we capture is treated the same. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper, laced with a lewd grin. Even if negotiations collapse, we will have savored the moment beforehand. If we strike a deal, take the money, and disappear, who will remember? The daughter of a noble, in the end, is just a pawn for aristocratic unions. We would be bestowing a metaphorical green hat upon those scoundrels. Another Umbu member licked his lips, his initial hesitation slowly replaced by greed. Such a delicate creature, I have yet to lay hands upon her. The two of them crept towards the warehouse, their footsteps barely making a sound. Upon reaching the entrance, one of them bent down, grasping the iron ring at the end of the chain, and yanked it back forcefully. The chain clanked as it tore free from the door's gaping hole, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Inside, Lingmu lay prone on the floor. The Umbu approached, reaching out to grasp the knot of hemp rope binding Lingmu, their fingers digging into the crevices of the rope as they pulled with force. The knot loosened with a sharp sound, the rough fibers digging into her flesh retreating slightly, leaving a crimson mark on her wrist. You think to use me to threaten my father? You are gravely mistaken. Lingmu lay on the ground, her voice hoarse, her back drenched in cold sweat. He despises me most. If he could kill me, he would have acted by now. Her shoulders trembled slightly, yet she steeled herself to suppress any fear in her voice. Who speaks of money? The Umbu, releasing her, scoffed, yanking the cloth from Lingmu's head. The cloth fell to the ground, kicking up a fine dust and revealing her dirt-streaked face, her features obscured by mud, leaving only her remarkably bright eyes visible. Another Umbu, growing impatient, seized her coat and tore it violently. The fabric ripped with a sound, exposing the thin lining beneath, hinting at the shape of a young girl. You. Lingmu shot up, her chest heaving with intensity, instinctively recoiling until her back collided with the cold warehouse wall with a thud. The daughter of a lord is indeed different. The Umbu, untying her, suddenly stepped forward, swiftly capturing her wrist with his left hand and forcing it above her head against the wall, while his right hand gripped her chin, roughly brushing away the dirt from her face. Her features were exquisite, with delicate brow bones and a proud nose. Though her complexion was pale and her lips chapped, her striking phoenix eyes were now glaring fiercely at the Umbu. Dare you glare at me? The Umbu was incensed by her defiance, tightening his grip on her chin, distorting her face, yet she remained steadfast in her gaze. The Umbu's anger flared, raising his right hand, the rush of air signaling an impending slap across her face. Lingmu's pupils constricted, yet she did not close her eyes. Instead, she fixated on the approaching hand, her lashes quivering but resolutely unblinking, as if her gaze alone could repel the imminent threat. The sound of the slap she anticipated did not arrive. Instead, it was replaced by the sharp whistle of a weapon slicing through the air. The air was torn apart by several slender slits, and the wind demon shuriken whirled out from the light-filled hole in the warehouse roof, tracing a trajectory as sharp as a blade, its speed causing the surrounding wind to tremble. Be careful. A figure behind reached out to grasp the shadow operative, their fingertips just about to touch the other's sleeve when the shuriken hurtled into view. The shadow operative instinctively leaned back, bending like a drawn bow. The gust generated by the shuriken swept across Lingmu's cheek, yet he did not close his eyes. Time seemed to be pressed on slow motion. Lingmu's breath caught in his throat, his pupils constricting to the size of pinpricks. This was the first time he had seen so clearly. He discerned the intricate patterns spinning in midair, the silver arcs almost merging into a single entity. He perceived its trajectory, akin to a venomous snake flicking its tongue. He witnessed the moment the blade struck the shadow operative's shoulder, the metallic edge slicing into flesh with a dull glide. He observed the entire process of the forearm being cleaved, flesh rolling, veins rupturing, and the stark whiteness of exposed bone appearing in an instant. The world abruptly fell silent. Ling Mu could hear nothing. The sound of the shuriken slicing through the air, the shadow operative's muffled groan, all seemed to evaporate. It wasn't until the severed arm completed a half circle in the air and thudded at his feet, warm blood splattering onto his face, that he felt as if he had been scalded. The shadow operative stumbled backward, clutching the severed limb, the elbow striking the ground with a dull thud. When the heart-wrenching scream shattered the silence of the forest, Ling Mu's entire being jolted, as though his soul was forcefully yanked back into his body. A shadow descended from the sky, fingers deftly securing the still-dripping wind demon shuriken, landing gracefully and causing a spray of dust. The voice and the figure settled together. Ling Mu blinked, finally recognizing Dongfang Xuan standing before him, the shuriken in his hand still trembling slightly. Before Ling Mu could regain his composure, Dongfang Xuan's gaze swept over him, his tone unyielding. This task has now escalated to an air rank. You must increase the commission, or the task will be nullified. And I am under no obligation to save you. Dongfang Xuan's fingers turned white around the shuriken, while his other hand pressed a kunai against his palm, the cold light flashing along the edge. Ling Mu's back pressed against the cool stone wall, momentarily stunned. In the next heartbeat, survival instinct surged forth, overwhelming everything else. His head bobbed like a rattle drum, his body swaying in a desperate attempt to appease. I will increase it. Increase it. Very well, the task continues. As Dongfang Xuan's words fell, his arm muscles tensed, the wind demon shuriken hurtling forth once more with a sound that cleaved the air, aimed directly at the two shadow operatives. What? The severed-armed operative recoiled, dragging his wounded limb, while the other shadow operative raised a kunai in response. The sharp clang of metal colliding echoed in his ears. In that instant when the kunai met the wind demon shuriken, Dongfang Xuan's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow. The rush of wind brushing past Ling Mu's ear. Dongfang Xuan closed in on the shadow operative side, the sharp kunai aimed directly for the throat. The shadow operative hastily retreated. What? This speed? Before the words could fully escape his lips, the kunai had already breached his defenses, the blade embedding half an inch into his throat. With a swift flick of his wrist, Dongfang Xuan withdrew a kunai while simultaneously launching a flurry of shurikens that whistled through the air, all striking the face of the dismembered shinobi. Ling Mu stood transfixed, unable to blink. Such strength, such ferocity. It was an instantaneous display of power, claiming the lives of his adversaries in mere moments. In a matter of seconds, two members of the Umbu lay lifeless in a pool of their own blood, while Dongfang Xuan's movements seemed to outpace even the droplets of crimson that splattered around him. Having dispatched his foes, Dongfang Xuan turned and dashed towards Ling Mu. Let us go, he exclaimed, not waiting for Ling Mu's response. He gripped the fabric of Ling Mu's waist tightly, utilizing that force to propel them both into the air. They soared through a gaping hole in the roof, scattering shards of wood, and landed heavily atop the warehouse. Ling Mu found himself ensnared at Dongfang Xuan's side, his limbs dangling like a sack, acutely aware of the taut muscles in Dongfang Xuan's arm against his back. What is happening? The tiles underfoot cracked ominously. The surrounding Umbu operatives, alerted by the sounds of battle, surged towards the warehouse. As they stepped on the fallen leaves, the rustling intensified. Their gazes fixated on Dongfang Xuan, hands already reaching for their kunai. Open the 8 gates, Dongfang Xuan shouted, and a pale white chakra surged around him. His muscles tensed instantaneously, his skin flushed a deep crimson, as if heated energy was emanating from within. Ling Mu could feel the heat radiating from Dongfang Xuan's blood-red skin. Kill him, commanded the foremost Umbu, attacking first. He swiftly drew his kunai, while 2 others, positioned to the left and directly opposite, sprang into action. The trio advanced in a triangular formation, unleashing a barrage of shurikens that crisscrossed through the air, effectively sealing off any escape routes. Their fingers danced through hand seals with the grace of butterflies, moving so swiftly that only afterimages remained. Water release, water dragon bullet, shouted the lead Umbu, as the ground beneath him suddenly became drenched. Water swirled violently, coalescing into a massive pool that erupted into a thick column of water, spiraling upwards. In midair, it transformed into a water dragon, its scales gleaming coldly under the light, with its maw agape and fangs bared, charging forward. The colossal water dragon surged towards the two, accompanied by the relentless onslaught of shurikens. Be careful, Lingmu instinctively leaned forward, gripping Dongfang Xuan's garment tightly, his knuckles whitening with the effort, his voice trembling. Dongfang Xuan glanced back. The shadow of the water dragon loomed on the rooftop, while the piercing sound of shurikens sliced through the air, causing his eardrums to throb. With a delicate push of his toes against the tiles, he propelled himself forward like a leaf carried by the wind, creating a gust that ruffled Lingmu's hair. Simultaneously, he turned to face their adversaries. With one hand securing Lingmu at his waist, Dongfang Xuan swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Hearing this incantation, Lingmu's brows furrowed in alarm, his lips parting instinctively. Though not a ninja himself, he was aware of the elemental clash. To pit fire against water was akin to doubling one's efforts for half the result. Before he could voice his concern, Dongfang Xuan unleashed a sphere of orange-red flames from his mouth. Initially the size of a soccer ball, it detonated mid-air, expanding rapidly to a width that eclipsed everything in its vicinity. The flames surged outward, accompanied by a scorching wave that seared Lingmu's cheeks. Before me, the warehouse and the camp were entirely shrouded by a massive fireball, resembling a sun in its brilliance. Water style, water surge wave. Water style, water surge wave. Water style, water surge wave. The voices of 3 Umbu operatives harmonized as they simultaneously formed hand seals. 3 torrents of water surged from different directions, converging to create a towering wall of water that crashed against the blazing fireball. The water dragon and shurikens were consumed by the inferno, followed by a tremendous collision between the fireball and the grand water wave. A resounding boom echoed as the clash of fire and water produced a mist that ascended into the air. The mist, heated and then dispersed, enveloped the entire warehouse and the surrounding forest, obscuring vision. In an instant, the Umbu lost track of Dongfang Xuan's position. Quickly, let's move, Lingmu urged, his attention on the immobile Dongfang Xuan. No sooner had he spoken than the firm grip around his waist vanished. A sudden emptiness surged through Lingmu's heart as he felt himself plummet, the wind rushing into his collar. The shadows of the warehouse loomed larger before him, threatening to plunge him into a heap of debris when he collided with a sturdy tree branch. The branch creaked under the pressure, bending into an arc, leaves brushing against his face, carrying a damp chill. Instinctively, Lingmu grasped the branch, his fingers digging into the bark to prevent his fall, his palms scraped and sore. Before he could regain his balance, a horrifying scream erupted from the mist. It was a cry of pain from a piercing weapon, mingled with the gruesome sound of flesh being torn. Following this was the sickening crack of bones being shattered, each sound resonating as if exploding in his ear, yet distant as if muffled by thick water. Lingmu's body stiffened, his nails embedded deep in the tree trunk, his throat constricted as if choked. The cacophony was excruciating, akin to countless needles piercing his mind. She abruptly straightened, the branch swaying once more as she shouted, "Leave one for me." Her voice echoed through the mist, trembling with a desperation she herself did not recognize, like a cornered beast roaring in its last stand. The screams ceased abruptly, and an eerie silence enveloped the mist, broken only by the sound of droplets falling from the leaves and the wind whispering through the fog, reminiscent of specters murmuring. After a considerable pause, the mist began to part as if being pushed aside by an unseen hand. A shadow emerged, stepping onto the drenched grass, producing a series of soft thuds. Accompanied by the scraping sound of something dragged through the mud, it resonated in a way that tightened his eardrums. The shadow drew closer, and as Lingmu squinted, he discerned it was Dongfang Xuan. The blade of his kunai dripped with fresh blood, which he meticulously wiped with his clothing, the action swift and precise. Blood trickling down his jaw, the shadowy figure's shoulder brushed against the gravel of the ground, producing a soft rustling sound. The dislocated jaw hung at an awkward angle, tinged with a bluish hue, as guttural sounds escaped from the throat, reminiscent of a deflated bellows. "What do you want him to do?" Dongfang Xuan glanced at the fallen shadow operative. At this juncture, leaving a survivor would only be a burden, and there was no point in keeping him alive for questioning. Jing Wuxiao mentioned that Wang Wuzuo was within, yet Lingmu remained silent, his phoenix-like eyes fixed intently on Dongfang Xuan. His Adam's apple bobbed, voice trembling. "Your kunai? Give it to me." Dongfang Xuan halted in mid-motion, his hand paused in the air, eyes lifting to scrutinize him, brow arching slightly. "You haven't finished your words." Before he could continue, Lingmu stepped forward and forcefully seized the blood-stained kunai, his knuckles paling from the exertion. Lingmu turned to approach the half-conscious shadow operative. The mask that once concealed the operative's face had long since vanished, revealing a middle-aged man's visage, marked by a shallow scar at the corner of his eye. Upon seeing Lingmu approach, the dislocated jaw moved slightly, and a whimpering sound emanated from his throat, as if he were begging for mercy. With a light tap of his toes against the ground, Dongfang Xuan leaped and vanished from sight. Lingmu knelt suddenly before the shadow operative. The sound of his knees striking the ground resonating heavily. Raising the kunai high, he plunged it downwards with ferocity. The kunai penetrated the operative's eye socket with precision, and a fountain of blood erupted forth, splattering Lingmu's face, even droplets clinging to his eyelashes. The agonizing pain caused the operative to arch his back violently. Writhing like a fish out of water, his cries distorted and unable to form coherent sounds. "Uncle Nan, did you not once say that good people are always rewarded?" Lingmu's voice, mingled with blood froth, was indistinct, yet his wrist did not falter. The kunai was withdrawn and thrust back in, each strike harder than the last. Blood streaming down his fingers and soaking into his clothing, creating a vivid crimson stain. "I have never been competitive or grasping, yet why do I never see hope? I have never desired anything, yet why?" The words seemed to question the shadow operative as much as they did himself. The voice grew fainter, but the action of plunging the kunai into flesh continued, each thrust echoing dully, the operative's body convulsing weaker and weaker. "Uncle Nan, you are so good. Yet why did you meet such a tragic end in the muck?" The questioning transformed into fragmented sobs, ultimately culminating in a primal wail. Time lost its meaning, and the shadow operative lay utterly still, while Lingmu's arm continued its mechanical rise and fall. Dongfang Xuan emerged from behind a tree, standing behind her, gently patting her shoulder. Feeling the damp fabric beneath his palm, Lingmu slowly raised her head. The blood on her face had nearly dried, taking on a dark red hue. Yet her phoenix eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance, sharp as a freshly honed blade, fixated upon Dongfang Xuan as if attempting to see through him. "Are you feeling better?" Dongfang Xuan retrieved a water bottle from his pocket, still warm to the touch, offering it to Lingmu to wipe her face. However, she did not accept it, rising instead. Her knees marked with crimson welts mingled with blood, an unsettling sight. Before her, the shadow operative's corpse was riddled with numerous wounds, some deep enough to reveal the white of bone, with the kunai still lodged in his chest, its handle quivering slightly. As Dongfang Xuan stepped forward, he snapped a dry twig beneath his feet, the sound cracking sharply in the stillness. Lingmu followed closely behind. The dried blood crusted on his face, clinging to his skin, accentuating the chilling gaze of his phoenix-like eyes. Once the terror of narrowly escaping death faded, all that remained was an oppressive silence, as if every emotion had been siphoned away. "Are you all right?" Dongfang Xuan inquired, glancing at his knuckles, which were clenched pale. Lingmu did not respond. Instead, he posed a question, his tone devoid of inflection. "Are you truly just a genin from Konoha?" Dongfang Xuan nodded, his steps unbroken. "Yes." "Then why do you possess such formidable strength?" Lingmu's voice was soft, reminiscent of self-reflection, yet tinged with earnest inquiry. "The strength of a Konoha genin is not to be underestimated," Dongfang Xuan explained, as he brushed aside obstructing branches. "As for me, I have simply practiced more than others." He was not lying. While the divination cards provided assistance, the advancement in physical prowess and the mastery of ninjutsu were all achieved through rigorous training. Often, foreknowledge can only avert calamity, but when it comes to action, one must rely on their own capabilities. Does effort truly yield results? Lingmu's voice trembled, the soft lilt of his question seeming as if it might be whisked away by the wind. He appeared to teeter on the brink of collapse. Dongfang Xuan fell silent, the leaves underfoot crackling softly. "Perhaps, or perhaps I do not know," he replied, the uncertainty in his words ushering in a prolonged silence between them, broken only by the whisper of the wind through the leaves. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Finally, Lingmu's voice broke the stillness, calm as a still pond. The tremor of before was gone, replaced by the clarity of a strategist who had seen through the game. "How did you find me?" The question was simple, devoid of emotional charge, merely a quest for clarity. Lingmu had fled for quite some time, and after being captured by the Umbu, traversing the forest was no trivial matter. In the vast wilderness, locating an individual within such an expansive area posed significant challenges. Dongfang Xuan pushed aside a drooping branch. "I did not seek you out, I merely followed your trail. His tone suddenly darkened, clearly infused with displeasure. Therefore, I was quite irate. I had already considered abandoning you. You should understand, this task is by no means a mere C-rank mission. It is at least an A-rank. Dongfang Xuan turned to face Ling Mu, his gaze penetrating. Whether you intentionally concealed this or were simply caught in a predicament, the truth remains. If it were an ordinary genin, you would only lead them to their demise. He paused, his voice growing colder. Your survival is of no concern to me. But do not endanger others. This time, Dongfang Xuan was genuinely angered. Rules are rules. Had it not been for the advance warning of the divination cards and his own modicum of strength, both Ling Mu and others like Hong and Kai would surely have been ensnared, suffering the consequences. The intensity of his words was met with a protracted silence. When Dongfang Xuan turned, he saw Ling Mu, his expression impassive, uttering words that barely shifted the corners of his mouth. I am deeply sorry regarding this matter. His tone was as flat as discussing the pleasantness of the weather, devoid of any emotional turbulence. Dongfang Xuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Although Ling Mu spoke the truth, the realization struck him only as the words hung on the tip of his tongue. The individuals closest to Ling Mu, those guards, have likely become mere remnants in the mire. Yet, here stand Ling Mu, Hong, and Tsunade unharmed. Dongfang Xuan refrained from uttering another word, turning away to continue his path, unwilling to gaze upon the void in Ling Mu's eyes. Then why did you save me? Ling Mu's voice, soft as a whisper, floated from behind. Dongfang Xuan's steps faltered. The matters concerning Ling Mu and the daimyo left him at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed and turned around. Because you are the child of the daimyo, he stated plainly, with no attempt at concealment. Despite Ling Mu's plight, she was still a noble who had grown up in luxury. Even if neglected, her circumstances were far superior to those of the starving commoners on the streets. Was the suffering of the nobility truly more grand than that of the common folk? Dongfang Xuan understood the harshness of his words, yet regardless of Ling Mu's tears or fury, he felt compelled to speak the truth. Thank you. Her voice was as delicate as a feather falling to the ground, momentarily rendering Dongfang Xuan speechless. There was no expected anger or blame, only a tranquil expression of gratitude. Ling Mu's gaze fell, her feet crushing the grass beneath her. As if she had truly accepted this rationale. She acknowledged all that came with her identity as the daughter of the daimyo, the good and the bad alike. I am sorry for putting you in danger, she said, lifting her eyes to the sky, where the clouds loomed low, her expression unreadable, a blend of helplessness and confusion. My guards are all dead, now I have nothing left. What will you do next? Go to the land of grass or return to Konoha? Dongfang Xuan inquired. Recognizing that without her guards, a powerless noble could hardly survive long even in the land of grass. I do not know, Ling Mu replied softly. Dongfang Xuan halted, retrieving a folded map from his ninja gear. As he unfolded it, it rustled, revealing towns and routes in the land of fire marked with wax seals. Its edges slightly worn. His finger traced the wax-marked location on the map, the daimyo's residence of the land of fire. Rather than a residence, it resembled a vast city encircled by high walls. Its outline, drawn in red ink, was more than thrice the size of Konoha, with a plethora of street names densely annotated nearby. If Konoha was the nexus of ninja power, then this grand city was the focal point of authority that all commoners in the land of fire yearned for. It was less than 200 miles from here. Should they depart now, they could arrive before dawn. Dongfang Xuan looked up at Ling Mu, his gaze resting on her blood-stained face, his tone softening. Whether we go or not is up to you. Ling Mu fixed her gaze on the daimyo's residence on the map, remaining silent for a moment before a faint smile graced her lips. All right, for I have no other path left to tread. Although her smile bore no warmth, it stirred a complex emotion within Dongfang Xuan. Ling Mu held no desire for that place, yet at this juncture, it was indeed her only option. Then let us proceed. Dongfang Xuan folded the map and tucked it away, crouching down. Climb on. Ling Mu was momentarily taken aback, her delicate hand resting on Dongfang Xuan's shoulder, her slender arms encircling his neck. Dongfang Xuan supported her legs with both hands and, upon standing, swayed slightly. Once assured of their stability, he whispered, "Hold on tight. We will move swiftly." Just as Ling Mu was about to respond, a sudden rush of wind erupted beside her. In the next instant, her body was airborne. Dongfang Xuan's foot made a light sound as it touched the treetops, propelling them a good distance forward. In an instant, They shot into the forest like an arrow released from its bow. Lingmu felt the wind rushing into her collar, numbing her cheeks. As the trees and grasses blurred into a green haze, rapidly receding behind her, the sound of the wind grew louder, transforming from a whoosh to a low roar, reminiscent of countless birds flitting past her ears. The noise drowned out all other sounds, save for the crisp echo of Dongfang Xuan's feet on the treetops. Everything before her flew by in a blur, the leaves in the forest caught in the tumultuous winds swirling upward once more. Was this the essence of power? Lingmu had initially clutched Dongfang Xuan's garment tightly, her knuckles turning white, but now her arms gradually relaxed, her body straightening slightly, allowing the wild wind to sweep across her chest. Sensing the unusual shift behind him, Dongfang Xuan was about to speak when Lingmu suddenly burst into laughter. It was not a delicate giggle, but a joyous sound, clear and resonant, like silver bells ringing, bursting forth with the abandon of a vast sea. Faster! Dongfang Xuan did not falter in his pace, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he increased the force beneath his feet. The rhythmic sound of his footsteps melded into a continuous beat, causing the treetops to sway and leaves to cascade to the ground. The chakra of the Qian hexagrams surged through his meridians, and Dongfang Xuan's speed surged dramatically, the wind they generated nearly taking on a tangible form. Lingmu completely relinquished her grip, leaning back slightly, her arms outstretched in the wind, her fingertips brushing against the rushing air like flowing water. The fierce wind carried the scent of pine resin and the earthy aroma of soil, flooding her senses, prompting her to throw her head back and shout. Her voice mingled with the wind, a sound akin to torn fabric, yet infused with a fierce determination. It felt as though Lingmu herself soared above the skies. Her face flushed with an unusual glow. She reveled in the tempest, as if liberated from all earthly constraints. Wild winds, unbridled power. They leapt through the air, weaving between treetops. Dongfang Xuan, bearing her upon his back, sensed the tremors of her body, not from fear, but from a sense of abandon, enjoyment, and perhaps a farewell. The city walls of Daming Mansion were constructed from dark greenish-black stones, each towering half a person's height. The mortar between the stones had hardened, and the three-zhang-high wall was topped with a dense array of iron spikes, glinting coldly under the moonlight. For ordinary thieves and beasts, scaling such a height was impossible. However, for a ninja, it was merely a matter of lifting a foot. Lingmu's fingers rested on Dongfang Xuan's shoulder, holding him tightly. Her lips were pressed firmly together, her breath shallow, fearing that the white mist of her exhalation might alert those atop the walls. Upon the ramparts, a patrol of over a dozen soldiers marched in unison, the sound of their iron armor clanging resonating in the air. The flickering light of the torches danced across their faces, revealing the dents in their armor. Each soldier brandished a torch and bore a dagger at their waist, clad in armor that was markedly more substantial than that of the ordinary city guards. 1, 2, 1, the captain barked, his voice echoing as their footsteps thudded against the cobblestones, sending dust cascading from the crevices of the wall. As the patrol turned the corner and the torchlight was obscured by the stone wall, Dongfang Xuan deftly propelled himself off the ground, his feet finding purchase in the crevice of the wall's base. With a sudden leap, he soared upward, his form gliding through the night like a shadow, the wind rushing past his ears. In that fleeting moment of crossing the wall, Dongfang Xuan flicked his wrist, harnessing the momentum of his descent. He landed lightly on a sturdy branch of an old locust tree nearby, causing only a slight rustle as a few withered leaves fell to the ground. The Daming Mansion lies yonder, the voice of Lingmu whispered close to Dongfang Xuan's ear, tremulous yet urgent. She pointed northward, where a sprawling array of palatial structures emerged, their eaves and gables silhouetted against the night sky. Dongfang Xuan nodded, his feet lightly tapping the branch as he propelled himself forward like an arrow, leaping several times before finally alighting on the nearest pine tree to the palace. With Lingmu on his back, he descended softly to the ground, making not a sound. We have arrived. As Lingmu released her grip from around Dongfang Xuan's waist, she stumbled slightly before regaining her balance, brushing a stray strand of hair from her face. Tousled by the wind, the two stood facing each other, the shadows of the palace walls casting a veil between them, neither daring to speak first. Dongfang Xuan's fingers twitched as he contemplated breaking the silence, yet words eluded him. Lingmu, with her gaze cast downward, absent-mindedly rolled a small pebble beneath her foot, the gravel softly scraping against the ground. As the tension thickened like fog, Lingmu finally lifted her head, a smile that was more sorrowful than joyous twisting her lips, tinged with self-deprecation. It seems I can no longer afford the reward for that A-level task. At that moment, Dongfang Xuan recalled his earlier words. Lingmu was indeed just a girl with nothing to her name now. He swallowed hard and replied, "It matters not. How shall we account for the task?" Lingmu glanced toward the horizon, where the darkness was fading, yielding to the dawn's early light. With a faint smile that did not reach her eyes, she replied, "Just say the task failed, and Lingmu perished." She paused, her gaze drifting to the blood-stained hem of Dongfang Xuan's garment. "You have slain so many from the Shadow Department. They should believe this." Having spoken, Lingmu took a half-step closer, the distance between them narrowing. "As for the debt you owe me, let it remain for now." She regarded Dongfang Xuan with a gentle smile, one that softened even the sharpness of her fierce eyes. "Very well," Dongfang Xuan nodded. "I have yet to ask your name." Lingmu suddenly spoke, her tone laced with surprise. Dongfang Xuan raised an eyebrow, taken aback. "I am Dongfang Xuan." "Dongfang Xuan," she repeated, savoring the sound of his name. "A fine name indeed. And what of yours?" Dongfang Xuan countered with a question, his gaze fixed upon her face. Lingmu was already deceased. What should she be called henceforth? Lingmu smiled, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes unfurling, her phoenix-like eyes narrowing into two gentle crescents. "Suzuki Ko, what do you intend to do?" Dongfang Xuan observed her frail silhouette, an undeniable sense of concern enveloping him. A girl devoid of support, navigating the treacherous waters of this voracious noble residence, found it exceedingly difficult to establish herself. Suzuki Ko cast her eyes downward, idly kicking a pebble at her feet, watching it roll far away. "I do not know." Her voice was soft, yet imbued with a calm that suggested profound understanding. "My identity obstructs my elder brother's paths. Their mother either wishes to expel me or erase my very existence." She lifted her gaze towards the palace, as if recounting the plight of another. "I left here with my mother when I was 6, residing in the countryside for many years. Had it not been for my mother's departure, I would not have contemplated seeking refuge in the Grass Kingdom." Dongfang Xuan fell into silence, recognizing that the sordid affairs of this household were beyond his reach. "Your father," Dongfang Xuan hesitated to speak. "Does he not care?" Suzuki Ko suddenly laughed, a tinge of self-mockery lacing her mirth. "He did not even care for my mother. How could he possibly care for me?" Dongfang Xuan found himself at a loss for words, acutely aware of his outsider status, rendering any further comments insipid. "And you?" Dongfang Xuan parted his lips, but ultimately swallowed his words, leaving only a sigh in their stead. Yet Suzuki Ko smiled. The crimson veins at the corners of her eyes softened by the morning light. "It is all right." She raised her eyes to meet Dongfang Xuan's, her gaze imbued with a sense of resolute acceptance. "If we are to meet again, it would signify my survival. If not," she paused, her voice as light as a feather falling to the ground, "then consider me deceased." No sooner had she spoken than she stepped forward, gently wrapping her arms around Dongfang Xuan's shoulders. The distance between them vanished, their noses nearly touching, allowing them to breathe in one another's warmth. "Thank you so much." Suzuki Ko's voice brushed against Dongfang Xuan's ear. "Without you, many things would not be as they are now." Before her words could fully settle, Dongfang Xuan felt a fleeting warmth upon his cheek, light as a butterfly resting momentarily before flitting away. Suzuki Ko suddenly recoiled, stepping back with her hands over her mouth. Her cheeks flushed crimson, warmth radiating from her ears down to her neck. She stumbled back onto the adjacent wooden steps, the boards creaking underfoot. Dongfang Xuan stood frozen, raising a hand to touch the spot where she had made contact, his fingertips still tinged with lingering warmth. The nascent sunlight streamed over the palace wall, casting a slanted glow upon Suzuki Ko, transforming the soiled hem of her garment into hues of golden red. Whether it was the intensity of the sunlight or her overwhelming embarrassment, her face shone like a piece of glowing coal. "Thank you." Suzuki Ko suddenly raised her voice, a slight crack evident in her tone. "When I have the opportunity, I shall certainly reward you." Her words echoed through the crisp morning air. Just as her declaration settled, a clattering sound of armor echoed from behind the nearby palace wall. "Who goes there?" A gruff voice erupted, followed closely by the chaotic sound of footsteps pounding against the cobblestone path, drawing nearer with each moment. Dongfang Xuan cast a quick glance over his shoulder towards the source of the noise, then turned to face Suzuki Ko on the steps, his expression laden with complexity. In an instant, he transformed into a shadow, vanishing into the adjacent woods, leaving behind only a few leaves disturbed, delicately cascading to the ground, marking his passage. The nascent sunlight bathed Suzuki Ko's soiled visage. The brilliance of the sun seemed to symbolize rebirth. Yet, soldiers adorned in armor materialized around her, resembling the fiery waves of moths drawn to a flame. Suzuki Ko observed the receding figure before calmly addressing the soldiers. I am the daughter of the daimyo. Let us search the vicinity. Perhaps we may uncover traces of Dongfang Xuan. With these words, Tsunade instructed, and Kai and Hong dispersed. Tsunade picked up a charred piece of wood, its middle blackened and reduced to charcoal. However, as she gently brushed its surface, a thin veil of moisture revealed itself. Water? Tsunade surveyed her surroundings with curiosity, noting the spacious clearing in the forest, the tents, the campfire, and a warehouse. It appeared to be an impromptu base for the Umbu. Could it have rained last night? Holding the charred wood, Tsunade scrutinized the extinguished campfire. It was indeed doused by rainwater, despite the sun having risen for some time. The grass below still glimmered with dew. A thought crossed her mind, prompting her to leap atop the warehouse. She gently brushed her fingers across the thatched roof, confirming its dampness. Tsunade-sama, take a look at this, Hong called from below the warehouse. Tsunade descended gracefully, arriving at the entrance just in time to see a chain of iron locks in Hong's grasp. It should be used to confine the spirit wood, she mused, as Hong nodded and stepped aside to allow her a glimpse inside. Upon entering, Tsunade was taken aback by the sight of two fallen Umbu on the floor. Swiftly, she approached to examine their wounds. Tsunade-sama, I have discovered 3 corpses of Umbu, Kai announced, standing at the entrance with a look of shock. 3. Tsunade's brow furrowed, realizing that with the 2 in the warehouse, a total of 5 Umbu were stationed here. It became evident that her understanding of Dongfang Xuan was woefully inadequate. After a cursory examination of the 5 Umbu corpses, Tsunade endeavored to reconstruct the scene that had transpired. In her hands lay a coat, thickly coated in dust. This must have been the garment worn by the spirit wood, indicating that it was confined within this warehouse. Tossing the coat inside, she made her way to the campfire, deducing that 2 Umbu must have sat there, the very same 2 found in the warehouse. Tsunade slowly rose and entered the warehouse. The remaining 3 were absent. Yet the 2 had inexplicably entered the confines of the building, suggesting an encounter with the spirit wood. Standing within the warehouse, Tsunade scanned her surroundings, her gaze ultimately fixating on a hole in the ceiling. In the next moment, she leaped upward, traversing through the opening before landing gracefully once more. She turned to Hong and Kai, ready to share her thoughts. Dongfang Xuan should have followed closely, then concealed himself atop the warehouse, leaping down to launch an attack. As she spoke, Tsunade flipped over the corpse of a member of the Umbu, directing Hong and Kai's attention to it. The individual had been struck down, his arms severed by a sharp weapon, and lay lifeless on the ground. This was likely the result of Dongfang Xuan throwing a weapon, which, while the Umbu attempted to defend, led to a fatal blow from him. Tsunade pointed to the gaping wound on the Umbu's neck, causing Hong's complexion to pale slightly. Kai, however, remained unfazed, continuing to inquire of Tsunade. The speed of Dongfang Xuan was astonishing, enabling him to attack simultaneously with the projectile he had launched. The individual with the severed hand had perished from a shuriken shot by Dongfang Xuan. Yet, what of this overcoat? Tsunade picked it up, perplexed, for its presence was indeed curious. Could it be that Dongfang Xuan had used it to obscure their vision? Both Hong and Kai shook their heads in unison at the sight of the coat. Subsequently, Dongfang Xuan must have leapt from the warehouse with Lingmu. With that, the 3 of them jumped through the hole to the top of the warehouse. The ensuing battle was beyond my capacity to deduce, though I knew that all the Umbu had fallen to Dongfang Xuan's lethal strikes. Tsunade was perplexed. While these Umbu were not Jonin, they were among the elite of Chunin. How had Dongfang Xuan managed to eliminate them so effortlessly? Furthermore, one of the corpses was riddled with wounds from kunai. Could it be an illusion? Hong suddenly inquired, recalling that she had previously bestowed upon Dongfang Xuan a family heirloom ninjutsu that included illusions. Did Dongfang Xuan possess such abilities? Tsunade had not anticipated this, as she had never witnessed Dongfang Xuan employing any illusions. I, however, recalled a ninjutsu that perfectly matched the current situation, though it seemed unlikely that Dongfang Xuan could have mastered it. What ninjutsu? Kai questioned. The silent kill of Kirigakure. Just as the words left my lips, A shadow leapt from the treetops towards the warehouse. "Who goes there?" Tsunade shouted, readying a punch. "It is I." Dongfang Xuan gracefully landed atop the warehouse, prompting Tsunade to retract her fist, refraining from striking him. "Xianjun." Upon seeing Dongfang Xuan, Hong exclaimed with joy, "Are you unharmed?" Hong scrutinized Dongfang Xuan from head to toe, her eyes brimming with concern. "I am fine, but what brings you here?" Usually, Dongfang Xuan wore a cheerful demeanor, yet now his expression was grave, and Hong could discern the weight of his troubles. "Xianjun, what troubles you?" she gently inquired, noticing his displeasure. "It is nothing, merely that Lingmu has perished." "Lingmu has died?" The three exclaimed in unison, their astonishment evident. "Does this not signify our mission's failure?" Kai wore a distressed expression, as this was his first C-rank mission, and such a failure was disheartening. "What transpired?" Tsunade asked coolly. Dongfang Xuan surveyed the surroundings and slowly began to speak. "You have all witnessed the situation. After I took Lingmu, I was pursued by an Umbu captain. During the ensuing fierce battle, Lingmu was struck by a ninjutsu and was reduced to cinders." Tsunade furrowed her brow. After all, the ordinary Umbu were merely chunin, but if it were a captain, they would at least be jonin level, and most likely an elite jonin. Subsequently, the Umbu captain retreated, and I buried the spiritual wood on the spot before hastily returning. Tsunade nodded, harboring no suspicions towards Dongfang Xuan, for in her view, there was no necessity for him to lie. Her attention was entirely focused on that captain. After all, should Dongfang Xuan unleash that secret technique, he could likely eliminate the captain as well. "What about your secret technique?" Tsunade inquired. "The secret technique has its limitations. It cannot be used continuously," Dongfang Xuan replied with a chuckle, unwilling to elaborate further. Although Tsunade still held some doubts, they were merely trifling concerns. Ultimately, she was relieved that Dongfang Xuan was unharmed. "What shall we do now?" Kai asked, as Lingmu was deceased, rendering any journey to the land of grass impossible. "Return to the village." This mission was at least an A rank, and Lingmu had misrepresented the mission's level, leaving us with no options. "Also, take these Umbu masks. They serve as proof of our mission," Tsunade directed. Hong, Kai, and Dongfang Xuan began to clear the battlefield. The masks, shinobi tool pouches, and kunai were all spoils of war they could claim. Having only traveled for a day, the group had just reached the southern part of the Land of Fire. With a ninja's speed, they could reach Konoha in half a day. Amidst the trees, four figures darted across the treetops. Tsunade led the way, vigilant of her surroundings, especially since numerous foreign ninjas had already infiltrated the Land of Fire. The forests of the Land of Fire were dense, making it impossible for ninjas to conduct a thorough sweep of the entire territory. Tsunade's brows remained tightly knit as several probing chakra signatures sought information on the group, only to be repelled by her formidable chakra. Although she could not discern which village they belonged to, they were certainly not from Konoha. "Damn it," Kai muttered. Positioned second in the group, his expression somber. Not only had this been his first failed C-rank mission, but he had also intended to purchase some meat and rice to bring home. Dongfang Xuan trailed closely behind Kai, his demeanor still grim, his face expressionless as if lost in thought. Hong, bringing up the rear, fixed her gaze on Dongfang Xuan's back. Earlier, in the warehouse, she had sensed something was amiss with him. If it were merely the client's death, Dongfang Xuan would not appear so clouded with gloom. He was undoubtedly concealing something from the group, and Hong's keen intuition was strongly activated. It was highly likely that the matter concerning Lingmu had transformed Dongfang Xuan into his current state. Furthermore, she sensed an inexplicable feminine intuition about the situation. Next, a pair of crossed long spears blocked the path of the four. "State your names, hometowns, and purposes," the gatekeepers at the entrance of Konoha demanded as they conducted their inspections. "I am Tsunade. I have urgent news to report to Lord Hokage," she asserted. The guard, upon seeing Tsunade, spoke with utmost respect. "Lady Tsunade, the Hokage is currently in his office reviewing documents. You may go to see him directly." Tsunade nodded and, accompanied by the three others, proceeded through the gates. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and conduct the inspection." The guard seemed to overlook Tsunade and her companions and focused instead on examining the merchant convoy. Dongfang Xuan cast a complex glance over the merchants and the guard, letting out a soft sigh. Upon entering Konoha village, Tsunade turned to the three and said, "I will first report to the Hokage regarding our mission. Feel free to explore." As the three nodded, Tsunade's figure vanished without a trace. In the divination house of Konoha, Dongfang Xuan pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside. It was afternoon, and the sun blazed down on Konoha, leaving the streets devoid of any pedestrians. Dongfang Xuan half closed the door behind him and wearily sank into the chair at the front desk of the divination house. His expression was neither pained nor joyful. He felt both exhausted and tranquil. With his hand resting on his forehead, eyes shut, his mind was a tumult of thoughts. In his right hand lay a hairpin. Crafted from silver, the top adorned with either a rooster or a phoenix head. Lingmu, oh Lingmu, Dongfang Xuan mused, recalling how the hairpin had been pressed into his hand by Suzuki Ko upon their parting. Venturing into the dragon's lair, it can only be said that danger lurks everywhere. What is it about a mere little girl that makes her so unforgettable? He muttered to himself, lifting the hairpin as if to throw it out the window. Yet, just as his hand rose, it hesitated midair. Never mind, it serves as a memento. Suddenly, an idea struck Dongfang Xuan. He straightened his back and spread out the divination tokens before him. He picked up a set of tokens to cleanse them, contemplating that if no one knew Suzuki Ko's future, these tokens certainly would. Using the hairpin for divination, Dongfang Xuan laid out the entire set of tokens. As he did so, half of his chakra dissipated. He casually flipped over a token. Water trapped in Marsh. Upon seeing the 3 bold characters inscribed on the token, Dongfang Xuan gasped. One of the 4 ominous tokens. It seemed that Suzuki Ko's journey would be fraught with peril. He returned the token to the stack. Yet, even in the face of the ominous water trapped in Marsh, there remained a sliver of hope for a turnaround, contingent on Suzuki Ko herself. No destruction, no establishment. If she can survive this great tribulation, only then can she find her place in the world. At this moment, Dongfang Xuan could only silently pray for Suzuki Ko. The divination shop continually offered exquisite gift boxes containing the 64 hexagrams of the I Ching. Dongfang Xuan retrieved a special gift box from the counter designed to hold the tokens. He picked up the hairpin from the stack, placed it inside the gift box, and set the box on the shelf. May Suzuki Ko have a smooth journey. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, are you saying that we encountered ninjas during this mission? Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his chair, documents nearly obscuring his figure. Tsunade stood before the desk, elaborating on the details of the mission. Ninjas. From the ANBU of another nation. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered thoughtfully, his pipe resting between his lips. After all, from Tsunade's account, he learned that nearly 20 Umbu had ambushed a merchant convoy. Such a lavish deployment could easily execute a small-scale assault on Konoha. Yet, why target merely a modest merchant caravan? Hiruzen was perplexed, and, taking a draw from his pipe, he inquired, "Have you discerned the identity of Lingmu?" Tsunade shook her head. After being rescued by Dongfang Xuan, Lingmu succumbed to a ninjutsu-inflicted demise during their escape, and was subsequently buried by Dongfang Xuan on the spot. Is this what you witnessed? Hiruzen asked. No, it was disclosed to me by Dongfang Xuan, she replied. Hiruzen's eyes brightened as he urged, please recount everything you observed. Tsunade nodded and recounted the events, from their departure with 4 individuals to the fierce battle, Dongfang Xuan's assistance, and ultimately their pursuit to the warehouse, sharing every detail with Hiruzen. So you were suggesting that Dongfang Xuan utilized a combination of fire and lightning release to instantaneously eliminate 3 elite jonin? Hiruzen clarified. Tsunade affirmed. It was an extraordinarily swift and remarkably potent ninjutsu. She contemplated further and added, even if I were to activate the 100 healings technique, being struck by that technique would render me utterly obliterated. Hiruzen nodded, recalling his prior experience with that ninjutsu. Though he had not witnessed Dongfang Xuan's technique applied against a living target. You examined the corpses afterward. All were slain with a single blow. Save for one that bore numerous injuries? He queried. Tsunade nodded once more. Hiruzen took another draw from his pipe, reflecting before he spoke. Tsunade, you may return for now. Let us leave this matter as it stands. I shall authorize the mission's remuneration, as slaying so many Umbu is indeed a commendable feat. Tsunade nodded and exited the office. As Hiruzen sat in his chair, he suddenly remarked, so, what is your perspective? From the shadows, a figure emerged, golden hair adorned in dark green leaf village ninja attire. Hokage-sama. I suspect Dongfang Xuan is withholding information, Namikaze Minato stated as he approached the office, a document in hand. Oh, please elaborate, Hiruzen replied, intrigued, his pipe still in place. This mission was personally selected by Tsunade, thus its essence is fundamentally sound. However, Lingmu is another matter entirely. The Yumbu's assault on the convoy indicates that Lingmu's identity is extraordinary, or that the cargo being transported is of significance. Therefore, it can be inferred that Lingmu was aware of the peril of this operation and assigned a C-rank mission, possibly to obscure the truth. From the events that transpired, it appears Lingmu failed, while Dongfang Xuan's displayed prowess suggests otherwise, Minato analyzed while stroking his chin thoughtfully. I cannot assert that Dongfang Xuan could defeat an elite Umbu Jonin, but he would certainly engage in a fierce battle. The issue lies in the absence of any disturbances during Tsunade's search for Dongfang Xuan. Hence, we can conclude that there is some concealment between Dongfang Xuan and Lingmu. The existence of that elite Jonin is also in question. Furthermore, Lingmu may simply be a scapegoat, which is why Dongfang Xuan allowed him to escape. In summary, although the Eastern mystique has concealed certain truths, it bears no relevance to the interests of the village, thus causing no significant harm. After listening to the analysis of Minato Namikaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen clapped his hands in delight. Minato, you possess remarkable talent. You are already able to contemplate issues from the perspective of a Hokage. Sarutobi's praise was candid, prompting Minato to scratch his head and chuckle. It is primarily due to the guidance of Lord Third. With a smile, Sarutobi Hiruzen took the document from Minato's hands and began to examine it closely. So, what transpired during this negotiation? The document he held pertained to a meeting Minato had attended a few days prior, where representatives of the 5 great nations convened in the Land of Iron for discussions. This event represented perhaps the only direct political confrontation among the 5 great nations. The representative of the Mist Village proposed a joint Chunin exam among the 5 countries, which was met with unanimous agreement from the other 4 nations. Minato paused for a moment before continuing, stating that all 4 nations demanded that the examination be held in Konoha, citing the Land of Fire's status as the foremost nation in the ninja world. While listening to Minato's report, Sarutobi Hiruzen perused the meeting minutes. Having thoroughly reviewed the document, he tossed it onto the table and inquired with a smile, "What is your opinion?" With a serious expression, Minato replied, "I believe this is a test of Konoha's strength and an opportunity for intelligence gathering." Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and smiled at Minato. "Your summary is quite astute. What leads you to that conclusion?" Taken aback by Sarutobi's question, Minato hesitated. "I don't know. It is due to Shikaku." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and elaborated. "The departure of Lord White Fang has directly resulted in the absence of Konoha's advanced combat power. Currently, within Konoha, only the legendary 3 ninjas and you, Minato, can reach the threshold of a Kaga-level ninja. As your reputation has yet to be fully established, Konoha visibly possesses only the legendary 3. Should Konoha become embroiled in war, multi-front operations will be imperative, thus necessitating advanced combat capabilities." As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen set the documents aside to reveal a large map of the ninja world sprawled across the table. He delineated defense lines across the Land of Grass, the Land of Rice, and the Land of Whirlpools. If war breaks out, these 3 defensive lines must be established, requiring 3 overall commanders as well, he noted, inscribing the names of the legendary 3 ninjas along each defensive line. Konoha will undoubtedly need someone to oversee these operations. He then inscribed his own name on the village. Tsunagakure will also require vigilance. Sarutobi Hiruzen proceeded to draw a defense line between Tsunagakure and Konoha. Casually tossing the pen aside, he reclined back in his chair. The mere allocation of commanders for the defensive lines would deplete Konoha's advanced combat strength. Even when including Danzo and the heads of prominent clans, resources would remain strained. Furthermore, should the conflict turn unfavorable, issues of reinforcements and combat power replenishment would arise, emphasizing the critical importance of advanced combat capabilities on the battlefield. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's insights, Minato volunteered himself. The 3rd Hokage remarked that he believed I could assume the role of a leader. After all, Minato Namikaze possessed the requisite qualifications, primarily due to his exceptional prowess. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head in response. "I have other plans for you. It would be a disservice to limit your Flying Thunder God technique to the command post. Thus, I intend for you to support various fronts to address the shortage of high-level combatants on the battlefield." Minato nodded, then inquired, "What about the Chunin exams?" Hiruzen chuckled and replied, "If they wish to test their mettle, let them come." With a nod affirming the Hokage's consent, Minato added, "Since they are coming, Konoha must ensure they are thoroughly defeated. Confused by Hiruzen's implication, Minato asked, "Does the third mean to intercept them?" Hiruzen burst into hearty laughter before clarifying, "Certainly not. We shall select a few formidable individuals to confront and decisively vanquish their lower-ranked ninjas." Minato agreed. "Indeed, take for instance that Eastern Xian. Please convey a message for me. This is a mission, so do not hold back." "Understood, Third Hokage," he affirmed before turning to exit the Hokage's office. Inside the office, Hiruzen gazed contemplatively at the map on his desk, pondering, the new sprouts of Konoha must grow swiftly into mighty trees. In the Konoha divination house, Eastern Xian found himself reaching an unprecedented plateau in his training. For reasons unknown, his body seemed to exhibit some changes under the transformation of heaven above. Clenching his right arm, he felt an odd sensation. Could I be on the path to mastering the Daobon? What if a brother or sister emerges to challenge me? The door to the divination house swung open, prompting Eastern Xian to dismiss his wandering thoughts and rise to greet the newcomer. Entering was a figure clad in the attire of a Konoha ninja, adorned with the insignia of a fan. Upon raising his gaze, Eastern Xian recognized it was Fugaku Uchiha. "Uncle Fugaku, you've come." Eastern Xian promptly ushered him inside, noting another shadow trailing behind Fugaku. Shizune Uchiha, also in ninja garb, followed closely. "I waited quite a while for you to seek me out, so I decided to pay you a visit," Fugaku stated, his tone laced with displeasure. Perceiving this, Eastern Xian hastily explained, "Uncle Fugaku, it's not that I haven't wanted to visit. After graduation, I've been consumed with training under Teacher Chun and undertaking missions with my team. Truly, I've been preoccupied and have had no time to come see you." Fugaku settled onto a wooden chair in the main room, letting out a muffled grunt, his brows slightly furrowed, evidently unconvinced by Eastern Xian's excuses. Shizune sat on a low stool nearby, resting her hands on her knees. When Eastern Xian approached, she glanced up briefly before quickly averting her gaze. Pouring tea from the kettle, the fragrant steam enveloped them, and he served each half a cup, the warmth of the vapor brushing against his fingertips. "How busy can you be with missions?" Fugaku asked, lifting his teacup to his lips before looking back at Eastern Xian. "By the way, how is your team leader? If you find them unsatisfactory, I can speak to the Hokage about replacing them with a stronger Uchiha." As he took a sip of tea, just as the warm liquid slid down his throat, he heard Dongfang Xuan continue the conversation. "I appreciate Uncle Fugaku's kind intentions, but I must first inform Lady Tsunade about changing teachers." "Tsunade?" The moment those two syllables escaped his lips, the tea in Fugaku's mouth erupted, splattering across the floor. Fortunately, Dongfang Xuan, with quick reflexes, instinctively sidestepped, maintaining his balance while arching an eyebrow at the puddle on the ground. Fugaku sat frozen in his chair, droplets of tea still clinging to his lips, and after a moment of stunned silence, he feigned composure and reached for a tissue to dab his mouth. "Are you saying your homeroom teacher is Tsunade?" he asked, wiping his face, his voice slightly hoarse from the tea. Dongfang Xuan nodded. "Yes, the Tsunade of the legendary Three Ninjas." Fugaku set down the tissue, leaning forward with a grave expression as he pressed for more information. "Who else is in your class?" "Me, Might Guy, and Yuhi Kurenai," Dongfang Xuan answered succinctly. Upon hearing Dongfang Xuan's account, Fugaku's mind raced with thoughts. His brows furrowed in concentration, a calculating glint flickering in his gaze. Tsunade, the legendary Sannin who had not been involved in Konoha's affairs for years? When did she start teaching students? After all, Tsunade had never taken on the role of a homeroom teacher. His thoughts whirled. The Senju clan had produced 2 Hokages. It would not be unusual for them to produce another. Yet, had Sarutobi Hiruzen not consistently advocated for Minato Namikaze? Fugaku was skeptical, especially since Minato had always been portrayed as Hiruzen's favored candidate. Now, with Uchiha Obito chosen as a disciple, the implications were clear. Might Guy was merely a brash practitioner of taijutsu, and while Yuhi Kurenai hailed from a prestigious family, she bore little political weight. The only crucial element was Dongfang Xuan. Why then, was Tsunade designated as Dongfang Xuan's teacher? Might Guy and Yuhi Kurenai possessed no political significance. Why would they be Tsunade's students? Apart from their favorable relationship with Dongfang Xuan, that is. Suddenly, Fugaku understood. Dongfang Xuan's demonstrated prowess warranted the attention of all. Thus, enlisting Tsunade to bring Dongfang Xuan into the Hokage's inner circle was a strategic move. Fugaku sighed, acknowledging Sarutobi Hiruzen's cunning, yet he became increasingly convinced of Dongfang Xuan's value. "Xia, Play here for a while. I have matters to attend to. Fugaku patted Xia on the head, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He turned and strode out of the room, the wooden door slamming shut behind him, leaving two bewildered individuals in his wake. Dongfang Xuan gazed at the closed door, then turned to Uchiha Xia, feeling a bit exasperated. What has Uncle Fugaku remembered that brings him such joy? Uchiha Xia, feeling somewhat awkward, shook her head and resumed sipping her tea. For a moment, the divination room was left with just the two of them. The palpable tension between the solitary male and female quickly became evident. Xia, seemingly resolute, set down her teacup and approached Dongfang Xuan at the front desk. Her cheeks slightly flushed and her voice softer than usual. Xuan, may I call you that? Dongfang Xuan looked up, noticing her lashes downcast and the tips of her ears tinged with pink, and smiled gently. It's perfectly fine. It's merely a form of address. Hearing Dongfang Xuan's response, she felt her ears grow warmer. She opened her mouth, struggling to articulate her next thought, her gaze scanning the room before finally resting on the pile of divination cards on the table. Do you often play with these cards? Xi's voice trembled slightly, her fingers unconsciously twisting her sleeve as her eyes remained fixed on the cards, avoiding Dongfang Xuan's face. Following her line of sight, Dongfang Xuan glanced at the cards and nodded. Yes, they are used for divination. Divination? She was momentarily taken aback, her grip on her sleeve loosening. When she looked up, she met Dongfang Xuan's gaze and quickly averted her eyes again. Is it accurate? Her nerves made her words stumble. It's decent, Dongfang Xuan replied, picking up a card. I can discern some general insights. I heard at school that you are quite accurate, she said slowly, enunciating each word. However, Dongfang Xuan merely acknowledged her with a non-committal sensing her awkwardness as if she were struggling to make conversation. The silence in the room thickened, akin to damp cotton clumping together. Taking a deep breath, she mustered her courage and raised her head, her voice slightly louder, yet still quivering. So, did you do a reading today? Could you perhaps help me with one? The moment the words left her lips, she regretted it. Who asked for a reading right off the bat? It felt too contrived. Moreover, since Dongfang Xuan made a living from divination, her request seemed akin to asking for a freebie. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she stammered, I can pay. Noticing her flustered demeanor, a hint of amusement flickered in Dongfang Xuan's eyes. She handed over a card, saying, no need for payment. Just think about what you want to ask and shuffle it before handing it back to me. She hurriedly accepted the card, her fingertips brushing against Dongfang Xuan's, causing her to jolt, nearly losing her grip on the card. Lowering her head, she cradled the card in her hands, her mind a whirlwind. What should she inquire about? Whether she could foster a good relationship with Dongfang Xuan. She had no experience. She had never interacted with peers of the opposite sex in this manner. With a hasty shuffle, she returned the card. Dongfang Xuan examined it and raised an eyebrow. You're asking about interpersonal relationships? Yes, she replied, her voice small. It seems promising. Recently, you will have benefactors assisting you. Just try not to be too reserved. Dongfang Xuan stored the card away, observing Xi's timid posture, and intentionally softened her tone. Relax. I won't bite. She exhaled deeply, reminding herself to relax. After taking a few steady breaths, her mood began to settle. It appeared she had been overly tense. It's fine. Just take it easy. As she and Dongfang Xuan conversed, a noise from behind, she caught her attention. Someone had entered the room. Ziyuri stood at the doorway, followed closely by Lin. What is this? Upon hearing the voice, she turned around. In an instant, their eyes locked in an awkward standoff. The tension was palpable. Dongfang Xuan felt an urge to hide her face, having noticed the unmistakable shift in Ziyuri's expression. The normally cheerful, bright eyes of Ziyuri now glared at she with an unprecedented hostility. Lin, standing behind Ziyuri, gleefully remarked, It seems we've arrived at an inopportune moment. The atmosphere felt as if it had solidified, freezing time itself. In a moment of palpable awkwardness, Dongfang Xuan concealed his face, while Shiri Hong appeared irate. Uchiha, she felt a twinge of embarrassment, and Noera Rin stifled a laugh. The tension in the atmosphere had escalated to an uncomfortable degree. Xian, may I inquire who this is? Hong stepped forward, her fingers clutching her sleeve, her tone imbued with an unusual seriousness, devoid of her customary smile. This is Uchiha Shi. Dongfang Xuan replied, struggling to articulate their relationship without divulging that he had been thrust into this situation by Fugaku. She is my friend. Yes, a friend. Is that so? Hong's voice softened, her gaze sweeping over the chair she had just vacated. After all, Hong and Dongfang Xuan had known each other for quite some time. She was well acquainted with his social circle and had never encountered the name Uchiha before. Dongfang Xuan nodded again. You two carry on. Thank you for the divination. I shall take my leave. She swallowed hard and hastily bid farewell to Dongfang Xuan. Observing Uchiha's furtive exit, Hong's curiosity was piqued. For her sixth sense hinted at something peculiar. Did she come to consult you about fortunes? Of course, after all, I am in the business of such matters. Dongfang Xuan affirmed, then inquired, by the way, Hong, what brings you here today? Upon hearing his question, Hong's doubts dissipated, but before she could respond, Rin interjected. Naturally. It is our dear Hong who is concerned about you, Rin said, draping her arm around Hong's shoulders, causing Hong's face to flush. The Leaf Village is to hold the Chunin exams, and my father is the chief examiner for the first round. Upon seeing your name on the list, I felt a twinge of worry and came to inquire. Chunin exams? Dongfang Xuan was taken aback. How had he not been informed of this? My name is on the list? Hong nodded, and Rin chimed in. I have heard that this Chunin exam is a test among the villages, undoubtedly featuring formidable opponents. And casualties are inevitable. Perhaps Xian should reconsider participating. After all, there will be future opportunities. Rin's analysis was astute. A melodious voice floated in from outside. Indeed. It said as Namikaze Minato entered the room. Upon seeing him, Rin paused, her eyes wide in surprise. Teacher, what brings you here? Dongfang Xuan also found himself momentarily stunned. As this was his first official encounter with Namikaze Minato. Greetings to you all. I have come regarding the Chunin exams. Minato stepped further inside, handing a mission scroll to Dongfang Xuan. Unable to discern the significance of Minato's presence, Dongfang Xuan accepted the scroll and scrutinized its contents. After perusing the entire document, he lifted his gaze and chuckled. To encourage my participation in the Chunin exams, they have assigned me an S-rank mission. Rin and Hong were taken aback by his revelation. S-rank. Dongfang Xuan waved the scroll lightly. If I can demonstrate my strength during the Chunin exams and bring honor to Konoha, it would be tantamount to completing an S-rank mission. Hong blinked in surprise before asking. So it was Hokage-sama who urged you to participate? Dongfang Xuan did not respond. Instead, directing his attention towards the grinning Namikaze Minato. This is a matter to inquire of Master Minato. With a gentle smile, Minato Namikaze remarked, indeed. It was the suggestion of the Hokage. However, Dongfang Xuan, you may refuse, as this is merely a task to bring glory to the village. Minato's words served as a gentle nudge, suggesting that the option to decline was available, thus emphasizing the importance of the task for the village's honor. I did not say I would not accept, Dongfang Xuan replied as he placed the mission scroll upon the table, beginning to speak slowly. Are you truly going to participate in the Chunin exams? Hong inquired with concern, aware of the inherent dangers involved. Of course, but I have conditions, Dongfang Xuan asserted. What conditions? Minato, intrigued by Dongfang Xuan's words, asked. If I triumph in the Chunin exams and claim the title, I desire a name. A name? Dongfang Xuan nodded and continued. I wish to be called Huchuan. Huchuan? Minato found Dongfang Xuan's request quite amusing, perceiving it as a mere whim of childhood vanity. Very well. I agree, Minato concluded, departing from the divination room, leaving the three behind. Xianjun, do you truly intend to participate? Noticing the concern etched upon their faces, Dongfang Xuan smiled and replied, of course. Do you not trust in my abilities? How did everything go? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired as Minato entered the office. The sky outside had darkened, and as the swiftest in Konoha, Minato should have no trouble notifying the villagers in a day. It is done, Hokage-sama, Hiruzen said, nodding with satisfaction. However, there are two matters to report. Upon hearing Minato's prompt, Hiruzen nodded. Speak, what has occurred? Minato began, there are two matters. The first concerns Dongfang Xuan. He has agreed to participate in the Chunin exams, but he has set a condition. A condition? Hiruzen paused, taken aback, as he had never anticipated Dongfang Xuan would present demands. Let us hear it. Dongfang Xuan stated that if he were to emerge victorious in the Chunin exams, he wished for a title. A title? Minato nodded, continuing, he desires to be called Huchuan. Huchuan? Repeating the name Dongfang Xuan sought, Hiruzen chuckled. It appears he is still a child. I consent. If Dongfang Xuan indeed claims the title, I shall bestow this name upon him. And what is the second matter? Learning of Dongfang Xuan's request for a title brought Hiruzen joy, for aspirations could be managed, whereas a lack of desire would only incite caution. A genius is admired. Yet a prodigy may provoke disdain. The second matter concerns Uchiha Fugaku. Upon hearing Fugaku's name, Hiruzen's demeanor shifted to a more serious tone, as matters concerning the Uchiha clan were rarely trivial. What has transpired with Fugaku? Fugaku somehow learned of the Chunin exams and approached me, requesting a spot, claiming it was for the Uchiha clan. Minato explained slowly. The examination venue is currently being tidied up, and this is hardly a matter of utmost secrecy. It is not surprising that Fugaku is aware of it. Moreover, it concerns merely a single spot, which is of little consequence. After all, it is just one position. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and continued his inquiry. Have you finalized the list? Minato Namikaze handed a prepared list to Sarutobi Hiruzen, detailing the participants. This list comprised formidable and seasoned genin, ensuring that their participation would uphold the reputation of Konoha while minimizing casualties. The names included are as follows: Yamashiro Aoi, Yatada Daishir, Yamaka Kiyoshi, Nanpu Shuku, Dongfang Xuan, Kakashi, Uchiha Shio. The Chunin exam is set to take place in a classroom at the Ninja Academy. Dongfang Xuan stood alone at the back of the room, facing a densely packed crowd. The room was small and filled to capacity, with approximately 60 individuals present. The assembly was divided into several groups, with each village clustering together, while some smaller ninja villages lingered in the corners. Among the throngs, Dongfang Xuan recognized numerous familiar faces. Among them was Kisame Hashigaki, a future member of the Seven Ninja Swordsmen and a member of the Akatsuki organization, known for his exceptional hand signs, a true man. However, at present, Kisame appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years old, standing off to one side of the group. The leader from the Mist Village, Zabuza Momochi, was scanning the surroundings with his distinct bandages wrapped around him. Zabuza appeared somewhat older, likely around 15 or 16, and upon sensing Dongfang Xuan's scrutinizing gaze, he glanced back, locking eyes with him momentarily. After appraising Dongfang Xuan, Zabuza seemed to lose interest, likely searching for Kakashi, as currently. Kakashi was the only one from Konoha with a prominent reputation. Dongfang Xuan's restraint was not unfounded. Even now, outsiders had a limited understanding of him, hardly considering him a significant figure. He smiled, knowing that after this examination, his name would resonate throughout the 5 great nations. He scanned the Mist Village participants again, finding nothing of particular interest to him. From the Cloud Village, he recognized 2 individuals. One was Kiki, and the other was the renowned Jinchuriki of the Two Tails, as well as the future bodyguard of the Reikage. However, the fact that the Cloud Village felt secure enough to send Yuki for the exam indicated that he had not yet merged with the Two Tails. The other 2 individuals held little significance in comparison. Given their current strength, they posed no threat to Dongfang Xuan. As he pondered, a few Konoha ninjas approached him. Dongfang Xuan was taken aback for a moment, as he did not recognize them. "Who are you?" he inquired. The leading genin, nearly 18 years old and notably tall, caught his attention. "We are participants in this exam. Lord Hokage instructed us to follow your lead." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Xuan paused, quickly grasping Sarutobi Hiruzen's intent. He pressed his fingers to his temples and remarked, "I have no particular directives to offer. You may form your teams as you wish. However, I will assist with subsequent tasks where I can." A few individuals were taken aback by this. For such a crucial matter to be treated with such nonchalance by Dongfang Xuan was unexpected. "What about your own team?" they inquired. "You may select your members first. I shall choose my own later." Upon hearing this, the group nodded and dispersed. Yet, 2 individuals remained stationary. "You may go first." Dongfang Xuan's eyes fell upon them, and he momentarily choked on his words. "Kakashi? She?" At that moment, Kakashi stood before Dongfang Xuan, looking utterly exasperated, while Uchiha stood to the side, feeling somewhat awkward. "What are you 2 doing here?" "Who knows? I was enjoying my break at home a few days ago, when Teacher Minato told me I had regressed and handed me an application form, instructing me to take the Chunin exam again," Kakashi replied with a hint of frustration. Dongfang Xuan felt a desire to cover his face. Although it was common for Chunin from the village to take the Chunin exam as genin, it was rather blatant for Konoha to do so. Kakashi's accomplishment of becoming a Chunin at the age of 6 was already legendary in the ninja world. "And you?" Dongfang Xuan turned to Uchiha, who appeared less than pleased. Her expression was somewhat melancholy as she slowly replied, "Lord Fugaku sent me." Dongfang Xuan nodded. Though she's subdued tone struck him as peculiar, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. "Then let the 3 of us form a team." Upon hearing this, Both she and Kakashi nodded in agreement. As the trio conversed, numerous eyes scrutinized them, many drawn to Kakashi's striking silver hair. Who is that? Silver hair? Could it be Hitaki Kakashi? Kakashi? Isn't he the genius who became a Chunin at 6? Why is he participating in the Chunin exam? Who knows? Aren't you pretending to be a Chunin as well? Murmured the other ninja from different villages. Is that really Kakashi? The formidable Kisame Hashigaki fixed his gaze on Kakashi, revealing his shark-like teeth. It must be him. We should be cautious of that fellow. I've heard his father is the renowned Konoha White Fang, so his swordsmanship must be formidable. Zabuza Momochi also kept a close watch on Kakashi, as analyzing combat capabilities and strategizing were essential for the leader of the Mist Village. Are there no other Hyuga or Uchiha clansmen? Kisame inquired. Just one Kakashi hardly suffices. As Kisame surveyed the area and found no signs of Byakugan or fan symbols of the Uchiha clan, he recalled that the elite of the Mist Village had specifically warned about these two formidable clans prior to their departure. I don't see any Hyuga, but there is one Uchiha. Zabuza pointed to Uchiha Shi in the distance, noticing the fan symbol on her attire. A small girl, perhaps without even having awakened the Sharingan. It's not a significant concern. But who is that individual in the center? Kisame indicated Dongfang Xuan. That fellow has been observing me since the beginning. He appears to possess some skills. Zabuza shook his head. I do not recognize him. I have no intelligence on him, and he seems to be of little consequence. The presence of insignificant fish only serves to underscore the failures of Konoha. Our triumph over Kakashi and our acquisition of the top score in the exam will surely evoke a myriad of expressions among the villagers of Konoha. Kisame Hashigaki eagerly licked his shark-like teeth. Silence. A commanding voice resonated throughout the classroom, compelling everyone to instinctively close their mouths. At an indeterminate moment, Karui stood at the podium. I am Karui, the proctor for your first examination. Please take your seats in an orderly fashion as we commence the first test. As her words echoed, over 60 ninjas began to shuffle about in search of their designated places. Upon spotting Karui, Dongfang Xuan exchanged a brief smile with her, only to receive a sharp glare in return. After 10 long minutes, each candidate settled into their respective seats. I will distribute a set of exam papers to each of you. The total score is 100, with each question worth 10 points. 60 points is the passing mark. With that, Karui and several Chunin began to hand out the test papers. Upon receiving his paper, Dongfang Xuan immediately recognized the predicament. The questions were exceedingly perplexing, nearly impossible to answer correctly. Though the world of shinobi does not typically involve mathematics, this exam was rife with mathematical queries. It dawned on Dongfang Xuan that yet again, the examination was a ruse for intelligence gathering, with 2 Chunin infiltrators amidst the candidates. Each participant was required to identify them and discreetly capture their answers. As the examination bell rang, candidates began their responses. Dongfang Xuan refrained from writing, opting instead to observe his peers. Most were fixated on their papers, fidgeting anxiously, while elite ninjas like Zabuza and Kakashi were also scanning the room. Karui watched Dongfang Xuan from the podium, her heart racing with uncertainty. She could not ascertain if he would discern the true nature of the exam. Confirming the state of the room, Dongfang Xuan activated the divination within him. The chakra within him dispersed, enveloping the entire classroom. He swiftly detected the 2 Chunin, who were already engrossed in the third question. Kakashi appeared to be attempting to cheat, while Uchiha Shiki was looking around nervously. I suppose I should lend a hand, Dongfang Xuan mused, rising to raise his hand. Teacher, may I use the restroom? Karui looked at him quizzically, pondering his intentions. Very well, let a Chunin escort you. Afterward, the Chunin beside Dongfang Xuan stood up, binding him with a rope before leading him outside. Many in the classroom were perplexed by Dongfang Xuan's actions. What was he up to? Outside the classroom, Dongfang Xuan and the Chunin arrived at the restroom. However, the Chunin then loosened Dongfang Xuan's bindings and, with a grin, remarked, "The Hokage has instructed us to assist you throughout this process." He then produced a cheat sheet from his pocket and handed it to Dongfang Xuan. Here are the answers to the questions. Take it quickly. Dongfang Xuan was taken aback by the revelation. So, Sarutobi Hiruzen was employing such tactics? Nevertheless, he did not accept the slip of paper but continued to speak. I shall procure the answers myself. You wait here for a moment, and shortly, we shall return together. With that, Dongfang Xuan exited the restroom, leaving behind a bewildered Chunin. This fellow has the answers yet chooses to ignore them. Could he be a fool? Stepping out of the restroom, Dongfang Xuan traversed the empty corridor, hands forming seals. With a resounding thud, his form transformed. Clad in a crimson and white Hokage cloak and hat, a complete ensemble of Hokage attire adorned his figure. A pipe nestled in his mouth. His visage morphed into that of the elderly Sarutobi Hiruzen. It appears my transformation technique, enhanced by the divination cards, has become indistinguishable from reality. Dongfang Xuan adjusted his attire slightly before boldly opening the door. Upon entering the examination hall, all eyes turned toward Dongfang Xuan. The Hokage. The Chunin supervising the candidates reacted first, rising to salute Dongfang Xuan. No need for formalities. The examination is paramount. I am merely here to observe the blossoming talents of our new ninjas. The candidates gazed in astonishment at the figure in Hokage garb. Reactions varying from surprise and curiosity to joy and scrutiny. Hokage, sir? At the podium, Tsunagekyu's Akane's heart raced. After all, Dongfang Xuan's transformation had deceived both the candidates and the Chunin. Yet, being a seasoned jonin, she could distinctly sense that the chakra emanating from the Hokage was considerably diminished. Her thoughts quickly returned to Dongfang Xuan's earlier restroom visit, and the realization dawned upon her. Hokage-sama, what brings you here? However, Akane refrained from exposing Dongfang Xuan. Knowing that both professionally and personally, she ought to assist him. Seeing Akane's compliance brought Dongfang Xuan joy as he ascended the podium. Ah, Akane. This is merely a routine inspection, nothing more, he remarked, patting her shoulder. At that moment, Akane's expression contorted, her demeanor turning slightly flushed. Noticing her reaction, Dongfang Xuan hastily withdrew his hand and shifted his gaze to the other candidates. Approaching one candidate, who had already completed his exam, Dongfang Xuan recognized him as a Chunin who had infiltrated the examination. He placed a hand on the candidate's shoulder. What is your name? Yes, Hokage-sama. I am called Dashi Sanlang. And where do you reside? I live in Konoha. How many are there in your household? Dongfang Xuan continued to inquire. His eyes focused intently on the answers. After noting all the responses, he smiled and said, "Continue with your examination." With that, he moved on. Meanwhile, Akane on the podium felt a headache coming on. She had contemplated numerous methods Dongfang Xuan might employ to cheat, even considering the possibility of him using divination. Yet she had never anticipated he would impersonate the Hokage to brazenly observe the test papers. Dongfang Xuan approached the next candidate, Kisame Hashigaki. Upon seeing the Hokage, Kisame exhibited a hint of nervousness. You are Kisame Hashigaki, are you not? Hearing Dongfang Xuan's words, Kisame froze. Hokage-sama, you know of me? Indeed. Not only do I know of you, but I also recognize you as the most honest individual in the entire ninja world. Dongfang Xuan dropped an enigmatic remark that left Kenpachi Kisame perplexed. After speaking, Dongfang Xuan exited through the back door, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. Upon returning to the restroom, Dongfang Xuan transcribed the answers onto a small piece of paper. The nearby Chunin was astonished. How did you obtain the answers? You just stepped out for a moment. Dongfang Xuan smiled and replied, that's a secret, and you wouldn't want to know. The Chunin rolled his eyes at Dongfang Xuan in exasperation. After completing his notes, Dongfang Xuan was once again bound by the Chunin, and the two made their way back to the examination room. Upon seeing Dongfang Xuan and the Chunin enter, Hinata Hanabi shouted in anger, hurry back to your seats. Aware of Hinata Hanabi's ire, Dongfang Xuan dared not speak further and sheepishly returned to his seat. However, as he passed Kakashi and Shizun, Dongfang Xuan discreetly tossed them each a small note. What is this? Shizun and Kakashi exchanged astonished glances at Dongfang Xuan. How did he acquire the answers? Despite their surprise, their hands did not cease their movements. After a considerable time, the ringing of the bell signified the end of the examination. The papers were gradually collected. Today's exam focused not on the questions, but on the gathering of intelligence. Hinata Hanabi announced, as two Chunin who knew the answers stood up. These two are aware of the answers. If you had conducted proper investigations, passing the exam would have been a breeze. The candidates below erupted in a flurry of reactions. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Most of those who had deduced the answers were now merely observing the expressions of their peers, while those who had been lost in thought lamented their inability to see through the riddle. Ultimately, the most peculiar individuals were not the candidates. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked perplexed at the umbu before him. Are you saying I managed to grade documents while simultaneously making a round in the Chunin exam? Unlike Naruto, Sasuke participated in the death forest of the 44th training ground, while the 18th training ground was the terrifying swamp. Dongfang Xuan cast a cursory glance around. The training ground was evidently designed to simulate a swamp environment, replete with numerous water pools and mud pits. Dongfang Xuan smirked. The greatest threats in this Chunin exam were undoubtedly Zabuza Momochi and Kisame Hashigaki, two shinobi from the Hidden Mist Village. Moreover, Konoha had chosen such a water-laden location for the training ground. However, Dongfang Xuan could comprehend the rationale behind this decision. As the land of water had never been particularly strong, its diminutive territory resulted in a lack of formidable military might. The arid land of earth and the land of lightning had consistently posed greater challenges. Yet, Konoha had not anticipated that the Mist Village would excel in this exam. "This place is quite suitable," came the voice of Kisame from behind. A throng of candidates had gathered at the entrance of the training ground. The candidates from the Hidden Mist Village were delighted by the humid terrain of the terrifying swamp, as it significantly enhanced their combat capabilities. "It's practically tailor-made for us," Zabuza remarked, glancing at the mud pits with evident satisfaction. However, an incongruous voice resounded. "Indeed, it was a graveyard meticulously tailored for you." The candidates from the Hidden Cloud Village stood behind the formidable figures of the likes of Kisame Hashigaki, accompanied by two shinobi from the village hidden in the leaves and a leading genin. The foggy terrain equally favored the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud, for water conducts electricity. "Oh, the mere underlings from the Hidden Cloud?" The leader, Taguchi, fixed his gaze upon Kisame and his comrades, donned in the attire of the Hidden Cloud. Their robust arms bared. "It would be prudent for you not to perish at the hands of others." A verbal exchange of insults ensued between the Hidden Cloud and the Hidden Mist. Dongfang Xuan smiled at the unfolding scene, as it seemed to bode well. Beside him, Kakashi appeared listless, while Uchiha sure stood pensively. Silence. Another jonin, whom Dongfang Xuan recognized as Minato Namikaze, spoke. He pondered briefly before stating, "This examination will proceed in teams of 3, each team receiving a scroll, divided into heaven and earth. To pass, you must traverse the treacherous marshes and reach the central camp to submit both the heaven and earth scrolls. Be forewarned, there will be fatalities." Minato surveyed the crowd. "If anyone wishes to withdraw, they may do so now." Upon hearing this, the candidates' expressions shifted, yet none voiced their dissent. Since all had acquiesced, they were instructed to form groups of 3 to collect their scrolls. As the candidates approached to receive their scrolls, the number had dwindled to 30 after the initial eliminations, forming a total of 10 teams. 2 teams hailed from the Hidden Cloud, 1 from the Hidden Mist, 2 from the Hidden Leaf, 1 from the Hidden Sand, 1 from the Hidden Rock, and the remaining 3 teams comprised of various small nations. Dongfang Xuan stepped forward, reaching into Minato's satchel, casually retrieving a scroll labeled Heaven. He placed it within his cloak and returned nonchalantly to Kakashi and Shure's side. The ninjas from the Hidden Cloud and the Hidden Mist brandished their scrolls. One marked heaven and the other earth, their eyes locked in a fierce gaze. "You may await your demise." They exchanged further banter before dismissing one another. The candidates from the 5 great nations seemed unfazed, yet those from smaller nations faced a different plight. Many had only one candidate who passed the first round, leading them to temporarily team up with lower-ranking shinobi from other small nations. Given their limited strength and unfamiliar partnerships, their prospects were grim. The inevitability of retreat loomed large, as each contemplated how best to preserve their lives. With the distribution of scrolls concluded, the candidates were directed by the proctors to different entrances, with a reminder that the time limit was 3 days. After Minato's announcement, several shadows emerged before the crowd, 10 Chunin readying themselves for action. Each Chunin led a team forward, guiding the candidates to their respective entrances. Following the proctoring Chunin, Dongfang Xuan, Kakashi, and Shure arrived at entrance number 8. Just as they were about to enter, the Chunin proctor halted them, extending a bag. "This has been prepared for you by the Hokage." With a sense of curiosity, Dongfang Xuan accepted the bag and opened it to find it contained special medicines and soldier pills. "Good luck to you all." Dongfang Xuan nodded, leading Kakashi and Shi into the entrance. The trio ventured into the terrifying swamp, aptly named for its treacherous terrain, rife with venomous scorpions and serpents. The marshy ground and pools of water significantly hampered their movement. Nevertheless, they proceeded at a leisurely pace toward the camp situated in the heart of the swamp. "Kakashi, could you perhaps ask these venomous creatures not to bite me?" teased Dongfang Xuan, eliciting a withering glance from Kakashi. I cannot converse with such beings, he retorted. Dongfang Xuan shrugged. I sense you are less useful than the Oil Woman clan. Kakashi shot him another exasperated look, clearly at a loss for words. Noticing Shi's troubled demeanor and Kakashi's disregard for him, Dongfang Xuan found himself quite bored and bombarded Kakashi with questions. Would you lower your mask so I can see your face? Could you possibly gift me White Fang? It was not that Dongfang Xuan was aimlessly idle. Rather, it was a curious twist of fate or perhaps a deliberate arrangement by Konoha, as they had yet to encounter a single soul along their path. Meanwhile, in a low-lying area of the terrifying swamp, the fierce clash of blades sent shivers down the spines of onlookers, the clang of steel ringing incessantly. Taguchi wielded two spiked daggers, engaging in combat with Zabuza, who brandished a long sword. Though not as exaggerated as a decapitating blade, it was hardly agile for a ninja. Die! Zabuza shouted as he swung his long sword, only for Taguchi to deflect it aside with his dagger. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. The wooden figures leaped back, releasing a volley of fireballs. While standing in a nearby pool, the formidable Kisame chuckled and rapidly formed hand seals. His hands danced with precision. Water release, water shark bomb. Water erupted from the pool at Kisame's feet, surging toward the wooden figures and sending the fireballs flying in all directions. In midair, the wooden figures regained their balance and landed gracefully. You are all too weak, Kisame bellowed with a laugh, continuing to weave hand seals rapidly. Just as he was about to unleash a water release technique, a voice interrupted him. Lightning release, thunderclap. She struck the ground with both hands, a bolt of lightning shooting toward Kisame. In response, Kisame was compelled to abandon his pursuit of the wooden figures, leaping aside. Zabuza, taking a moment to catch his breath, urged Kisame, use that technique. Without hesitation, both men formed hand seals, raising one hand high in unison. Water release, hidden mist technique. The water vapor erupted from their hands, quickly enveloping the area in a dense fog. Be cautious. This is the signature jutsu of the Mist Village, the silent killing technique. She warned the wooden figures nearby. But before he could finish his thought, the thick mist had already concealed them from view. She found himself surrounded by a shroud of impenetrable fog, with visibility reduced to mere meters, and the cacophony of the mist drowned out all sound. This is troublesome, she lamented, reluctantly relying on his sensory abilities. First and foremost, it is of paramount importance to locate the chakra of the wooden man and Taguchi, and to converge with these two individuals. Within his body, the spiritual energy of Shi carried the lightning chakra, dispersing in all directions. Although the mist obscured Shi's vision, its presence significantly broadened his perceptual range. The chakra radiated outward. In an instant, a sharp long blade hurtled towards him. Cursing in frustration, she had no choice but to interrupt his perception and sidestep to avoid it. The razor-sharp blade grazed past him and disappeared into the fog. With a muffled thud, Zabuza emerged from the mist, catching the long blade and advancing toward Shi. As she beheld Zabuza stepping forth from the haze, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him. Indeed, you are a perceptive ninja, prepare to meet your end, Zabuza declared, charging at Shi with his long blade. The technique of lightning release. Lightning binding surged forth as she hastily formed hand seals. A bolt of lightning, guided by Shi's chakra, descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Zabuza's head. In response, Zabuza lifted a large boulder from the ground with his blade, propelling it into the air before delivering a powerful kick to send it hurtling toward the lightning. The two forces collided with a resounding impact. Completing his maneuver seamlessly, Zabuza, brandishing his long blade, charged once more at Shi. In a desperate bid to avoid close combat, Shi leapt backwards while swiftly releasing shurikens from his ninja tool pouch. I cannot allow him to close the distance, he thought urgently. Yet, Zabuza effortlessly deflected each shuriken with his blade. Try this. She hurled another volley of shurikens. But once again Zabuza met them with his blade. However, as Zabuza struck the second shuriken, the explosive tag attached to it ignited. With a thunderous bang, a cloud of smoke erupted, and Shi, taking a deep breath, silently prayed amidst the chaos. Even if I do not survive, he must be gravely injured. In the central camp of the terrifying swamp, within a vast tent, numerous ninjas moved about. At the center, multiple monitors displayed the movements of each squad. Several proctors were present, each observing a particular team. The second round of examinations was set to last 3 days, necessitating a rotation of the ninjas on surveillance duty. Among those gathered were members such as the Crimson Sunset, Minato Namikaze, and others from various villages. The leading jounin of each village was present, including the jounin from the Hidden Mist Village, Tosaka Ye, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and the young A from the Hidden Cloud Village. All eyes were glued to the screens, particularly those of A and Tosaka Ye, as their respective teams were currently engaged in the fiercest of battles. The strength of the Hidden Cloud Village is truly lacking. Tosaka Ye mocked A, observing the apparent advantage held by the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village on the screen. The battle is not over yet, A retorted, though concern lingered in his heart. For not only she but also the combined might of the Wooden Man and Taguchi fell short compared to Zabuza and Kisame Hashigaki. The crux of the matter lies in the environmental issues. In this land replete with swamps and ponds, it is nearly a paradise of mist. On the battlefield, as the smoke dissipated, the figure of Zabuza vanished into the fog, while Shi's reflexes reached their zenith. With all his might, he pivoted, and almost simultaneously, Zabuza's long blade grazed Shi's neck, narrowly missing its target. However, Zabuza followed up with a powerful kick to Shi's abdomen, sending him hurtling away. What a stroke of luck. But can you evade the next strike? Shi clutched his bleeding neck, feeling a wave of weakness as he supported himself against the ground, helplessly watching Zabuza disappear once more into the mist. The wooden dummy was entangled by another of the mist ninja, unable to break free. Meanwhile, the most formidable among them, Taguchi, was being toyed with by Kisame Hashigaki. Despite Taguchi's immense combat prowess and exceptional physical skills, he was hampered by a lack of sensory ability. Kisame flitted through the mist, occasionally launching surprise attacks from behind Taguchi, only to vanish back into the fog after each failed strike. He also employed water release techniques within the mist, leaving Taguchi in a state of utter despair. From any angle, it seemed that the defeat of the Cloud Ninja was merely a matter of time. How did such worthless individuals from the Cloud graduate? They can only roll back to ninja school in our mist. AI furrowed his brow, unwilling to engage in a war of words with the puppet master. Yet the worsening situation of the Cloud Ninja was becoming increasingly evident. Not only AI was troubled, both Minato Namikaze and Karui Yuzuki observed the battle with growing concern. After all, they had never witnessed Dongfang Xuan in action. Judging by the combat prowess of Zabuza and Kisame, their strengths could nearly elevate them to the rank of Jonin. Could Dongfang Xuan possibly penetrate this silent assassination technique? With such doubts, everyone could only gaze at the screen, awaiting the next move. Meanwhile, Dongfang Xuan, Kakashi, and she had just concluded a skirmish. The 3 ninjas lay on the ground, adorned with the forehead protectors of Sunagakure, displaying commendable strength that had provided Dongfang Xuan with a decent challenge. After a thorough search, he finally extracted the scrolls hidden on their persons. The heavenly scroll, of little use. Dongfang Xuan presented the scroll to Kakashi, who sighed and remarked, "There's nothing we can do. Let's seek out the next one." However, Dongfang Xuan suddenly froze, exclaiming, "Not far off, 2 teams are clashing, and it appears to be quite intense." A smile crept across Dongfang Xuan's face as he licked his lips. Bolstered by the support of the earth, he distinctly sensed the fluctuations of battle nearby. He had come to the Chunin exams to make a name for himself, intending to teach those 2 teams a lesson about pain. With that in mind, he resolved to embrace the flamboyance of the moment. "Let us hurry, or we'll miss out." She remained vigilant atop the treetops, while Kakashi leaned against the trunk, lost in thought. Dongfang Xuan called out to them before vanishing from sight. He swiftly darted towards the source of the commotion, with she and Kakashi promptly following suit. Kakashi, trailing behind, couldn't he help but wonder, is Dongfang Xuan's sensory ability truly that extraordinary? Why do I feel nothing at all? The trio, Dongfang Xuan, Kakashi, and she, raced towards the battlefield. The First Reading Network seeks the latest chapters. At this moment, she has sustained numerous injuries from the long blade of Zabuza, and the chakra of the wooden clone has dwindled significantly. The most unfortunate is Taguchi, who is on the verge of madness under the relentless pressure from Kisame. I believe we might as well award the championship to our team. Such feeble adversaries are utterly uninteresting to us. The cawing laughter of the Tosaka Yobi reverberated throughout the camp, and it was not only AI who regarded the Tosaka Yobi with disdain. Everyone present in the room cast sidelong glances at Tosaka Yobi, their eyes brimming with hostility. After all, Tosaka Yobi's arrogance was palpable, as he had disparaged all the genin from the Hidden Mist Village. You haven't yet encountered a team from Konoha. Be cautious, lest you find your words leading to your downfall. Hyuga Hinata was the first to speak up, as she held a firm belief in the strength of Dongfang Xuan, who remained an enigma to her. Konoha? Huh. Merely the son of the White Fang. He is of no consequence. Tosaka Yobiai laughed mockingly. For not only the hidden mist, but nearly every ninja village had studied Kakashi's combat prowess. Tosaka Yobiai's audacious words suggested that Zabuza and Kisame's abilities surpassed Kakashi's. Upon hearing Tosaka Yobiai's remarks, Hyuga Hinata merely smiled, realizing that these outsiders were oblivious to Dongfang Xuan's true strength. Let us wait and see, she said, eagerly anticipating Dongfang Xuan's display of skill, for this examination was intended to bring him renown. Team 8 was drawing near rapidly. As the proctor monitoring the mist team called out a warning to everyone, Tosaka Yobiai sneered. It appears your Konoha team has decided to deliver the scroll right to us. Although Minato Namikaze felt a twinge of concern upon hearing Tosaka Yobiai's words, Hyuga Hinata simply smiled. Dongfang Xuan may not possess many remarkable traits, but he excels in avoiding danger. His willingness to seek out a fight now indicates a confidence that belies his bravado. Dongfang Xuan leaped from the tree, finding himself enveloped in a thick mist. With heightened perception, he clearly sensed the movements and positions of Zabuza and his two companions alongside the wooden clone. His chakra surged within, as Dongfang Xuan prepared to showcase his newfound abilities. Chakra flowed into the Sun hexagram, manifesting as a pale green wind chakra. At this juncture, Dongfang Xuan chose not to merge the two elemental hexagrams, but rather to combine it with the Qin hexagram. His chakra levels rapidly escalated. If utilizing the hexagram to convert chakra would enhance its potency by 50%, then with the reinforcement from Qin, Dongfang Xuan's chakra surged to nearly several times its original capacity. As the wind howled, Dongfang Xuan's arms shimmered with visible pale green chakra. Upon invoking his technique, he swung his arms. The wind chakra erupted, coalescing before him into a tornado that grew larger as it surged toward the heart of the mist. The colossal tornado roared to life, and in mere moments, it had risen to several meters in height. As the tornado surged forth, Dongfang Xuan sensed the chakra within him, nearly expending 1/5 of his energy. Yet, the power he wielded was undeniably formidable. The tornado roared past, sweeping away all the mist, and the earth's soil and water were drawn into its vortex. In an instant, the fog dissipated, revealing everyone as figures. What? The first to collide with the raging winds was a hidden mist ninja who was closest to the tornado, ensnared by its ferocity. As the mist vanished, the tornado loomed right before him. With barely a moment to react, he was engulfed by the tempest. "Scatter!" she shouted, alerting the wooden puppet nearby. Upon witnessing the exaggerated tornado, the puppet stood frozen in place, only snapping to attention upon hearing she's warning, swiftly darting aside. The tornado swept through the battlefield with the force of nature, traversing several dozen meters before dissipating in the air due to insufficient chakra. The hidden mist ninja was hurled from the tornado, his body resembling that of a ragdoll, with his upper half landing near Zaibujan and the lower half crashing down before Taguchi. His insides were flung into the air, raining down like a grotesque mixture of blood and viscera, slowly settling on the ground. Even Zaibujan and Kisame, seasoned as they were momentarily stunned, while the puppet, she, and Taguchi appeared rigid with shock. Even from a distance, she felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Kakashi swallowed hard, fixating intently on Dongfang Xuan. Observing the potency of the jutsu, Dongfang Xuan was elated, declaring loudly, "Robbery! Men to the left, women to the right, and those who are neither stand in the middle." Within the camp, numerous ninjas fixated on the monitor, the room enveloped in a hushed silence, punctuated only by the sound of swallowed breaths. Some were horrified by the gruesome demise of the lower ninja, while others were astonished by Dongfang Xuan's unleashed jutsu. All astonishment was directed towards Dongfang Xuan, whose emergence had instantaneously eliminated a hidden mist ninja. In stark contrast to his previous arrogance, Tongchao Yeren now wore a mask of shock. AI furrowed his brow even deeper, as Dongfang Xuan's arrival did not alleviate the situation for Cloud Village. Rather, it posed an even greater threat. It seemed the lower ninjas of the hidden mist would not be bored any longer. Sunset Vermilion's mouth stretched into a mocking grin, taunting Tongchao Yeren. Yet, no one paid heed. The leaders of strong teams were concerned about Dongfang Xuan's capabilities, fearing their teams would be utterly vanquished by the Leaf Ninjas. Meanwhile, the leaders from smaller nations worried whether Dongfang Xuan might be a ruthless killer, annihilating everyone in his path. After all, while the Chunin exams disregarded life and death, fatalities were generally not prevalent. Everyone's eyes remained glued to the monitor, eagerly anticipating Dongfang Xuan's next move. What is happening? Why is everyone standing still? Dongfang Xuan observed the crowd with interest, noting their dazed expressions. Perhaps they were shocked by the gruesome fate of the fallen ninja. However, in his eyes, once one chooses the path of a ninja, one should not dwell excessively on the matters of life and death. You kill me, I kill you. It is merely a matter of course. Once again, Jean and Kisame, true geniuses emerging from the land of blood mist, regained their composure. Together, they directed their full might towards Dongfang Xuan. Water release, great waterfall technique. They proclaimed in unison, invoking their most formidable technique. Enormous waves surged from beneath their feet, rising to form a colossal tsunami aimed directly at Dongfang Xuan. Be careful, Kakashi shouted, observing the fearsome display of power. Simultaneously, both Kakashi and Sure formed hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. Two earthen barriers rose before Dongfang Xuan. However, these walls, merely 2 meters tall, appeared utterly inadequate against the oncoming deluge, which rivaled the size of a tornado. The overwhelming tsunami propelled by the water release rushed toward Dongfang Xuan, easily shattering the earthen walls conjured by Kakashi and Sure. The torrent barreled forth. Dongfang Xuan stood resolutely, facing the monstrous wave. Quick, get out of the way. Kakashi reacted swiftly, darting next to Dongfang Xuan in an attempt to pull him to safety. Yet, despite exerting all his strength, Kakashi felt as though he were grasping a stone pillar. He could not budge Dongfang Xuan in the slightest. Do not fret. Dongfang Xuan chuckled, observing the approaching tide. His hands moved rapidly to form seals, channeling chakra into the hexagram. The crimson flames of fire release surged into the heaven trigram. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A faint red spark flickered at the corner of Dongfang Xuan's mouth. In the next instant, brilliant scarlet flames erupted before him, expanding rapidly as if inflating. What? Fire release. The injured Yumu stared in astonishment, his body taut with excitement, fear, and a myriad of emotions. As a ninja who cherished fire release, he understood it well. Now, witnessing Dongfang Xuan's technique, he was momentarily frozen, his mind consumed by a singular thought. How is this possible? Yumu gazed, entranced, at the fire release unleashed by Dongfang Xuan. The great fire annihilation quickly swelled, becoming visible to Yumu only when he raised his head. The colossal fire release and the great waterfall technique, both of similar magnitude, collided with a resounding impact. A vast plume of steam erupted from the point of contact, while water release counters fire release, in the face of overwhelming strength. Such countermeasures are rendered futile. Yumu beheld the immense flames, their glow illuminating his face. The lower-ranking shinobi from the hidden clouds stared in terror at the inferno, their minds plagued by a singular query. How do we fight this? This is impossible. Tong Chao Yi'er exclaimed, yet his thoughts echoed those of every elite shinobi present. How could a jutsu surpassing that of a jonin possibly be unleashed by a mere genin? Tong Chao Yi'er's incredulity was palpable, for such an event was beyond the realm of belief for anyone. If the previous wind release were a formidable secret technique, then the great fire annihilation unleashed by Dongfang Xuan is merely an ordinary B-rank fire release. Lacking exquisite technique, it relies solely on an immense quantity of chakra. How can this be? Everyone present gasped in astonishment. The great fire annihilation can be executed by any jonin present. It is not renowned for its technique, but rather for its vast range and tremendous chakra consumption. I demand a pause in the match. This individual must be cheating. Tong Chao Yi'er bellowed, pointing at the screen with indignation. No matter what, Tong Chao Yi'er could not believe that Dongfang Xuan, a recently graduated genin, could wield such a terrifying ninjutsu. If you have concerns, you may report to the Hokage, but I can assure you that Dongfang Xuan is merely a newly graduated genin. Shiyu Jinhong cast a cold glance at Tong Chao Yi'er, her voice deep and unwavering. When it comes to Dongfang Xuan, Shiyu Jinhong would not yield an inch. How can this be? We are not fools. This person's ninjutsu already surpasses that of most jonin. Tong Chao Yi'er shouted, jabbing a finger at Shiyu Jinhong. Observing Tong Chao Yi'er's demeanor, Shiyu Xinhong furrowed her brow. However, before she could respond, Dongfang Xuan stepped in front of Tongchao Yiren. His voice was grave, revealing a rare fierceness. We in Konoha can confirm Dongfang Xuan's identity. He has only graduated 1 or 2 months ago, and we have detailed records. As he spoke, Dongfang Xuan glanced at the display screen. Our people dare to be scrutinized, but do your team members dare to stand against it? If there are further baseless suspicions, I shall deem you as targeting Konoha. Dongfang Xuan's words, sharp yet subtle, left Tongchao Yiren momentarily speechless. Moreover, seeing the three-pronged kunai in Dongfang Xuan's hand quelled any urge to retaliate. I will report your actions to the Mizukage. Tongchao Yiren finally spat out an inconsequential threat before falling silent. As this unfolded, the crowd's attention returned to the battlefield, observing the colossal waves surging forth. Kisame Hoshigaki and Zabuza Momochi looked on with satisfaction at the duo's combined ninjutsu. Such an exaggerated technique would be difficult for even the elite jonin of the village to withstand. It seemed that their strength was nearing that of the village's elite. Just as Zabuza was reveling in excitement, he was jolted by the violent sounds of collision and the piercing steam rising. The enormous waves obscured their view of Dongfang Xuan's actions, leaving Zabuza to speculate. However, upon witnessing the flickering flames and steam above the waves, his heart skipped a beat. Recalling that terrifying wind release, he was momentarily alarmed. How can this be? Fire release. Just as he uttered these words, the central water curtain was torn apart amid the overwhelming waves, revealing a torrent of crimson flames surging toward them. Quick, Kisame, he exclaimed. But the massive flames had already engulfed their figures. The colossal waves were evaporated by the fire release, gradually descending into mist, resembling the earlier mist technique. However, the mist clung to the skin, emanating a slight warmth. Dongfang Xuan unleashed a powerful wind release technique, dispersing the dense fog once more. This artificial mist, unlike the hidden mist technique, was merely a temporary tool. Once blown away by wind release, it was difficult to coalesce again. Would Kisame Hoshigaki and Zabuza Momochi still be alive? A sudden unease gripped Dongfang Xuan, as he had just eliminated these significant supporting characters. Would the unfolding narrative be altered? He hastily leaped toward the spot where Kisame and Zabuza had stood moments before. As the mist dissipated, 2 large water spheres emerged, revealing Zabuza and Kisame within. Observing this, Kakashi, who had been following closely behind, could not help but exclaim, "Water prison technique?" Inside the 2 massive water spheres, Zabuza and Kisame each extended a hand into the other sphere to maintain their respective prisons, utilizing the water prison technique to neutralize the flames. Their prowess in ninjutsu was undeniably formidable. Within the confines of the water prison, Zabuza regarded Dongfang Xuan with an expression of disbelief. Yet, in the next moment, both water prisons simultaneously shattered, and the 2 tumbled to the ground, unconscious. Dongfang Xuan crouched down to gently pat Zabuza's head. The water was scalding. Had he prolonged the duration of his fire release technique, Zabuza and Kisame would have become mere fish soup. Quick, we forfeit this exam. The furious shout of Tsukasa Yabaru reverberated like thunder. He was genuinely frightened. After all, Zabuza and Kisame were both geniuses of the hidden mist. Should Dongfang Xuan eliminate them on the spot, he, as their supervising jonin, would have no explanation to give to their village. In the Leaf Village, there existed no rule permitting the execution of incapacitated opponents. A's voice followed closely, laced with an unmistakable tension. It was not that A sought to assist Tsukasa Yabaru, but rather that there were still Cloud Village shinobi on the battlefield. If Dongfang Xuan were to eradicate all the hidden mist warriors, the Cloud Village ninjas would not escape unscathed either. Dongfang Xuan will not resort to violence. Yuhi Kurenai scoffed lightly, her tone dripping with derision. Indeed, Dongfang Xuan would not strike. The Leaf Village held no inclination toward executing prisoners. Her words emphasized the term prisoners with particular weight, not only mocking the hidden mist's penchant for slaying captives, but also branding their lower-ranked ninjas as prisoners. Despite his face flushing crimson, Tsukasa Yabaru said nothing, as the circumstances left him no room for protest. In the marshy terrain, Dongfang Xuan and Kakashi thoroughly searched Zabuza and Kisame. The Earth Scroll, we have passed. Dongfang Xuan brandished the Earth Scroll for Kakashi to see, while hastily stuffing Zabuza's money into his own pockets. Kakashi rolled his eyes at Dongfang Xuan's antics. continuing to collect the ninja tools from Kisame. Meanwhile, the trio from the Cloud Village stood together. Hiki's injuries were somewhat severe, and Taguchi attempted to bandage and treat him. Uchiha sure held a kunai, intently watching the three from the Cloud Village, while the wooden figure similarly focused on Uchiha sure. Both sides were wary of a sudden assault from the other. Taniguchi administered a rudimentary bandage to Shi's wounds, murmuring softly to Yumu. Yumu, retreat. With that, he hoisted Shi onto his back, intending to distance themselves from Dongfang Xuan and his companions. Just as he lifted his foot, a series of sharp sounds pierced the air. Several shurikens struck the muddy ground mere inches before him, splattering mud onto his trousers. Startled, Taniguchi froze, eliciting a muffled groan from Shi due to the pain. Dongfang Xuan, wielding a shuriken, fixed an unwavering gaze upon Taniguchi and slowly began to speak. Are you deaf? Did I not specify? Males on the left, females on the right. And those who are neither in the center. Taniguchi, filled with trepidation, swallowed nervously, his palms slick with sweat. He could not fathom the intentions of this Konoha ninja. He inched closer to Yumu, the two standing side by side, resembling two agitated cats, glaring intently at Dongfang Xuan. Hurry, give me the scroll. I prefer not to handle it myself. Upon hearing this, Taniguchi exhaled in relief, retrieving a scroll from his robe and tossing it to Dongfang Xuan. Dongfang Xuan caught the scroll and opened it for inspection. The heavenly scroll? Very well, you may leave. With a cheerful demeanor, he stowed the scroll away and turned to depart. In a flash, Taniguchi and his companions vanished from sight. At the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at his desk, which was cluttered with an array of documents. Hokage-sama. A shadow appeared abruptly before the desk, an umbu wearing a raccoon mask half kneeling on the ground. Speaking in a hushed tone. Speak, what is the matter? Sarutobi Hiruzen's mood was grim. During the Chunin exams, the probing actions of neighboring nations had intensified, and the recent security pressures had weighed heavily upon him. Not to mention, Dongfang Xuan was impersonating him. With this thought, Sarutobi wiped his face and looked up at the umbu. The umbu began to relay information. Hokage-sama, the second round of the Chunin exams has concluded. Sarutobi, momentarily taken aback, was jolted into alertness by the umbu's words. What? It has ended? Was it not supposed to last 3 days? He inquired, puzzled. The umbu shook his head and elaborated on the events in detail. You mean to say that Dongfang Xuan defeated the elites from the Cloud and Mist villages? Subsequently, Cloud and Mist seized teams from other small nations, leaving only 4 teams to complete the exam? The umbu nodded affirmatively. Dongfang Xuan, Sarutobi murmured, lightly drumming his fingers on the desk. He had previously regarded Dongfang Xuan's ninja prowess with considerable esteem. Yet upon hearing of his ability to utilize fire release to counter 2 formidable waterfall techniques, Sarutobi realized that his initial assessment had merely scratched the surface of Dongfang Xuan's capabilities. How many more surprises do you have in store? Sarutobi nodded, his expression brightening as he surveyed the documents before him, feeling significantly uplifted. Where is Jiraiya now? He inquired while reviewing the papers. Hokage-sama. Jiraiya-sama is currently in the Rain Village. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi furrowed his brow. It was a critical time for Konoha, and he pondered why Jiraiya was frequently visiting the Rain Village. Hokage-sama. Jiraiya-sama is there caring for 3 war orphans. Sarutobi Hiruzen, filled with indignation, slammed his palm upon the table. In the midst of such bustling activity in Konoha, how could he possibly find the inclination to tend to the orphans of war? Lord Jiraiya had proclaimed that one of these orphans was the child of prophecy. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen sighed heavily and remarked, very well. You shall inform him to expedite matters. The current situation in the ninja world is becoming increasingly perilous. Yes, Hokage-sama, came the response, and with that, the umbu vanished from sight. Left alone in the office, Hiruzen gazed out at the Hokage rock, the embers of his smoking pipe flickering erratically. The horn for the 3rd Chunin exam was to sound the following day. The dueling arena was already prepared, and by then, all the genin who had passed the first 2 rounds would gather there, competing until one emerged victorious in the Chunin exam. A considerable crowd was anticipated. The common folk of Konoha would arrive before dawn to secure front row seats, children perched upon their father's shoulders, waving faded little flags. The heads and elders of various clans would occupy the elevated seats, meticulously observing the proceedings. On the eastern side, Dongfang Xuan sat before the divination table. his fingertips delicately pinching a divination stick, the character for heaven glowing coldly in the candlelight. Heaven represents the sky. Dongfang Xuan contemplated the open divination sticks before him. Barring any unforeseen events on the morrow, he was destined to sail smoothly to victory. His ambitions stretched far, yet this moment must not be mishandled. He needed to ensure his name resounded throughout the ninja world, that everyone would come to know of his illustrious reputation. Victory was not merely a goal. It was essential that he secured it in such a manner that it would be etched in the memories of all spectators for a lifetime. More importantly, he needed to solidify the name Xuan. He intended to leverage this grand occasion to engrave himself in the memories of the prominent clans, allowing the Hokage to disseminate his name across the villages, akin to the yellow flash that symbolized the speed of Minato Namikaze. Xuan was to become his indelible mark. The battle on the morrow must be swift and decisive, yet equally spectacular. Is it true that only these 4 teams will participate in the third round of the exam? The dueling arena was teeming with spectators. Ninjas in the front row stood on tiptoe, while villagers in the back craned their necks. Their gazes fixated on the several ninja teams in the center of the arena, their murmurs drifting through the air like fine raindrops. Is that the child of Sarutobi? That child with shark-like teeth is said to hail from the village hidden in the mist. No wonder he appears so formidable. Seated atop the elevated platform of the dueling arena, Sarutobi Hiruzen gently tapped his fingers on the armrest, his gaze sweeping across the assembly below. Aside from the exclusive VIP section reserved for the Hokage, the seats below were filled with individuals from various walks of life, jonin leaders from other villages, wealthy merchants from the Land of Fire, and, most significantly, the heads of noble clans. Yamashiro Kaichi tapped his fingers lightly upon his knee, while Akimichi Choji sat with arms crossed, and Nara Shikaka scrutinized the dueling arena's participants. Hyuga Hizashi furrowed his brow, his gaze settling on the arena where his brother, Hyuga Hayashi, stood with a calm demeanor. Uchiha Fugaku pressed his knuckles against the table, his fingertips turning pale. Though the Yuhi clan was represented only by Kurenai and her father, Kurenai still occupied the seat designated for clan heads out of respect, her eyes fixed upon Dongfang Xuan. At this moment, Dongfang Xuan, alongside Uchiha Shiki and Kakashi, stood waiting on the southern side of the dueling arena, meticulously observing the crowd gathered on the platform. As the gaze of the crimson sunset met his own, the expression of the crimson sunset was intricate and contemplative. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku's face was etched with sorrow as he fixated on Uchiha Shizun. Shizun tightened her grip on the kunai, while Kakashi narrowed his eyes, his gaze sweeping cautiously over the other 3 teams. The squads from the other villages, Kumogakure, Kirigakure, and Awagakure, stood poised at the northern, eastern, and western positions, respectively. After a brief pause, all the examiners stood upright, their hands resting on their weapon pouches, their eyes scanning the 4 teams, the tension in the air palpable. The formation master from Konoha accelerated the hand seals, the intricate sequence of signs shimmering with rapidity. A pale blue light curtain emanated from the ground, spreading along the edges of the arena, ultimately converging in the center, encircling the 4 teams within. From the elevated platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen gradually rose, his hand pressing firmly against the table's edge. Clearing his throat, he infused his voice with chakra, projecting it with a resonance that penetrated the light curtain. Welcome, everyone. I, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, hereby officially declare the final examination of the Chunin exams to commence. As his words fell, applause erupted like thunder from the audience. The villagers in the stands clapped enthusiastically, while the ninjas' applause resonated with reverence. The steady clapping of the clan heads on the platform melded with the sound, creating a tremor in the air. In this moment, the faces of the prominent clans reflected a sense of acknowledgement, and the cheers of the common folk were filled with admiration, enveloping the entire arena in an atmosphere of respect for the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly raised both hands, palms facing downward, exerting a gentle pressure. The chakra swirled anew, his voice lowering slightly, yet becoming even clearer. The applause on the platform ceased instantly, and the sounds from the stands dwindled to a sparse few, leaving only the faint clapping of children, which soon faded into silence. For this Chunin exam, I have prepared an exceptional reward for the first place. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the crowd, landing precisely on the figure of Dongfang Xuan, his eyes glinting with a subtle, fleeting anticipation. The title I bestow upon this year's champion shall be Guardian of the River. the moment the three words left his lips. The platform and stands erupted into a cacophony of whispers. The unexpected announcement caught everyone off guard. Who could have anticipated that the third Hokage would personally confer such an honor during the Chunin exams? This title, bestowed by the Hokage himself, was among the highest accolades in Konoha. The lower-ranking ninjas in the stands were restless, many secretly regretting their absence from this competition. The astonishment was not confined to the villagers and ninjas of Konoha. The leading instructors from other villages wore expressions of disbelief. On the platform, Tsunade, once brimming with arrogance, now clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles cracking as her previously elevated chin dropped, her gaze fixed intently on the direction of Kirigakure. Zabuza's hand rested firmly on the hilt of his sword. Tsunade swallowed hard, murmuring under her breath, "You two must secure the championship." If Kirigakure can claim first place from Konoha, it would be an immense honor. Not only her, but A from Kumagakure also crossed his arms. The veins on his forearms taut, his eyes blazing with intensity as they scanned the young ninjas in his team. A stroked his chin, his gaze oscillating between his team members and the coveted title of Guardian of the River. Everyone is eyeing this name with keen interest. The 5 great ninja villages are acutely aware that border tensions are escalating, and the specter of comprehensive warfare looms ominously over the ninja world. At this moment, each village is eager to fortify its own reputation before the outbreak of war. In the ninja realm, numerous opportunistic merchants and hired ninjas abound. Only a name of considerable renown can entice them to join. If one could secure the name of Konoha and promote it slightly, the village's prestige would inevitably suffer a severe blow. Sarutobi Hiruzen reclined in his chair, his gaze fixed on Dongfang Xuan, silently contemplating. "Young man, I have unveiled what you sought. Whether you can seize it now depends solely on your capabilities." In the arena, Uchiha Sure abruptly turned to Dongfang Xuan, his eyes wide with disbelief. Kakashi's throat bobbed as he contemplated speaking, but he swallowed his words. To any observer, the name seemed tailor-made for Dongfang Xuan. He exhaled softly, brushing his fingers against his temple, a flicker of helplessness crossing his mind. Hiruzen's premature announcement was undoubtedly a gamble. He surmised that if he could triumph and claim the title, the Hokage would no longer impose restrictions on his ninja endeavors. By igniting the name early, he could also enhance Huchuan's reputation more naturally. However, failure would deal a significant blow to his reputation, relegating him to the role of a mere prophetic tool, devoid of any connection to ninjutsu. Yet, the corners of Dongfang Xuan's mouth curled into a more pronounced smile, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. In the face of absolute strength, one must meet the challenge head-on. With this thought, his smile grew more exuberant, and Kakashi and Sure, witnessing his demeanor, fell silent. At that moment, a jonin appeared in the center of the arena, standing tall. The duel arena, inspired by a forest, was surrounded by towering trees near the high walls, with a clear space in the center. This design not only provided a complex environment for ninja battles, but also allowed villagers to observe the matches unobstructed. The jonin stood in the arena, holding a roster, glancing over a few individuals before slowly speaking. "The final match will be primarily one-on-one, and I shall now announce the combatants." Just as he began, Dongfang Xuan stepped forward and spoke calmly. "I have a suggestion. I shall face all 3 teams alone, which would expedite the process." His gentle words resounded in the ears of all present like a thunderclap. "What?" The jonin, taken aback by Dongfang Xuan's seemingly jestful tone, momentarily froze. "I said I will take on 8 opponents." Dongfang Xuan's voice rose, not loud, but piercing through the arena like a sharpened blade. Kakashi took a half-step forward, his hand reaching out to grasp Dongfang Xuan's arm. However, as the words escaped his lips, Dongfang Xuan's declaration reverberated throughout the venue, leaving his hand suspended in midair. His eyes beneath the forehead protector filled with urgency. For a moment, the atmosphere felt suspended, but the next instant, the entire arena erupted. "What? 1 person against 8? Are you insane? How is that possible? This guy has lost his mind." The voices of disbelief from the villagers and ninjas resonated throughout the dueling arena, while the expressions of the clan leaders on the platform were a tapestry of complexity. Yamashiro Hachi, Akimichi Dingswa, and Nara Shikaku wore serious expressions, their gazes fixed intently on Dongfang Xuan, as if attempting to discern the source of his audacity. Hyuga Hizashi and Hyuga Hinata also scrutinized Dongfang Xuan, with Hizashi's countenance reflecting palpable disdain. "What a show-off. As the leader of the foremost clan in Konoha, Hisashi had little regard for this commoner, especially since no members of the Hyuga clan were participating in this Chunin exam. To him, it was merely a farce. Standing beside his elder brother, Hinata's lips moved. Yet he ultimately refrained from speaking, his gaze heavy as it lingered on the center of the arena. Dongfang Xuan, do not overestimate yourself. A shared thought flitted through the minds of Sarutobi Hisashi, Yuhi Kurenai, and Uchiha Fugaku. Are you truly certain you wish to battle alone? The Jounin could hardly contain their disbelief, skepticism practically spilling from their eyes. Once again, they inquired of Dongfang Xuan, who nodded resolutely. The Jounin then turned their attention to the highest platform, their gaze settling upon Sarutobi Hisashi, awaiting the Hokage's pronouncement. At that moment, a from Kumogakure suddenly slammed his hands down on the armrest, the legs of the chair screeching against the floor, with his arms crossed and muscles taut. The veins in his arms pulsed visibly. Hokage-sama, this exam is hosted by Konoha, and thus the rules should rightfully be determined by Konoha. However, Dongfang Xuan's insistence on fighting alone is an affront to us. If Konoha merely speaks without action, I can only interpret this as an insult to the land of lightning. A's rapid response was both logical and compelling. Following suit, Sachinoka Jinara from a Wagakure rose to his feet, adding, indeed, Hokage-sama, should Dongfang Xuan merely make empty claims. I would consider this a slight against the land of water. The leading Jounin from a Wagakure echoed his sentiment, and soon several Jounin from various villages joined in unison. Their eyes fixed on Sarutobi Hisashi, clearly seeking to exert pressure. Taking a slow breath, Sarutobi Hisashi smirked slightly. Since Dongfang Xuan wishes to undertake this battle alone, Konoha shall not oppose his decision. Upon hearing Hisashi's words, A scoffed, realizing the cunning nature of the Hokage. Hisashi's remarks had deftly transformed Dongfang Xuan's perceived arrogance into a mere attempt at valor. Acknowledging Hisashi's nod, the Jounin also turned back. Thus, for the next stage, Dongfang Xuan will face the combined teams of Kumogakure, Kirigakure, and Awagakure, totaling 8 opponents. Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui exchanged worried glances, retreating from the illuminated arena, their concerns evident. Now, let the battle commence. As the Jounin's words echoed, his figure blurred into an afterimage, vanishing from sight and retreating beyond the illuminated barrier. Go, eliminate this arrogant fool. Let him know the might of a Wagakure. The trio from a Wagakure surged forward, brimming with confidence, having never encountered Dongfang Xuan before. This guy has unwittingly set us up for a splendid opportunity. You're finished. Last time you relied on secret techniques, but this time, luck will not be on your side. As the dry persimmon Kisame and Zabuza exchanged glances, they propelled themselves off the ground with a forceful push, darting forward like arrows in pursuit of the rock-hidden ninjas, heading east towards Dongfang Xuan. Meanwhile, the 3 members of the cloud-hidden team did not rush out immediately. They closely trailed the 5 in front of them. We lingered at the back, waiting for an opportune moment, for I believe that this leaf ninja was not as simple as he appeared. She spoke slowly, and soon the 3 of them found themselves 10 meters behind Zabuza and Kisame. Zabuza turned to glance at the 3 from Cloud Hidden and cursed under his breath. Cowards. The 3 leading rock ninjas had already completed their hand seals, causing the ground to heave violently. 3 massive clods of earth, akin to grinding stones, hurtled towards Dongfang Xuan with a whistling sound. Following closely was a colossal fireball, radiating intense heat. At that moment, 2 clear female voices pierced through the chaotic battlefield. Xianjun, go for it. As the rock and fire projectiles approached, Dongfang Xuan turned his gaze towards the sound. Not far away in the stands, Hong leaned against the railing, her small face flushed, while Lin embraced her shoulder, both fervently waving at him, their eyes brimming with concern and encouragement. Seeing their expressions, Dongfang Xuan's lips curved into a slight smile. He brought his index and middle fingers together, gently tapping his temple before waving outward, signaling them to be at ease. Damn it, still putting on airs even when death is imminent. Noticing Dongfang Xuan's nonchalant demeanor, a hot-headed rock ninja abruptly drew a kunai from his waist, pushing off with force to break formation and charge forward, aiming to stab Dongfang Xuan in the chest. Come on, let me stretch my limbs. Dongfang Xuan spoke slowly, his voice calm like a still lake. In the next instant, the atmospheric pressure plummeted as the chakra within Dongfang Xuan's body seemed to retract, pooling within him. First gate of the 8 gates, open. Second gate, rest gate, open. Third gate, Life Gate, open. As the three gates swung open simultaneously, a palpable wave of energy erupted around Dongfang Xuan, akin to an invisible wall thrusting outward with ferocity. The incoming rock projectiles and fireballs were deflected before they could draw within 3 meters of him, sent soaring away by this violent chakra. There were no flamboyant techniques, no intricate secret arts, only the most brutal and pure chakra impact. The leading rock ninja was caught off guard by the force of the wave, stumbling and instinctively halting. Fear finally dawning in his eyes, daring not to advance further. Then let us begin our dance, Dongfang Xuan articulated slowly. As the foremost rock ninja heard the phrase begin our dance, Dongfang Xuan had already flashed to his side in an instant. Leaf scale, with a crack of air, his whipping kick exploded forth, crashing heavily against the side of the rock ninja's waist. The ninja felt a tearing pain in his kidneys. His body struck as if by a massive hammer, momentarily frozen in place. In the next second, he involuntarily spun away, collapsing to the ground, curled up and clutching his waist, evidently devoid of combat capability. What? In the blink of an eye, one of his teammates had already been sent flying. The remaining 2 rock ninjas stood momentarily stunned, halting their steps to glance at the position recently occupied by Dongfang Xuan. Losing focus is certainly not a commendable habit. Dongfang Xuan's eerie voice reverberated in their ears. In that instant, their hearts raced faster than ever before, and the rock ninjas hurriedly scanned their surroundings. No one. Where could he be? Just then, a sound of disturbed air echoed from above. They abruptly looked up, only to find Dongfang Xuan had leaped into the air, suspended beneath a faint blue luminescence, his hands swiftly forming seals. As the fire release technique, Great Fire Extinguishing, was completed, Dongfang Xuan opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of raging flames. Those on the ground were momentarily blinded by a flash of crimson. The orange flames coalesced into an expansive net, descending with an unbearable wave of heat. A sea of fire surged towards them. How could such power, such chakra, be possible? The immense inferno shattered the resolve of the rock ninjas, rendering them motionless as if all hope had dissipated. Don't you dare lose focus, Zabuza's voice rang out. And at that moment, he had no time to ponder the village relations. Dongfang Xuan's strength had far exceeded their expectations. Only a combined effort of 8 could yield any chance of victory. Water style, water barrier, simultaneously shouted Kisame Hashigaki and Zabuza as they struck the ground, summoning 2 towering walls of water that rose to shield them. The 3 from the hidden clouds swiftly followed suit, connecting their water barriers to form a curved curtain of liquid. At the instant of collision between water and fire, steam erupted violently, enveloping half of the arena in a white haze. Yet, the fervor of the flames showed no signs of abating, slowly pushing the water barrier forward. Quick! Get out of the way! Hickey's voice was urgent as he dashed to the left. The others, witnessing this, abandoned their formation and rolled aside in haste. A massive inferno crashed down upon the ground, igniting a roaring blaze. Those who narrowly escaped were drenched in cold sweat, gazing at the sea of fire, their throats tightening with the realization that had they been a moment slower, they would have been reduced to ashes. Go, Dongfang Xuan. On the stands, Sunset Red leaned over the railing, her voice barely above a whisper, fully aware that Dongfang Xuan could not hear her, yet unable to restrain her encouragement. Behind her, Rin embraced her shoulder, confusion evident in her eyes. Red, when did Dongfang Xuan become so powerful? She felt as though she had missed something significant. Observing the uncontainable excitement on Red's face, suddenly feeling an inexplicable distance. At that moment, on the stands, the ordinary villagers and ninjas had long ceased their earlier mockery, their mouths agape in astonishment as they beheld the battleground. Dongfang Xuan exhibited a terrifying dominance, striking each heart with the weight of a hammer. On the platform, expressions varied among the onlookers, but all gazes and thoughts were irrevocably drawn to the figure in the arena. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a profound sense of satisfaction. It seemed this battle was nearly assured. Sunset Uzumaki's eyes sparkled with delight. Now, the Uzumaki clan was firmly allied with Dongfang Xuan, and his growing strength only served to elevate her own standing. In the mountains, the trio of Hachichi, Akuto, and Narashikaku were taken aback, for they had never anticipated that Dongfang Xuan could so openly suppress 8 individuals. Hinata Hinashi felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that his earlier comments had come back to haunt him. Each person held different thoughts and expressions, Yet they were united in their astonishment at Dongfang Xuan's formidable prowess. Within the arena, after releasing his ninjutsu amidst the steam and mist, Dongfang Xuan once again vanished into the shadows. Stand back to back. Do not give him the chance to take us down one by one. Zabuza, nursing his aching ribs, called out swiftly. His extensive combat experience was now revealing his potential as a tactician. The ninjas from Kirigakure, Yuki, and Iwagakure quickly gathered, forming a protective circle, their vigilant gazes scanning the surroundings to seal off every possible angle. Dongfang Xuan concealed himself behind a fragmented pillar at the edge of the arena, his eyes gently closed. The positions of the eight, their breathing patterns, the flow of their chakra, even the minute tension in their muscles, were vividly rendered in his mind. Akin to a 3D model. With his heightened perception, Dongfang Xuan could observe every move of his adversaries without revealing his own position. Yet the eight stood like startled hedgehogs, brimming with vigilance, leaving no openings. You are a sensory ninja, aren't you? Quickly locate him. Zabuza turned to Hiki, lowering his voice. This guy excels at ambushes. We must not afford him the opportunity to unleash a powerful attack. Understood. Hiki nodded, swiftly forming hand seals. Lightning release, lightning sensation. A delicate web of pale blue chakra spread outward, but the extensive coverage quickly caused beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. As the chakra consumption exceeded his expectations, draining his color. There's no need to search. I am right here. Dongfang Xuan's voice suddenly resonated from the left side of the eight, laced with a hint of menace. Almost instinctively, Zabuza tightened his grip on his sword and swung it fiercely to the left. The blade sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, fueled by tremendous force. Clang. The sound of metal clashing erupted, brilliant sparks flying between the two. What? Zabuza's eyes widened in disbelief. Dongfang Xuan had effortlessly parried his decisive strike with nothing but a kunai, which seemed almost welded to the blade, remaining immovable despite Zabuza's exertion. Good reflexes, but unfortunately, your strength falls short. Before Zabuza could respond, Dongfang Xuan's empty right hand transformed into a fist, striking with the force of a howling gale directly into Zabuza's abdomen. In that instant, Zabuza felt as though his organs had been turned upside down by a colossal hammer. A wave of metallic sweetness surging up his throat as his body was uncontrollably hurled backward. He spun clumsily in midair, barely managing to stabilize himself with his blade while clutching his stomach, violently coughing as cold sweat drenched his attire. At that moment, the remaining seven lunged toward Dongfang Xuan simultaneously. Sharp blades, short swords, kunai, and shuriken sparkled with lethal intent, sealing off all routes of escape for Dongfang Xuan. Yet, instead of retreating, he advanced, his feet lightly tapping the ground as he leapt into the air, evading a barrage of attacks with graceful agility. He swiftly completed the hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. An orange-red fireball soared, crashing down towards the crowd, while Dongfang Xuan's figure vanished once more amidst the smoke. Water release, water dragon bullet. The quick-witted Kisame, with a swift motion, pressed his hands to the ground, summoning a torrent of water that transformed into a water dragon. Colliding with the fireball, the two ninjutsu clashed, sending steam billowing into the air. As the mist dissipated, Dongfang Xuan stood 20 meters away, a smirk playing on his lips, observing them with an air of leisure. Damn it, at this rate, we will eventually be worn down. Zabuza, clutching his still painful abdomen, staggered back to the formation, his voice laced with agitation. Who has a way to restrict his speed? The power of his ninjutsu is terrifying, and his physical speed is astonishing. That punch earlier surpassed even that of his peers. On the platform, the clan leaders of noble families whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with awe. This boy, with dual A-rank abilities, is truly a polymath? Ordinary ninjas possess limited energy, usually specializing in one area, yet he excels in both, reaching such heights. Even against some elite jonin, he would likely hold his ground. Amidst their exclamations, it became evident to all that Dongfang Xuan's strength transcended the mere label of genius. At that moment, even Kakashi, typically regarded as a prodigy, appeared somewhat diminished under Dongfang Xuan's brilliance. The ordinary ninjas and villagers remained entranced by Dongfang Xuan's fearsome combat prowess, repeatedly recalling the cataclysmic ninjutsu and lightning-fast physical techniques. However, on the platform, the clan leaders contemplated even deeper. Their astonishment stemmed not only from Dongfang Xuan's strength, but also from the revelation of such power only now. Possessing strength, yet remaining unassuming may seem ordinary. But when combined with top-tier abilities, it transforms into the most formidable trump card. People fear neither sheep nor lions, for one can kill while the other can hide. But all individuals dread the venomous snakes and scorpions lurking in the shadows. The head of the Inuzuka clan clenched his fists, barely containing his excitement. He pondered, if we could bring Dongfang Xuan into the Inuzuka clan, even through a mere alliance, the family status would surely elevate. This young man possesses strength, reputation, and, more importantly, an admirable composure. I have an idea. Suddenly, the leading IWNine spoke, retreating 2 steps to the end of the line, pressing his hands to the ground. His knuckles turning white from exertion. What do you intend to do? Kisame narrowed his eyes, his shark-like teeth gleaming ominously, clearly skeptical of this unexpected proposal. Have you heard of the Earth Release, Earth Prison Technique? The IWNine inquired. Most shook their heads, but Zabuza furrowed his brow. I know of it. It's a ninjutsu that confines the opponent within walls of earth. The IWNine nodded, his speech quickening. I can exhaust all my chakra to create a massive earth prison, enveloping all of us within. This barrier can absorb chakra within its range. I can control the absorption intensity, theoretically suppressing his chakra flow. The earth prison will restrict his movement, and we can seize the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. This is our final opportunity. Otherwise, we shall be systematically worn down by him. He spoke, his gaze firmly fixed on Dongfang Xuan, his pupils calculating the extent of the barrier that needed to be established. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zai Bujan tapped his fingers against the scabbard and ultimately nodded. We shall suppress his ninjutsu with sealing techniques and confine his movements with an earth prison. That leaves him with only formidable taijutsu. However, the 7 of us might still prevail. This is our last chance. With this declaration, the plan was solidified. Prepare. The group swiftly adjusted their positions, with the rock ninja retreating to the farthest point to create space for the hand seals. The 2 from the hidden clouds stood in the center, ready to provide support at any moment. Zai Bujan, along with Kisame Hashigaki and Taguchi, took the lead, adopting an offensive stance. Have we concluded our discussion? Dongfang Xuan stood a short distance away, his chakra swirling around him. If we delay any longer, I will be compelled to act decisively. This statement was both a prompt and a taunt. Should things linger, his 8 gates would soon close. Were it not for the desire to prolong the encounter, he could have ended the battle before the 8 surrounded him. Move. Zai Bujan roared fiercely, stepping forward first, his blade slicing through the sunlight with a chilling arc aimed directly at Dongfang Xuan's face. Almost simultaneously, the rock ninja performed a series of hand seals at an astonishing speed. Earth style, earth prison, boom. The ground on either side of Dongfang Xuan erupted. 2 towering walls of earth rising swiftly, converging towards the center with incredible speed. Amidst the swirling dust, the earth walls met seamlessly in the air, forming an airtight oval shell that enveloped everyone inside completely. The sunlight was entirely blocked out, and darkness swiftly consumed all. Throughout this, Dongfang Xuan did not evade. He remained rooted in place. Feeling the gust of wind generated as the earth walls closed in, a hint of anticipation curling at the corners of his mouth. Earth style, earth prison? He murmured softly as he felt his chakra begin to be gradually absorbed. Is this not a technique later employed by ninjuro? However, it is not surprising that the rock ninja, skilled in earth techniques, would possess this move. You wish to draw me down to your level for a war of attrition? Since you enjoy competing on the same stage, I shall stoke the flames even further. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a divination card within Dongfang Xuan ignited brilliantly. At that moment, Zai Bujan's blade, accompanied by a sharp whistle, swung towards his head. Clang! The deafening sound of metal striking metal erupted in the enclosed space, causing eardrums to ache. A dazzling spark illuminated the interior of the earth prison for a fleeting moment, revealing Dongfang Xuan's defensive maneuver, as well as the kaleidoscopic Sharingan's phantom behind him. Zai Bujan's pupils constricted sharply, and his grip on the blade trembled violently. What is that phantom? Outside the earth prison, the commotion in the stands erupted instantaneously. What on earth is happening? Why has it been sealed? We bought tickets to witness a battle, not to watch a mound of earth. Refund. We demand a refund. The audience's dissatisfaction surged like a disturbed hornet's nest, shouts and curses mingling together, nearly overturning the stands. Unable to see what transpired inside, All that remained was a massive earthen shell standing in the center of the arena, causing considerable frustration. Yet, above the platform, an unusual silence prevailed. Tsuruhi Nikizane delicately twirled his pipe between his fingers, his gaze fixed upon the earthen prison, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. He discerned that even with his prior instructions, Dongfang Xuan had not unleashed his full potential. Had Dongfang Xuan been wholly intent on victory, the recent ambush, executed with the fire thunder assault technique, would have rendered the reactions and speeds of those lower-ranked ninjas utterly inconsequential, leading to an inevitable silence. However, Tsuruhi Nikizane chuckled softly, finding a certain satisfaction in the current state of affairs. Sunset Crimson rested his hands upon his knees, his knuckles subtly straining. He understood better than anyone that once Dongfang Xuan emerged from within, the outcome of this examination would be devoid of uncertainty. Uchiha Fugaku stared intently towards the earthen prison, his brow furrowed in concentration. Hyuga Hizashi sat composed, his exterior calm, while a tempest raged within. Regardless of the outcome, this young man, named Dongfang Xuan, had irrevocably captured the attention of Konoha's higher echelons. All present recognized that the victor within the prison would determine numerous fates. Should the 8 individuals inside achieve the miraculous, the very fabric of the ninja world might tremble. Yet, if Dongfang Xuan were to break free, the fate awaiting those 8 would be nothing short of an overwhelming devastation. Time seemed to stretch infinitely within this tense enclosure. Uncertain of how long had passed, all eyes were fixated upon the earthen shell. The audience in the stands had long since quieted, the villagers pressing their lips together, their gazes locked onto the modest earthen barrier. Hidden within it lay the dignity of Konoha and the land of fire. Should the title of Hashikawa fall into the hands of a foreign ninja, it would be a profound disgrace for Konoha. In that moment, anticipation mounted for the shell to shatter, for Dongfang Xuan's figure to emerge. Xiankuan, you must prevail. Hong clenched her fists against her chest, while Lin embraced her shoulders. Both resembling devout acolytes, their eyes fervently fixed on the earthen shell, silently praying. Amidst the collective anticipation, the earthen shell began to shift. Cracks spread across its surface like a spider's web. Initially faint, they rapidly expanded with a sharp crackling sound, debris cascading down. The murmurs in the stands faded away. Every gaze fixated on the immense earthen shell, breaths held in quiet suspense. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, as if a colossal hammer had struck the prison's apex, causing it to collapse instantaneously. Massive chunks of earth soared into the air amidst a cloud of dust, descending like a torrential downpour, the rising haze nearly obscuring half of the arena. All eyes remained glued to the swirling dust, eagerly awaiting the emergence of the victor. Every breath was held in anticipation. A figure burst forth from the rubble, propelled by a fierce gust of energy, landing gracefully atop the remnants of the prison. Dongfang Xuan. His attire was dusted with earth, a faint smile gracing his lips as he toyed with a kunai in hand. Though his chakra was no longer as tempestuous as before, it emanated a remarkable steadiness. As the dust settled, the scene within the prison was revealed. Among the ruins, Zabuza Momochi knelt on the ground, his chest heaving violently, a dark crimson stain marking the corner of his mouth. The long blade he had been leaning on was shattered into 2 pieces, with the shorter half precariously embedded in the ground, barely supporting him from falling. Dry persimmon Kisame lay on the ground, unconscious, clutching his shoulder. The 3 from Yunin stood with great difficulty. The most robust, Taniguchi, was covered in gruesome wounds, his left arm desperately propping up the swaying Yamuki, while his right arm cradled the unconscious Hiku, his jaw clenched tight, and cold sweat trickling down his cheek. The remaining IWA ninja lay sprawled on the ground, motionless, clearly beyond consciousness. Not a single one of the 8 could stand upright. Is this really the end? A voice murmured from the stands, filled with disbelief. The previously impenetrable earthen prison had succumbed in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, despite their collective struggle. Protect Xuan! Protect Xuan! Protect Xuan! It was unclear who first called out the name, but soon the cheers surged like a tide, sweeping across the entire duel arena. The villagers clapped their hands with fervor. The ninjas' eyes sparkled with admiration, and even the patriarchs of the noble families on the platform nodded in appreciation. This time, Konoha not only upheld its dignity, but also gained immense renown. Wonderful! Xianjun has succeeded. Hong, overwhelmed with excitement, grasped Lin's hand, her fingertips trembling and her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. Lin smiled and patted her hand. I knew it. At that moment, Kakashi, masked and alongside Uchiha Shizu, exchanged glances, taken aback by the unexpected outcome. Kakashi had never anticipated such an effortless victory for Dongfang Xuan. In his mind, Dongfang Xuan would at least have to fight hard for the win. It wasn't arrogance on Kakashi's part, after all. It had been less than a year since he first faced Dongfang Xuan, and he felt he was improving. Yet now, Dongfang Xuan had far surpassed him. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly rose, a look of satisfaction gracing his aged face, his voice resonating through the chakra across the arena. I hereby declare Dongfang Xuan the ultimate victor of this Chunin exam. From this day forth, the name of Xuan shall echo throughout Konoha. Protect Xuan! Protect Xuan! The cheers grew ever more fervent as the villagers waved their arms, showering their most heartfelt blessings upon the figure in the arena. Dongfang Xuan raised his hand, continuously gesturing to the crowd. Thank you, everyone. Standing at the center of the duel arena, bathed in the overwhelming applause, he appeared particularly dignified in the sunlight. How is this possible? Zabuza tightened his grip on the remaining piece of the short blade, his knuckles whitening, his eyes fixed on Dongfang Xuan, swirling with resentment and undeniable fear. Why do you possess such? Before he could finish, the last of his strength dissipated, causing Zabuza to drop the blade and collapse to the ground, completely losing consciousness. The medical team from Konoha had long been on standby, hastily entering the arena with stretchers, carefully lifting the unconscious ninjas while assisting those who could still walk out. Dongfang Xuan glanced down at the struggling individuals within the earthen prison, lightly tapping the ground with his toes, his form swiftly appearing beside Kakashi and Uchiha Shizu. It's over, he smiled at the two. Kakashi regarded Dongfang Xuan, unusually devoid of his sharp tongue, murmuring softly, "You, my friend." Uchiha sure gently pressed her lips together, ultimately releasing a soft sigh that could not conceal the complexity in her eyes, an amalgamation of reluctance, surprise, and an ineffable sentiment. At that moment, the supervising jonin hastily approached Dongfang Xuan, pausing briefly and displaying a hint of hesitation on his face. That is Xuan, he stammered, his voice somewhat hoarse. Directly addressing Dongfang Xuan by name after he had just secured victory seemed disrespectful. Yet, as the name Xuan lingered in the air, it felt somewhat awkward. His hands subconsciously fidgeting. Just call me Dongfang Xuan, he replied, turning with a natural smile, his tone calm, alleviating the jonin's discomfort. The jonin visibly relaxed, straightening his back to say, "The Hokage requests your presence to award you." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Xuan raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his mind. What scheme was Sarutobi Hiruzen, this old fox, concocting? However, considering the presence of ninjas from various nations at the Chunin exams, the award ceremony was both customary and a showcase of Konoha's glory. Leaving abruptly would seem inappropriate. He nodded and stepped towards the podium. The stairs leading to the podium were not long, yet it felt as though he was traversing a path under the scrutiny of countless eyes. The cheers from the audience had not ceased, their gazes following him, and discussions surged like a tide. On the podium, the high-ranking officials of Konoha awaited him. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the center, flanked by the heads of various clans and department elders, the atmosphere both solemn and expectant. As Dongfang Xuan ascended the final step of the podium, dozens of gazes converged upon him, some curious, some probing, some friendly, and others malicious. Dongfang Xuan, you have arrived. Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted with his characteristic warmth. Dongfang Xuan surveyed the crowd. Each expression reflected the individual's attitude towards him. Yuhi Kirin was particularly excited, as he was the only one in this circle with a close relationship to Dongfang Xuan. Next in line were Uchiha Fugaku and Tsunade, their eyes gleaming with joy, both harboring great expectations for this promising junior. Following them were the neutral clan heads and powerful figures like Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya, Yamanaka Inoichi, Akimichi Choza, and Narashikaku, all observing Dongfang Xuan with keen interest, intrigued by this suddenly rising talent. In contrast, Hyuga Hizashi maintained a sour expression, upholding the dignity of his prestigious clan, while Hyuga Hayashi stood behind Hizashi, offering a forced smile toward Dongfang Xuan. Yet, some scrutinies bore a distinctly malevolent intent. The leading ninjas from other nations, such as Tsuchikage and A, cast fierce glares at Dongfang Xuan, their eyes betraying ill intentions. However, amidst the presence of Konoha's high-ranking officials, few dared to express such hostility openly. Shimura Danzo was also fixated on Dongfang Xuan, his malevolence unmasked. Dongfang Xuan smiled back at Danzo, recognizing him as a dying man. Yet, within his current plans, Danzo still had some time to endure. This is Dongfang Xuan, indeed a remarkable figure, he mused. A chilling, viscous voice suddenly resonated, akin to a serpent's tongue gliding over skin. The hairs on Dongfang Xuan's back stood on end, and he instinctively tensed his body. Orochimaru had appeared beside him, his slitted gaze fixed intently upon him, the scrutiny in his eyes nearly penetrating. Orochimaru. Alarm bells rang in Dongfang Xuan's mind. This individual was a quintessential harbinger of danger, prioritizing the pursuit of knowledge over love for country or kin. Dongfang Xuan had no desire to entangle himself with Orochimaru. His current prowess was insufficient to roam freely within the ninja world, unless he ascended to the level of a Kage. It was best to remain off Orochimaru's radar. He was a foe who could not be easily vanquished, and once he latched on, escape would be nearly impossible, a nuisance more troublesome than a parasite. Who is this? Dongfang Xuan suppressed his unease and feigned ignorance, turning to inquire of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who stood beside him. Ha ha ha, you don't even know him? Tsunade's hearty laughter rang out as she pointed at Orochimaru and Jiraiya beside him. This is Orochimaru, and that is Jiraiya. We three are the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Oh, it is an honor to meet Lord Orochimaru. Dongfang Xuan quickly clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, speaking with deference, while skillfully averting his gaze from Orochimaru's penetrating stare. Orochimaru continued to scrutinize him, his pupils narrowing slightly, perhaps contemplating something inscrutable. Dongfang Xuan, truly a remarkable talent, he remarked cryptically before lapsing into silence, maintaining a cold gaze upon Dongfang Xuan. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward, breaking the tense atmosphere. Now, let us attend to the matter at hand. He presented a specially crafted Chunin vest, extending it toward Dongfang Xuan with a gentle yet authoritative tone. Dongfang Xuan, you have single-handedly triumphed over ninjas from several nations, not only showcasing the strength of Konoha, but also exemplifying the spirit inherent in a true ninja. From this day forth, you shall be known as the Guardian of Konoha, directly under the Hokage and eligible for Chunin-level mission assignments. Upon hearing these words, a profound silence enveloped the stage. With Hiruzen's declaration, it became evident to all that he intended to elevate Dongfang Xuan to the upper echelons of Konoha. Even the elite Jonin were not directly under the Hokage. Even the Umbu operated through a hierarchy of reports. Yet, Dongfang Xuan was granted the title of Guardian, directly accountable to the Hokage, marking his entrance into Konoha's upper ranks. More importantly, how young he was. With such talent and intellect, his future remained vast. Dongfang Xuan, you are now the guardian of Konoha and its future. Remember the ninja's sacred duty. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed him with satisfaction, his tone brimming with expectation. Just a Chunin, a talent yet to mature, hardly noteworthy, a frigid voice interjected. Satsukiyama Irina smirked, her tone laced with disdain. At this remark, the gazes of Konoha's crowd turned icy, all directed toward her. Unfazed, Satsukiyama Irina continued to glare at Dongfang Xuan, her voice carrying an implicit threat. Just a talent, mind you. Be cautious when undertaking missions. Should misfortune befall you one day, it would be quite the loss. With that, she emitted a cold chuckle, her malice unmistakable. As the crimson sun began to rise, Shiri Jinhong was about to retort. But Dongfang Xuan spoke first, his voice, though soft, resonating clearly across the stage. Indeed, genius is hardly remarkable. However, your Wuin's #1 genius, Zabuza Momochi, is famed for slaughtering all participating contestants. Pausing for effect, Dongfang Xuan's lips curled into a mocking smile. In my opinion, your Wuin's genius leaves much to be desired. Is your Chunin exam merely an exercise in slaughtering pigs? You. Tankea Aaron's face flushed crimson from the insult. Though he was an elite Jounin, this was Konohagakure's territory. Could he truly engage in combat before the Hokage? As his words fell, Uchiha Fugaku, Tsunade, and Shiri Jinhong positioned themselves resolutely before Dongfang Xuan, their gazes icy and unwavering, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. Pardon my bluntness, but is it not shameful for 8 to gang up on 1, resulting in such a disgrace? Dongfang Xuan's voice rang out again, laced with unreserved sarcasm. Yet do not be disheartened. Securing second place overall is commendable. His pointed remarks left the several jounin from other villages pale and breathless, yet they found themselves at a loss for words. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward, speaking in a measured tone. Enough, let us cease this. Dongfang Xuan, prepare to take the stage and accept the congratulations of all. Understood. Dongfang Xuan replied promptly. The jounin glared at him with a final venomous glance before reluctantly retreating to their positions. Swiftly donning his chunin vest, Dongfang Xuan turned and ascended the prominent exhibition platform, where he could survey the entire duel arena. Huchuan, Huchuan, Huchuan. The crowd erupted into a deafening cheer, the sound nearly lifting the roof off the building. Beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru suddenly smiled, a cold grin that sent shivers down the spine. Teacher, does Dongfang Xuan possess some extraordinary fortune? Hiruzen furrowed his brow at the question. What do you mean? Orochimaru licked his lips, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Is Dongfang Xuan a commoner from a village? Hiruzen nodded and explained. This child hails from a family of Konoha villagers, all of whom perished in the Second Shinobi World War. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Dongfang Xuan seemingly appeared out of nowhere 6 months ago. Until then, I had never even heard his name. What perplexes me most is his exaggerated strength. How could a mere teenager possess such formidable chakra and taijutsu? Understanding Orochimaru's thoughts, Hiruzen's tone grew serious. His strength has always been formidable. He simply excels at concealing it. The specifics of his circumstances are his own business and not of concern to others. As long as Dongfang Xuan remains a guardian of Huchuan, he will be a vital asset to Konoha. That said, Orochimaru continued to scrutinize Dongfang Xuan on the exhibition platform, his curiosity deepening rather than waning. After all, in this world, everything leaves a trace. Within the Hokage's office, the fragrant aroma of sandalwood lingered amidst the shelves and piles of documents. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat comfortably in his expansive chair, his fingers delicately gripping a pen as he meticulously reviewed the final report of the Chunin exams. The neat handwriting on the paper chronicled the remarkable feat of the Eastern mystic, who had single-handedly faced 8 opponents, a faint smile gracing his lips. In this examination, Konoha not only triumphed but also elevated the name of Hekawa throughout the ninja world, a glory sufficient to invigorate the village for a considerable time. Suddenly, a swift gust of wind shattered the tranquility of the room. A shadowy figure, trailing remnants of the air current, knelt abruptly before the desk, the sound of a knee striking the ground resonating painfully in the silence. Hokage-sama, urgent report. The Umbu member's mask concealed his face, revealing only a tightly drawn jawline, his voice trembling with barely concealed anxiety. Hiruzen paused, lifting his gaze to the figure, his usually gentle eyes darkening with concern. What is the matter that causes such alarm? Speak slowly. The Umbu drew a deep breath, his throat constricting as each word seemed to emerge with great difficulty. Hokage-sama, according to our informants, and corroborated by both Umbu and border scouts, it has been confirmed that the 3rd Kazekage of Sunagakure has been slain prior to the commencement of the Chunin exams, and his body has yet to be found. What? Hiruzen straightened abruptly, the pen clattering onto the desk. The 3rd Kazekage was widely acknowledged as the strongest of his kind, the pillar of Sunagakure. How could he have been so suddenly slain? The Umbu continued without pause, speaking more rapidly. Sunagakure has sealed all communications. During the Chunin exams, they mobilized numerous ninjas covertly within the borders to search for traces. However, their movements were detected by Kumogakure, whose vanguard has breached Sunagakure's defenses and is currently deep within their territory. A messenger from Sunagakure is en route, carrying a plea for assistance. They request Konoha to dispatch forces immediately. Please, Hokage-sama, make your decision. Before the words had fully left his lips, another shadow darted in, nearly colliding with the previous Umbu. Hokage-sama, frontline scouts report. This Umbu, hardly pausing for formalities, spoke with a wavering tone. The Wagakure has assembled at least 3 ninja battalions, using the land of grass as a staging ground, and is rapidly advancing towards our borders. Their vanguard has crossed the neutral zone and is now less than 50 kilometers from the borders of the Land of Fire. Please, Hokage-sama, make your decision. The 2 urgent reports struck Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart like heavy hammers. He slowly closed his eyes, his knuckles pressed against his brow, and when he reopened them, the warmth in his gaze had been replaced by a profound gravity. He extended his hand, somewhat stiffly reaching for the pipe on the edge of the desk. The tobacco crumbled slightly beneath his fingers, and it took 3 strikes of a match before it ignited. As he exhaled a cloud of smoke that obscured the lines on his face, he murmured, "War has indeed come." His voice was low, imbued with an ineffable weariness yet underscored by undeniable resolve. He pressed the pipe firmly into the ashtray, and as he stood, the chair scraped against the floor with a piercing sound. "Convey my orders. First, summon all elite jonin of Konoha. They are to convene in the conference room in 10 minutes. Second, immediately fetch Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Minato. Have them report directly to the conference room for briefing." "Yes, understood." 2 members of the Umbu responded almost simultaneously, their figures flickering before vanishing from the window, leaving behind only 2 swiftly retreating shadows. The office fell silent once more, enveloped in the heavy aroma of sandalwood mingled with tobacco. Sarutobi Hiruzen approached the window, gazing at the Hokage rock floating above the village of Konoha, his fingers tightly gripping the window frame. 5 minutes later, in a secluded chamber within the Hokage's office building, a large conference table was adorned with an enormous 1-to-1 scale sand table. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was frowning deeply, intently observing the sand table before him. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Minato Namikaze stood nearby, each bearing a furrowed brow. The advance guard from Iwagakure had divided into 3 teams for deployment. The Umbu spoke in hushed tones, lifting 3 black flags and placing them sequentially on the sand table, marking 3 locations in the land of grass. The first team secured the eastern hills. The second team controlled the central crossing, and the third team had reached the misty forest at the border, less than a day's journey from the land of fire. The faint sound of flags sinking into the sand resonated sharply in the stillness. The front line between Sunagakure and Kumogakure was marked by a jagged line drawn by the Umbu, primarily stalling at a canyon where Kumogakure's lightning brigade had breached the defenses. The puppet masters of Sunagakure had suffered significant losses and were retreating steadily. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen lifted his gaze, his voice stripped of its usual warmth, now carrying a steely edge. "Have the clan leaders arrived?" "Yes, Hokage-sama, they are waiting outside." The Umbu replied, bowing their heads. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, "Let them in." The Umbu opened the door, and in an instant, dozens of individuals surged into the conference room, filling the spacious area to capacity. The heads of various noble clans observed the arrangement on the sand table. As you can see, the conflict between Sunagakure and Kumogakure has been ongoing for some time, with the front lines continuing to shift. Sarutobi Hiruzen indicated the border between the 2 nations with his command staff. Sunagakure has dispatched envoys requesting assistance from Konoha, but the challenge lies in the fact that Iwagakure's advanced troops have already penetrated the land of grass, heading straight for the land of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen's intent was clear. He sought the opinions of the clan leaders. Upon his conclusion, the clan heads began to murmur among themselves, each expressing concern. "I believe Konoha should send some shinobi to support Sunagakure while primarily focusing on countering Iwagakure." Narashikaka spoke first, embodying the role of a strategist. His stance reflected that of the majority of the noble clans. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and continued, "We will dispatch our main forces to the land of grass to assist Sunagakure, while the remaining defensive units will remain on standby. Is there any dissent?" He surveyed the room, and upon seeing no objections, he nodded approvingly. "Then the battle plan is provisionally set. Next, we must address the distribution of personnel." The Konoha squad was attacked by Iwagakure's eastern dead forces, and we now need to dispatch an elite unit for support. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze towards Minato Namikaze. "Minato, your speed is exceptional. You shall lead this mission." Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Minato nodded in agreement. "Understood. Oh, and be sure to bring Kakashi along." Upon the conclusion of Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, a palpable silence enveloped the gathering. After all, with formidable foes looming, why would Hiruzen hasten the young talents of Konoha onto the battlefield? Nevertheless, despite their doubts, the assembly refrained from voicing their concerns. The mobile forces of Konoha quickly assembled. As the unit responsible for perimeter vigilance, they were already on standby. Once the orders were given, they sprang into action with remarkable swiftness. Each member shouldered their pre-packed provisions and swiftly lined up at the designated location outside the village. At that moment, in the open area beyond the village, an elite squad had formed, comprising 12 jonin and 24 chunin. This formidable force was led by Namikaze Minato, showcasing impressive combat strength. Report, Captain. The squad has assembled and is ready for departure. The squad leader stepped forward, addressing Akimichi Chudo with a serious tone, awaiting further instructions. Furrowing his brow, Chudo internally lamented, recognizing that as the vice-captain, it was not his place to make decisions. With the captain Namikaze Minato currently absent, the best course was to stabilize the team for the time being. We shall remain on standby until the captain is prepared, and then we will set forth, Chudo resolutely stated. His vague comment left the squad members in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, at the border of Konoha, amidst a bamboo grove and wooden cabins, Might Dai sat across a low table from Dongfang Xuan, 2 filled cups of sake and several plates of appetizers adorning the surface, along with braised meat purchased by Dongfang Xuan and a half-empty bottle of sake beside them. I attended the Chunin exams as well, though the tickets were rather pricey. The experience was exhilarating. Watching those boastful shinobi from other villages being brought low was truly satisfying, Dai exclaimed, slamming the table in enthusiasm. Before raising his cup and downing its contents in one go, the bottom of the cup emptying as his throat moved. Huh, what a delightful drink, Dai declared, setting down his cup and refilling it, some liquid splashing onto the table. Due to Dongfang Xuan's participation in the Chunin exams, Tsunade had graciously granted him a few days off, allowing him to accompany Sakura and Might Guy on some missions. Rin had also been at Konoha Hospital for further studies, under the tutelage of Teacher Chun. Today, by fortunate coincidence, Dongfang Xuan visited Might Dai. Uncle Dai, I raise a toast to you, Dongfang Xuan proclaimed, filling his cup and lightly clinking it against Dai's. Cheers, Dai exclaimed, downing another cup, his face flushed from the alcohol, yet his eyes remained bright. It was evident that Dai did not possess a high tolerance for alcohol. This was understandable. As a single father, his meager income barely sufficed for daily expenses, leaving little room for indulgence in drink, and thus he had not cultivated a robust constitution for it. Dai's joy was not without reason. As a father and a ninja of Konoha, each individual harbored a sense of pride within. However, having long struggled at the lower rungs of society, Dai's inner pride had been all but extinguished. In this instance of the Chunin exam, when Might Guy witnessed Dongfang Xuan single-handedly vanquishing 8 opponents, rendering the outsiders utterly defeated, and observed Dongfang Xuan unleashing the 8 gates in the dueling arena, the unfulfilled pride within Might Guy found a semblance of realization through Dongfang Xuan's prowess. After finishing his drink, the exhilaration on Might Guy's face gradually faded. He fumbled within his robe for a moment, retrieving a well-worn notebook with frayed edges. He paused momentarily, letting his fingertip rest on the table's edge, before slowly pushing it toward Dongfang Xuan. Dongfang Xuan glanced down, noticing the crooked characters inscribed on the cover, 8 Gates of Uchiha. His pupils constricted, and his fingers tightened around the cup, momentarily immobilized. Take it, Might Guy said with a calm smile. This is my compilation of all the techniques and experiences regarding the 8 gates. It may serve you well. It was evident that this notebook had been meticulously crafted by Might Guy himself. This is far too precious, Dongfang Xuan exclaimed, feeling somewhat flustered. He had anticipated only a few pointers from Might Guy, but he had not expected him to present his lifetime of knowledge so freely. I hope you accept it. And I have a rather selfish request, Might Guy continued, his fingers nervously tracing the table's edge, his voice lowered with a hint of embarrassment. I would like you to publicly declare that the 8 gates is your creation, to help promote it. Dongfang Xuan was taken aback, his mouth agape, unable to articulate a response. Uncle Guy, this. Might Guy took a deep breath, his voice steadier now. It was clear that he was only slightly inebriated, his mind still sharp. I simply do not wish for the 8 gates to fade into obscurity. As a mere genin of Konoha, even if I were to shout from the rooftops that I created this technique, no one would take my ninjutsu seriously. He paused, looking at Dongfang Xuan. But you are different. You are a prodigy of Konoha, a guardian of the village. With your reputation, this technique will not be forgotten. Listening to Might Guy's words, Dongfang Xuan felt a pang of sorrow, yet it was a poignant reflection of the reality faced by the common folk. Unless one possesses extraordinary talent, hard work often leads to naught. Uncle Guy, I will accept the manual, Dongfang Xuan said earnestly, meeting Might Guy's gaze. But the 8 gates will always belong to you. This technique will not be buried, nor will someone like you ever be forgotten. After all, Might Guy was akin to a mentor to Dongfang Xuan. Might Guy offered a bittersweet smile. Thank you for your kindness, But without a recommendation, I cannot even participate in the Chunin exam, let alone become a Chunin. Speaking of such matters is merely empty talk. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden sound broke the air, and a figure materialized within the room. Minato Namikaze, panting heavily with sweat glistening on his brow, evidently rushed over, exuding an aura of readiness and urgency. Dongfang Xuan, the Hokage has issued a command, Minato said. Regaining his breath, his words flowing rapidly. You are ordered to accompany me to assist the defensive forces in the land of grass. Upon hearing Minato's words, Might Guy was momentarily stunned. What? Minato's message was straightforward, easily summarized in one phrase. Konoha was at war with other villages, and Dongfang Xuan was to enter the battlefield. Calmly, Dongfang Xuan set down his wine cup, his gaze landing upon Kakashi Hatake, his brow slightly raised as he began to speak. Uncle Dai, your recommendation has arrived. Let us depart, Kakashi declared, his right hand sweeping forward decisively. As his words resonated, the sound of rustling garments filled the air, signaling the readiness of a formidable team led by Kakashi and Xiao Dao Tang Dong. 12 elite Jonin took the lead, followed closely by 24 Chunin. As the ninjas swiftly arranged themselves into an arrow-shaped formation, Kakashi and Xiao Dao Tang Dong positioned themselves at the forefront, steering the formation forward. However, two individuals remained outside the ranks, Dongfang Xuan and Might Dai. The team dispersed, advancing at a rapid pace toward the land of grass. Dongfang Xuan, Kakashi, and Xiao Dao Tang Dong marched at the very front. Dongfang Xuan, are you certain that Might Dai is fit to join this mission? Kakashi inquired, his typically gentle demeanor giving way to urgency in the context of battle. Absolutely, Uncle Dai will catch up with us shortly, Dongfang Xuan replied confidently. Though Kakashi held no contempt for Might Dai, he harbored doubts. After all, Might Dai was notorious as a perennial low-ranking ninja in Konoha. Surely, he couldn't have been as patient as Dongfang Xuan had been all this time. Nevertheless, Kakashi led the way with Dongfang Xuan while Might Dai was left to leave a message for Might Guy at home. Considering the time Might Dai might take, if he managed to catch up with the team, it would imply that his abilities were at least on par with a Chunin, indicating he possessed some prowess. Observing Kakashi's serious expression, Dongfang Xuan chuckled lightly. Very well, Uncle Kakashi, I can vouch for Might Dai in my capacity as a guardian. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback by Dongfang Xuan's words. Just then, a figure clad in dark green caught up with the three. Am I late? Might Dai's resilient voice resonated, his entire being radiating a dark green chakra. It appeared he had activated the 8 gates to hasten his pursuit, at least to the level of the Gate of Joy. Seeing Might Dai catch up, Kakashi was taken aback, his mind racing with astonishment. How is this possible? How did Might Dai manage to close the gap so swiftly? Kakashi, well-versed in matters of speed, mentally calculated the time and distance Might Dai had traversed. Clearly, Might Dai was by no means an ordinary low-ranking ninja. Just in time. Uncle Dai, Dongfang Xuan remarked with a smile, turning to Kakashi to introduce him. Uncle Dai may appear lacking in strength on the surface, yet he has devised a secret technique known as the 8 Gates Formation. Although he may not wield Jinjutsu or Ninjutsu, the mere activation of the 8 Gates Formation grants him the prowess of a Jonin through sheer taijutsu. Furthermore, as you may recall, I utilized the 8 Gates Formation during the Chunin exams, which indeed benefited me greatly today. Upon reflecting on Dongfang Xuan's words, Kakashi recalled how Dongfang Xuan had indeed invoked the 8 Gates during the Chunin exams. Though harboring doubts, it would be rather ungracious to dismiss the words of Dongfang Xuan. Thus, he welcomed the entrance of Might Guy. With a smile, Dongfang Xuan addressed Might Guy, signifying his acceptance. Hearing Dongfang Xuan's words, Might Guy felt a tinge of embarrassment. After all, as a perennial genin, it was difficult for him to believe in his own prowess. He often found himself inadvertently hindering others while undertaking missions alongside Chunin. Thank you, Captain Xuan, Might Guy expressed, prompting a slight solemnity in Dongfang Xuan's countenance. Now, let us accelerate our advance, Dongfang Xuan declared loudly, disseminating the command throughout the team. Given the tense situation at the front lines, reaching their destination sooner would allow them to save more comrades. Once the order was issued, the entire team surged forward with heightened speed. After an arduous day of marching, the Konoha mobile unit, led by Dongfang Xuan, entered the land of grass. Dongfang Xuan was positioned slightly ahead of the group, while Dongfang Xuan led the way at the very front. It had long been acknowledged that Dongfang Xuan possessed formidable sensory abilities, especially since his remarkable victory over a high-ranking IWA ninja had led the higher-ups of Konoha to speculate about his extraordinary perception. Dongfang Xuan was no exception. Now, Dongfang Xuan bravely took the lead as the sensory ninja. Observing Dongfang Xuan closely, Dongfang Xuan glanced back at Might Guy, feeling a momentary astonishment. Dongfang Xuan consistently maintained his position at the forefront without showing signs of fatigue, showcasing a terrifying level of endurance for someone of his age. As for Might Guy, it was evident to Dongfang Xuan that he was somewhat restraining his own speed. Truly formidable. Lost in thought, Dongfang Xuan suddenly halted his steps. Prepare. 3 kilometers ahead. There is intense battle activity. Ready yourselves for combat. With the enhancement of Kunyd, Dongfang Xuan distinctly sensed the clash not far away, leaving Dongfang Xuan in a state of shock. Could Dongfang Xuan truly perceive events from 3 kilometers away? Despite the astonishment overwhelming his thoughts, Dongfang Xuan quickly regained his composure, his voice turning serious. Prepare for battle. We shall charge in. The entire squad drew their kunai and shuriken, adopting a defensive stance. At the defensive camp, Amenotejikara was diligently orchestrating the defense line. Team 3, take your squad and swiftly support the second defense line. We must halt all IWA ninjas. As Amenotejikara spoke, another ninja rushed into the tent. Commander, a squad of IWA ninjas has breached the 4th defense line and is heading straight for the command post. What? Before Amenotejikara could fully process the shock, the tent above was abruptly torn away. A tremendous gust nearly knocked Amenotejikara to the ground. Standing atop a height, clad in IWA ninja attire and wielding a massive hammer, Dian Longband proclaimed gleefully, "Ah, so the dogs of Konoha can indeed dig holes. No wonder I couldn't locate the command post. It was hidden here." Gazing at the imposing figure of Dian Longband outside the pit, Amenotejikara found himself momentarily stunned, his mind consumed by a singular thought. It is over. The defense has been breached. The enormous hammer in the hands of the great rock dragon came crashing down with a deafening roar, its broad surface shattering the ground beneath. The splintered stones erupted like a barrage of bullets, striking mercilessly upon the back of the Leaf Ninja. "Commander, are you unharmed?" The Leaf Guard, with debris still embedded in his back, gritted his teeth, enduring the sharp pain. He swiftly rose, supporting the fallen May Village Leaf Roll with his hands upon his knees. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, utilizing the momentum of his fall to shield May Village Leaf Roll beneath him, the onslaught of falling stones and the aftermath of the colossal hammer could have spelled instant doom for the commander. Standing upright, the guard activated his Byakugan, his gaze firmly fixed upon the movements of the great rock dragon's weapon, positioning his kunai defensively before him. He turned slightly, nudging May Village Leaf Roll with his shoulder, pushing her back a few inches. "Commander, you must not come to harm. Otherwise, all our comrades at this outpost will be at risk." Just as May Village Leaf Roll sought to respond, the Leaf Guard's voice rang out again. "You must flee. Allow me to hold them off. Hurry. Do not squander the time I have bought for you." May Village Leaf Roll, not one to hesitate, recognized the guard's selfless resolve. With the guard now shielding her, she would not waste his determination. Gritting her teeth, she immediately retreated. The great rock dragon looked at the Leaf Guard before him and burst into loud laughter. The Leaf is utterly exhausted. Even such a young child has joined the fray. The Leaf Guard, pale and youthful, appeared no older than 14 or 15. His grip on the kunai tightening, knuckles white as he focused his Byakugan on the great rock dragon's massive hammer, seemingly predicting the trajectory of the next strike. When will the Hyuga clan step onto the battlefield again? How fortunate we are. Heaven has bestowed upon us the Byakugan. Noticing the guard's pale eyes, the great rock dragon's laughter rose, revealing his unabashed greed. "I am a branch member of the Hyuga. Even if you kill me, you shall not acquire the Byakugan. Moreover, do not underestimate me. I am a Chunin of the Leaf. I will slay you rock dogs." Such bravado spilled forth. Yet the slight tremor of his legs and the barely perceptible quiver of the kunai's tip betrayed the fear within. "Ha ha, little brat, neither you nor that commander can escape." The great rock dragon chuckled as he swung his massive hammer towards the Leaf Guard. "I am Hyuga. Remember my name." Hyuga shouted, kunai at the ready, his body leaning forward, the Byakugan tracking the hammer's path as he charged at the great rock dragon. The great rock dragon, an elite jonin of a Wagakure, had ascended to jonin status at the age of 20 and had since spent 18 years in that rank. In those 18 years, The number of enemy jonin who had perished beneath his hammer numbered at least 30, if not 50. To him, a youth like Hyuga Ya was merely an insect. Easily crushed, hardly worth considering. Hinata Yoshida braced himself against the colossal hammer that swung toward him, positioning his kunai in a desperate attempt to deflect the massive blow. As the two weapons collided, he watched helplessly as the kunai shattered under the hammer's overwhelming force, which continued its relentless trajectory toward his chest. Instinctively, he crossed his arms to shield himself, but the protective gear at his elbows disintegrated in an instant. In the next moment, Yoshida was sent hurtling backwards, his body crashing against a tree trunk with a sickening thud. Slowly, he descended, pain surging through him like a tidal wave, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yoshida struggled to rise, but any effort brought forth excruciating agony. How painful it was! He forced himself to prop up his body, aware that numerous bones were likely fractured, and that his kunai had been driven into his own body by the force of the hammer, its precise location unknown. With great difficulty, he opened one eye, his left eye clouded and blood trickling down his eyelid. Fragments of the shattered kunai seemed to have blinded his left eye. Rock dog! He cursed weakly as the imposing figure of Oganryu approached. The sight of Yoshida, grievously wounded yet defiant in his insults, ignited a surge of fury within Oganryu. Then die! He shouted, swinging the hammer toward Yoshida's head. The clash of weapons rang out like thunder in his ears, the sound so sharp and sudden that Yoshida had no time to react. A shadow darted in, almost gliding across the ground, the kunai expertly slipping into the gap between the hammer's blows, effectively countering the lethal strike. In the following moment, a fierce gust of wind followed, sweeping the figure aside. Yoshida stood momentarily stunned, blood frothing at his lips. How is this possible? Faster than the wind? He murmured. The towering Oganryu had always relied on his sheer strength to dominate opponents. Since obtaining the hammer, no one had ever managed to withstand his attacks with just a kunai, not even the Tsuchikage. Yet here was a youth who had deflected his full-force strike with nothing more than a small kunai. A soft green chakra enveloped Dongfang Xuan, who infused his kunai with a delicate blue hue, firmly holding the hammer at bay. Ignoring the astonishment reflected in Oganryu's eyes, Dongfang Xuan exerted his wrist, lifting the kunai upward, simultaneously raising the massive hammer. What? Oganryu exclaimed, sensing the shift in power, and he exerted all his strength to push the hammer down. However, Dongfang Xuan's strength exceeded his expectations. At that moment, Dongfang Xuan flicked his wrist, deftly withdrawing the kunai from the hammer's grasp. Oganryu, deprived of force, lost his balance and staggered forward. Seizing the opportunity, Dongfang Xuan lunged at Oganryu's neck with the kunai. "Captain!" shouted the nearby Iwagakure shinobi, rushing forward to provide assistance. Konoha's Gale, a figure radiating a deep green chakra, rushed forward with incredible speed. Might Dai's legs sliced through the air with a whoosh, delivering a powerful kick to the chest of a rock ninja. The ninja let out a horrific scream, the sound of his spine snapping resonating clearly as he flew through the air like a ragged sack. Meanwhile, Dongfang Xuan's kunai remained steadfastly aimed at the throat of the great rock dragon plate, which recoiled sharply in an attempt to evade. Yet, the tip of the kunai remained unwaveringly directed at the ninja's Adam's apple. Reluctantly, the great rock dragon plate relinquished his colossal hammer, gripping Dongfang Xuan's kunai with both hands. The sharp blade sliced into his palms, blood cascading down the hilt, yet the great rock dragon plate laughed with glee, proclaiming, "You are doomed." In response to this declaration, Dongfang Xuan merely smiled faintly, a sound akin to a gentle breeze whispering through a corridor. In a flash, the golden-haired Namikaze Minato appeared behind the great rock dragon plate, his three-pronged kunai whistling through the air as it swiftly severed the ninja's neck. The great rock dragon plate felt a chilling sensation at his throat. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, and an icy dread enveloped his entire being. His eyes widened in shock as he collapsed heavily to the ground, lifeless. Thus fell an arrogant elite jonin of the rock village on the battlefield. After dealing with the great rock dragon plate, Namikaze Minato had already vanished, leaving Dongfang Xuan to survey his surroundings. There was no one else present, save for Might Dai, who was engaged in subduing another rock ninja in the distance. The outcome of this battle had been determined upon the arrival of the Konoha mobile unit led by Namikaze Minato, under the relentless counteroffensive of the reinforcements. A multitude of rock ninjas began to retreat. Dongfang Xuan, disinterested in pursuing the ordinary rock Chunin and Jinin, turned to face the gravely injured Hinata Ye. Observing the wounded youth before him, Dongfang Xuan slowly sat down, positioning himself opposite Hinata Ye. The latter looked at Dongfang Xuan, a smile of joy illuminating his face. Although he himself was uncertain of the reason for his elation, perhaps it was the arrival of support. However, upon witnessing the dire state of Hinata Ye, Dongfang Xuan's heart sank with sorrow. The boy was beyond saving. His organs lay shattered, and he was merely clinging to life. At an unknown moment, Namikaze Minato stood beside them, his expression tinged with sadness as he spoke. Dongfang Xuan did not look at Minato but fixated his gaze on Hinata Ye. His mind flooded with countless questions. There was much to say, yet time was slipping away from Hinata Ye. Dongfang Xuan parted his lips, finally posing the question, why step onto the battlefield? Hinata Ye's eyes widened slightly at the inquiry, his voice hoarse as he replied, because my parents were killed by the rock dogs. His tone was measured and resolute. Is it worth it? Dongfang Xuan's myriad questions condensed into a singular one. Is it worth it? Hinata Ye's lips curled into a faint smirk as he uttered each word with effort. It's worth it. Upon finishing, he exhaled heavily, his breath ceasing. Watching the lifeless Hinata Ye before him, Dongfang Xuan sighed deeply, gently placing his hand upon the boy's forehead and slowly closing his eyes. Yet, in the next moment, the once vibrant eyelids sank, devoid of life. Dongfang Xuan gently parted Hinata Ye's hair, watching as the azure formation upon his brow gradually dissipated. Oh, the caged bird. The clan had devised a means to control the branch family, avoiding the battlefield while allowing others to perish, all the while erasing the Byakugan, truly a trifecta of benefits. Dongfang Xuan reached for the forehead protector atop Hinata Ye's head, its Konoha emblem stained with blood, the cold metal sending a shiver through his fingers. He tucked the protector into his ninja tool pouch. Dongfang Xuan, tread lightly, cautioned Minato Namikaze, his brow furrowed at the mention of the Hyuga clan. In the chaos of battle, where eyes are many and ears are keen, such words reaching the ears of the main family would not bode well for Dongfang Xuan. Seemingly unfazed, Dongfang Xuan rose and turned to Minato, inquiring, what shall we do next? He sought guidance on the ongoing conflict. Minato, now the highest commander of the Konoha defense line, had to find purpose. Otherwise, he would remain ensnared in the weight of despair. Next, pursue the rock shinobi and consolidate our remaining forces, Minato replied. Dongfang Xuan nodded, and in the next moment, he dashed northward in pursuit of the fleeing rock shinobi. Within the land of grass, the terrain was predominantly open plains and barren deserts. The absence of obstacles allowed for an unobstructed view of the vast landscape, rendering large-scale troop movements a considerable tactical blunder. Konoha's mobile forces stabilized the precarious balance of their defensive line, and reinforcements gradually arrived, enabling them to maintain cohesion despite the scattered remnants of their army. The front lines stretched thin, and amidst the endless grasslands, both sides found themselves in a stalemate. Konoha and Iwagakure, separated by the expansive plains, continuously dispatched small units to harass one another. They busied themselves with tending to the wounded, establishing command posts, and ensuring logistical support, each side working in unspoken harmony. Inside the command tent, Minato Namikaze inquired of the medical team leader, how is the condition of Yukari Mikamura? The injuries are not severe, but she has declined treatment and has gone to find Dongfang Xuan, the leader responded. Minato nodded, his gaze fixed upon the lines of battle as he pondered strategic directives. He remained silent, engrossed in the map before him, while the surrounding captains were at a loss for words. At that moment, a ninja entered the tent. Report, the scout announced as he stepped inside. Speak, Minato urged, his attention drawn to the scout. The scout unfurled a scroll upon the map laid out before Minato. Commander, the scouting team has located Iwagakure's food supply base, but it is heavily guarded and not thoroughly surveyed. Minato nodded, taking the scroll into his hands and untying it, perusing its contents carefully. You may leave, he instructed. Yes, sir, the scout replied, promptly exiting the tent. Minato, occupied with managing the front lines, issued a command forbidding strikes, which was relayed to every ninja. A collective sigh of relief swept through the ranks, as most ninjas found solace in the temporary cessation of hostilities. Dongfang Xuan, too, found himself confined to the camp due to the order prohibiting engagement. Given his unique status, he was allocated a private tent. The space was modest, and with a single stride, Dongfang Xuan crossed to the far side of the tent. Nevertheless, it is undoubtedly preferable to reside in the company of others. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Dongfang Xuan felt the chakra within him flow rapidly, as one hand extended into the air. In the next moment, a pale blue chakra began to manifest in the palm of his hand. Soon, more and more points of pale blue chakra emerged. For a brief instant, Dongfang Xuan's features illuminated the darkness, the dim tint brightened by the glow of chakra. Gradually, an increasing number of luminous points covered his entire palm. These points converged into lines, and the pale blue strands began to swirl, countless lines dancing atop his hand, ultimately coalescing into a pale blue sphere. Spiral sphere, commence. Dongfang Xuan opened his eyes, fixating on the azure orb in his palm, a technique inspired by the tailed beast ball, ready to unleash a direct attack against his opponent. This endeavor commenced at the onset of the Third Shinobi World War in the 39th year of Konoha, with Minato dedicating 3 years to research. During this period, Jiraiya also participated in some experiments, culminating in the completion of the basic form of the spiral sphere around the 42nd year of Konoha. However, now, this ninjutsu that spans much of the Hokage's narrative gathered in Dongfang Xuan's palm. Theoretically, Dongfang Xuan was ill-suited for such a technique. After all, he lacked the formidable physique capable of supporting vast amounts of chakra, unlike Naruto, who could suppress opponents with sheer chakra force. Without sufficient chakra, the advantages of the spiral sphere dwindled to its noble potential for growth and the convenience of being a swift ninjutsu. Although he could not yet unleash its full might, one can never have too many skills. Dongfang Xuan dissipated the chakra in his hand, as the pale blue aura shattered like fragile bubbles. Just as he prepared to rise, footsteps approached from outside the tent. The steps were not hurried, yet they bore a weighty presence, accompanied by the rustling sound of fabric, drawing nearer with each step. Dongfang Xuan paused momentarily, then slowly resumed his sitting position. The tent flap was abruptly lifted, allowing the dry wind from outside to rush in. Sunlight streamed through the silhouette of the newcomer, casting a long shadow upon the ground. It was none other than the commander of the Konoha defense line, Mei Village Yejuan. Sunlight fell upon Mei Village Yejuan's weathered face, where deep creases held traces of dust. His eyes were devoid of spirit, revealing an unmistakable fatigue. Yet they fixed intently on Dongfang Xuan, as if seeking to glean something from his countenance. Mei Village Yejuan shuffled to Dongfang Xuan's opposite side, producing a soft creak as he pulled out a chair. He sat down slowly, the chair sinking slightly under his weight, opening his mouth as if to speak, yet swallowing the words that hovered on the tip of his tongue. An aura of age and despondency enveloped him, like dust accumulating in a forgotten corner. "You have come to inquire about this, haven't you?" Dongfang Xuan's expression remained placid as he reached into his ninja tool pouch. He retrieved an ordinary Konoha forehead protector, its emblem partially obscured by dark red bloodstains, with traces of dirt along the edges. It belonged to Amenotejikara. The moment Mei Village Yejuan's gaze fell upon the forehead protector, his pupils constricted sharply, and his breath caught for half a second. His body instinctively leaned forward, the legs of the chair scraping softly against the ground, fingers clenched into fists, knuckles whitening, as if he were about to spring forward at any moment. Yet, midway through the motion, he abruptly halted, his shoulders sagging as if pulled by an invisible force. "Is this really Hinata Yashiyasu?" The voice of Mimura Yawaki was taut, each word seemingly squeezed from his throat, his gaze fixated on the forehead protector, as if seeking confirmation, yet simultaneously resisting it. Dongfang Xuan remained silent, merely nodding. The coolness lingering on the fingertips of the forehead protector felt as though it still held the last warmth of Hinata Yashiyasu. At that moment of affirmation, Mimura Yawaki appeared to have all his strength drained away, his back heavily leaning against the chair, which emitted a groan of unbearable strain. He closed his eyes, his chest rising and falling violently. After a lengthy pause, he hoarsely inquired, "Was that child in pain?" Dongfang Xuan nodded once more, and a heavy silence enveloped the tent. This silence was not one of indifference, but rather a weighty narrative, recounting the tragic final moments of Hinata Yashiyasu. When he met his end, his bones were shattered by a colossal hammer, and Dongfang Xuan's voice remained calm, yet piercingly clear. Perhaps he did not even have the time to fully grasp the agony. His left eye was pierced by a shuriken fragment, coughing up blood mixed with bits of lung tissue. With each word that fell, Mimura Yawaki's breath grew more labored. When the last word was spoken, Mimura Yawaki suddenly sprang up from the chair, his right hand gripping Dongfang Xuan's collar tightly, yanking him forward. The veins in his arms bulged, his pallid face flushing crimson, his voice rough and trembling, as if his entire being was about to erupt with rage. He shouted at Dongfang Xuan, "Then why didn't you save him? Why didn't you save him? Just a little more, just a little more." The unkempt beard of Mimura Yawaki quivered in agitation. Dongfang Xuan swayed slightly under the pull, but did not struggle, simply gazing at him with a look devoid of resentment, imbued with an almost tranquil understanding. That child has suffered so much since he was little. Why? Mimura Yawaki's voice caught in his throat, his grip on the collar loosening slightly, yet still unwilling to release. Why wasn't he at me? Why wasn't he the one crushed by that hammer? I should have. Tears mingled with snot streamed from the corners of his eyes, falling onto Mimura Yawaki's collar, seeping into the creases. Finally, he relinquished his hold, staggering back 2 steps, crouching down, using his rough palm to wipe his face, muffled sobs escaping through his fingers. Dongfang Xuan stood up and walked to his side, gently patting his shoulder. The shoulder beneath the fabric trembled slightly. War is meant to take lives. Dongfang Xuan's voice was soft, yet carried weight. It's either you or me. He paused for a moment. If there is suffering, then let it be unleashed on the battlefield. Mimura Yawaki abruptly lifted his head, tears still staining his face, snot clinging to his beard, yet he made no attempt to wipe it away. Taking a deep breath, Mimura Yawaki's chest rose and fell dramatically, and then he gradually straightened his back. The recent despondency and chaos seemed to have been forcefully suppressed, as a renewed spark ignited in the once vacant eyes, now gleaming with fierce determination. I am acutely aware that war claims lives. Mitsumura Yawara brushed away the tears from her face. Her voice, still hoarse, bore a newfound resilience. This vendetta, I shall exact myself. In that moment, Mitsumura Yawara regained the tenacity and composure of a commander, swiftly shedding her sorrow and despair. She turned and strode out of the tent, resolutely making her way towards the center of the camp. The command post of Namikaze Minato was located there, and Mitsumura Yawara's decisive demeanor suggested she intended to consult with Dongfang Xuan regarding her mission. Dongfang Xuan smiled, reminiscing about how Mitsumura Yawara would once again assume the role of defense captain during the Battle of Kamizukabashi. Once more, she faced the loss of comrades, with her squad reduced to a mere 4 members. Yet, observing her mindset at that moment, calm and unwavering, solely focused on the impending battle, one could surmise that Hinata Yoshi was perhaps the new shoot within Mitsumura Yawara's heart. When such a shoot perishes, roots like Mitsumura Yawara may find themselves clinging to a desiccated trunk, destined to perish alongside the enemy in the raging flames. Dongfang Xuan watched her retreating figure, recalling the visage of Hinata Yoshi in death. War. Aside from the naive and impetuous youth, a profound sorrow envelopes the depths of every seasoned soldier. Suddenly, Dongfang Xuan was reminded of a poem from a previous life. At 15, I joined the army. At 80, I finally returned. From a distance, I see your home. The graves of pines and cypress piled high. No longer leaning against the post, Dongfang Xuan stepped out of the tent, murmuring to himself as he slowly made his way to the command post. He needed to occupy himself with tasks, otherwise, his heart would remain restless. Namikaze Minato planted a small red flag on a stretch of the rocky battlefield. Turning to Mitsumura Yawara, he spoke slowly. A team is now required to venture into the desert to scout enemy activity. The front line has faltered. Mitsumura Yawara, your fault has yet to be determined. So you may proceed as a mere ninja to engage in battle, but remember, you are but an ordinary ninja. Namikaze Minato asserted sternly, given the current circumstances. With Mitsumura Yawara's line having failed, it was only fitting that she be subject to investigation and oversight. In past conflicts, there have been numerous instances where commanders were seduced into treachery, subsequently defecting. Presently, Mitsumura Yawara, if not imprisoned, would at the very least be under scrutiny. However, gazing into her eyes, those eyes filled with indignation, Namikaze Minato found himself unable to refuse her plea for vengeance on behalf of her fallen comrades. Upon hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Mitsumura Yawara did not express surprise or disbelief. Instead, she knelt with gratitude. Thank you, Lord Minato. I accept the mission. After sending Mitsumura Yawara off, Namikaze Minato sighed as he surveyed the battlefield. For the land of grass, a nation often serving as a buffer zone amidst the arid plains and grasslands. The imminent threat of a Wagakure was paramount. Namikaze Minato's foremost duty was to expel the rock ninja from the land of grass. However, the predicament lies in the formidable strength of the IWA shinobi forces, with the land of grass being a vast expanse of arid plains, making it exceedingly challenging for Minato Namikaze to orchestrate an effective ambush or encirclement. The two sides have remained at a stalemate, which constitutes a failure for Konoha. After all, in this world of shinobi, it is not solely the IWA forces that have their sights set on Konoha. All the great nations lurk like ravenous wolves, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to seize a piece of the land of fire. It is imperative to break this deadlock, Minato murmured to himself. With that thought, he raised a purple flag symbolizing suspicion and planted it in a modest grove, a location identified by scouts as an IWA supply depot. Though situated deep within enemy territory, the position is discreet and strategically sound, yet it raises questions. For instance, why would IWA establish a supply depot in a forest which is highly flammable? Ideally, such a facility should be positioned on the high banks of a river, where it would be safeguarded from fire and could benefit from the river's logistics. As Minato pondered this, a wave of suspicion washed over him. Could this be a conspiracy? Just then, outside the command tent, a guard called out, "Who goes there? Why do you approach?" The guard scrutinized Dongfang Xuan, wary that he might be a spy sent to infiltrate their ranks. "I am Dongfang Xuan, or rather, Xuan," he replied. The guard, taken aback by this revelation, faltered momentarily. Xuan? Not everyone had followed the Chunin exams, but nearly all of Konoha was familiar with the renowned name of Xuan. The guard looked at the youthful figure before him, struggling to reconcile Dongfang Xuan with the illustrious Xuan. "Please hold for a moment," one guard said, exchanging glances with his companion before entering the tent. "Lord Minato, there is a young boy outside claiming to be Xuan and wishes to meet you." Minato, still fixated on the map, merely nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well." Dongfang Xuan stood outside the tent and was informed by the guard, "You may enter now." He strode into the tent, while the two guards behind him engaged in quiet conversation. "So Xuan is such a young lad, having swept through the four nations to attain Chunin. Meanwhile, I am nearing 32, and I have only just become a Chunin myself. How disheartening it is to compare oneself to others." Upon entering the tent, Dongfang Xuan observed Minato intently examining the battlefield on the sand table. Without preamble, he addressed Minato directly. "I need to be of service. Do not leave me idle." Minato, still not lifting his gaze, replied slowly, "Konoha has regulations. Only Jonin are permitted to act freely in times of war and lead missions." As a mere Chunin, Dongfang Xuan lacked the authority to take independent action. With a cold smile, Dongfang Xuan responded, "I am aware of that, which is why I have waited all these days. However, the rule states that Chunin cannot act independently, yet it does not stipulate that Xuan cannot." Following his words, silence enveloped the tent. After a considerable pause, Minato straightened up and turned to face Dongfang Xuan. "There is a remnant unit from the previously assembled defensive forces. You may attempt to take command of it." Minato spoke plainly, yet Dongfang Xuan was taken aback. What had begun as a mere task had suddenly transformed into being entrusted with command. Dongfang Xuan gazed at Minato Namikaze with a perplexed expression, hoping to glean some insight from his eyes. However, Minato merely smiled and remarked, "After all, you are the protector of the village. I trust you possess the capability." Dongfang Xuan nodded with a hint of skepticism. Sensing his agreement, Minato continued, "At Camp 8 lies the 3rd squad of the defense line. All subsequent management will be entrusted to you, free from the directives of the command post." Upon hearing Minato's words, a sense of dread washed over Dongfang Xuan. This freedom from command sounded appealing, yet it also implied a lack of integration within the command structure, effectively rendering the squad an independent unit. Such units often operate without financial support. Exiting the tent, Dongfang Xuan clutched a deployment order, clearly stating his appointment as the captain of the 3rd squad of the defense line, responsible for all matters pertaining to it. Dongfang Xuan felt somewhat at a loss. He had approached Minato in search of tasks, expecting to be sent into battle, yet here he was, unexpectedly given command of a squad. While Dongfang Xuan was indeed talented, leading a squad at the tender age of 13 would make him the youngest in Konoha's history. However, he felt a pang of dissatisfaction, for he did not trust that Minato would assign any elite personnel to his command. At Camp 8, Dongfang Xuan submitted the deployment order, officially assuming the role of captain of the 3rd Squad of the defense line. He summoned all his teammates under the authority of his new title. Holding a roster in hand, he surveyed the 4 individuals before him, momentarily tempted to bury his face in his hands. The list had originally contained 12 names, but 8 had been crossed out, leaving only 4. Among them, 2 bore severe injuries, one missing an arm, the other a leg. Upon seeing Dongfang Xuan, the expressions of the 4 were filled with melancholy. The middle-ranking ninja who had lost a leg began to wail in anguish, exclaiming, "Why must a mere child lead us? Is this a ploy to drive us to our doom?" Another uninjured middle-ranking ninja joined in, lamenting, "It seems they have no regard for our lives. Though we did not defeat the rock ninja, we at least held the line. What is the meaning of this? A wet behind-the-ears brat as our captain?" Their voices grew louder, drawing the attention of numerous other ninjas nearby. As the commotion escalated, many gathered to witness the unfolding scene. The ninja in charge of personnel management remained silent, observing Dongfang Xuan with curiosity, eager to see what this young captain might bring to the table. The 2 ninjas continued their tirade against him. Standing nearby, the armless middle-ranking ninja and another ordinary upper-ranking ninja remained quiet, merely watching the uproar unfold. "Enough. Cease your wailing. Is there no sense of shame left?" The upper-ranking ninja finally interjected, unable to contain himself. "The higher-ups must have their reasons for this decision. Why do you persist in your foolish outcry? Easy for you to say, you're not the one who's injured," the other ninja retorted. At that moment, the exchange devolved into a flurry of insults and accusations hurled at the upper-ranking ninja, who could no longer hold his tongue. Just as I was about to step forward, Dongfang Xuan preemptively blocked my way. "Captain, allow me to have Tainyo teach them a lesson." With that, Tainyo was ready to throw a punch at each of the 2. "Hold on, I appreciate your intentions, but since they are unwilling to follow me, let them be." Dongfang Xuan replied nonchalantly, "Since you 2 refuse, our small team now consists solely of the 3 of us." The 2 exchanged disdainful glances and remarked, "A mere ragtag team. Hardly worth our time." With that, they turned to leave the camp. At that moment, only Dongfang Xuan, Tainyo, and the one-armed Chunin remained. Now I ask, is there any issue with my position as the captain of the 3rd defense team? The 2 nodded in agreement, and Dongfang Xuan appeared quite pleased. "Very well. From today onwards, I officially renamed the 3rd defense team to the Huchuan team. Do you understand?" Upon hearing Dongfang Xuan's declaration, those around involuntarily gasped. At present, Dongfang Xuan was enjoying a surge of fame. Many had heard of him but had yet to meet him in person. Realizing that their captain was indeed Huchuan, the one-armed Chunin was momentarily stunned, having heard tales of Dongfang Xuan's remarkable prowess. Notably, at the age of 13, he had single-handedly faced 8 opponents, dominating the arena and rising to Chunin amidst the public's gaze. This revelation struck a chord in the hearts of every Chunin present. Although Kakashi was also a prodigy, having achieved Chunin status at a young age, the distinction between merely qualifying and Dongfang Xuan's sweeping victory in the examination was monumental. "Yes, Captain." In an instant, the one-armed Chunin and the Jonin Tainyo both knelt on one knee, acknowledging Dongfang Xuan's leadership. After briefly familiarizing himself with the team, Dongfang Xuan led his companions out of the camp. "Yamada, you are responsible for scouting the surroundings." Upon hearing this, Yamada swiftly ascended to the highest tree nearby. Dongfang Xuan unfurled the task scroll in his hands. It contained the first mission prepared by Minato Namikaze for the Huchuan team. Although the Huchuan team operated independently and could refuse Minato's assignments, Dongfang Xuan had formed the team primarily for the purpose of undertaking missions. Gazing at the scroll, Dongfang Xuan assessed the situation. "Tainyo, the objective of this mission is to ambush the supply convoy of the Rock Ninja, primarily focusing on disruption, which is why our team has been deployed." He marked a spot on the map at an intersection. "For this mission, you will lead the assault, Yamada will provide cover, and I will serve as the backup. However, I will only intervene if absolutely necessary, as this serves as a test of your capabilities." Tainyo nodded earnestly, understanding that Dongfang Xuan did not underestimate him. After all, Tainyo had been responsible for security during the Chunin exams and had witnessed Dongfang Xuan's brilliance firsthand. This was precisely why Tainyo sought to quell any disparagement or insult directed towards Dongfang Xuan. Tainyo understood that, with his exceptional promotion to Jonin, he was of little consequence in the presence of Dongfang Xuan. As Dongfang Xuan and his companions continued their probing, they ultimately pinpointed the grain cart in the vicinity, precisely 1 kilometer ahead. With his eyes tightly shut, Dongfang Xuan advanced rapidly, swiftly relaying the enemy's exact positions. 2 to the north, 3 to the west. The opposing side has sensory-type ninjas. We have been detected. Move. Upon uttering these words, Yamada and Tinyu, positioned behind Dongfang Xuan, surged forward with renewed vigor. They dashed towards the grain cart, with Yamada weaving through the treetops, finally landing atop a nearby tree where he unleashed a flurry of shurikens with his remaining left hand. The shurikens flew forth, followed closely by Tinyu. Enemy attack. An IWA ninja shouted as a barrage of shurikens approached. He hastily raised his kunai to block the incoming projectiles. The sounds of metal clashing echoed through the forest as the kunai met the shurikens. Although the IWA ninja managed to deflect most of them, 1 or 2 struck his thigh and shoulder. After fending off the last shuriken, he was met by the charging form of Tinyu. As Tinyu ran, he pressed his hands to the ground, causing the earth to flow and envelop his arms, forming 2 colossal earth fists. Attack! Seeing Tinyu close in, the IWA ninja shouted and attempted to evade, but the shuriken lodged in his leg hampered his movements. What? The IWA ninja attempted to leap back, but Tinyu's fists were quicker. A powerful blow landed squarely on the IWA ninja's abdomen, rendering him unconscious in an instant. However, at that moment, the other IWA ninjas launched their assaults in rapid succession. Fireballs, rock projectiles, and shurikens all hurtled toward Tinyu. He shrank back, enveloped by the earthen barrier he had summoned, which absorbed the onslaught of attacks. Yet, one astute IWA ninja, noticing Tinyu's reliance on earth-based defense, swiftly formed hand seals. Several lightning spheres materialized beside him and hurtled toward Tinyu. This is bad. Both Tinyu and Yamada thought simultaneously, but just as Yamada prepared to form his own seals, a kunai grazed past him. Your opponent is me. Unbeknownst to them, an IWA ninja had stealthily approached Yamada. Fortunately, the IWA ninja's concealment was not particularly strong, and Yamada detected the impending attack. Otherwise, he would have been pierced from above. Tinyu, get away. Yamada, entangled with the IWA ninja, was unable to assist Tinyu. Hearing Yamada's warning, Tinyu sought to retreat swiftly, but the IWA ninja had no intention of letting him escape. U1T, get away. Another IWA ninja rapidly formed seals. A fierce flame surged straight towards Tinyu, who, with no option to evade, raised his earthen barrier once more to block the fireball. The IWA ninja's fireball technique did not compress its power for efficiency. Rather, it spewed forth flames from the sky, relentlessly pressing down on Tinyu. As Tinyu felt the oppressive heat rising within his barrier, he understood clearly the dire necessity of avoiding the lightning spheres. He braced himself to withstand the fire ninjutsu. But it was evident to all present what his true intentions were. In an instant, the fire release of the rock ninja intensified, causing the already strained body of Iron Bull to be pressed down once more. This was the end. The voice of Dongfang Xuan echoed through the forest. And in the next moment, he descended from a towering tree, a luminous blue sphere appearing in his palm. The spiraling sphere. Dongfang Xuan forcefully thrust the spiraling sphere against the back of the rock ninja, who was unleashing fire release and had no time to react, instantly pinning him to the ground. The spiraling sphere clung tightly to the rock ninja's back, its high-velocity rotation tearing through his skin. Although Dongfang Xuan did not overturn the rock ninja's body, he surmised that the internal organs were most likely reduced to a pulp. Detach! Dongfang Xuan shouted towards Iron Bull, who simultaneously felt the oppressive flames on his body dissipate. In an instant, he shed the rock armor and leapt upwards, just as Iron Bull escaped the hollow shell. Several lightning spheres pierced through the rock armor. Dongfang Xuan leaped back to the treetops, forming hand seals as the divination symbol within him began to operate. Grand Fire Extinction. Dongfang Xuan unleashed his ninjutsu downwards upon the remaining rock ninjas on the ground. Quick! Use water release to defend. The rock ninjas swiftly executed water release. But when the water clashed with the fire, they were all left in shock. How is this possible? Water release? It can't hold it back? The Grand Fire Extinction instantly engulfed the group of rock ninjas. Iron Bull jumped backwards, finally stabilizing himself, and gasped in awe at the ninjutsu unleashed by Dongfang Xuan. Meanwhile, Yamada had finally slain the rock ninja that had been entangled with him. With all his strength, Yamada extracted his kunai from the neck of the rock ninja, breathing heavily. It seemed that relying on one hand was still too strenuous. While catching his breath, he muttered to himself. Yamada was merely an ordinary chunin. And now with only one hand left, defeating a chunin from the rock village was already the limit of his capabilities. How are you? Dongfang Xuan approached, looking at Yamada with concern. Although Yamada was just an ordinary chunin, he was one of Dongfang Xuan's two subordinates. I'm fine, just a bit exhausted. Dongfang Xuan nodded and turned to Iron Bull. Quickly clean up, burn the supply cart, and summarize on the way back. Iron Bull nodded and swiftly formed seals, unleashing fire release on the supply cart, while Yamada began to tidy up the battlefield as well. On the way back, Dongfang Xuan held a bag containing 5 forehead protectors and 5 vest pieces. This indicated that during this mission, they had collectively dealt with 5 genin and 5 chunin. As they traveled, Dongfang Xuan turned to Iron Bull and remarked, "Your combat abilities are commendable, but overall you are too reckless. A ninja does not simply charge ahead without thought." Iron Bull sheepishly scratched his head. "You must observe the enemy, assess the strength of both sides, and then formulate a battle plan, rather than rushing in blindly." Iron Bull awkwardly scratched his head again, while Yamada nodded earnestly, as if committing the advice to memory. It is not that Tai Nyo and Shan Tian lack combat experience. Rather, it is Dongfang Xuan among these seasoned veterans who is most deficient in such expertise. The issue lies in the fact that Tai Nyo and Shan Tian have long been entrenched within the defensive lines. Everyone instructs them to advance fearlessly in battle. Yet no one has ever guided them on other pertinent matters. Upon returning to the camp, Dongfang Xuan had just handed over the spoils to the logistics department when a guard, the same one stationed outside the command post last time, approached him. "Lord Huchuan, what is it?" Dongfang Xuan inquired as he passed the bag to the logistics team. The guard reported, 3 lower ninjas, 30,000 Ryo, 2 middle ninjas, 100,000 Ryo, and 1 upper ninja, 200,000 Ryo. As he spoke, the logistics ninja placed a stack of bills into Dongfang Xuan's hands. "Lord Minato wishes to see you." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Xuan smiled. "Perfect timing. I need to report my mission to Lord Minato as well. I will go after I take a moment to rest." However, the guard's expression shifted, and he insisted, "Lord Huchuan, you must go now. Lord Minato has urgent matters to discuss." "Urgent matters?" Dongfang Xuan smirked before responding. "Very well, I shall accompany you at once." After saying this, he took a significant portion of the cash from his hands and handed it to Shan Tian. "You both can split this. I will make a trip to the command post." Shan Tian, somewhat taken aback, accepted the bills. Unable to believe that Dongfang Xuan was bestowing such a substantial share upon him and Tai Nyo. Typically, most captains would retain the majority of the rewards, leaving ordinary foot soldiers with merely a standard mission fee, hardly ever allowing them a share in the spoils. For a moment, Shan Tian and Tai Nyo gazed at the departing Dongfang Xuan, their hearts brimming with gratitude. At the command post, Dongfang Xuan lifted the tent flap and stepped inside, where he found Namikaze Minato standing alone before the sand table, his gaze fixed intently on a location marked by a flag. "What is the matter, Lord Minato? Where is everyone else?" Dongfang Xuan greeted, approaching Minato's side. "I have dispatched the others. How did your mission fare?" 5 lower ninjas, 5 middle ninjas, Dongfang Xuan reported. Minato nodded, satisfied, for this number of troops was within his expectations. It was inconsequential to Dongfang Xuan. "Do you know why I summoned you?" Minato inquired. Dongfang Xuan shook his head. This location, Minato indicated the site marked by the small flag, and began to speak slowly. "According to the scouts' reports, this area is highly likely to be the IWA Ninja's granary. The location, defenses, and size all check out, but the granary is situated within the woods, almost as if it is inviting us to come and set it ablaze. This granary could very well be a pivotal point in this operation. Should we destroy it, the IWA forces would falter. However, this may also be a trap. Therefore, I intend for you to lead a small team to investigate." "Investigate?" Dongfang Xuan was momentarily taken aback by Minato's words. "Yes, to ascertain the veracity of the granary's existence." With that, Dongfang Xuan leisurely withdrew a set of divination cards from his pocket. "If you are feeling uneasy, how about consulting an oracle?" The ever-determined Kemizuki Izumo fixed his gaze upon the divination tokens in Dongfang Xuan's hands, momentarily taken aback. Kemizuki Izumo's voice faltered, his expression laden with skepticism. Consulting the oracle is unnecessary. My divinations are usually remarkably accurate. Dongfang Xuan stepped out of the command post, clutching a specially designed signal flare bestowed by Kamizuki Izumo. Fire Thunder Eating Hex. Dongfang Xuan toyed with the oracle token, clearly inscribed with the phrase Fire Thunder Eating Hex. This token did not bode well, suggesting that if Kamizuki Izumo intended to launch a surprise assault on the granary, the odds were decidedly unfavorable. Nonetheless, after examining the oracle token, Kamizuki Izumo stubbornly believed that the operation might still succeed. Without delay, he urged Dongfang Xuan to leave, returning to his preparations for the raid. Dongfang Xuan paid little heed to Kamizuki Izumo's peculiar demeanor, understanding that the latter was likely desperate to disrupt the stalemate of war. After all, the Third Shinobi World War involved more than just the Rock Shinobi. Dongfang Xuan surmised that not only the Rock Shinobi, but also the Leaf's ninjas were likely engaged with those from the Cloud Village. As Dongfang Xuan pondered this, a particular event sprang to mind, the Battle of GK Mountain. This was a surprise attack by the Sand Village on the Leaf. A confrontation that Dongfang Xuan could not afford to overlook, especially with a figure of monumental significance involved, Kabuto Yakushi. This man, who could be seen as a pivotal character throughout the narrative of the Wind's Path, was a true genius who transcended the bounds of bloodline theory. Currently, Dongfang Xuan found himself in need of reinforcements, and talents like Kabuto Yakushi were precisely what he lacked. As for preventing Kabuto from descending into darkness, that would be relatively simple. If Dongfang Xuan could recruit the orphanage director, Yakushi no Nai, into his ranks, the likelihood of Kabuto straying down a dark path would diminish considerably. Speaking of Kabuto's descent, much of the blame could be attributed to Danzo's cunning strategies. With this thought in mind, Dongfang Xuan tucked the oracle token away, now left with the task of awaiting Kamizuki Izumo's return. However, Dongfang Xuan had not left empty-handed. Within him, the oracle tokens whirled, and a skill token materialized. Since utilizing Uchiha Fugaka's token during the last Chunin exam, Dongfang Xuan had kept a slot for a skill card vacant, which was finally filled. Flying Thunder God Technique. Upon returning to the camp, Dongfang Xuan first spotted Might Guy standing at the entrance of his tent. The striking figure with thick brows and a watermelon head certainly drew attention. At this moment, Might Guy had captivated quite a few gazes. Is that Might Guy? Isn't he that infamous low-ranking ninja? What is he doing here? Who knows? But whoever is his teammate is in for misfortune. Might Guy stood outside Dongfang Xuan's tent, unfazed by the ridicule surrounding him. Upon seeing Dongfang Xuan return, he eagerly approached with a broad smile. Xuan, you're back, Might Guy exclaimed, clapping Dongfang Xuan on the shoulder. Dongfang Xuan returned the smile, inquiring, what is up, Uncle Guy? Looking for me? As soon as the words left Dongfang Xuan's lips, Might Guy's expression shifted to one of awkwardness. Being a straightforward individual, Might Guy wore his feelings openly, making it clear when he had something on his mind. Observing Might Guy, the youthful fool, suddenly flush with embarrassment, it was evident that he had something to discuss. Speak up, Uncle Guy. You are somewhat of a mentor to me. Upon hearing Dongfang Xuan's words, Might Guy felt compelled to shed his awkwardness. Xuan, I have heard that you are forming a small team. I wish to inquire if I might join. He quickly added, if not, it's of no consequence. I merely wanted to ask. Dongfang Xuan's laughter erupted, causing Might Guy to blush even further. Is it inappropriate? Might Guy timidly questioned, unsure of the situation. No. Uncle Guy, I was actually hoping to invite you to join my team. How could that be inappropriate? Hearing these words, Might Guy felt a measure of relief. What will you require of me? Although somewhat clumsy, Dongfang Xuan sensed the sincerity and fervor within Might Guy's heart. Uncle Guy, you needn't worry. I will reach out to you when tasks arise. With that, Might Guy smiled brightly, happily clasping Dongfang Xuan's hand. I truly appreciate it. At that moment, a ninja darted towards Dongfang Xuan. Upon reaching him, the ninja swiftly drew a scroll from his robe. Lord Xuan, this is the mission briefing. You must lead your team immediately. This task is of utmost importance. Dongfang Xuan nodded vigorously and accepted the mission scroll. Uncle Guy, please go to Camp 8 and inform Tiniu and Yamada that we have a mission. Understood. Might Guy replied with a firm nod before swiftly departing for Camp 8. Dongfang Xuan opened the scroll and meticulously perused its contents. After a thorough review, he closed the scroll with a heavy heart, inhaling sharply. This truly was a precarious undertaking. Dongfang Xuan, Yamada, Tiniu, and Might Guy raced through the forest, their objective being the granary of the Rock Ninja as determined by Namikaze Minato. Their mission was to incinerate the granary, relying on the strengths of Dongfang Xuan's team. Perhaps considering Dongfang Xuan's formidable fire techniques, or perhaps the covert nature of their quartet. If the four were ambushed by the Rock Ninjas stationed at the granary, several teams, led by Namikaze Minato, would follow closely behind to provide swift assistance. However, this strategy essentially placed the four as bait. Dongfang Xuan grimaced, equipped with two items at his waist, a specially crafted signal flare given by Namikaze Minato, and a unique kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique symbols. As they neared their destination, Dongfang Xuan commanded, "Caution!" In an instant, the four figures vanished into the twilight. They soon approached the Rock Ninja's granary, taking positions atop nearby branches. Dongfang Xuan closed his eyes tightly. The earth element, his chakra radiated outward, ceaselessly probing the granary. He detected an abundance of supplies, bags upon bags of military provisions, alongside the patrolling guards and vigilant Rock Ninja stationed above. Observing the scene, one could discern that this was indeed a standard granary prepared by the Rock Ninjas. However, an unsettling feeling welled up within Dongfang Xuan. "Never mind, I shall set the granary ablaze. You three provide cover for me," he declared. Yamamoto and Tainyo nodded in agreement, yet my Teidai furrowed his brow and asked, "Should I accompany you?" Dongfang Xuan shook his head and elucidated, "If I engage, the probability of success and safety will be maximized. Any of you three could perish within." My Teidai, albeit reluctantly, nodded in acceptance. "On the signal of the firelight from the east, ignite the flames and come to my aid." "Understood." The three nodded, and in the next moment, Dongfang Xuan's figure vanished from sight. Warehouse number 3. Dongfang Xuan stood before a storeroom brimming with burlap sacks, momentarily taken aback. He tore open one of the sacks, revealing an abundance of tightly packed military rations. If the Rock Ninjas were to use such a lavish quantity of provisions as bait, it was indeed extravagant. Contemplating this, he reached in and withdrew a handful. Gazing at the black powder in his palm, he was momentarily stunned. Gunpowder? The minuscule particles exuded a strong scent of sulfur. "This is bad." Dongfang Xuan hastily discarded the gunpowder. If all the provisions in these warehouses were laced with it, an explosion could obliterate the entire granary. Just as he was about to take action, a brilliant red light illuminated the ground. Unbeknownst to him, a signal flare had ascended into the sky, casting a dazzling glow over the entire Rock Ninja granary. An ambush. Dongfang Xuan was taken aback. The signal flare securely attached to his waist remained undisturbed, indicating that the one now illuminating the sky was indeed fired by the Rock Ninjas. The mission's directive was the signal flare. Once it ascended, it confirmed the granary's authenticity, prompting Namikaze Minato to arrive with a multitude of ninjas. "This is perilous. I must prevent Namikaze Minato from approaching." In the next moment, Dongfang Xuan swiftly drew the signal flare from his waist, intending to shoot it skyward. If Namikaze Minato spotted two signal flares in the sky, he would recognize the anomaly. Just as Dongfang Xuan prepared to launch the signal flare, a deafening explosion reverberated nearby. Flames surged from distant racks, engulfing the confined space in a rapid blaze, transforming it into a sea of fire. Dongfang Xuan's countenance changed, and instinctively, he leaped backward while forming a hand seal. Water. With merely the formation of a single seal, the rising flames consumed Dongfang Xuan and the periphery of the granary. Namikaze Minato and a contingent of ninjas lay concealed within the surrounding thicket, awaiting the signal from Dongfang Xuan. The launch of the signal flare by Dongfang Xuan could only indicate one scenario: the verification of the granary's authenticity, necessitating assistance to set it ablaze. At that moment, Namikaze Minato beheld the shimmering signal flare overhead in the distant inferno. He commanded sternly, "Action! Quickly incinerate the granary. Then disperse and retreat to the camp." Yes, yes. As soon as Namikaze Minato's orders were issued, the surrounding ninjas scattered, swiftly advancing toward the granary. 3 miles, 2 miles, 1 mile. Just as the ninjas from Konoha were about to approach the granary, the earth suddenly began to tremble, momentarily restricting the movements of all the leaf ninjas, with the weaker among them even toppling to the ground. In the next instant, the ground fractured right in the midst of the leaf ninja formation. Almost immediately, the earth beneath everyone's feet shattered into fragments, crumbling down into a pit along with the debris and trees, ensnaring the leaf ninjas in its depths. An ambush. A wave of alarm surged through Minato Namikaze, who quickly began to contemplate a remedy. In midair, Minato hurled a kunai outward. The next moment, his figure transformed into a golden flash, appearing behind a ninja. In the following instant, he grasped that ninja and reappeared at the location where the kunai had been thrown. Thus, Minato's form flickered like flowing light, continuously materializing in various places within the debris-laden pit. Medical ninjas. I require medical ninjas. A leaf chunin, rescued from the pit by Minato, clutched his crushed left leg, wailing in agony. Minato's silhouette emerged once more in an open space where a kunai was embedded, carrying an unconscious chunin upon his shoulder. Prepare for battle. This operation involved a team of 36, led by Minato. However, due to the trap set in advance, the team had already suffered 7 casualties, with 4 severely injured and 6 lightly wounded. At this moment, fewer than 20 were left capable of fighting alongside Minato, each bearing various wounds. Minato, having repeatedly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique in quick succession, found his chakra and stamina reaching their limits, panting heavily from the exertion. In the next moment, a multitude of rock ninjas emerged from the very pit that had buried the leaf ninjas. I had thought you would personally investigate the granary's authenticity, yet it appears you have sent others to their demise. Slowly rising from the mound of earth, he was followed by a dozen others. Blue Earth. Minato's gaze burned with fury as he beheld the figure in the pit. What? You actually concealed yourselves underground. The sensing ninja finally comprehended why his perception had failed to detect the enemy's presence. He had not anticipated that Blue Earth's elite rock ninja squad had utilized Earth style to hide beneath the ground, evading his reconnaissance. So this was your trap. Minato called out to Blue Earth, suddenly recalling the divination performed by Dongfang Xuan on his behalf. Grinding his teeth, Minato wished fervently that Dongfang Xuan had miscalculated just once. The golden flash of the leaf. Your speed is indeed remarkable. I had thought that this time we could eliminate half of the ninjas, but given the current situation, what can you do, no matter how fast you are? With those words, Blue Earth leaped, leading his squad in a direct assault against Minato. The rock ninjas had indeed gone to great lengths for this ambush, first leaking information about their forces, gradually luring scouts to discover the granary, meticulously setting traps, and ultimately sacrificing a significant amount of food mixed with explosives. All of this has been meticulously prepared as a grand gift for Konoha. It was initially presumed that Minato Namikaze would venture to inspect the granary himself, thereby allowing for his demise. However, given the current circumstances, it appears that someone has taken the fall for him. Nonetheless, to eliminate an entire squad from Konoha is indeed a significant achievement. Minato Namikaze, will you choose to accompany your team to their grave, or will you abandon them, becoming a solitary coward in the next Konoha White Fang? Lantu shouted fervently, charging towards Minato. In this moment, Lantu fervently wished for Minato to stay and fight alongside the Konoha ninjas to the bitter end. Although Minato's Flying Thunder God technique is formidable, how many more times can he execute it in his current chakra state? When Minato's chakra is exhausted, the golden flash shall vanish. Lantu unleashed his jutsu, manifesting a dragon's head that thrust forward, its mouth agape as it spewed rocks towards the Konoha ninjas ahead. Another rock ninja simultaneously cast a fire dragon bullet, igniting the rocks and sending them hurtling towards the crowd. A combination ninjutsu. This is troublesome. Minato observed the barrage of fire and rock projectiles approaching, spreading his hands as a kunai rested firmly in his palm. It seems the rock ninjas are unwilling to allow him any respite to recover. It appears that he must resort to that technique. Minato possesses a jutsu that utilizes the Flying Thunder God for large-scale teleportation. Yet, in his current state, the odds are heavily against him. Nevertheless, he is the primary responsible party in this mission, having fallen into a trap due to his own oversight. Thus, he must ensure that everyone escapes. I apologize, Dongfang Xuan. If we survive this, I shall certainly convey my regrets. Flying Thunder God technique. At the Rock Ninja Granary, the moment the flames engulfed Dongfang Xuan, his body erupted with a thunderous blast. Outside the granary, Dongfang Xuan, hidden behind a large tree with his eyes closed, was using Kunwai D to scout the surroundings. However, the sudden explosion and flames drew his attention, and the next moment, a phantom entered his being. This is bad. The rock ninjas have set an ambush. Fortunately, Dongfang Xuan acted with caution, opting not to scout in person, but sending a shadow clone instead. Stop. The rock ninjas are lying in wait. Dongfang Xuan leaped gracefully to the treetop before the three, urgently calling out to Mike Guy and his companions. Xuan, what are you doing here? How is it at the granary? Mike Guy inquired, puzzled. To be brief, the rock ninjas have an ambush set, and there are explosives in the granary. However, their elaborate plan surely extends beyond merely killing me. If I am not mistaken, something has transpired with Minato. We must go and provide support. Upon hearing Dongfang Xuan's words, the three nodded, awaiting his command. Yet, at that moment, the ground began to tremble violently. Dongfang Xuan quickly exclaimed, "This is not good. Move at full speed." As soon as he finished speaking, an astonishing chakra erupted from Dongfang Xuan, a pale green aura enveloping his form. The gate of life. I understand now. Mike Guy? Upon witnessing Dongfang Xuan open 3 gates in succession, comprehended the gravity of the situation. I shall proceed first. You must follow swiftly, he declared, vanishing from sight. Observing this, Mike Guy assumed a battle stance, his chakra coalescing to its zenith. Open the shock gate. In an instant, he transitioned from the 1st to the 7th gate. Sweat evaporating from his body, now radiating a brilliant blue hue. I shall lead the way. With those words, the ground beneath him caved, and a fierce gust propelled him forward. Flying Thunder God technique. Minato Namikaze gripped his kunai tightly, channeling all his chakra into it as the fiery flying rock bomb approached ominously. A deafening roar erupted from the battlefield's periphery, followed by a tumultuous wind. At that moment, a colossal tornado swept in, crashing into the combined ninjutsu unleashed by Otsutsuki and the rock ninjas. What? Otsutsuki stood frozen before the enormous tornado. This is Minato. Recalling a similar phenomenon from the Chunin exams, felt a surge of excitement. Dongfang Xuan, he called out, and in the next moment, Dongfang Xuan emerged from the shadows. I have arrived. His presence shattered the earlier sense of despair. Though Minato was exhausted and the team was injured, Dongfang Xuan's arrival, while not reversing the tide, at least bought them precious time to escape. Do you truly believe a mere child can save you? Otsutsuki scoffed, prompting 3 elite rock ninjas to leap forth, forming a triangular encirclement around Dongfang Xuan. Surveying the 3 elite ninjas, Dongfang Xuan's internal hexagram began to spin, invoking the Zhun and Sun trigrams. Swift and decisive. Suddenly, an immense surge of lightning chakra erupted from within him, enveloping a vast area in crackling energy. Empowered by this lightning chakra, his speed and strength surged to unprecedented levels. What? The 3 elite rock ninjas were instantly paralyzed by the explosion of lightning chakra. Dongfang Xuan lunged towards one of them, gesturing with his fingers. Quick! Stop him! Otsutsuki barked to the 2 nearby rock ninjas. As they prepared to advance, a flurry of rune-etched kunai shot forth, landing at their feet. Do not even think of moving. I am here, Minato declared, kunai in hand, his piercing gaze fixing on them, momentarily halting their advance with his formidable presence. Incompetence! Otsutsuki cursed, leaping toward Dongfang Xuan. Leaf Hurricane, a powerful kick, imbued with fierce wind, hurtled towards Otsutsuki. What? Otsutsuki raised his arm in defense, but in the next moment, as Mike Guy's kick collided with his arm, a distinct cracking sound echoed through the air, and Otsutsuki's arm was sent crashing into his chest like a fragile noodle. How is this possible? The red soil was sent flying by a powerful kick from Mithriya, crashing heavily onto the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. At that moment, 2 shadow clones of Dongfang Xuan suddenly appeared beside him, each charging towards the other 2 rock shinobi. Rasengan. Dongfang Xuan and the 2 clones conjured a Rasengan in their hands, simultaneously pressing it against the abdomen of the rock shinobi. What? As the 3 rock jonin were struck by the Rasengan, its color began to shift dramatically. The Rasengan transformed from a pale blue to a fiery red. In the next instant, flames erupted at the point of contact with the rock shinobi. Dongfang Xuan released his grip, sending the Rasengan, along with the rock jonin, hurtling through the air, culminating in a massive explosion, the energy dispersing in all directions. The 3 rock jonin were engulfed by the Rasengan's energy, ultimately transforming into charred remnants resembling humanoid figures. Witnessing the formidable power of the Rasengan, Dongfang Xuan felt an overwhelming joy. Indeed, the Rasengan could be transformed not only with wind release, but also with fire release. Meanwhile, from a distance, Minato Namikaze observed Dongfang Xuan with a mix of surprise and delight. The surprise stemmed from witnessing the Rasengan used by Dongfang Xuan. while the delight arose from the sudden reversal of the battlefield's advantage. Attack! With Minato's command, the Konoha ninjas, who had been stifled for too long, unleashed their pent-up chakra in a fervent assault. Retreat! Chidu was lifted by the rock shinobi, heavily injured and urgently calling for a retreat. The rock shinobi, no longer inclined to engage the Konoha ninjas, began to prepare for their withdrawal. Minato intended to launch kunai in pursuit, but was stopped by Dongfang Xuan's hand. Don't rush. Let me handle this first. Ignoring Minato's puzzled expression, Dongfang Xuan raised one hand high. Suddenly, a pale blue Rasengan materialized in his palm, rapidly expanding until it transformed into a colossal Rasengan. Yet, the transformation was not complete. The Kan and Xian trigrams within Dongfang Xuan began to rotate. In the next moment, the originally pale blue Rasengan turned a fierce crimson, flames surging around it. Let us see how this works. With that, Dongfang Xuan propelled himself forward, reaching a peak in speed. His speed, already impressive, now surged further with the enhancement of the lightning release and the 8 gates, placing him at the threshold of shadow-level speed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Chidu. In the face of such absolute speed, all was futile. Chidu and the rock shinobi behind him had no time to react as Dongfang Xuan pressed the Rasengan against Chidu's abdomen. The Rasengan unleashed its full energy upon Chidu, the overflowing energy radiating outward. The molten light surged forward, crashing into the forest, where there was no sound of breaking branches, only lush greenery vaporized by the intense heat. As the energy column sliced through the woods, everything in its path was obliterated. As the energy of the spiraling sphere dissipated, a circular void pierced through the forest, leaving behind a charred and dark crimson ground, and the mournful wails of the rock ninja who had been struck on one side of his body. This particular spiraling sphere unleashed by Dongfang Xuan not only instilled terror in the remaining rock ninja, but it also left the injured Leaf Village ninjas stunned in their tracks. The minds of all present were consumed by a singular thought. How is this possible? The eyes of every surviving rock ninja were filled with disbelief and skepticism. After enduring days of preparation and expending considerable time, effort, and resources, the elite rock ninja team, which consisted of 18 jonin, was primed to annihilate any Leaf team they encountered. Yet, merely due to Dongfang Xuan's appearance and a momentary probing encounter, 3 of their jonin were swiftly eliminated, leaving only 15. Of those, 8 had been obliterated by the spiraling sphere, while 3, unable to evade in time, had their limbs annihilated and lay writhing on the ground. The remaining 4 stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. At this moment, after releasing the spiraling sphere, Dongfang Xuan had exhausted all his chakra, and his strength was nearly depleted. The once vibrant blue-green chakra that enveloped him vanished along with his collapse. Might Guy acted swiftly, instantly recognizing Dongfang Xuan's condition. As Dongfang Xuan tilted his head back, Might Guy appeared behind him, swiftly lifting him with concern etched on his face. How are you feeling? Are you injured? Dongfang Xuan's expression was grave, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his demeanor resembling someone just pulled from the depths of the ocean. I'm fine. Just a bit fatigued. Upon hearing Dongfang Xuan's words, Might Guy breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, the Leaf ninjas surged forward, subduing the remaining surviving rock ninja. Don't move, shouted a Leaf jonin, pressing a kunai against the rock ninja's neck, the sharp blade drawing blood as it sliced through. Yet, the rock ninja remained dazed, frozen in place. Get down. Seeing the rock ninja's lack of response, the Leaf jonin kicked the ninja's leg, forcing him to the ground, swiftly binding him with rope. Sweep the area and then retreat. At this moment, Namake's Minato urgently waved his hand to issue commands, yet he stood rooted to the spot, his intense gaze fixed on Dongfang Xuan, cradled in Might Guy's arms. After all, Minato could not have misjudged. Dongfang Xuan had undoubtedly employed the very ninjutsu he had only recently researched. Just last month, he had successfully developed this technique with Jiraiya. The spiraling sphere, also known affectionately as the Rasengan, was a name given to it by Kushina. Minato's heart raced. How could Dongfang Xuan wield a technique he had just invented? Furthermore, Dongfang Xuan had even called out the name of the Rasengan. Doubt crept into the mind of Minato Namikaze. Could it be that I was being monitored during my training? Upon pondering this, he shook his head, dismissing the notion. While Dongfang Xuan was indeed formidable and extraordinary, it seemed implausible that he could have surreptitiously acquired this jutsu without evading the scrutiny of both himself and Jiraiya. Nevertheless, lingering doubts persisted, and Minato resolved to inquire with Dongfang Xuan later. The following morning, Dongfang Xuan rose heavily from his sickbed, his eyes fluttering open to reveal the dark green canopy above. Surrounding him were bleached curtains, and he found himself lying on a medical cot. His entire body was swollen and aching, and the emptiness of his chakra from the previous day lingered vividly in his mind. Although he had acted somewhat recklessly the day before, he was not alone. Might Guy had been present, and with the might of the eighth gate, Dongfang Xuan believed no rock ninja could possibly impede a taijutsu practitioner at that level. After gauging his chakra, he estimated that he had recovered about 40%. It was indeed uncomfortable. He now understood why Kakashi had succumbed to exhaustion from chakra depletion. The Rasengan he unleashed yesterday had consumed nearly 80% of his chakra, which could have been utilized to execute the Fire Thunder Assault technique nearly twice. Such an immense expenditure of chakra explained the astonishing power of the Rasengan. Dongfang Xuan contemplated that his version of the Rasengan seemed to have a name, reminiscent of a technique previously employed by Jiraiya. However, the distinction lay in Jiraiya's use of fire release prior to executing the Rasengan, rendering it a form of combined ninjutsu. Yet, the current Jiraiya had yet to master this technique, thus the creation of the fire release. Great Ball Blaze Rasengan belonged solely to Dongfang Xuan. Lost in thought, the sound of footsteps approached, and suddenly the curtain before him was drawn aside, revealing an individual. Bed 7, you are awake today. A nurse approached Dongfang Xuan's bedside, clipboard in hand. Upon seeing him awake, she paused in astonishment. You're awake. Just a moment, I will report to Lord Minato. Without sparing another glance, she turned and hurried away. Wait, don't you care about me at all? Dongfang Xuan called after her, but by the time he spoke, the nurse had already vanished from sight. With a slight pout, he surmised that the nurse was off to inform Minato. Not long after, a flurry of footsteps echoed, chaotic and disorganized. Dongfang Xuan, you're awake? The curtain was drawn back once more, and a group of individuals stood before him. Why are there so many people? Dongfang Xuan felt a wave of discomfort wash over him as numerous eyes scrutinized him. Apart from Minato's entourage, he recognized only three: Minato himself, the concerned Might Guy, and the last individual, whom he also knew. Dongfang Xuan had exchanged pleasantries with the other party, and he was certain that the other harbored a keen interest in him, one of a rather corporeal nature. Yet, this interest was not merely of a physical kind. Rather, it yearned for the essence of the flesh. At this moment, a pair of vertical pupils fixated on Dongfang Xuan, scrutinizing him from head to toe, a slick tongue circling the lips. Long time no see, Xianjun. As he beheld the imposing figure of Orochimaru before him, Dongfang Xuan felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Here stood that insidious serpent once more. The sight of Orochimaru elicited an awkward expression from Dongfang Xuan. After all, he tended to avoid the man like the plague. At times, encountering Orochimaru felt akin to facing a harbinger of doom. Observing Dongfang Xuan's uneasy demeanor, Orochimaru suddenly burst into laughter, his chilling smile sending shivers down Dongfang Xuan's spine. It seems you are not particularly pleased to see me, he remarked. His cold gaze locked onto Dongfang Xuan, his words dripping with feigned politeness, yet his eyes sparkled with a predatory glint. How could that be? Lord Orochimaru. As one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, I could not be more welcoming, Dongfang Xuan replied, feigning the motion to rise from his bed. Pardon my rudeness. I am currently injured and unable to pay my respects to Lord Orochimaru. As Dongfang Xuan attempted to get up, Minato Namikaze, alarmed, rushed forward to assist him back to a reclined position. After all, Dongfang Xuan was currently the esteemed guest of Minato, and without his timely intervention, this significant blunder would surely weigh heavily on Minato's conscience. Dongfang, you are still injured, Minato remarked, noting Dongfang Xuan's anxiousness and Orochimaru's barely concealed surprise. Dongfang Xuan understood the potency of his words. Centuries of linguistic charm allowed him to place Orochimaru in a rather awkward situation. Now, Orochimaru could only speak favorably of Dongfang Xuan, for the flattering remarks had already been bestowed, and as a prominent figure among the Sannin, he could not stoop to argue with a mere child, especially one who had accomplished much. Orochimaru's smile faltered for a brief moment, revealing a more sinister undertone, his fingers gently brushing his lips. You jest, Dongfang Xuan. He elongated his tone, a sticky hiss lacing his words. I am hardly a significant figure in Konoha. It is you who is the true hero. Orochimaru's gaze slithered over Dongfang Xuan, akin to a serpent's flickering tongue, examining him from the bandages wrapped around his chest to the exposed wrist, finally resting on his face. Dongfang Xuan felt a wave of discomfort under Orochimaru's scrutiny and turned to Minato, inquiring, "Lord Minato, what brings Lord Orochimaru to the front lines?" Minato, scratching his head with a smile, replied, "Lord Orochimaru is here primarily to transfer command of the front line to me. He is now responsible for all affairs in the land of grass." Upon hearing Minato's words, Dongfang Xuan licked his lips, his mind racing. "I heard that Xianjun unleashed a powerful jutsu yesterday, single-handedly dismantling an entire team of Jonin." Orochimaru regarded Dongfang Xuan, his eyes ablaze with avarice. "It was merely luck. Without Lord Minato's assistance, my fate would have been dire." Orochimaru let out a derisive laugh, the sound muffled in his throat. "Luck? This luck seems rather valuable. I have heard that Xianjun is led by that woman Tsunade, and to my knowledge, Tsunade does not possess any formidable ninjutsu, aside from that brute strength she boasts. Where, then, did you acquire your ninjutsu?" As Orochimaru spoke, his gaze grew increasingly blatant, filled with desire and scrutiny. The chilling stare and probing nature of his eyes rendered the atmosphere dangerously charged. Dongfang Xuan could not be certain that Orochimaru was no longer the kind of mad scientist capable of any vile deed. At this moment, Dongfang Xuan was prepared to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to flee. Just as the air thickened to a breaking point, Orochimaru remarked, "However, Xianjun, my primary purpose for this visit was to see you. Since you are unwell, let us continue our discussion later." Orochimaru abruptly withdrew all suspicion and hostility, leaving only his icy gaze. After speaking, he turned to depart, yet those cold eyes remained fixed on Dongfang Xuan. Once the crowd dispersed, only Dongfang Xuan and Minato Namikaze remained. Minato drew the curtain and slowly sat beside Dongfang Xuan's bed, his expression conflicted before he finally spoke. "Dongfang Xuan, your ninjutsu is called the Rasengan, correct?" Dongfang Xuan was not taken aback by Minato's inquiry, for he had surmised that the development of the Rasengan occurred around the time of the Third Great Ninja War. When he had unleashed the Rasengan before Minato, he had anticipated such a question. "This ninjutsu is called the Rasengan, which I stumbled upon previously," Dongfang Xuan explained, lifting his palm. In an instant, a soft azure light coalesced in his hand, and the next moment, a Rasengan materialized. "I discovered that when battling enemies, the concealment and striking power of shurikens were significantly limited, so I sought a ninjutsu that could substitute for them." As he spoke, Dongfang Xuan extended his other hand. Simultaneously, the divination talisman within him began to rotate, with lightning chakra surging forth. In the next moment, a series of crackling sounds erupted in the air, and a technique known as Chidori appeared in Dongfang Xuan's grasp. Initially, I intended to use this technique as a replacement, but I dismissed it due to its noise issues. Thus, I resolved to develop a technique that required no hand seals, could directly strike the opponent, and possessed minimal drawbacks. After numerous attempts, I aimed to utilize chakra to make contact with the enemy for an offensive effect, while selecting means to enhance its power. Ultimately, I named it the Rasengan. Having finished his explanation, Dongfang Xuan looked at Minato with innocent, unassuming eyes, his expression one of purity and harmlessness. "What is it, Lord Minato? Why have you suddenly inquired about this?" Dongfang Xuan's demeanor left Minato momentarily speechless. Minato opened his mouth, yet words eluded him, and eventually, he raised his own hand. In the next moment, a soft blue Rasengan appeared in Minato's palm. "This is..." The expression on Dongfang Xuan's face was one of sheer astonishment. His gaze fixed intently on the Rasengan held in Minato Namikaze's hand. "You truly deserve the title of the Yellow Flash. Have you mastered it already?" "Indeed. You are the fastest man in Konoha." As soon as the words left his lips, Minato couldn't help but smirk. Clearing his throat, he spoke with a serious demeanor. "No. It is not that I have learned from you. Rather, I have already known how to perform it." "Huh," Dongfang Xuan replied, elongating his tone with confusion. "Lord Minato, while it is impressive that you learned the Rasengan so swiftly, it is still my invention. You cannot so brazenly claim it as your own." The term plagiarize made Minato's cheeks flush slightly, and the Rasengan in his hand dissipated in an instant. "It's not as you think," he softened his voice, a hint of amusement lacing his words. "I have been researching a similar technique. Just recently, Jiraiya and I completed the first stage of this jutsu." Dongfang Xuan chuckled and asked, So you believe I have stolen your ninjutsu? After speaking, Minato felt somewhat embarrassed, especially since Dongfang Xuan had incorporated elemental changes into his Rasengan during their demonstration yesterday. It had already reached the second stage. It would be unreasonable to claim that Dongfang Xuan had pilfered his technique and brought it into the future. If word of this spread, it would appear as though he were bullying a child. Observing Minato's awkward expression, Dongfang Xuan continued with a smile. If I haven't copied you, does that mean you have copied me? Absolutely not, Minato retorted with righteous indignation. Perhaps it can be considered as two paths leading to the same destination? Dongfang Xuan nodded in agreement, recognizing Minato's assertion. However, silence soon enveloped them. By the way, Dongfang Xuan suddenly broke the silence. Are you planning on reporting this technique? I don't intend to for the time being, Minato shook his head. It's not fully stable yet, and the battlefield takes precedence. We will discuss it after the battle. He rose, adjusting his attire. You should rest well. I will check on the front line's defenses. Call for the medical ninjas outside if you need anything. Dongfang Xuan acknowledged with a sound, and watched as Minato lifted the curtain and exited. As the tent flap closed, the ease on his face diminished slightly. Great minds think alike, he mused, rubbing the bandages in his palm, a smirk gracing his lips. I suppose that is true. At least this way. When Minato further develops this technique, no one will question how a young boy could conjure such a high-level ninjutsu. As for Orochimaru, Dongfang Xuan glanced at the corner of the tent, where shadows seemed to linger, reminiscent of cold, probing serpent eyes. What does it matter? He thought. First, I must tend to my wounds and master the Rasengan. With that thought, Dongfang Xuan smiled, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Enough of this. It's time to sleep. Following Orochimaru's arrival, Minato swiftly transferred command of all military affairs and intelligence to him. Dongfang Xuan observed the bustling ninjas within the tent, each clutching sizable wooden boxes. Although the frontline forces of the Land of Grass appeared unremarkable, the intricacies of internal politics were anything but simple. While it had not escalated to the level of a purging, those closely associated with Minato Namikaze, or who maintained close ties with the captains, were all dispatched to the front lines, tasked with defending against and scouting the IWA ninjas. Once a captain was ousted from the command center and relegated to frontline combat, it was akin to a form of exile. After all, the movements orchestrated by the command center were unbeknownst to them, and poorly faring captains often found themselves without even a confidant. It was conceivable that one day they might be sent on a mission, only to perish in the field, becoming martyrs for Konoha. Orochimaru's strategies were swift. Minato's trusted allies were divided and co-opted, while others were placed on administrative leave. All of this transpired under Minato's watchful gaze. Yet, what could Minato, no longer a commander, truly say? On the cart, Dongfang Xuan reclined languidly on a long bench, accompanied by his teammates, Might Guy, Yamada, and Tinayu. The arrival of Orochimaru heralded a directive to usurp Minato's command position, simultaneously ordering Minato to return to the village for standby, and Dongfang Xuan's orders were to accompany Minato. Given that Sarutobi Hiruzen's decree mandated Dongfang Xuan's return, Orochimaru deemed it unnecessary to retain him, granting Dongfang Xuan a stroke of good fortune by disbanding the 8th squad of the defensive line. Thus, the so-called Huchuan squad, in theory, became an extension of Dongfang Xuan's force, effectively rendering them his personal soldiers. Dongfang Xuan, what are your plans upon returning to the village? Minato inquired with an uncontainable smile as he sat opposite him. In my case, I plan to renovate my shop and perhaps learn some ninjutsu, Dongfang Xuan replied, aligning himself with Minato's enthusiasm. Minato must have been exceedingly pleased. It was no wonder he persisted in his course despite knowing the unfavorable results of Dongfang Xuan's divination. Minato likely had prior knowledge of Orochimaru's impending arrival. After all, Dongfang Xuan had labored tirelessly against the IWA ninjas for so long, with Orochimaru's arrival at such a juncture. A few more days of attrition could enable the consolidation of forces to decisively defeat the IWA ninjas, allowing Dongfang Xuan to reap the benefits. When he returned to the village, not only would Orochimaru's prestige soar, but his own would inevitably diminish. Thus, Minato chose to gamble, striving to defeat the IWA ninjas before Orochimaru's arrival. The outcome, one might say, was that without Dongfang Xuan, Minato would have evaded this crisis. By the way, Dongfang Xuan, how do you usually learn your ninjutsu? Minato asked gently. From the Ninja Academy, some elders, and through my own creations, Dongfang Xuan responded, nodding at Minato's acknowledgement. Would you care to join me? Join you? Upon hearing Minato's words, Dongfang Xuan's mind began to race. Are you proposing to be my teacher? If so, I think I shall decline, as I already have 2 instructors. The refusal of Dongfang Xuan was resolute and decisive. After all, Namake's Minato was a short-lived soul, possessing primarily forbidden techniques or skills unattainable by the common ninja. Why should he seek to apprentice under Namake's Minato? Moreover, there was a crucial point to consider. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was quite advanced in age, and the selection for the 4th Hokage was urgently needed. In the present Konoha village, only a handful of individuals qualified to compete for this esteemed position remained: Danzo, Fugaku, Hizashi, the legendary 3 ninjas, Namake's Minato, and Shumo. First among them was Shumo, who had already passed away, thus eliminating him from consideration. Fugaku and Hizashi belonged to powerful clans, serving as the heads of their respective great families. Should either aspire to the Hokage title, Konoha would likely face the prospect of a singular dominant clan. As for the legendary 3 ninjas, Tsunade lacked the inclination. Jiraiya chose to support his disciple, Namake's Minato, while Orochimaru exhibited a conspicuous ambition. Ultimately, it came down to Danzo and Namake's Minato, the latter being an indisputable strong contender, already stepping forth to challenge Orochimaru. As for Danzo, Dongfang Xuan believed that as long as Hiruzen Sarutobi drew breath, Danzo could never ascend to the Hokage position. Given that Sarutobi and Danzo were childhood companions, Dongfang Xuan understood the scheming nature of Danzo all too well. Thus, Konoha was gradually evolving into a tug-of-war between Orochimaru and Namake's Minato, each side continuously courting ninja allegiances. Excluding the clearly defined stances of prominent clans, those like Dongfang Xuan, who held no political affiliations, were undoubtedly prime targets for recruitment. Upon hearing Dongfang Xuan's steadfast refusal, Namake's Minato expressed surprise, only to quickly regain his composure. Gesturing with his hands in front of him, Dongfang Xuan, that is not my intention. I merely considered your exceptional talent in ninjutsu. Perhaps in the future, you, I, and Jiraiya-sensei could collaborate on ninjutsu research. Realizing this, Dongfang Xuan smiled, initially believing that Namake's Minato sought to recruit him. Yet it appeared that Minato had nothing substantial to offer that would compel Dongfang Xuan to align himself firmly. Presently, Namake's Minato was not yet Hokage. Aside from his martial prowess, he possessed no extraordinary treasures. It would be unacceptable to impose any burdens on Kushina. Should that be the case, Dongfang Xuan would need to deliberate carefully. Of course, the opportunity to learn alongside Lord Minato and Lord Jiraiya is indeed a coveted one. Dongfang Xuan stepped forward, extending his hand toward Namake's Minato. Minato leaned forward with great enthusiasm, shaking hands warmly with Dongfang Xuan. At this moment, Dongfang Xuan accepted the invitation extended by Minato. Whether he would ultimately join the journey remained to be seen. After further exchanges, Dongfang Xuan had little more to say. Following a brief silence, he leaned against the railing, gazing at the distant forest. From Dongfang Xuan's current perspective, although the members of the prominent clans, including Hiruzen Sarutobi, had yet to intervene, it was logical to deduce that these clans favored a moderate figure like Namake's Minato. Should someone like Orochimaru, who prioritized efficiency above all, ascend to power, his first course of action would undoubtedly be to exploit those with wealth for his gain. Thus, how could the noble clans possibly support Orochimaru? After Orochimaru became enamored with human experimentation and immersed himself in the realm of science, could this fixation be a consequence of the 4th Hokage's electoral defeat? As Dongfang Xuan gazed at the retreating forest in the distance, he pondered this notion. Yet, amidst the bumpy ride of the carriage beneath him, he sensed a familiar silhouette within the woods. He wondered how that individual was faring. Within the confines of a secret chamber on a certain floor of the Hokage building in Konoha, a spacious conference room was currently convened under a palpable atmosphere of tension. Sarutobi Hiruzen occupied the center of the room, with Danzo seated nearby, flanked by the leaders of prominent clans on either side, while several less experienced jonin stood at the periphery. The purpose of this meeting was to address the cooperative defense among the ninja villages. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke as he lifted a long pointer, striking it against a large map laid out on the conference table. Presently, the situation with the rock village was on the brink of protracted conflict, while the defenses of the land of grass had been fully established. He gestured towards the defensive line depicted in the land of grass on the map. As for the land of water, although it had not yet declared its position, its geographical constraints made large-scale troop deployment impractical. Simultaneously, the land of fire lacked sufficient naval vessels, which meant that our strategy regarding the land of water would primarily focus on defensive reconnaissance. Upon concluding his statement, the senior officials nodded in agreement. As Hiruzen's thoughts resonated with the majority of Konoha's upper echelon, it was increasingly likely that Konoha would be embroiled in multi-front warfare, making the allocation of forces of paramount importance. The Land of Lightning was also in a state of conflict with Konoha, yet its primary focus remained on the Wind Country. However, the dense forest that separated the Land of Fire from the Land of Lightning posed a significant risk for a surprise assault by the latter. Hiruzen pointed to the border area, highlighting the natural cover provided by the thick woods, which necessitated heightened vigilance against the Land of Lightning. Turning his attention to the Wind Country, he indicated Sunagakure. During a chaotic moment when Kumo launched a surprise attack on Sunagakure, a ninja named Raza emerged as a pivotal figure, leveraging his bloodline limit, the gold dust, to successfully repel the invaders. Presently, Raza was on the cusp of ascending to the position of the fourth Kazekage. However, the Wind Country was beset by internal and external strife, having suffered significant blows from the Land of Lightning, rendering Sunagakure relatively unscathed in comparison. Having endured a surprise assault and the loss of territory, the Wind Country was only just beginning to stabilize its footing. The upper echelons of Konoha did not foresee the Wind Country stirring any considerable upheaval. Regarding the defense against the Land of Lightning, Hiruzen scanned the room, yet no one volunteered to take charge. Thus, the responsibility fell to Danzo. With a decisive statement from Hiruzen, Danzo's lips twitched involuntarily. Next, the discussion turned to personnel allocation. The core of Konoha's military strength lay with the Jonin, most of whom were either from prominent clans or under their influence. Therefore, during wartime, it was common for Jonin to be dispatched to the front lines by clan units. Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed the assembled clan leaders, including those from the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. The purpose of this meeting extended beyond merely addressing the distribution of battlefront responsibilities. It aimed to exert some pressure on the prominent clans. After all, during times of war, the affluent clans that typically reveled in opulence must now make sacrifices. With the onset of conflict, all would heed the directives of the Hokage. A leader from a lesser clan was the first to express his allegiance, followed by others who gradually voiced their support. Those present were no fools. They all understood Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions. With the declaration of war, none could remain aloof. Regarding the border patrol issue in the Land of Lightning, it was entrusted to the Hyuga clan. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Hizashi nodded in agreement. After allocating responsibilities among the clans, a member of the Umbu suddenly appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, frontline reports. Is it concerning the situation in the Land of Grass? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned grave upon hearing the Umbu's words. The impending assault from the Rock Ninja was formidable, although the defensive forces in the Land of Grass were numerous. He harbored doubts about their ability to withstand the attack. However, with the mobile support of Namikaze Minato, at least the situation would be stabilized. Most importantly, he had dispatched Orochimaru to lead the reinforcements, and he was confident that Orochimaru would secure the front. Proceed, Sarutobi Hiruzen urged gravely. The Umbu unfurled the scroll and began to read aloud. Frontline report. The mobile unit led by Namikaze Minato arrived at the defensive line at 7 p.m. and engaged the Rock Ninja forces. After nearly a night of combat, they managed to repel the Rock Ninja back to the Gobi region. Notable achievements include Namikaze Minato, who eliminated 7 elite Jounin, 21 Chunin, and 3 Genin, Might Guy, who took down 3 elite Jounin and 44 Chunin, and Dongfang Xuan, who defeated 4 elite Jounin and 15 Chunin. As the Umbu recounted the feats of Might Guy and Dongfang Xuan, gasps of astonishment filled the room. The elite Jounin Unishi Ryuha had been slain by the combined efforts of Dongfang Xuan and Namikaze Minato. What? Upon hearing of Unishi Ryuha's demise, Akimichi Dingzu leaped to his feet in disbelief. Unishi Ryuha was considered a formidable rival, with their strengths evenly matched, and they had often clashed on the battlefield. The news of his adversary's death at the hands of Dongfang Xuan left him in a state of incredulity. Shock was etched on the faces of all present. Unishi Ryuha was a long-renowned elite Jounin, having made a name for himself during the Second Shinobi World War with his terrifyingly powerful warhammer. The focus of the room shifted away from Akimichi Dingzu's outburst, as everyone was fixated on the Umbu holding the scroll. Not only had they defeated Unishi Ryoha, but Dongfang Xuan had also claimed the lives of elite and Chunin shinobi. Please elaborate. Sarutobi Hiruzen urged, his eyes wide with astonishment. Pressing the Umbu to continue with the report. Upon completion of the report, the Dark Division meticulously detailed the confrontation between the Great Rock Dragon and Dongfang Xuan, elucidating how Dongfang Xuan adeptly deflected the colossal hammer of the Great Rock Dragon with a kunai. It was truly terrifying. In that moment, several individuals inhaled sharply, realizing that Dongfang Xuan's strength had ascended to a new level. Although he did not directly slay the Great Rock Dragon, merely withstanding the might of its hammer was sufficient to credit Dongfang Xuan with a significant accomplishment. As the Dark Division concluded the account of the battle, an extended silence enveloped the conference room. The Dark Division scanned the expressions of those present and continued. The casualties on the Konoha defense line amounted to 68, including 23 elite Jonin and 45 Chunin. The vanguard of the Rock Shinobi suffered 45 fatalities, comprising 18 elite Jonin and 27 Chunin. Upon hearing these figures, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, recognizing that this data was relatively favorable, considering the Rock Shinobi had meticulously planned this assault, coupled with their nocturnal ambush. The defense line had not crumbled, and sustaining only a few hundred casualties was indeed a commendable outcome. Noticing Sarutobi Hiruzen's affirmative gesture, the Dark Division proceeded. Subsequently, the remnants of the Konoha defense line were consolidated under the command of the mobile unit leader, Namikaze Minato. He retracted a portion of the personnel, reallocating them to reinforce the remaining squads. Minato made the following adjustments. He divided the Konoha mobile unit into 4 divisions, appointing them as the wartime command. The 1st, 4th, and 6th squads of the Konoha defense line were tasked with fortifying the defenses, while the 7th and 8th squads were designated to fill any vacancies. The 2nd and 3rd divisions of the mobile unit would serve as the general reserve. Furthermore, the 3rd small squad of the Konoha defense line was restructured under the direct command of Dongfang Xuan, now renamed the Huchuan Squad. Upon the mention of the Huchuan Squad, whispers erupted among the attendees. Observing the ensuing chatter, Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat, refraining from expressing his stance. Lord Third? A clan leader was about to voice his opinion when he caught the sharp gaze of Sarutobi Hiruzen, causing him to swallow his words. Continue, Sarutobi Hiruzen intoned gravely. At that moment, a weighty concern burdened Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. After all, Dongfang Xuan was so young and lacked practical combat experience. Would it not be reckless to place him in command? Rarely did Namikaze Minato act impulsively. What had prompted such a decision today? Sarutobi Hiruzen intended to quell the doubts among the assembly and temporarily set aside the matter, hence his fierce glare towards the clan leader who was about to speak. However, the Dark Division was about to interject. Wait. Danzo's deep voice resonated, causing the atmosphere in the conference room to grow tense. Sarutobi Hiruzen, in the midst of war, how can you assign a squad to a mere 13 or 14-year-old boy? Danzo's harsh criticism reverberated, emphasizing that this was not solely a matter of Minato's judgment, but also reflected his animosity towards all potential successors to the Hokage. Indeed, Lord Third, how could Namikaze Minato engage in such absurdity? Another clan leader joined Danzo's condemnation. Certainly, this is favoritism at its finest. Some clan leaders, aligned with Danzo or opposing Hiruzen's Sarutobi, vehemently assailed Minato Namikaze. Such actions warranted severe punishment. Minato's actions were tantamount to recklessness. It must not go unpunished. Silence. With a single authoritative command, Hiruzen's Sarutobi quelled the clamor of the clan leaders, temporarily suppressing their dissent with his imposing presence. At his rebuke, they fell silent and returned to their seats, albeit with expressions rife with dissatisfaction. Continue. Minato Namikaze must achieve results, or else even Hiruzen's would be powerless to intervene. Hiruzen spoke sternly, casting a frigid glare at Danzo, warning him to remain silent. Danzo, with a cold smirk, complied and refrained from further comment. Let us set this matter aside for now. Yet, Hiruzen's could only stifle dissent momentarily. He could not quell it indefinitely. Yes, the Umbu reported, unfurling a scroll. Though his words faltered, becoming somewhat stilted. Minato had received intelligence from scouts 6 days prior, revealing the location of IWA, Shinobi's granaries. Granaries. Upon hearing this report, The eyes of several clan leaders sparkled with hope. If they could incinerate Iwa's granaries, the situation on the front lines would undoubtedly improve, alleviating the burden of supplies significantly. Continue. Upon learning that Minato had located the granaries, Hiruzen's breathed a sigh of relief. If Minato could sever Iwa's logistics, the matter concerning the Hoshigaki squad would be trivial. On the seventh night, Minato commanded the Hoshigaki squad to proceed to the granaries and set them ablaze. However, the granaries were laden with explosives, and the Hoshigaki squad fell into a trap. Minato's elite team was ensnared in a long-prepared Earth-style trap by IWA shinobi, resulting in severe injuries to several members and minor injuries to many others, while simultaneously facing a surprise assault led by Otsutsuki. What? Upon hearing this, Hiruzen was momentarily stunned. What? A trap? Cold sweat trickled down his back. If the reports were indeed accurate, the consequences would extend beyond Minato's responsibilities. The very defenses of the land of grass could collapse instantaneously, potentially destabilizing the entire front. Continue. Hiruzen's voice carried a heavy weight. As Hokage, even if Minato perished in battle, he could not display weakness before the clan leaders. Under the sudden assault from Otsutsuki's elite forces, Minato attempted to use the Flying Thunder God technique to extricate his team from the trap, but Otsutsuki's forces relentlessly pursued them. In a moment of peril, the Hoshigaki squad arrived. Hearing this, Hiruzen was taken aback. The Hoshigaki squad had arrived? Just moments ago, they were reported to have fallen into a trap, and now they had suddenly appeared. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding their arrival, it indicated a pivotal shift in what had seemed an inevitable defeat for Minato. Hoshigaki. Danzo was momentarily astonished. After all, why had they come to this location? Continue. What transpired? Upon reaching the battlefield, the Hoshigaki squad found themselves confronting 4 IWA Jonin. Then, Dongfang Xuan was in grave danger. The Jingwu Novel Network first published the story. 4 elite shinobi besieged Dongfang Xuan, a newly promoted Chunin, leading to dire predictions for his fate. Yet, Dongfang Xuan employed the shadow clone technique and an original ninjutsu, swiftly vanquishing all 4 elite shinobi. The murmurs of the Umbu were tinged with tremors, for such prowess was exceedingly extraordinary. Continue. Upon witnessing Dongfang Xuan's formidable entrance, Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed a shift in fortune. Otsutsuki attempted to rush forward to assist, only to be forcefully repelled by Might Guy. The unexpected turn left everyone momentarily stunned. Who was Might Guy? As the gathered individuals recalled the Umbu's earlier mention of Might Guy having dispatched 3 elite shinobi and 44 Chunin, a question arose among them. Who indeed was this Might Guy? A clan leader quietly inquired, echoing the curiosity of the higher-ups. The significant lineage of the Land of Earth primarily stemmed from the Inoki clan, with notable descendants known for their earth-based abilities, such as Otsutsuki and Kuratsuchi. Therefore, Otsutsuki, being a formidable figure from the Inoki lineage, held considerable weight, far surpassing that of a mere boulder. Might Guy was a genin from Konoha, previously assigned to accompany Chunin on various C-rank and D-rank missions, often referred to as the perennial genin. He had a son named Might Guy, who currently shared a class with Dongfang Xuan and Hong under the tutelage of Tsunade. Upon hearing the Umbu's introduction, everyone strained to recall the name Might Guy, realizing that someone capable of besting Otsutsuki could not possibly be an ordinary individual. No need for speculation, Sarutobi Hiruzen clarified. Might Guy was merely an ordinary genin until this mission alongside Dongfang Xuan on the front lines of the Land of Grass, where his true capabilities were revealed. Proceed, he urged, undeterred by the expressions of the clan leaders, as he instructed the Umbu to continue. With Otsutsuki gravely injured, Dongfang Xuan, under the protection of Namikaze Minato and Might Guy, unleashed a certain forbidden technique, successfully striking Otsutsuki. The power of the ninjutsu was astonishing, resulting in the demise of 8 individuals and grievous injuries to 3 others. The remaining foes were captured under Minato's command. As the Umbu concluded their report, an almost profound silence enveloped the expansive conference room. Every individual sealed their lips, uncertain of what to utter next. Excellent. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly rose, brimming with excitement. In one strike, Dongfang Xuan not only felled Otsutsuki, but also 7 elite shinobi. This monumental achievement brought a resurgence of joy to Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose emotions had fluctuated like a roller coaster, leaving him drenched in sweat. Is this truly credible? Could this report be fabricated? One clan leader cautiously ventured, for the gravity of the report was indeed overwhelming. Dongfang Xuan had allegedly slain over a dozen elite shinobi. Although the report did not specify the potency of the ninjutsu, the ability to eliminate multiple elite shinobi was unfathomable. The report was delivered by Orochimaru's summoned beast. Upon hearing this, doubts dissipated among the assembly, for Orochimaru's summoned creatures were bound by contracts with the three great sanctuaries, making forgery virtually impossible. Moreover, as Dongfang Xuan maintained a close relationship with the renowned Hokage, Minato Namikaze, it naturally positioned him in opposition to Orochimaru, another contender for the title. There was no need for Orochimaru to resort to deceit. How old was he? Hinata Hizashi couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, his voice tinged with disbelief. Truly, he was a remarkable prodigy. The village of Konoha was never devoid of talent, yet the majority of such geniuses often struggled to mature. It was frightening. At that moment, no one dared to question Dongfang Xuan, nor did they venture to speak ill of his team, the Huchuan squad. After all, this battle relied heavily on Dongfang Xuan and his team. To speak against them now would surely invite misfortune. At this juncture, Danzo's gaze was frigid, his grip on his cane tightening. Regret filled his heart. No one could have anticipated Dongfang Xuan's rapid advancement. Had he recruited Dongfang Xuan into the Root organization sooner, he would have possessed a formidable ally at this very moment. How regrettable. His regard for Dongfang Xuan had been far too low. Had he been more assertive, perhaps Dongfang Xuan would now stand behind him as a member of the Root. If only he could somehow sideline Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade. Danzo closed his eyes and murmured solemnly, dismissing the gazes of others as his thoughts raced. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke in a low tone. Convey my orders. Promote Dongfang Xuan to Special Jonin, with the Huchuan squad directly under his command, enjoying the privileges of an ordinary squad. Furthermore, disseminate this battle report widely so that everyone may acknowledge Dongfang Xuan's achievements. Upon hearing this, none of the clan leaders dared to voice opposition. After all, Dongfang Xuan had proven himself in battle, and who would be foolish enough to risk their lives in dissent? In unison, they nodded in agreement. As for why Dongfang Xuan was not being promoted to Jonin, there were two reasons. First, his youth made it challenging for him to command respect. After all, the essence of a Jonin lies in leadership and strategy, areas where Dongfang Xuan had yet to demonstrate proficiency. If strength alone sufficed for promotion, it would undermine fairness. Secondly, the distinction between Jonin and Chunin was a significant chasm. Among hundreds of Chunin, only a handful could ascend to Jonin status. Thus it was impractical to elevate a boy to Jonin based solely on a single battle. Understood. The Yambu recorded Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders, and in the next moment, vanished from the meeting room. Now, let us continue our discussion regarding the personnel allocation of the frontline forces. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled warmly at the assembly, while the once arrogant clan leaders now seemed to shrink back. In the training grounds of Konoha, Kakashi leaned against a wooden pillar, arms crossed, gazing in mute disbelief at Uchiha Obito, who was sprinting towards him. Obito, you are late again, Kakashi remarked with exasperation as Obito, panting heavily and clutching the pillar for support, fogged his goggles with his breath. I encountered an elderly woman on my way here, Obito replied breathlessly. Kakashi rolled his eyes, donning a skeptical expression as he responded. You have now become a mere subordinate. Could you not be more reliable, at least provide a more convincing reason? After listening to Kakashi's words, Uchiha Obito expressed his dissatisfaction. What constitutes a persuasive reason? What I said is entirely true. I genuinely encountered it this morning. As the tension between the two escalated, Rin stepped forward to mediate. Enough, enough, do not quarrel. What Obito says should indeed be true. I do not know why Obito is always favored by the elders, and besides, Teacher Minato is not here today. Thank you so much, Rin, you truly believe in me. Obito, moved by Rin's words, took a step forward, clenching his hands. However, Rin instinctively took a small step back, forcing a smile as she replied, Of course, Obito. We are comrades who trust each other. Kakashi, observing Obito's demeanor, scoffed. Being late is still being late. You are already a ninja yet cannot manage your time. Obito shot Kakashi a glare, unwilling to engage in a debate over trivialities. However, it is indeed rare for Teacher Minato to be late, Rin remarked curiously, scanning the surroundings and noticing the absence of Minato. Perhaps something has delayed him. Just as Kakashi finished speaking, a voice echoed in response. There is indeed a matter that has caused the delay. A figure appeared behind them, golden hair unmistakably belonging to Namikaze Minato. At that moment, Minato approached the trio, holding 2 documents in his hands. I apologize for my tardiness. Rin nodded and stepped forward. Teacher Minato, why have you suddenly vanished these past few days? Why did we only gather for training today? Typically, Minato would summon the 3 for training, but since a few days ago, he seemed to have disappeared. They even visited Kushina's home, but she was also unaware of his whereabouts. This is not entirely unexplainable. Did not the Rock Ninjas declare war on Konoha recently? Kakashi and the others nodded at Minato's words. After all, Konoha had issued a public announcement about the war. The Rock Ninjas had launched a surprise attack on Konoha's defensive line, and I had previously led a team to support that front, which caused a delay of several days. As Minato spoke, Obito, filled with excitement, asked, Teacher, did you go to the battlefield? What was it like? How many enemies did you defeat? Minato felt a bit embarrassed by Obito's barrage of questions, while Rin, with a concerned expression, inquired, Teacher Minato, were you injured? No, thank you for your concern, Rin. Minato replied with a smile, unfolding one of the documents in his hand. Due to the formal declaration of war by the Rock Ninjas, the plans originally prepared for you have undergone some changes. I may need to visit the front lines multiple times, thus I will have limited time to guide you. However, I still have time in the near future. As for you, Kakashi can accompany me, but Obito and Rin, you two cannot. After all, Konoha's current regulation states that only Chunin may engage in battle. After Dongfang Mizuno concluded his remarks, Kakashi's expression remained unchanged, while Obito wore a face of disappointment. Why, Sensei? Why must only Chunin step onto the battlefield? Dongfang Mizuno, observing Obito's somber demeanor, replied gravely, to enter the fray. Chunin is the minimum standard. Not to mention Genin. Even Chunin can find themselves facing death at any moment on the battlefield. Seeing Dongfang Mizuno's earnest expression, Obito nodded in understanding. I have no concerns for Kakashi and Rin, but I worry greatly for you, Obito, Dongfang Mizuno stated, only for Kakashi to interject with a sharp tongue. Obito will arrive after the war concludes. After all, he possesses the divine ability of tardiness. Angered, Obito shot a furious glance at Kakashi. Kakashi, you jerk. All right. Kakashi's words do hold merit. Tardiness on the battlefield is a grave matter. Dongfang Mizuno continued. Orders must be strictly adhered to. Independent action is absolutely forbidden. If you lack this understanding, it is best that you refrain from entering the battlefield. As he spoke, Dongfang Mizuno presented a note to the 2. This is the Chunin exam's rules and items, along with an application form. Only by passing the Chunin exam can you step onto the battlefield. The 3 examined the documents with great care. Rin scrutinized the text and suddenly looked up at Dongfang Mizuno, asking, Sensei, since Dongfang Xuan has already become a Chunin, does that mean he will also go to battle? Seeing the concern in Rin's eyes, Dongfang Mizuno almost smiled. Rin, rather than worrying about Dongfang Xuan, you should be more concerned about your teammates. Rin felt somewhat embarrassed at being pointed out by Dongfang Mizuno. Is that so, Sensei? However, Dongfang Xuan is more than just a Chunin. Did you not mention that Chunin are easily sacrificed on the battlefield? Dongfang Mizuno chuckled softly. I was referring to ordinary Chunin. Dongfang Xuan will certainly not fall into that category. He then opened another document, which contained a briefing on the upcoming defense of the Land of Grass. Upon seeing the title battle briefing, Rin, Kakashi, and Obito immediately gathered around to scrutinize the text. When Rin noticed that Dongfang Xuan had followed Dongfang Mizuno's troops to the Land of Grass, she looked up at Dongfang Mizuno and inquired, Is Xuan also on the front lines? Is he still there? Dongfang Mizuno scratched his face and replied, He will not be entering the battlefield for the time being, as Dongfang Xuan is now on the assassination list of the Rock Shinobi. What? Kakashi and the others exclaimed in unison, filled with worry, shock, and confusion. You will understand if you continue reading. Dongfang Mizuno gestured towards the document. The trio resumed their reading. When they reached the part that clearly stated, the Konoha mobile unit reached the defense line by evening and engaged the vanguard of the Rock Shinobi. The outcomes of the battle were noted as follows. Dongfang Mizuno, 7 Jonin, 21 Chunin, and 3 Genin killed. Mike Guy, 3 Jonin, 44 Chunin killed. Dongfang Xuan, for Jonin, 15 Chunin killed. As they read Dongfang Xuan's name, the 3 erupted in astonishment. What? In an astonishing display of prowess, Dongfang Xuan has reportedly slain 4 jonin and 15 chunin. The most fervent reaction to this remarkable statistic did not come from Obito, but rather from Kakashi, who, with a resounding thud, struck a nearby wooden pillar with his fist. As he gazed at the text, Kakashi's mind was awash with disbelief. Yet suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. After all, during the chunin exams, Dongfang Xuan had already demonstrated formidable strength. Kakashi patted his chest, as if seeking solace in his own thoughts. Was Dongfang Xuan injured? Rin, however, was less concerned with the number of adversaries Dongfang Xuan had dispatched and more apprehensive about the perilous battlefield. No, he emerged unscathed, and subsequently led the Huchuan squad in incinerating the rock ninja's granary, eliminating several jonin and aiding me when I fell into a trap. Minato Namikaze spoke somewhat sheepishly, feeling it strange to admit that he had been ensnared and required Dongfang Xuan's rescue. However, even if he refrained from mentioning it, the truth would eventually come to light. Another thud echoed as Kakashi struggled to contain his emotions. After all, they were both geniuses. The Dongfang Xuan of yore had once been unable to surpass him, yet now, the distance between them seemed to stretch infinitely. This was indeed terrifying. Rin slowly articulated her thoughts, although she did not place much weight on Dongfang Xuan's achievements. The sheer magnitude of his accomplishments sent a chill down her spine. Surely not, Minato-sensei, Kakashi interjected, grappling with the implausibility of the claims. Obito, observing the exaggerated figures, could hardly believe his eyes. Minato shook his head, asserting, all of this is true. I witnessed it with my own eyes, and soon. Dongfang Xuan's accolades will be publicly displayed for all to see. After a brief pause, Minato continued, Is Might Dai the father of Might Guy? Rin inquired, puzzled by the mention of Might Dai's name. After all, Might Guy's father, Might Dai, was notorious for being a perennial genin. How could he possibly have achieved such remarkable feats? Minato nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he is the father of Might Guy. Really? It can't just be luck, can it? Kakashi mused, recalling his encounters with Might Dai, an undeniably hard-working individual, yet lacking in talent, which was common knowledge. How could such a perennial genin find himself on the battlefield, wreaking havoc? This is no mere stroke of luck. Might Guy's father has accumulated strength over time. Like Dongfang Xuan, he embodies relentless perseverance. Dongfang Xuan's chakra has now reached jonin levels, and his ninjutsu is exceptionally powerful, with an astounding capacity for learning. As he spoke, Minato manifested a Rasengan in his palm. This technique is known as the Rasengan, at least in A-rank ninjutsu. Dongfang Xuan and I developed it around the same period. Noticing the Rasengan in Minato's hand, Rin curiously inquired, Did you teach him, Minato-sensei? The three had witnessed Minato utilize the Rasengan, and if Dongfang Xuan could wield it, they would naturally assume it was under Minato's tutelage. However, Minato shook his head. I did not instruct him. He had already devised it on his own. Upon concluding their conversation, the three individuals inhaled sharply. For could it be that Dongfang Xuan's prowess in the development of ninjutsu could now be likened to that of Minato Namikaze? Observing the expressions of those around him, Minato turned his gaze towards Kakashi. I recall you possess a technique in lightning release ninjutsu, though you seldom employ it. After speaking, Kakashi nodded and extended a hand. With a crackling sound resembling the chorus of 1,000 birds, the air shimmered with electricity. Acknowledging the Chidori in Kakashi's palm, Dongfang Xuan had indeed mastered it. Hearing Minato's words, Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. What? His astonishment was palpable. He had only demonstrated the technique before Dongfang Xuan once. How could Dongfang Xuan have learned the Chidori from a single viewing? The image of Dongfang Xuan loomed terrifyingly in Kakashi's mind. Are you truly the copy ninja, capable of learning at a mere glance? Ignoring Kakashi's astonishment, Minato smiled and remarked, Now you understand the gap between you and others. Henceforth, diligent training is imperative. Following Minato's words, Obito, with a look of despair, lamented, This is utterly outrageous. Just half a year ago, Dongfang Xuan couldn't even comprehend ninjutsu. And now he has progressed to such an astonishing degree. Obito felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. This was indeed an extraordinary feat. However, true to his nature, Obito quickly regained his resolve. I shall surpass him. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he possessed his own advantages. Once his Sharingan was activated, his power would surge. He was determined to eclipse Dongfang Xuan and ascend to the position of Hokage. In the divination shop of Konoha, Dongfang Xuan meticulously scrutinized the various decorations of the establishment and inquired of the foreman standing nearby, "Master, is the completion of the exterior decorations the final step?" "Indeed, Lord Xuan. Only some ordinary embellishments remain." Satisfied with the renovations, Dongfang Xuan admired the transformed shop. The once modest divination house had been revitalized, expanding from 2 rooms to 4. The shop front had been enlarged, and the sign had been replaced with a larger one. The interior now featured several new tables, presenting a markedly modern aesthetic, shedding the previous vintage style. "Excellent. Let us settle the final payment," Dongfang Xuan stated, reaching for his wallet. Having accrued a substantial sum from his recent missions, including the elimination of numerous elite shinobi, the combined rewards of bonuses and bounty payments amounted to a considerable fortune. Nearly millions, more than sufficient for a small family's lifetime expenses. "No need, Lord Xuan," the foreman replied with a beaming smile. "The Hokage himself has already covered the remaining balance as a gift." After hearing the foreman's words, Dongfang Xuan nodded in satisfaction. "Very well. I shall express my gratitude to everyone." The foreman's smile grew even more radiant. "No need for such formality, Lord Xuan. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to let us know." After bidding farewell to the foreman and the workers, Dongfang Xuan's divination shop was finally complete. "It is truly beautiful," he marveled. Gazing at his exquisite shop, Dongfang Xuan gently pushed open the rosewood door of the divination house and stepped inside. The once wooden divination counter had now been replaced with one of white jade, adorned with delicate display stands holding gilded divination cards. 2 sets of tea tables and chairs had been added, as Dongfang Xuan envisioned transforming the divination house into a leisurely entertainment venue in Konoha. Patrons could come to the divination house to enjoy refreshments and have their fortunes told, a delightful prospect. Having returned to the village nearly a week ago, Dongfang Xuan had spent his days immersed in the divination house, tirelessly renovating the shop, with little else to occupy his time. With his name appearing on assassination lists across various nations, he found himself in a state of semi-house arrest within Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the Hokage's office, his fingers absently tracing the edge of his hat. He truly wished for this young man, Dongfang Xuan, to refrain from wandering about. Should he fall into a meticulously laid trap, it would be a tremendous loss. After all, even a master of the shadow level might not escape unscathed from a premeditated ambush. Although Dongfang Xuan's stance did not overtly align with the Hokage's faction, his working style tended to lean towards that of Minato Namikaze. Had he not intervened in the ambush by Akatsuki, Minato's fate could have been dire. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained patient. An emerging talent rising from the common folk would naturally exhibit a certain aversion to seasoned veterans like himself. In time, he would surely integrate into the Hokage's ranks. "Shinkuin, I have come to see you." The doorbell chimed, accompanied by Lin's cheerful laughter and the soft rustle of fabric. As she evidently carried something in her hands, Dongfang Xuan closed the book The Resilient Will of the Shinobi and looked up towards the entrance. Yawara Lin was pushing the door open, her small cloth bag bulging with contents. "Lin, you're here?" Lin stepped into the divination house, her eyes scanning the room before her fingers grazed the newly replaced ivory-white table edge, pausing momentarily at the intricately carved corner. "The last time I came, the divination house was still being renovated. Now, it looks so much more beautiful." The newly installed ceiling emitted a gentle glow, while several minimalist yet charming English-style tables stood. Crafted after Dongfang Xuan had collaborated with the village's old carpenter to produce several designs. "Isn't it lovely?" "It took quite a bit of effort," Dongfang Xuan replied, his gaze drifting towards the bag in her hands. Lin nodded, smiling, as she placed the bag on a nearby shelf. "By the way, where did you stay while renovating the shop?" Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, fixated on Dongfang Xuan, as if awaiting his awkward response. "What are you thinking?" Dongfang Xuan asked, a hint of helplessness tugging at the corners of his mouth, as he stepped forward and lightly tapped her forehead with his fingertip. "Ouch!" Lin covered her forehead, yet her smile remained intact. "During those few days of construction at home, I stayed at Uncle Dai's place." "Oh, so you stayed at Mike Guy's house?" Lin elongated her tone, her face clearly displaying disappointment. "What on earth were you thinking?" Just as Dongfang Xuan finished his question, the doorbell rang again. The door was gently pushed open a crack, and a small red head cautiously peeked inside, a hand resting on the doorknob, knuckles pale. The moment their eyes met, the small face turned crimson. "Lin, you're here too?" Her voice was as faint as a whisper. Observing the shy demeanor of Hong, Lin took a few steps forward, extending her arm to encircle Hong's shoulders and gently pull her closer. With a teasing tone, she remarked to Dongfang Xuan, "I wonder if Xianjun is staying at Hong's house." The moment those words escaped her lips, Hong's face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. "Lin, what nonsense are you talking about?" Hong exclaimed, raising her hand to touch her neck, her fingertips radiating warmth. "I simply haven't seen Xianjun in a long time. Today, as I passed by, I noticed the divination shop was open, so I came in to take a look." Dongfang Xuan and Lin exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. "Please stop laughing at me," Hong's voice dropped to a whisper. Dongfang Xuan stepped out from behind the counter, gesturing towards the tables and chairs by the large glass window. "Shall we sit over there?" Lin and Hong took their seats, and Dongfang Xuan emerged carrying a tray adorned with 3 glasses of beverages and a plate of snacks. The glass cups glistened with fine droplets of water, and as the snack box was opened, a delicate aroma of butter wafted through the air. "Come, taste and savor," he encouraged. Lin's gaze was fixed on the vibrant snacks, their colors enticingly delicious, as she reached for a piece. "Xianjun, did you make this?" Dongfang Xuan nodded, pulling out a chair to sit between the two. "So, Xianjun can also bake desserts," Lin mused, placing a cookie into her mouth, her eyes widening in surprise. Dongfang Xuan picked up another piece and offered it to Hong. "Hong, you should try it too and see my skills." Hong accepted the cookie, delicately pinching its edge, taking a small bite and savoring it slowly. The buttery fragrance mingled with a hint of sweetness, spreading across her palate. As she swallowed, her throat moved, and upon raising her gaze, her large, round eyes seemed to sparkle. "It's delicious, Xianjun, truly remarkable." After finishing one piece, Lin eagerly reached for another. "What made you suddenly think of baking cookies?" "The divination shop cannot rely solely on fortune-telling. I wanted to expand into other areas, such as these beverages and snacks." Dongfang Xuan explained, pointing to the drinks on the table. "Try this." Lin lifted her glass and took a sip. The effervescence burst on her tongue, the rich flavor of orange flooding her mouth. Her eyes widened in astonishment. "This is amazing. Hong, you must try." Hong watched Lin's shocked expression, hesitantly lifting her glass to take a sip as well. The bubbles rushed up her throat, causing her to cough, her face turning a deep shade of red as she patted her chest in a fluster. Once she regained her composure, she nodded, saying, "It is indeed quite good. This will surely sell well." Lin, saying this, popped another cookie into her mouth. "May your words bring good fortune." Dongfang Xuan chuckled, taking a sip of his homemade beverage. Recalling from his memory, in Boruto and his friends often rushed to the hamburger shop for burgers and cola. Surely, in the world of Naruto, there existed something that could replicate the taste of cola. Dongfang Xuan searched for a long time and finally discovered a herb in the pharmacy. By adding some orange, and with a blend of chemical knowledge and ninja techniques, he managed to create it. Beside him, Hong took another gentle sip of the drink, her fingertips unconsciously tracing circles along the rim of the cup, her gaze fixed on the ice at the bottom, seemingly contemplating how to speak. "Xianjun, this mission must have been quite arduous for you, hasn't it?" Her voice was soft, as if afraid to disturb the tranquility of the afternoon. Lin rested her chin on her hand, her fingers playfully tapping her cheek, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. "I heard that the Akatsuki's Red Earth forces have been deployed. What a pity, I couldn't witness Xuanjuan's grand display of prowess." As she spoke, she mischievously winked at Hong. It seemed that someone had been distracted during training these past few days, perhaps fretting over someone. "Lin." Hong's cheeks flushed crimson, her fingers involuntarily twisting the hem of her garment. "I'm just a bit worried," she murmured in her defense. Dongfang Xuan chuckled softly, lifting a hand to ruffle her hair. "No need to fret. I'm perfectly fine, aren't I?" Hong was taken aback by his gesture, her ears instantly ablaze. She quickly lowered her gaze to the cup, her voice barely a whisper. "Well, that's good." Lin, ever observant, leaned closer with a mischievous grin. "Hong, why is your face so red? Is it too warm in here?" "Absolutely not." Hong stammered, hastily waving her hand as if to fan herself. "Perhaps the sun is just a bit too bright today." "Oh," Lin elongated her tone, deliberately turning to gaze out the window, though the sky was undeniably overcast. Hong shot her an exasperated glare, but Lin only laughed more heartily. After a moment, Lin suddenly stood, stretching her arms wide. "Ah, I just remembered. Teacher Mizuki seems to be looking for me." She winked at Dongfang Xuan. "Xianjun, I leave Hong in your capable hands." Lin. Hong exclaimed, reaching out to grab her. But Lin nimbly evaded her grasp. Lin dashed to the door, glancing back to Wave. See you tomorrow. With that, the door slammed shut, the frame shuddering slightly. The room fell into silence, leaving only Dongfang Xuan and Hong. Hong's fingers clutched the hem of her garment tightly, her knuckles paling. Her heart racing as though it might leap from her throat. Observing her anxious demeanor, Dongfang Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. Lin is still as mischievous as ever. Hong replied softly, her voice scarcely audible. Outside, the wind rustled the leaves, and sunlight occasionally pierced through the clouds, casting shimmering patches of light on the floor. Hong took a deep breath, her fingertips fidgeting with the fabric of her skirt, her heart now beating quicker than before. Finally summoning her courage, she lifted her gaze. Xianjun. Be careful on your next mission. Her voice was faint, yet her gaze was resolute, brimming with sincerity. Dongfang Xuan was momentarily taken aback before responding with a gentle smile. All right, I promise you. Hong's cheeks warmed slightly, yet this time, she did not shy away from his gaze. In the twilight, Hong's eyes lingered on his face for a brief moment before she suddenly averted her gaze as if scalded. I should head back now. Dongfang Xuan rose. Let me accompany you to the door. Hong did not reply, merely following him with light steps toward the entrance. Upon reaching the door, Dongfang Xuan pulled it open, and the afternoon breeze, carrying the distinctive scent of the hidden leaf, wafted in, causing Hong's loose strands of hair to flutter. She raised her hand to smooth her hair, looking up at him. Xianjun, make sure to rest early. Don't overexert yourself. Be careful on your way home. Dongfang Xuan stood at the threshold, his gaze resting on her flushed ears. With a soft sigh, he turned and walked outside, his steps quicker than before. Upon reaching the alley's entrance, he suddenly glanced back. Dongfang Xuan remained at the doorway, his shadow elongated by the doorframe. Noticing her gaze, he raised a hand and gave a gentle wave. Flustered, she swiftly turned back, nearly breaking into a run as she vanished at the end of the alley. Dongfang Xuan smiled, withdrew his gaze, and closed the door. The lingering sweetness of pastries and the citrus aroma of beverages still filled the shop. After tidying up, the evening sun hung low over Horiang Rock. Dongfang Xuan approached the entrance and locked it with a click before retreating into the inner bedroom. The bedroom was far simpler than the shop, featuring a wooden bed against the wall, an old desk lamp on the bedside table, and a low cabinet opposite, piled with neatly folded clothes. In the corner stood a small bookshelf, housing a few ninja technique notes. Dongfang Xuan removed his coat, draping it over the chair, and set down his ninja tool pouch atop the cabinet. Rubbing his brow, he felt the fatigue from the recent renovations and various tasks weighing on him. Money is essential, Dongfang Xuan lamented. In his current plans, if he wished to formally enter the political arena of Konoha as an ordinary citizen, or to ascend to the pinnacle of the world, certain elements were absolutely indispensable. Strength, reputation, resources, and talent. Each was crucial. Regarding strength, the issue was not particularly grave. At his age, Dongfang Xuan's existing abilities were sufficient to propel him forward. As for rising to the level of Hokage or beyond, he was confident that with the power of the divination cards, there was little for him to fear. As for reputation, he already bore the title of a young genius, and his current prowess steadily cultivated respect, bolstered by the significant name of Xuan. His renown had reached its utmost potential. Any further enhancement was unlikely, as he genuinely feared that Danzo might once again conspire against him from the shadows. Danzo. At this thought, Dongfang Xuan furrowed his brow, involuntarily conjuring the image of Danzo's sinister visage, his expression darkening. Danzo, your time is limited. When the moment is ripe, I shall take your life, he silently vowed. His tone tinged with a chill. Dispelling the image of Danzo from his mind, he resolved to refocus on contemplating his future, apart from the unyielding strength and reputation. What Dongfang Xuan currently lacked were resources and talent. Firstly, concerning resources, he could leverage Xuan's name to modestly amass a few essentials, yet such efforts yielded little significant impact. Thus, he was left with no choice but to pursue financial gain. It was not merely about monopolizing Konoha's economy. He needed to ensure that he would no longer fret over daily sustenance. Lastly, there was the matter of talent. Presently, Dongfang Xuan had only Yamada and Tinyu under his command, and he required time to ascertain their loyalty to him. Might Dai ought to remain true to himself, for he shares a profound connection with Might Guy, as they are father and son. Both father and son exhibit unwavering loyalty to Konoha, rather than to any singular individual. Were it not for the proactive efforts of Dongfang Xuan to court Might Dai, it is highly probable that he would naturally gravitate towards the lineage of the Hokage. However, with Dongfang Xuan present, he will not permit Might Dai to become affiliated with the Hokage's faction. As for alternative candidates, Dongfang Xuan swiftly traversed several names in his mind, only to dismiss a few almost immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen is indeed a consummate politician, employing the methods of the will of fire with remarkable finesse. Dongfang Xuan shook his head in quiet contemplation. Within the vast expanse of Konoha, there appeared to be but a scant few individuals worthy of allegiance. Currently, Dongfang Xuan's list comprises only Kakashi as a viable option. The prominent clans evidently would not readily pledge themselves to his cause, while the ordinary citizens are instinctively drawn to the will of fire, naturally intertwining the Fire Country, Konoha, the Hokage, and the Hokage lineage. It is undeniable that Sarutobi Hiruzen possesses considerable political acumen. Nonetheless, Dongfang Xuan harbored little concern, for he had an entire clan to attract to his side. Uchiha, the Might Duo, Kakashi, Yuhi Kurenai, and Yuhi Akane. As Dongfang Xuan pondered these names, he suddenly sat up, a glimmer of realization illuminating his eyes. Of course, Akatsuki. Dongfang Xuan came to an epiphany. Why must he confine his search for talent within the borders of Konoha? Individuals such as Kisame Hashigaki and Kakuzu could serve as invaluable assistants. Once he formally ascended to the upper echelons of Konoha, the matter of rogue ninjas would be inconsequential. With this thought, Dongfang Xuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, a smile gracing his face. He gradually closed his eyes. For tomorrow would bring its own set of challenges. Training Ground 10. Xuan, your talents truly seem to flourish more with each passing day, Teacher Ching remarked, stroking Dongfang Xuan's physique in admiration. Having studied taijutsu for decades, Teacher Ching had encountered no fewer than hundreds of bodies. Your physical prowess has far surpassed that of your peers. Even among jonin, few can rival your abilities. Teacher Ching's hands roamed over Dongfang Xuan's form, with particular attention given to his thighs. Remarkably, you have surpassed even Senator at this. Sun blushed with embarrassment, scratching his head. Do not be disheartened, senior. You are not in competition with Dongfang Xuan. His innate talent is indeed extraordinary, and you stand out among your contemporaries in taijutsu. Hearing Teacher Ching's comforting words, Sun nodded. Although he felt a tinge of jealousy towards his junior, it was only during the Chunin exams, when Dongfang Xuan triumphed with great prowess, that Sun truly comprehended the disparity between them, ceasing to regard Dongfang Xuan as a benchmark for comparison. Dongfang Xuan, I actually have a question, Sun ventured. Dongfang Xuan smiled. Teacher Ching, please go ahead. Teacher Ching's gaze fixated on Dongfang Xuan's shoulders as he scrutinized them closely. Is there something peculiar about your physique? I did provide you with a formula to enhance your physical condition. Yet the question remains. Suddenly, Teacher Ching's expression grew grave. The training I have prepared for you poses significant risks to your body. With my prescription, your physical recovery can only reach 70%. Theoretically, you can train only 4 days a week, yet you persist in training every single day. Do you possess some special recovery ability or a unique constitution? Upon hearing Teacher Ching's words, Dongfang Xuan was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Teacher Ching would discern the modifications his heavenly endeavor had inflicted upon his body. Indeed, my physique is somewhat extraordinary, and my recuperative abilities are unlike those of ordinary individuals. Dongfang Xuan awkwardly scratched his face. After listening to Dongfang Xuan, Teacher Ching nodded in satisfaction, stepping forward a few paces to an open area of the training ground. Dongfang Xuan, today you shall embark on your journey. With a shift in tone, Teacher Ching adopted a serious demeanor. Little Xuan, observe closely the next move. In an instant, Teacher Ching's aura surged to its zenith. A gentle blue chakra emanating from his entire being, resembling the unlocking of the 8 gates. A torrent of air surged outward in all directions, knocking Sun to the ground with its immense force. Instinctively, Dongfang Xuan raised his hand to shield himself from the overwhelming wave of energy. Indeed, as the representative of Konoha's martial arts, Teacher Ching had already reached the pinnacle of physical techniques, possessing profound understanding of the 8 gates. Dongfang Xuan gazed at the chakra radiating from Teacher Ching, musing to himself. Teacher Ching undoubtedly mastered the method to unlock the body's limitations. It may not be called the 8 gates, but it certainly involves similar techniques. Konoha Dragon. Teacher Chun exclaimed, leaping into the air and executing a rapid, swirling kick, leaving behind fleeting shadows. As he spun, the whirlwind generated by his kick materialized almost instantaneously, soaring skyward. A colossal pillar of wind erupted, forming a gigantic wind dragon in midair, its fierce head aimed directly at Dongfang Xuan. Be careful, Teacher Chen's voice echoed from within the wind column. And in the next moment, the enormous dragon head charged towards Dongfang Xuan. Is this the Konoha dragon? In an instant, a deep green chakra erupted from within Dongfang Xuan. As he unlocked the 8 gates, the open, rest, life, and death gates all sprang to life. And the chakra emanating from Dongfang Xuan surged to meet Teacher Chen's Konoha dragon head-on. Good lad. Catch this. In an instant, the Konoha dragon was upon him, and Dongfang Xuan unleashed a powerful kick. The collision between Dongfang Xuan's kick and Teacher Chen's Konoha dragon was thunderous. Dongfang Xuan felt as if he had struck an iron wall. His kick was utterly unable to budge the Konoha dragon. After the impact, Dongfang Xuan's body was sent flying backward. He soared through the air, and Sun watched in astonishment as Dongfang Xuan flew out, having witnessed Teacher Chen's Konoha dragon. He had never seen anyone able to even collide with it, let alone resist its might. Only after being struck by Teacher Chen's wood-leaf divine dragon did Xiao Xuanzi get sent flying. How are you, Dongfang Xuan? As the divine dragon's wind column gradually dissipated in midair, Teacher Chen slowly descended to the ground. I am fine. Dongfang Xuan's figure emerged from the forest, showing no apparent injuries. The injuries to his body were not severe, for Teacher Chun had not exerted his full strength, merely sending Dongfang Xuan flying. Observing Dongfang Xuan's gradual return, Teacher Chun burst into hearty laughter. Your physique is indeed extraordinary. Embarrassed by Teacher Chen's jovial demeanor, Dongfang Xuan managed a shy smile. So, did you observe my wood-leaf divine dragon closely? Teacher Chen stepped forward and patted Dongfang Xuan on the shoulder. Fortunately, I have grasped about 30% of it. 30%. Upon hearing this, Teacher Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. The profound body technique he had mastered throughout his life had seemingly been comprehended by Dongfang Xuan after just a brief encounter. The essence of the wood-leaf divine dragon lies in harnessing the violent winds generated by body techniques to create a wind column. Thus, its core is akin to a tornado. Laughing heartily, Teacher Chen patted Dongfang Xuan on the shoulder once more. You are indeed a genius. The wood-leaf divine dragon is, in essence, a tornado, and you have already begun to unravel its mysteries. I shall continue to instruct you until you fully master this profound body technique. The wood-leaf divine dragon. Grateful, Dongfang Xuan nodded appreciatively, recognizing that he was merely an ordinary scholar in Teacher Chen's eyes, who had no obligation to impart such profound techniques. Xiao Xuanzi, you performed remarkably in that battle with the rock ninjas. Suddenly, Teacher Chen's tone shifted, adopting a somewhat flattering demeanor. You were formidable on the battlefield. However, I have but one request. Teacher Chun gazed into the distance towards Sun, speaking slowly. Teacher Chun, please go on. It's nothing of concern. Xiao Xuanzi, my disciple, as you know, lacks ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Therefore, I simply hope you can look after Sun on the battlefield. Upon hearing Teacher Chen's words, Dongfang Xuan nodded earnestly, realizing that this matter paled in comparison to Teacher Chen's teachings. Teacher Chun, I will take good care of Sun. I promise. Teacher Chun, feeling reassured, patted Dongfang Xuan's shoulder, gratitude evident in his demeanor. Xianjun, not far away, Hong stood at the entrance of the training ground, gazing at Dongfang Xuan from a distance. Noticing Hong, Dongfang Xuan turned to look at Teacher Chun. Teacher Chun smiled and said, Go ahead. Dongfang Xuan bid farewell to Teacher Chun and Sun and quickly made his way towards the training ground's exit. Hong, what brings you here so early? Dongfang Xuan was astonished to see Hong. At that moment, Hong was clad in a light gray knit sweater with a simple round neckline, underneath which was her signature fishnet top. The sleeves tapered delicately, the soft fabric resting gently on her shoulders. Her lower half was adorned with an off-white long skirt that grazed her ankles, cinched loosely at the waist with a matching fabric belt. On her feet were white canvas shoes, slightly dusted. At this moment, her hands gently cradled a beautiful basket, the kind commonly used by the villagers of Konoha for shopping. I merely arrived a bit early, Hong's soft voice chimed, smiling at Dongfang Xuan. Just as my training has concluded, let us depart, Dongfang Xuan replied. With a gentle nod from Hong, The two of them exited the training grounds together. The bustling commercial street of Konoha was alive with activity, lined with a myriad of shops both large and small, though the rents here were astonishingly steep. The street was crowded and somewhat narrow. As Dongfang Xuan and Hong walked side by side, "Hong, you look exceptionally beautiful today," Dongfang Xuan remarked directly, gazing at her. Everyone relishes compliments, especially young ladies. Upon hearing Dongfang Xuan's praise, Hong's cheeks flushed slightly as she softly responded, "Thank you, Xian-kun. Your appearance today is quite dashing as well." Hong felt a surge of joy. After all, she had meticulously prepared her attire since morning. For this occasion, she had even sought the advice of Lady Tsunade, renowned as the most captivating woman in Konoha. However, upon visiting, Hong discovered that Tsunade was utterly inept at makeup. In the end, she sought help from her classmates and applied a light touch of cosmetics. Initially, Hong had worried whether Dongfang Xuan would appreciate her ensemble or her makeup. "Hong, you truly are beautiful today, and that subtle makeup suits you remarkably well," Dongfang Xuan said, tenderly brushing his fingers near her ear. The makeup had already added a rosy hue to Hong's cheeks, but the warmth of Dongfang Xuan's touch made her complexion bloom a deeper crimson. "Xian-kun, you noticed?" Hong stammered, feeling a mix of embarrassment and nervousness. For this was indeed a carefully orchestrated effort on her part. She nodded shyly. "Xian-kun, isn't Lady Tsunade the most charming woman in Konoha? Yet, why is she so hopeless at makeup?" Hong tilted her head, expressing her puzzlement. Hearing her question, Dongfang Xuan chuckled awkwardly. "Lady Tsunade possesses her own unique qualities. However, it's not something you need to dwell on." At that moment, they arrived in front of a quaint little shop. "Wait a moment, Hong," Dongfang Xuan said, stepping forward to pause at the shop's entrance. "Boss, 2 of those, please," he requested, retrieving some money from his pocket to hand to the owner. The owner glanced between Dongfang Xuan and the distant Hong, smiling broadly. "Is she your girlfriend?" No, we are merely classmates at the moment," Dongfang Xuan quickly clarified, prompting an even wider grin from the owner. "Well, I wish you success," he said, handing the snack to Dongfang Xuan. Dongfang Xuan accepted the food, bemused by the owner's words of encouragement, yet chose not to dwell on it as he walked back towards Hong. Upon seeing Dongfang Xuan approaching with the snack, her cheeks flushed even more, turning a deeper shade than before. "Hong, try this," he called out. "Xian-kun, I would like to eat this one." Hong accepted the candied apple from Dongfang Xuan's hand, speaking in a somewhat bewildered manner. Dongfang Xuan found this curious but did not dwell on it, casually walking and savoring the treat alongside Hong. To his disappointment, the apple was not as delightful as he had anticipated, having taken a few bites of the sugary coating. He felt let down. After all, he had often seen anime heroines relishing candied apples, leading him to expect something extraordinary. However, the taste was merely a blend of sweetness and mild tartness, far from the exquisite flavor he had envisioned. Ultimately, it was just an ordinary apple cloaked in sugar. "What's wrong, Xianjun? Is it not to your liking?" Hong asked. Her cheeks flushed as she turned to face him. "It's nothing. It simply didn't meet my expectations," he replied. "Perhaps yours is better. Would you like to try this?" Hong, her face turning crimson, covered her mouth and nose with her hand, unable to meet Dongfang Xuan's gaze, and offered him her candied apple. Dongfang Xuan was momentarily taken aback by the gesture, and soon felt a wave of shyness wash over him, his cheeks tinged with color. "Well, let me have a taste," he said, feeling bashful as he took a bite. The sweet and tangy flavor melted in his mouth. Heavens, how delicious this candied apple is. Dongfang Xuan savored the sweetness, marveling internally. The two walked in an awkward yet intimate silence. "Shall we step inside and take a look?" Dongfang Xuan suggested as they reached the entrance of a shop, feeling a bit embarrassed. Hong, her face still flushed, nodded in agreement. Upon entering the shop, Hong's heart fluttered at the sight of the colorful merchandise, awakening her youthful spirit. "This is so beautiful," she exclaimed, picking up a lovely wallet from the display and examining it closely. Meanwhile, Dongfang Xuan scrutinized the surrounding items. Wallets, displays, picture frames, and various goods were all available. He couldn't help but marvel at the Naruto world, where nearly all modern items already existed. He realized that he could not leverage his status as a time traveler to earn money. "It seems there's no way around this," he murmured, acknowledging the absence of any unique means to make a profit, which left him with only traditional methods. "What do you mean by no way?" Hong suddenly appeared in front of him, her cheerful smile interrupting his thoughts. "It's nothing. I was just pondering how to make money, he replied. Make money? She tilted her head, looking at him with curiosity. Dongfang Xuan nodded, finding her tilted head quite endearing. It's nothing. You're more important, he said, playfully pinching her rosy cheek, which made her smile brightly. He then picked up the ninja tool pouch that Hong was holding. The light-colored pouch felt luxurious in his hands. Boss, I'll take one, he said, presenting the pouch to the shopkeeper. 20,000, the shopkeeper replied, glancing at the pouch in Dongfang Xuan's grasp. Xianjun, Hong began. But Dongfang Xuan swiftly placed the 20,000 on the counter. All right, let us go, he said, concluding their brief shopping excursion. Dongfang Xuan grasped Hong's wrist and swiftly led her out of the shop. Once outside, Hong gently voiced her thoughts. Xianjun, you need not spend money on me. After all, your own living expenses are somewhat burdensome. Hong felt a twinge of discomfort, reluctant to touch upon anything unfavorable concerning Dongfang Xuan. It is nothing, Hong. I am not referring to my own living expenses, Dongfang Xuan replied, placing a pouch of ninja tools into Hong's hands. Hong, this is a token of my appreciation. Observing Dongfang Xuan's earnest expression, Hong delicately accepted the pouch and said, Thank you. Xianjun. Dongfang Xuan had returned to Konoha village for quite some time, having been preoccupied with various tasks. Initially, he focused on refurbishing the shop, followed by Master Chen's physical training assessments and imparting the secrets of the Konoha dragon. Subsequently, he accompanied Hong on shopping excursions and visited her home, where they paid a courtesy call to Uncle Dai. Finally, having completed his obligations, Dongfang Xuan found himself with time to attend to his own affairs. In the outskirts of Konoha village, he inquired, Are you certain this is the place, Rin? His gaze wandered over the desolate surroundings, casting doubt. Indeed, this is the location. I volunteered at the orphanage here previously, Rin affirmed with a nod. Despite the environment hardly resembling that of a typical orphanage, the pair had nearly departed Konoha village, standing at the foot of the renowned Chijiao Mountain. Is that Chijiao Mountain? Dongfang Xuan pointed to a modest hill in the distance, barely surpassing 100 meters in height, not much taller than the Hokage rock. Yet, its summit offered a commanding view of the entire Konoha village. Yes, that is indeed Chijiao Mountain, and over there lies Chijiao City, Rin indicated towards a distant city, positioned opposite Konoha village. On the opposite side of Chijiao Mountain rested Chijiao City, with Konoha situated to the east and Chijiao City to the west. The strategic placement of Chijiao City served as a bulwark for Konoha. Should it fall, the village's defenses would be compromised. Although the establishment of Chijiao City was a measure taken by Sarutobi Hiruzen, it merely addressed the symptoms rather than the root of the issue. Once Chijiao Mountain is besieged, Konoha's safety will be in jeopardy, Dongfang Xuan murmured, gazing contemplatively at the low hill. Xianjun, look. Rin tugged at Dongfang Xuan's arm, shaking it playfully as she pointed towards a structure in the distance. Following her gaze, he beheld a large wooden building, approximately 400 square meters in area and 3 stories in height, resembling a Western-style church. A grand sign hung above the entrance, inscribed with the words, Konoha Orphanage. It seems this must be Konoha's orphanage, Dongfang Xuan noted, regarding the remote location. If the center of Konoha were at the Hokage's office, the Uchiha clan's territory would likely be in the 4th ring, while Might Guy's home sat in the 6th. The orphanage before them could be considered almost in the 10th ring. Indeed, when I visited previously, I thought I had gone astray, Rin explained slowly, noticing the surprise on Dongfang Xuan's face. Let us proceed, Dongfang Xuan said, his expression returning to its usual warmth. Rin grasped his sleeve, and together they walked side by side into the orphanage. As the sound of knocks echoed on the wooden door, Dongfang Xuan stepped forward. Who is it? A gentle female voice emerged from within the orphanage, accompanied by the chaotic sounds of children playing. After a brief pause, the wooden door creaked open. May I inquire who you are? A woman adorned with a white hood peered out, her dark yellow hair framing her face, while her eyes, partially obscured by glasses, scrutinized Dongfang Xuan and Lin closely. Greetings, allow me to introduce myself. I am Dongfang Xuan, he replied, a standard smile adorning his face. He and the woman appeared to be of similar height, and they exchanged glances. Yanao Yu, observing Dongfang Xuan, suddenly chuckled. Are you the illustrious Lord Huchuan? Upon hearing Yanao Yu's remark, Dongfang Xuan quickly responded, I am unworthy of such praise. It is merely a hollow title. With a faint smile gracing her lips, Yanao Yu opened the door wider, inviting Dongfang Xuan and Lin inside. Once they entered the orphanage, Dongfang Xuan surveyed the surroundings. The hall had been transformed into a dining area, furnished with several rows of wooden tables and chairs, where approximately 50 children, both boys and girls, gathered for lunch. Some devoured their meals heartily, while others frolicked about. Lord Xuan, the children are currently having their lunch. May I ask what brings you here? You inquired. Sensing that no one would visit an orphanage without a purpose. I am merely here to take a look. There is no need for concern, Dongfang Xuan replied, his eyes carefully examining the environment. In the hall, 2 elderly women were tasked with overseeing the children's meals, tending to a couple of children who required assistance with feeding. Xianjun, look over there, Lin whispered in Dongfang Xuan's ear. Not far away, a small boy was being fed by one of the elderly women. His right arm was only half intact, missing everything below the bicep. Dongfang Xuan sighed, choosing to remain silent as he took a step closer. The presence of Dongfang Xuan and Lin captured the attention of many children. The mundane life within the orphanage craved a sense of liveliness, and children, by nature, are drawn to commotion. Moreover, most of the children were merely 4 or 5 years old, with the oldest only reaching 10. Dongfang Xuan and Lin, both 13, were not significantly older than the little ones before them. Is this all you usually eat? Dongfang Xuan approached the small boy and scrutinized the contents of his plate. The rice consisted of coarse grains mixed with inexpensive cereals, while the vegetables were merely some greens and tofu. Beside it sat a bowl of egg drop, soup devoid of eggs. Due to limited funding, this is the best we can provide. You said with a hint of resignation, which also darkened Lin's expression. Little one, may I taste it? Dongfang Xuan inquired as he approached. The child, taking spoonfuls of the meal, savored the flavors, his lips smeared with grains of rice. At Dongfang Xuan's question, the child hesitated, momentarily taken aback by the presence of the older boy. Dear brother, could you please refrain from eating my meal? I didn't have enough to eat yesterday. However, you may have my portion tomorrow. After hearing the child's words, Dongfang Xuan let out a heavy sigh, took a step back, and gently patted the little one's shoulder. Go ahead and eat, it's all right. Yu, catching a whiff of the funds, appeared with a plate of food from seemingly nowhere. This was indeed the meal typically consumed by the children. Dongfang Xuan scrutinized Yu, yet Yu maintained a bright smile, seemingly oblivious to Dongfang Xuan's piercing gaze. No longer observing Yu, Dongfang Xuan accepted the plate and scooped a spoonful into his mouth, savoring it slowly. I initially thought that Mike Guy's household was already impoverished. Dongfang Xuan swallowed the food and remarked with a hint of lamentation. Lin also took the spoon from Dongfang Xuan's hand, scooping a spoonful of food for herself. However, in the next moment, Lin's expression contorted. Dongfang Xuan turned to Yu and slowly inquired, is there a place to speak? Yu, still wearing that signature smile, replied, follow me. Upon entering the room, an expansive bookshelf lined with neatly arranged books greeted them. Dongfang Xuan approached and pulled out a book, opening it to read. As he flipped through the pages, Lin's little head leaned in closer. What is this? An introductory understanding of the carpentry profession? Observing the dense text and detailed illustrations of carpentry tools in the book, Dongfang Xuan declared, children, I have some matters to attend to. You may play for now. As Yu pulled the wooden door open, she cheerfully waved goodbye to the children. Finally, the door creaked shut behind her. Taking a deep breath in front of the closed door, Yu seemed to steel her resolve before turning back. Lord Xuan, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit to my humble abode? A trademark warm smile graced Yu's face, though it bore a subtle difference from the one she had shown the children. It seemed that Miss Yu held a genuine affection for the little ones. Dongfang Xuan snapped the book shut with a decisive sound, his gaze roving over Yu's figure. Yu noticed the almost audacious scrutiny in Dongfang Xuan's eyes, but felt no anger. Instead, her smile brightened even more. Observing Yu clad in a Western-style clerical robe with a white hood, Dongfang Xuan remarked, so many books. It appears they are prepared for these children. Indeed, you possess an astute eye, Lord Xuan. All of these are intended to prepare for the children's future. Lin, watching the exchange, failed to perceive the subtle probing beneath their conversation and felt that both Dongfang Xuan and Yu suddenly appeared quite earnest. Living in such a remote location indicated that the Hidden Leaf Village officials were not particularly attentive to the orphanage. With over 50 children, it was evident that the number of war orphans far exceeded this, suggesting that the orphanage could only accommodate so many at present. Daily subsisting on coarse rice implied that the orphanage's finances were indeed quite strained. The orphanage has prepared an abundance of books, laying a foundation for the children's future. Most significantly, it is solely supported by the three of you, and it appears that Miss Yanao is bearing quite the burden. Dongfang Xuan's string of remarks elicited a laugh. Yet Yanao's smile faltered. After all, she had traversed the world for years, conversing with humans and spirits alike. Yet, the current Yanao seemed unable to discern Dongfang Xuan's true intentions. What does Lord Huchuan mean? The orphanage is merely a haven for orphans. If Lord Huchuan desires something, it would be best for him to take his leave. The signature smile on Yanao's face vanished, replaced by a hardened maternal instinct as she sensed danger emanating from Dongfang Xuan. My meaning is quite clear. You have sacrificed so much for these children, bound by their needs, while your formidable power remains untapped, yet you willingly choose to be an ordinary orphanage director? Am I correct, Miss Yanao? Or should I refer to you as the Wandering Witch? Upon hearing the title of the Wandering Witch from Dongfang Xuan's lips, Yanao's eyes widened in shock, fixated on him. In an instant, alarms rang throughout her being. You, how could you possibly know that? Yanao's voice lost its usual softness, now laced with an accusatory tone. Do not be hasty, Miss Yanao. I possess much more knowledge than you realize, including the matters you have conducted at the roots. As Dongfang Xuan's words hung in the air, Yanao's pupils constricted. What are you truly after? Yanao's voice rose sharply, leaving Lin at a loss. What is happening? Why are they suddenly arguing? Please, do not quarrel. Lin flailed her arms, seemingly attempting to prevent the confrontation. Miss Yanao, I merely pondered what might transpire should I reveal your identity. Would your enemies not swarm towards you? With so many adversaries, can a neglected orphanage withstand such onslaught? Would everything you prepared instantly become devoid of meaning? Dongfang Xuan's voice was cold, each word tightening Yanao's brow. In his final proclamation, he tossed the books in his hand to the ground, as if foreshadowing the orphanage's descent into flames destined for destruction. What do you intend to do to the children? The moment the books hit the floor, Yanao sprang into action, her pale green chakra blade cleaving towards Dongfang Xuan's head. The desk before them was swiftly severed in two. Xianjun, be careful. Lin, witnessing Yanao employing ninjutsu against Dongfang Xuan, turned to shield him, attempting to absorb the impending blow. Fool. Dongfang Xuan wrapped one arm around Lin while extending his other hand towards Yanao. A powerful gust erupted from his palm, striking Yanao's braced arms. With a deft motion, Dongfang Xuan spun with Lin to dissipate the recoil, while Yanao was sent flying by the wind, turning midair before landing. The two halves of the desk crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Xianjun. Lin found herself in Dongfang Xuan's embrace, caught between surprise and joy, yet baffled by the sudden escalation between them. His prowess was undeniable. He was indeed a formidable aide to Danzo. Wild Yu, observing Dongfang Xuan's nonchalance, felt a surge of anger. Nevertheless, Dongfang Xuan continued, calm down, there's no need for such alarm. Am I truly that fearsome? He chuckled lightly, releasing Lin and seating himself steadily in a chair. Yet, Wild Yu remained rooted in place, panting as she scrutinized the enigmatic figure before her. I harbor no ill intent. I merely wish to remind you of your current predicament, Dongfang Xuan said with a grin. I have a suggestion. Would you care to hear it? Upon hearing his words, Wild Yu narrowed her eyes, sensing that Dongfang Xuan was finally about to reveal his true intentions. As for the orphanage's funding, I can take responsibility for that. Wild Yu remained unfazed. After all, everything Dongfang Xuan spoke of was merely bait on a hook. No matter how enticing the bait, it was still bait. Once consumed, escape would be impossible. Though the orphanage's conditions were poor, it did not necessitate acceptance of Dongfang Xuan's funding. Having navigated the complexities of life for many years, Wild Yu understood the stakes all too well. So what is your true aim? She inquired directly, unwilling to engage in a protracted exchange. It appears you are quite astute. My objective is quite simple, Dongfang Xuan sneered, fixing his gaze intently on Wild Yu. I want you. You mean me? Wild Yu scrutinized Dongfang Xuan closely, unable to decipher his intentions. Indeed, I desire you. After all, you possess your own worth. My worth? She questioned, skepticism clouding her thoughts. Dongfang Xuan, a mere commoner on the rise, seemed destined for greatness with the esteemed title of Huchuan. Why then was he seeking her out? I am merely the head of an orphanage now. I shall not engage in any blood-stained endeavors again. Wild Yu's gaze bore into Dongfang Xuan's seeking any flicker of emotion. Just a humble head of an orphanage, she asserted firmly, yet Dongfang Xuan's eyes betrayed no tumult, as if he anticipated her every sentiment. Of course, Wild You, I never intended for you to engage in espionage. I have always valued you for who you are, he articulated slowly, enunciating each word as if fearing she would misunderstand. Wild You regarded him, exhaling heavily. Did you foresee all of this? She asked, sensing that his every action and emotion were calculated, as if rehearsed. I cannot see through you, but for the sake of these children, I shall not retreat an inch. Wild Yu's chakra suddenly surged, the chakra blade manifesting on her arm, adopting a stance that suggested a willingness to engage in a fight to the finish. Xianjun. On the side, Lin found herself unable to interject, completely excluded from the dialogue between the two. Witnessing their escalating confrontation, her heart filled with anxiety. Dongfang Xuan merely smiled faintly at Yanaoyu before a hand gently patted Yanaoyu's shoulder. What? Yanaoyu exclaimed, turning abruptly to find another Dongfang Xuan standing behind him, a smile adorning his face. With a sudden explosion, the shadow clone dissipated, leaving Yanaoyu to slump into his chair, as if his very spine had been wrenched away. At that moment, Yanaoyu was engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. He realized he hadn't even been afforded the opportunity to perish alongside this boy before him. Had Dongfang Xuan truly wished him dead, the unnoticed shadow clone would have already severed his throat. Suddenly, the depth of his own impotence struck him. Tears welled in the corners of Yanaoyu's eyes, and soon they began to cascade down his cheeks. The plight of the orphanage remained unaltered, with one individual after another seeking them out. Yanaoyu could leave on his own. Yet the orphans he could not take with him continued to weigh heavily on his heart, as if there were no escape from this predicament. Dongfang Xuan stepped forward, standing before Yanaoyu. Are you here to admire your achievements? Yanaoyu spoke slowly, unable to fathom Dongfang Xuan's intentions, resorting to wild conjecture. Dongfang Xuan patted Yanaoyu's shoulder and began to speak. All I require is for you to join my ranks and become one of my own. Once you do, your troubles will be effortlessly resolved. In a sudden motion, Yanaoyu swatted Dongfang Xuan's hand away, tears glistening in his eyes, yet his voice unwavering. I will not allow you to turn those children into killing machines. Dongfang Xuan chuckled softly, choosing silence as he turned toward the door. As he passed Lin, Dongfang Xuan grasped her wrist, leading her toward the wooden door. Upon opening it, they were met with a throng of children eager to witness the unfolding drama. Dongfang Xuan turned back to Yanaoyu and said, Take your time to contemplate. We shall meet again. And do not assume the worst of everyone. With that, Dongfang Xuan, along with Lin, exited the orphanage. Just as they approached the entrance, a child came running from behind. Who are you? Why did you make my mother cry? The child shouted, attempting to throw a punch at Dongfang Xuan. Yanaoyu, who had just emerged from the room, instinctively sought to intervene. However, Dongfang Xuan moved first, swiftly grasping the child by the shoulder and, with a gentle motion, lifted him by his clothing, spinning him gracefully in the air. When Dongfang Xuan finally set the child back down, he appeared slightly dizzy. Dongfang Xuan flicked his finger against the child's forehead, sending him tumbling to the ground. All right, take your time to deliberate, he remarked before departing the orphanage with Lin. As Yanaoyu watched Dongfang Xuan slowly close the door behind him, he remained unsettled. What could this man possibly want? Having traversed the world as a spy, Yanaoyu had encountered a myriad of individuals and witnessed countless events. No one would engage in endeavors that yield no returns. Managing an orphanage, regardless of its modest size, seems an arduous and thankless task. Yet, what drives Dongfang Xuan? Is it not for the sake of this small orphanage, but rather for himself? Yanaoyu extended his hand, scrutinizing his palm. Beyond his prowess in combat, infiltration, and espionage, what remained of his corporeal existence? Beauty? As Dongfang Xuan and Lin ambled along the commercial street, Lin was no longer the whimsical girl of yesteryears. She now bore a weight of solemnity. What troubles you, Lin? Are you discontent? Is it because you have witnessed another facet of me? Dongfang Xuan inquired, observing her intently. Lin nodded, somewhat dazed. I've never encountered such a terrifying Xianjun before. It frightens me. Dongfang Xuan gently placed his hand upon Lin's head, tenderly stroking her hair. I apologize, Lin. I never intended for you to see this side of me, but one day you would have to. I am destined to pursue a path in politics. And this may become the norm, for in the face of interests, there exists no absolute good or evil. Is that so? Why must Xianjun embark on a political journey? Lin lifted her gaze to meet Dongfang Xuan's, her eyes brimming with confusion. Because I harbor a dream where the world is devoid of war, where children are spared from the battlefield, and where all can live carefree beneath the azure sky and white clouds, Dongfang Xuan expressed with deep emotion. Is that so? What connection does this have with politics? The 13-year-old Lin struggled to grasp the essence of politics, finding it difficult to comprehend Dongfang Xuan's words. Lin, I merely wish to convey that my future endeavors may lead us down divergent paths. You may not understand now, but I do not wish to deceive you. Dongfang Xuan spoke earnestly, revealing the truth of his inner turmoil. He genuinely aspired to transform the world of ninjas, acknowledging that some matters were unavoidable, and he did not wish to conceal them from those close to him. Thus, entrusting the choice to those around him might be the wisest course of action. Though Lin lacked understanding of politics, she perceived the sincerity in Dongfang Xuan's words and felt his intentions. Lowering her head as if deep in thought, she suddenly lifted it again, a whimsical smile illuminating her face. I believe that what you do will certainly not betray everyone's expectations. Such simple words embodied Lin's unwavering support for Dongfang Xuan. As he gazed at the girl before him, her smile evoked a tender stir within the depths of Dongfang Xuan's heart. Thank you so very much, Lin. Suddenly inspired by a thought as he looked at a storefront, Dongfang Xuan exclaimed, Ah, yes. Elated by Lin's response, he stepped into a shop. Here, try this. As he offered her a candied apple, Lin smiled enchantingly. Xianjun, are you confessing your feelings for me? Dongfang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Realizing there were things he was unaware of, Lin accepted the candied apple, her words flowing gently. The taste of a candied apple is sweet and sour, much like the flavor of love. Thus, when a girl likes a boy, she often expresses a desire for candied apples. Upon hearing Lin's words, Dongfang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. No wonder when I handed the candied apple to Hong last time, she inexplicably expressed her desire to eat it. Upon hearing Dongfang Xuan's comment, Lin crossed her arms, her face adorned with an unmistakable expression of displeasure. A boy presenting a candied apple to a girl is akin to a confession of affection. Acceptance or rejection follows suit. It appears that I am not the first to confess my feelings to Xianjun. Observing Lin's sulky demeanor, Dongfang Xuan awkwardly apologized. I'm truly sorry. He hastily lowered his head in contrition, while Lin pursed her lips, muttering, two-timing, truly a scoundrel. Yet, as she glanced at Dongfang Xuan's bowed head, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. In the next moment, Lin stepped forward and embraced Dongfang Xuan's shoulders, her face radiant with joy. Though you are a scoundrel, I accept your confession. Congratulations, dear nephew. You have now become a special jonin. Beneath the eaves crafted from cypress wood, Dongfang Xuan and Uchiha Fugaku sat together on tatama mats. Thank you, Uncle Fugaku. I look forward to your guidance. Between them lay a square table made of cedar, upon which rested a bottle of sake. Dongfang Xuan lifted his cup to gently clink against Fugaku's, savoring the smooth and mellow taste of the sake that lacked the sharpness of spirits and did not possess the strong tannins of wine. It resembled fruit wine, though Dongfang Xuan found himself unaccustomed to it. Uncle Fugaku, this sake is truly delightful, he remarked, pouring a cup for Uchiha Fugaku before filling his own. Indeed, this has been a cherished collection of mine for quite some time, Fugaku replied with a smile, his gaze following Uchiha Itachi in the courtyard. At that moment, Itachi stood amidst the courtyard, facing a dozen or so straw targets, meticulously arranged in various challenging angles. One target was even positioned behind a rock. Itachi slowly retrieved a series of shuriken from his ninja pouch, crossing his arms before him as the gleaming shuriken nestled between his fingers. With a sudden push, Itachi's petite figure leaped into the air. As his body spun, he hurled the shuriken with precision. The sound of metal clashing echoed in the air as a cascade of shuriken sparkled. In the next instant, Itachi descended gracefully, each straw target now pierced with a shuriken at its center. Accompanied by the sound of several shuriken falling to the ground, Itachi raised his head, his gaze fixed intently on Dongfang Xuan, seemingly eager to witness the astonishment in Dongfang Xuan's eyes. Your prowess is truly extraordinary, young master. Mastering the art of shuriken at such a tender age, Dongfang Xuan lavished praise upon Itachi, eliciting hearty laughter from Fugaku. Not at all, merely a hint of talent. As for true genius, that accolade belongs to you. "Dear nephew," Fugaku quickly retorted. However, observing the two, Itachi's eyes appeared dim, and he seemed somewhat dispirited. "Father, I shall take my leave," Itachi murmured, disregarding the boastful exchange between the two individuals. With his head bowed, he exited the courtyard. Upon leaving, he heard no call from Fugaku, only the sound of Fugaku conversing with Dongfang Xuan. A sigh escaped Itachi's lips. A sense of indignation washed over him. He fixated on Dongfang Xuan, hoping to witness the glimmer of surprise in his eyes upon seeing his shuriken technique. Yet, he was met with disappointment, as not a flicker of emotion crossed Dongfang Xuan's expression, as if Itachi's skill in shuriken throwing was a matter of course. How could it be considered ordinary for a mere 4-year-old to possess such prowess? Frustrated, Itachi kicked a stone by his feet, emanating an aura of defiance. "Ah, it's you. Itachi, what's the matter?" A hand rested gently on Itachi's shoulder, giving it a reassuring pat. Startled, Itachi instinctively turned, his kunai already poised to strike. "It's me." The figure chuckled, easily deflecting Itachi's weapon. It was none other than his elder brother, Shisui Uchiha. Shisui, with a warm smile, inquired, "You seem quite upset. Shall we go to our usual spot and discuss it?" Nodding in agreement, Itachi followed Shisui's lead. At a training ground, Shisui settled on a wooden stump, slowly unfurling the scroll of ninjutsu strapped to his back. "Speak, Itachi. It is a rarity for you to be displeased." Perched on the stump opposite Shisui, Itachi clenched his right hand, a series of kunai materializing between his fingers. "Brother Shisui, do you recall the technique you taught me before?" Shisui nodded with a smile, acknowledging the kunai in Itachi's grasp. "I demonstrated it today," Itachi confessed, a hint of sorrow in his voice. Noticing Itachi's demeanor, Shisui raised an eyebrow. "What troubles you? Did your father not seem impressed?" Itachi shook his head, continuing, "No, my father was astonished, but his friend was not." "Your father's friend?" Shisui's expression shifted to curiosity. There were few friends of Fugaku Uchiha. "Who is it?" "It is Dongfang Xuan." Dongfang Xuan. The name took Shisui by surprise. "Is it truly him?" "Approximately 13 or 14 years of age, slightly taller than I, with black hair?" Shisui bombarded Itachi with questions, his gaze fixed intently on him. Itachi merely nodded in affirmation. "It is indeed him." Shisui's astonishment was palpable. The last he had heard of Dongfang Xuan was when he had successfully passed the Chunin exams, earning the title of Huchuan. At that time, Shisui had chosen not to attend, believing watching the competition to be of little value compared to training. It is truly him. To think he has become a friend of the Uchiha clan leader? Shisui found it hard to fathom, for he could never reconcile the idea of an ordinary individual, inept at ninjutsu, being associated with the now-renowned Dongfang Xuan. "What is his current strength?" Shisui inquired, curiosity piqued. "I am uncertain. I have merely heard that Dongfang Xuan is set to become a special jonin." After hearing Itachi's words, Shisui began to ponder the reason behind Dongfang Xuan's promotion during these tumultuous times of war. Ultimately, a smile graced Shisui's face as he rose, placing the scroll upon a tree stump, and approached Itachi, gently patting his head. "Enough of these thoughts. I shall conduct an investigation to ascertain whether he truly possesses the requisite strength." He then added, "Today, I will teach you another ninjutsu." With the official decree for Dongfang Xuan's elevation to special jonin having been issued, he was indeed eligible for promotion. However, protocol dictated that he must first undergo a test. At the entrance of the Konoha Ninja Academy, the gates stood firmly shut, while a throng of individuals gathered outside. Kakashi leaned against a tree, seemingly disinterested in the fidgeting Obito beside him. Tetsunyu and Yamada were exchanging greetings with Minato Namikaze. Rin pulled Sakura aside, engaging her in conversation, though Sakura's cheeks were flushed with embarrassment. Tsunade and Uchiha Fugaku exchanged disapproving glances, while Uchiha Shio, forcibly dragged along, found himself in an awkward predicament. Time passed, and at last, the door to the academy creaked open. Dongfang Xuan's figure emerged slowly from within. Upon sighting him, the crowd surged forward. "Shinkoin, how did it go? Have you become a special jonin?" Kakashi, Rin, Obito, and Guy surrounded him with eager inquiries. Those like Minato, already privy to Dongfang Xuan's new title, stood back, observing the scene unfold. With a smile, Dongfang Xuan produced the long code of a jonin that he had concealed behind him, speaking slowly as he reveled in the excitement of his companions. "I am now a special jonin." The climate of Konoha remained somewhat sweltering prior to the onset of autumn. with the incessant chirping of cicadas resonating outside. Were it not for the comfort of air conditioning, Dongfang Xuan might have found it challenging to endure. Clutching a novel adorned with illustrations, he found himself at leisure after being restricted from leaving the village by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Having paid all necessary visits, his abilities had hit a plateau, making further advancement arduous. Leaning languidly against the ivory counter, he rested his head on the surface. A once-read novel carelessly draped over his face. How dreadfully dull, Dongfang Xuan murmured, his voice echoing through the empty shop, yet no one was present to respond. Suddenly, the wooden door of the shop swung open, and two samurai entered. "This is the place," one of the warriors declared. Propping the door open with one hand while resting the other on the hilt of his sword, his sharp gaze scanning the decor of the shop. "You too?" Dongfang Xuan inquired, observing the samurai's stance as they held the door and fixed their unfriendly stares upon him, their hostility unmistakable. A shadow of anger darkened Dongfang Xuan's expression. Despite his youth, he bore the esteemed title of Huchuan, while he did not expect them to treat him with utter deference. Such a blatant display of rudeness in intruding upon his shop, coupled with their hostile glances, was wholly unwarranted. Observing the samurai's demeanor, it was apparent he was awaiting the arrival of someone significant. Seeing this, Dongfang Xuan remained silent, poised for the samurai's next move. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, Dongfang Xuan beheld a palanquin being carried to the entrance of the shop. A palanquin? This sight left Dongfang Xuan somewhat perplexed. For in his time within the world of Hokage, he had rarely encountered such a mode of transport, as ordinary folk would not utilize it. Moreover, prominent families, such as the Sarutobi clan, would not employ a means of conveyance that so distinctly delineated social hierarchies. Although the palanquin appeared to be a mere ordinary vehicle, it often symbolized the insurmountable class divides between individuals. The palanquin came to a halt before the divination shop. A maid approached the palanquin, and a delicate white hand emerged from behind the curtain, gently resting in the maid's palm. "What are you staring at?" A sudden roar from the samurai stationed at the entrance made Dongfang Xuan furrow his brow. "Bow your head. You are not worthy to gaze upon Princess Chizuru." "Princess?" With a sharp sound, the samurai unsheathed his sword, pointing it directly at Dongfang Xuan's head. Just as Dongfang Xuan was about to express his indignation, the curtain of the palanquin was drawn open, revealing a princess gracefully descending, assisted by her maid, as she stepped into the divination shop. Upon raising his eyes, the first sight that met him was the vibrant red of her wooden clogs, adorned with intricate patterns of gold and silver threads. Complementing them were white split-toe socks that extended to the hem of her skirt. The deep crimson hue of her grape-dyed, pleatless hakama brushed the ground, which the princess delicately lifted. Her wide-sleeved, flowing robe displayed a play of light and shadow with its embossed patterns, featuring exquisite peony embroidery. Beneath it lay a pale yellow undergarment, adorned with small, elegant floral motifs at the neckline. A painted folding fan, crafted from cypress wood, emerged from her sleeve, open to shield her visage. The fan's surface was embellished with gold and silver foil, obscuring her face, leaving only her hair visible. Her coif, styled in a layered, conical shape, was adorned with 12 bright golden hairpins, with a cypress hairpin perched at the top, while wisps of hair cascaded naturally at her temples. This was the classic Shimada hairstyle, emblematic of an unmarried woman. The attire worn by Princess Chizuru was of the utmost nobility, a 12-layered garment, which not only represented tradition but also bore an exorbitant price tag. Such garments were exclusively reserved for the imperial family and represented the highest echelon of women's formal wear. They were not merely symbols of luxurious craftsmanship, but reflections of the rigid class system. Gazing upon the resplendent attire before him, it became clear that only the wealthiest of the Fire Nation's royalty could adorn themselves in such finery. It was a privilege reserved for the daughters of the feudal lords. For a moment, Dongfang Xuan felt as though he were suffocating, holding his breath, utterly entranced by the figure of the princess, her face obscured by the fan. He seemed to recognize the visage behind it, aware of the form concealed beneath the lavish 12-layered garment. With a rustling sound, the fan was closed, revealing a beautiful, exquisite, and familiar face before Dongfang Xuan's eyes. "Suzuki Ko?" Dongfang Xuan fixed his gaze upon the other, his lips unconsciously murmuring, "Who permitted you to address the princess by her name?" Beside him, a warrior dashed forward, brandishing his katana towards Dongfang Xuan. The blade glinted ominously as it swung towards Dongfang Xuan's left arm, seemingly intent on delivering a lesson. However, with a swift motion of his left hand, a kunai had already been launched. The sound of metal clashing resounded as it struck the warrior's katana, causing him to retreat a step, gripping his stinging palm. The pair of phoenix-like eyes, adorned with delicately emphasized eyeliner, shimmered with life. A subtle layer of makeup graced her face, complemented by resplendent red and gold adornments hanging from her ears. The girl before him was familiar, the regal and youthful figure, holding a folding fan that partially obscured her visage, was once the girl he had known, the same girl who had once been covered in grime. Wielding a kunai to vent her frustrations. "It is you, Suzuki Ko," Dongfang Xuan articulated slowly, enunciating each word as if inquiring of the girl before him. Suzuki Ko gazed at Dongfang Xuan and began to speak. "It is I, Xianquan." Her eyes, filled with an array of uncontainable emotions, were a tumultuous sea of feelings directed at Dongfang Xuan. Yet, he remained composed, unaffected by the beauty standing before him. Instead, his attention shifted to the warriors surrounding her and the two maids behind her. A sense of doubt arose, his voice growing colder. "Princess Chizuru, to tread upon this humble abode in your noble form is beyond my capacity to bear." Upon hearing Dongfang Xuan's words, Suzuki Ko offered a bitter smile, her eyes seemingly glistening with a hint of grievance. Lifting her skirts, she stepped forward, preparing to speak. Just then, a hand rested upon her shoulder. The maid standing behind her wore an expression of displeasure, her voice icy as she interjected, "Princess Chizuru, remember your status as an engaged woman. Your presence here, without your fan, is already a significant transgression. Were it not for Lord Nishiyama's benevolence, you would not have been permitted to leave your quarters before marriage. Allowing you to enter this shop and remove your fan is a great favor." As the maid concluded her remarks, Suzuki Ko slowly turned to face her, gracefully curtsying while raising her skirts, her voice softening with a pleading tone. "Thank you, Sister E, for your reminder. It is I who has been disrespectful." Observing Suzuki Ko's flustered demeanor, Dongfang Xuan comprehended everything in an instant. These attendants were not her subordinates. Their actions represented a certain Lord Nishiyama. With a cold glint in his eyes, Dongfang Xuan surveyed the attendants around him. "You lot, step outside. I have matters to discuss with Princess Chizuru," he commanded sternly. Yet, as he spoke, he noticed a look of entreaty on Suzuki Ko's face, shaking her head slightly. "What?" The warrior, taken aback by Dongfang Xuan's words, found it hard to believe. "What is your status to utter such words?" Two samurai now focused their gaze intently on Dongfang Xuan, slowly advancing to flank him. The display of skill exhibited by Dongfang Xuan moments ago suggested that he was no ordinary opponent. The samurai refrained from rushing in recklessly. "I am the protector of Konoha. I believe I am worthy." Dongfang Xuan's voice rang out sharply, momentarily leaving the two samurai in a state of bewilderment. "The protector?" One of the samurai, skepticism evident in his tone, questioned further. The name of the protector had long echoed throughout the land of fire. However, most only knew him as a prodigious young talent who had triumphed over various nations. Not everyone had had the fortune to behold his visage. "You are the protector?" The samurai scrutinized the youth before him, uncertain, for Dongfang Xuan's age matched, and his earlier display had indeed indicated ninja prowess. "The protector? I have heard tales of his formidable strength. Perhaps I should test him. If he truly is powerful, I can apologize later. After all, I fight for Lord Shishan, who will surely safeguard me." A smile crept onto one samurai's lips as he entertained this thought. Believing his actions were in service to Lord Shishan, he thought he would not only escape reproach, but might also earn a reward. With such intentions, he raised his sword high, and in the next moment, brought it crashing down upon Dongfang Xuan. A flash of cold light glimmered as the sword was still poised above the samurai's head. With a sound reminiscent of an old windbag, blood began to pour from the gash in the samurai's neck. Observing Dongfang Xuan's slowly retracting arm, a pristine shuriken was tucked away into his ninja pouch. What? The next instant, the samurai collapsed backward, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. The death of the samurai struck every onlooker like a hammer, affecting not just the servants present, but also Suzuki Ko. You dare to strike." The other samurai now gripped his sword tightly, directing it at Dongfang Xuan. "You shall be flayed alive by Lord Shishan." Yet, before he could finish his threat, blood began to seep from his neck. The sword clattered to the ground as he clutched his gushing wound, slowly succumbing to the floor. Noisy, Dongfang Xuan remarked coldly. His gaze icy as it locked onto the two maidens standing behind Suzuki Ko. The maidens did not scream. They merely stared incredulously at Dongfang Xuan, unable to fathom that he would dare to kill. In a swift motion, Dongfang Xuan flicked his right hand, and then it was followed by a resounding crash. One maiden, struck in the forehead by a shuriken, fell to the ground in a daze. The shuriken had embedded deeply into her brow, blood oozing forth and pooling beneath her head. This was the very maiden who had just scolded Suzuki Ko. The last remaining maiden, witnessing such horror, collapsed to the ground. The yellow stains of fear appeared upon her skirt. No, no, please don't kill me. Panic-stricken, the maiden gazed at Dongfang Xuan as though he were a maniac. Grasping the hem of Suzuki Ko's dress, she seemed to plead for her life, begging that Dongfang Xuan spare her. Ko Suzuki regarded the cold gaze of Dongfang Xuan, then glanced at the once proud maid at her feet, who could only offer a bitter smile. Finally, she shook her head slightly, remaining silent. At this moment, Dongfang Xuan spoke, his voice icy as he declared, "The subordinates of Lord Shimen dare to draw weapons against me, against the protector of Konoha. Do they seek to declare war on Konoha?" His voice thundered, causing the maid crouching on the ground to weep and shake her head vigorously. "I have already dealt with these intruders. You mere servants must leave the shop, and you, Princess Chizuru, watching from outside." He concluded, "This is my final line. If you do not believe that I am the protector, feel free to inquire with the Hokage." Upon hearing this, the maid on the ground nodded repeatedly before scrambling to push open the wooden door and flee outside. The group of warriors outside, witnessing the fall of two warriors within the shop, prepared to rush inside, but halted as they saw the maid of Princess Chizuru emerge in a desperate scramble. The two warriors quickly approached, lifting the maid who was rolling and crawling. Observing the terror etched on her face, the captain of the guards felt a sense of foreboding. "What is happening inside?" he questioned sharply, his gaze icy. With a hoarse and tearful voice, the maid responded, "Sir, the young man inside claims to be the protector. We merely exchanged a few words, and he erupted in violence. He brazenly demanded we stand outside, stating he wished to speak with Princess Chizuru. He even said we could verify his claims with the Hokage." After her frantic explanation, the captain's expression turned grave. In that moment, he felt a surge of anxiety. Princess Chizuru had merely mentioned visiting an old friend. How could she be seeking the protector? If this truly was the talented newcomer from Konoha, the situation would become dire. Konoha would not punish a genius for the actions of a few servants. His subordinates might die in vain. However, the most pressing matter was to resolve this situation. For if it was mishandled, his own life was at stake. With this thought, the captain quickly issued orders. "You immediately proceed to the Hokage's office and inform him of a young man claiming to be the protector named Dongfang Xuan, who has suddenly attacked the princess." He pointed at one warrior, who hastily departed. "You too, ride swiftly to the lord of the domain and report this matter to Lord Nishiyama." He handed over his pass to the men as they departed. Once they were gone, the captain drew his sword and, peering through the massive window, fixated on Dongfang Xuan, slowly stating, "We shall wait here. If this man makes a move, we must protect Princess Chizuru at all costs. She is the betrothed of Lord Nishiyama. Should anything happen, we would have used up all our 9 lives." Inside the divination shop, Dongfang Xuan scrutinized the girl before him, the memories of past encounters vivid in his mind. Ko Suzuki's eyes gently swept over the corpse at her feet. Her crimson lips parted slightly as a delicate voice emerged. "It seems our meeting is unlike that of ordinary individuals. If not bound by circumstances, Ko Suzuki would not wish to encounter Dongfang Xuan in such a grim setting." The two exchanged glances in this blood-soaked place, where she found herself face to face with the man she had longed for, the one who haunted her dreams. Ko took a tentative step forward, closing the distance between them, her dress trailing as she surveyed the gruesome scene of blood and bodies surrounding her. "It seems that each time we meet, it is drenched in blood," she said, her voice trembling, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Gazing upon Dongfang Xuan's familiar visage, she felt herself transported back to that unforgettable night, the suffocating despair, the elegance of his form, the warmth of blood in her hands, the howling wind in her ears, and the rustling trees around her. Such distant sweetness, such exquisite freedom. "How have you been?" Ko's voice quivered, betraying either sorrow or excitement. "I, Dongfang Xuan." Captivated by the tears glistening in Ko's eyes, found the words caught in his throat. Ko was not merely inquiring after him. She was questioning her own state through him. "You must be faring poorly," he murmured softly, struggling to fathom Ko's plight, though the demeanor of the attendants hinted at much. "Yes, I miss you dearly truly." Ko stepped closer, gently taking Dongfang Xuan's hand, bringing it to her cheek. As she pressed his palm against her skin, the warmth of her presence mingled with the droplets of her tears that fell upon his hand. As he caressed her face, a pang of sorrow welled within him. "Remove your hand." The captain of the guard could tolerate Princess Chizuru's proximity to this so-called Hoshikawa, but he could not allow this man to touch her. Should Lord Nishiyama learn of this, not only would his life be forfeit, but even the thought of death would become a distant hope. "Let go of your hand." If this man truly was Hoshikawa, the captain knew his chances of survival were slim, yet remaining passive would surely lead to his demise. Drawing his dagger from his waist, he lunged at Dongfang Xuan with fierce intent. The captain had not contemplated whether he could slay Dongfang. He merely hoped that if he were injured, Lord Nishiyama might spare him. As the captain charged into the shop, Dongfang Xuan's right hand moved swiftly. A powerful palm strike landed squarely on the captain's abdomen, sending him hurtling back. The armored captain left a deep imprint on his armor as he crashed into a palanquin, the dust rising to obscure his figure. The other guards, witnessing their leader's plight, hesitated to advance. They faced the grim prospect of being carved into pieces by Lord Nishiyama, yet charging forward would certainly end in their own ruin. Thus, the remaining guards stood frozen in place, weighing the options of a swift demise against a delayed one, hoping merely that the two young masters would refrain from engaging in conflict within the establishment. Dongfang Xuan glanced at the guards outside, revealing no intention to approach. Continuing to gaze at Suzuki Ko, I slowly began to speak. "How does your father treat you?" A bitter smile remained on Suzuki Ko's face as she articulated each word. "Anger, fury, wrath. He views me merely as a disgrace, yet after much contemplation, he recognizes my value for a marital alliance." Pausing, tears cascaded from the corners of her eyes. "He intends for me to marry a scion of the Nishiyama family. I am but a canary tethered by a string, awaiting my designated cage." Suzuki Ko leaned closer to Dongfang Xuan, her vibrant red lips brushing against his ear. With a gentle parting of her lips, her voice emerged, soft and trembling. "Xuan, please take me away." Her words seemed to sink into the very dust beneath them. At this moment, Suzuki Ko was willing to forsake everything for an uncertain future. Marrying into the Nishiyama family might render her a canary, yet at least she would have sustenance. Yet now, she yearned to embrace a life of abandonment alongside Dongfang Xuan. Suzuki Ko was selfish. She was gambling, wagering that Dongfang Xuan harbored distinct feelings for her. However, Dongfang Xuan was not captivated by the tenderness reflected in her eyes. He merely shook his head gently. "I cannot be so selfish." Upon hearing his words, Suzuki Ko shuddered, realizing she had underestimated the man before her. "Indeed, I possess nothing more than a facade of beauty, akin to a lovely vase. Apart from garnering others' admiration, I am left with a shattered conclusion." Her voice transformed, no longer trembling, her eyes no longer soft with affection. "It seems this will be our final meeting." She extended her hands from the voluminous sleeves of her robe, caressing her smooth arms as if showcasing her supple and alluring form. Observing Suzuki Ko, Dongfang Xuan's gaze grew colder. "You are clever. I understand your intentions, yet I will not betray everything I hold dear for you." His words were frigid, akin to a farewell to Suzuki Ko. Then, his voice faltered momentarily before regaining some warmth. "However, I can impart some knowledge to you." Upon hearing this, Suzuki Ko's eyes sparkled, her body leaning in with interest. "Do you know of the calamity of voodoo?" At his words, she froze. Legend tells of a young, robust emperor presiding over a stable regime. For advancement, one must stir the waters of turmoil. All of this began with an investigation into sorcery. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed sorrowfully at the pile of documents before him, overwhelmed by a multitude of issues awaiting resolution. The funds from the daimyo had yet to arrive, citing the need for a grand wedding. Even now, thoughts of a wedding seemed absurd. Should the front lines of the land of fire be breached, marrying into the land of earth would be futile. In a fit of rage, Sarutobi Hiruzen tore the documents to shreds, panting as the fragments fell like snowflakes upon the desk. The Nishiyama family? An alliance with the daimyo? Truly absurd. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen lifted his pipe and took a slow, deliberate puff. It was utterly absurd that such a thing could occur in the present day. To suppress the Shishan clan, one would sacrifice their own daughter. How callous. Just as he finished his thought, a chill crossed Sarutobi's gaze. Someone had breached his awareness. Moments later, the door to the Hokage's office was flung open with great force. "Hokage-sama, you must take responsibility for me," a fellow named Dongfang Xuan exclaimed. "He has abducted Princess Chiana. She is the fiancée of Lord Shishan." Sarutobi's eyes widened in shock. Under ordinary circumstances, he would prefer to remain uninvolved, especially given Dongfang Xuan's current display of strength. Any family in the village would likely be willing to let him abscond with their daughters. However, when the matter extended beyond the village, the implications of Dongfang Xuan's actions transformed entirely, for he was a protector of Konoha. Every action he took bore the unspoken weight of the village's stance. Gripping the flailing samurai guard with one hand, Sarutobi soared through the air towards Dongfang Xuan's divination house. Dressed in his striking red and white Hokage robes, he landed firmly at the entrance. The guards, upon witnessing Sarutobi's arrival, were overcome with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. "Hokage-sama, your protector has openly assaulted us and forcibly taken Princess Chiana. This is a disgrace to our Shishan clan and an affront to Lord Daimyo." As soon as he began to speak, a large hat was unceremoniously placed upon Dongfang Xuan's head. Sarutobi paid little heed to the guard's outcries and turned his attention to Dongfang Xuan, who was holding hands with Suzuki Ko, seemingly engaged in conversation. A wave of unease washed over Sarutobi. How could Dongfang Xuan be involved with Princess Chiana? She had only just returned. And now Dongfang Xuan had taken an interest in her? His gaze swept across the shattered palanquin and the unconscious captain of the guard among the wreckage. "Speak. What has transpired? Why is Princess Chiana's palanquin here?" Sarutobi's voice was sharp, his icy eyes locked onto the kneeling guard before him. The guard, feeling the weight of Sarutobi's frosty demeanor, broke into a cold sweat. While the Hokage's authority might not rival that of the daimyo, a ninja village often functions as an autonomous entity. The highest leader of such a place could easily dispose of subordinates with a mere command. I, Princess Chiana, suddenly mentioned an old friend who was to arrive here, and that was when this fellow attacked us. The guard's words tumbled out in a disjointed manner, animatedly gesticulating. Old friend? Dongfang Xuan was merely 13, having spent most of his life in the village. Where could he have possibly found an old friend? Furthermore, given Dongfang Xuan's typically composed demeanor, why would he resort to violence against the princess's guards? However, with so many uncertainties, no one could provide Sarutobi with the answers he sought. The only recourse left was to confront Dongfang Xuan directly. Resolving to do so, Sarutobi's expression hardened as he strode purposefully into the divination house. Thus, the so-called politics merely constitutes an exchange and compromise of interests. However, once the interests are arranged, all avenues for ascension become obstructed. Therefore, to rise, one must stir the waters. Suzuki Ko leaned on the ivory-white display of the divination house, cradling her face in her hands, intently listening to the words of Dongfang Xuan. Nevertheless, as Dongfang Xuan spoke, he suddenly fell silent. His expression shifted as he glanced at the entrance, where Sarutobi Hizashi had just entered, and inquired, "Hokage-sama, what brings you to my humble abode today?" With a smile that did not reach his eyes, Dongfang Xuan replied, "It is only natural." Sarutobi Hizashi surveyed the lifeless body on the ground, the stark pools of blood surrounding it. "You are not typically like this," he remarked, to which Dongfang Xuan responded with a wry smile. "Everyone must have their moments of wildness." Upon hearing this, a frown deepened on Hizashi's brow. "Is this wildness your rationale for attacking Princess Chiharu's guards?" Hizashi queried, his voice tinged with exasperation. "Regardless of the reasons, you must not offend the Nishiyama family. Are you truly unaware of their significance?" If Dongfang Xuan had known of the Nishiyama, he would not have acted so impulsively. Yet, even without that knowledge, why did he act so recklessly? Hizashi's gaze fixated on the girl beside him, Suzuki Ko, observing her expression while contemplating Dongfang Xuan's attitude towards Princess Chiharu. The relationship between Dongfang Xuan and the princess was undoubtedly peculiar. The Nishiyama family was the most powerful clan in the Land of Fire, having produced several prime ministers and numerous treasurers. Their banks were widespread throughout the Land of Fire, controlling the trade of salt and iron. Upon hearing Hizashi's words, Dongfang Xuan nodded with a smirk. Hisashi, in a fit of anger, shouted at Dongfang Xuan, "Do you comprehend what this implies? You have offended the wealthiest figure in the land of fire." "I am aware," Dongfang Xuan replied, still smiling. "Now let us leave." He stepped down from the platform, linking arms with Suzuki Ko as they slowly made their way towards the exit. Observing Dongfang Xuan's nonchalance, Hisashi took a deep breath, calming himself. As they exited the divination house, the guards, witnessing Dongfang Xuan holding the smiling Suzuki Ko's hand, unsheathed their swords, their faces betraying their anger. "I refuse to believe you dare to commit murder in front of Hokage-sama." Dongfang Xuan scanned the guards, his tone unexpectedly gentle. Just as Hisashi was about to speak, a resounding explosion reverberated through Konoha, drawing everyone's attention to the southwestern corner of the village. A plume of dark smoke ascended into the air, rising from the very gates of Konoha, Orange Hill. Upon seeing the black smoke billowing from Orange Hill, Dongfang Xuan momentarily froze before bursting into laughter. "Dongfang Xuan, what is so amusing? What has transpired?" Hisashi asked, perplexed by Dongfang Xuan's unusual reaction. Dongfang Xuan did not respond to Sarutobi Hisashi's words, but gently pushed Suzuki Ko towards him. As Sarutobi Hisashi received Ko, he was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, a chilling glint flashed as Dongfang Xuan grasped a kunai, its razor-sharp edge already having slashed the throats of several guards. Witnessing Dongfang Xuan's actions, Sarutobi Hisashi, filled with fury, demanded, "What on earth are you doing?" With a cold smile, Dongfang Xuan replied, "The Sand Village is attacking. The guards of Princess Chizuru have all perished in their efforts to protect her." Upon hearing Dongfang Xuan's words, Sarutobi Hisashi was stunned. "Lord Hokage, please ensure the safety of Princess Chizuru." With that, a surge of chakra erupted within Dongfang Xuan, emerald green energy enveloping his entire being. Sensing the chakra radiating from him, both Sarutobi Hisashi and Suzuki Ko were momentarily taken aback. "Open the 8 gates." The ground trembled violently as Dongfang Xuan leaped into the air, shouting, "The Sand Village is launching a surprise attack on Kaki Mountain. Please rush to Kaki Mountain swiftly." Dongfang Xuan's voice dissipated into the air, but in mere moments, several figures leaped onto the rooftops, racing towards Kaki Mountain. Hearing Dongfang Xuan's words, Sarutobi Hisashi gazed at the rising black smoke in the distance. "The Sand Village? The Sand Village."